Testing.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite, my mother, Adam Friend.
Oh, you're so bad. Why would you say that? Look.
I want everyone's going to be very happy to know. Everyone's going to be ecstatic to know that right before the stream started, Adam is berating me on not having videos coming out on my main channel.
Look, I'm not your mom. I'm a fucking fan. Okay, dude? I'm a fan of PSA Sitch.
No, people,
videos.
listen. I say this with love and peace. People are going to be happy. I get so many comments. They're like, Sitch, when's the next video? Sitch, when's the next video? Sitch, when's the next video?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I know. So everyone wants to know. You're in their corner. You're slapping me around too. I
am not in the comment section berating you.
Yeah,
I call you up live, motherfucker. I tell you to your face. Get your ass together.
There you go.
Look, what if your mom is your mom down on the job or something? Was she not doing it? What the fuck? Why are you calling me your mom? Shouldn't your mom be doing this?
I'll call my mom. You're right.
Listen,
I'll call my mom.
I need your mom's phone number.
Yeah.
Can I have your mom's number? I need to. I need to tell her to get her ass.
You guys have to plan a strategy meeting.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it again. That insult was over the top. So, what are we doing today? Are we supposed to be watching a video or something? Today
we're watching Richard Wolff had a conversation with Glenn Loury, who I think we're both big fans of. Glenn Loury regularly does a stream with John McWhorter. They're both very interesting together. And today, or I guess a couple days ago, they debated capitalism versus socialism.
Yeah.
And of course, Glenn Loury destroyed Richard Wolff in this debate.
Of course he did. I like the alternative title of the stream.
Adam wanted me to title the stream something different. I don't know if you want to tell the chat what that was, but
my suggestion was Marxist professor gobbles Putin's ... But Sitch evidently vetoed that. But I said, look, we could title it that for like 5 minutes, right? It's cool. 5 minutes is cool.
I mean, that's how you get on all the lists, okay? You can't put gobble. You can't put gobble and sex in the title.
Gobbles.
Gobbles. He didn't. By the way, when Adam told me to name the stream that, he didn't say ... He gave me what the fill-in was. Okay.
What?
So listen, it would be funny, but YouTube is a place that's not for fun.
You laughed when you read that. You laughed.
I did. I literally wrote "lol" back to you. So.
Oh wait, I didn't see it. Twitter's not updating.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thanks, Elon.
Aren't we supposed to get into this video?
So let's jump into the video.
The debate and introduce Sir Richard Wolff, moderated by the lovely Glenn Loury. I'm happy to say my wife. You've heard about her, but now you will see her in action.
Oh no!
I'll turn the microphone over to Glenn.
Oh no!
Who will moderate the debate and introduce.
Now that is a perilous position to put your wife in, is it not?
Hell yeah!
It takes a lot of confidence. That takes a lot of trust in your relationship to say, okay, wife, I want you to moderate a debate where you might have to tell me to shut up.
Yeah, I do. I've like the whole work-wife dynamic thing is not really. I mean, actual wife. Everyone should have a work wife, but I mean, if you're actual working, I don't know. I guess some people can pull it off, but it's just it's a strange dynamic. Do you listen to? I mean, Brett Weinstein and Heather Hine are the famous in our sphere of.
Well, I mean, obviously, there's a little difference. Obviously, there's going to be potential conflicts if you're working with your spouse, which or your wife, which I feel all the time whenever I'm working with Adam.
Do you? This is a comedy show. Okay, that was actually a joke, guys. Sitch actually loves me. So the thing is, though. Oh my God, this laughter.
No, but this still is a difference between that and no. But if she does a fine job, I'm saying it is a difficult situation to put your wife or husband in the position of moderating, where they have to potentially tell you to shut up, and
Of
in a
course.
heated situation publicly
course.
can be a sticky thing to do.
Do you listen to Brett Weinstein and Heather Hine? Do you listen to their podcast, the Dark Horse podcast?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I watch it. I listen to it relatively frequently. And there's just some times when Heather's like she's not going to let Brett like get away with it. And it's pretty funny because it's like they slip from being two scientists into husband and wife. It's pretty hilarious. So
Right.
that can happen. I wouldn't want that to happen on the stream with my actual wife. I feel like it might damage our relationship.
Sure.
But I don't. Our relationship. Fuck our relationship. I don't. Our relationship has been damaged from the get go. Come on. That's how guys roll, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
True.
All relationship between men is based on damage and things that are bad for you.
Introduce the participants. Thanks for tuning in.
We will continue the conversation of capitalism.
God. Did you see that look? Oh, she gave a look like you fucked up the intro, Glenn.
I didn't see the look.
Oh my God, Glenn. Why you got to make such a big deal about it?
Wait a minute. I've got to see this.
He's obviously he's worried about her feelings in this, and she kind of rolls her eyes and is like, "Come on, we can keep this professional."
Participants.
Look, it's so ironic because he's like, he's trying to butter her up, but she's like not having it.
Yeah, because he's like, I want you to rule favorably on me in the debate.
Look at this. She's already giving the side eye right here.
I think you're reading into this a little too much.
That is literally the side eye.
He's literally sitting next to her. She has to give him the side eye.
Thanks for tuning in.
I think I see what you're looking. I see what you saw, but
Did you see that?
I did see that, but I think you're reading into it a little bit much.
You always look. This whole show's about reading into shit. Sitch, you gotta let your elephant run free.
Okay.
Stop. Good Faith Gary needs to
You be
take
the
a
elephant.
vacation.
One of us has to be the writer. Okay, you be the elephant. I'll be the writer.
It's the holidays. Give good Faith Gary a day off, Sitch. I feel like this debate, if any debate, should be. I mean, the gloves should be off. We should just be full.
Okay.
I mean, we can't really be partisan hacks because that's off-brand. But
well, if we let the elephant in charge, it'll just be full Glenn simps for the whole conversation. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he picked the wrong moderator, but.
The conversation of capitalism versus socialism with Glenn and Professor Richard Wolff, Rick, with a debate. We will commence with opening statements from Glenn and Rick, and questions will be presented and responses will follow. The debate will conclude with closing statements. We look forward to letting us know your thoughts.
Oh, we will.
Okay.
Let's start with question 1. Everybody ready? Let's get ready to rumble. I want a clean fight, touch gloves, no below the belt. Okay. In my formal introduction to economics, my high school teacher summarized capitalism as a, quote, winner-take-all system. Explain this from your...
What a fucking high school teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, that's not a winner take all.
A little biased.
That's a giantly biased.
Yeah.
Capitalism is supposed to incentivize the winners to go out and provide value for people, for the citizens. That's not a winner take all philosophy. A winner take all philosophy is I get everything and you take a hike. Don't you think? I mean, Elon Musk is trying to create value in the world. Jeff Bezos is trying to create value in the world, right? They're like, I want to create a Disneyland in outer space.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds pretty fun. I'd like to go to Disneyland in outer space.
I mean, obviously the high school teacher was a socialist, so.
Yeah, that was Richard Marx' high school teacher, probably.
Richard Marx.
Richard Marx.
Shall I start?
Yes, let's start with you, Rick.
Okay. My high school teacher said pretty similar things, and I had no idea what he was talking about, and he didn't seem to care whether anyone in the classroom understood him or not. He was so taken with his own eloquence that sufficed. But the rest of us, the students, and I wasn't the only one.
That's that good socialized schooling that he got there, right? Mm-hmm. The teacher didn't give a fuck about what the kids thought.
I mean, a little self-report, but okay.
Well, I'm just, that's...
No, I mean, for Richard, I mean, geez. Talk about someone who's infatuated with the sound of his own voice.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Exciting. And we found it exciting because lurking in the professor's or the teacher's question was an implicit criticism. And when I was going to high school, criticism of anything having to do with the economy we all lived in was a kind of taboo. People avoided it. People denied it. Capitalism, whenever it even came up as a celebratory object, something that was so remarkable, so efficient, so progressive, that anyone who was critical was almost automatically deemed either ignorant or in some way perverse, or maybe a combination.
Damn, he had a based high school teacher. What the hell? That's awesome. I mean, wait.
The only... go ahead.
Well, I didn't, like, this setup doesn't make any sense, because she says, I had a high school teacher that said capitalism was winner take all. So obviously her high school teacher is anti-capitalism. And then he says, my high school teacher is basically the same, but then all the examples he gives are literally the opposite. The high school teacher is saying capitalism is the most base system in society, in the world, and everything else sucks. So it's a very weird answer to the question, but...
Yeah, no, obviously his high school teacher is directly opposite of the other high school teacher. That's why she's got that look on her face, like, what the fuck? Did he even listen to the question? Like, geez. So the only, what he said, efficient and progressive. He said a first thing, but I don't remember what it was. Efficiency, I mean, this is the one thing that I think is worthy of criticism of capitalism is the efficiency of it. Like, it is more efficient than other systems, but Richard Wolff thinks it's so inefficient that you need to throw it away. So
yeah, but you agree that it's efficient, or more efficient than any other system we've seen so far.
There is criticism of the efficiency. I think that's like a valid point, but like Richard Wolff will say, like, it's beyond repair. And obviously, I think we're doing relatively well, and we just need to work around the margins. I
mean, I'm not aware of an economic system that's more efficient than capitalism.
Oh, there's none. So. Yeah, none. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
but he said like perfect. A miracle of efficiency.
Well, comparatively to what we came from before it.
You know, you talked me out of it. Fuck, there's no criticism that can be leveled.
I mean, yeah, because we're going from like what a monarch-controlled market, centralized authority controlling the market. Yeah.
It is basically an evolutionary process. Markets. That's where the efficiency comes from, in the same way that evolution is. I mean, is evolution efficient when you think about it? Because, I mean, you're creating all of these organisms, and most of them are going to die. I mean, that seems inefficient.
The problem is when you say something efficient, it can only be compared to some alternative. So there is no alternative to evolution, so I don't know how to answer that question. If you say, is it generally efficient, I'd say no. You know, there's lots of... I mean, basically the idea of, as you said, just to have things evolve randomly or semi-randomly, depending on how you interpret the information, and then just have these, like, just to die off or just to succeed, and then, you know, that just has a potential chance, because it survived a little bit better, to pass on. You know, that is a horribly inefficient system.
Well, it depends upon the goal of the system. If the goal is to propagate new design, then it's extremely efficient. If the goal is to, you know, make organisms happy, it's terribly inefficient. So
I guess. I mean, I would argue that even if the goal is to propagate new designs, you know, it's not the best. Mm-hmm. But again, it's all we have, so it's kind of like it's a weird question because there's nothing to compare to.
Yeah. This is an interesting thing to think about, though, because when you talk about efficiency and capitalism, there is a difference, I think, from the left and right perspective on what the goal is. So
Right.
they can say, you know, if the goal is to make the most people happy, then capitalism is inefficient by their standard.
Well, they don't even. That's not even their goal. Their goal is to make things more equitable or fair.
Oh, yeah,
That's
you're
generally
right.
the perception. Now, they would probably argue that that would lead to more happiness, but I think fairness is really the driving motivation.
Right.
Both. I was already beginning to be uncomfortable about much of what I saw around me in my family and friends, in my community. And so I was beginning to be critical, and inadvertently, the teacher's statement about capitalism is a system in which the winners take all made me conscious, well, then there are losers. And what happened to them? And why would the system do that? And I think that was one of those early sparks that set me off on the road that ends up with me being a person who admires socialism, Marxism, and things like that.
Okay.
That's kind of interesting because, I mean, it's basically acknowledging, without realizing it, that, you know, he's told this information about capitalism, which, first of all, I think is a terrible way to describe capitalism, as winner takes all. It doesn't even make sense. I don't know why anyone would describe it that way. But that his moral intuition is immediately drawn to, when he hears that, his moral intuition is immediately drawn to, yeah, but what about the loser? How is that fair? And it kind of shows how we're all just being led around by our elephants. You know, that's what kind of drives him down the pathway to getting into socialism in the first place, is this emotional reaction. It's not like, well, you know, I looked at the logical outcomes of capitalism and the logical outcomes of socialism, and I've determined through math that, you know, socialism is better.
Thank you.
Capitalism literally has a prohibition against winner take all. That's what all the monopoly laws are.
Well,
They're to
wait a
avoid
minute. That's
winner
not like,
takes all.
yeah, but like regulations aren't inherent in capitalism. I mean, I guess if we had unfettered capitalism, you know, you could have a winner take all system. You know, Jordan Peterson always brings up the, you know, if you have a game, you know, a game of chance, which is kind of, you know, business is to some extent chance. But if you have a game that people can stack up at zero, which obviously you can when it comes to economic games, everyone's going to stack up at zero, and one person's going to get all the money.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, like, if we lived in this, like, no regulations, unfettered capitalism, then sure, I guess you could maybe make the argument that winner takes all. But we don't live in that system. Most people don't really argue in favor of that system. So I'm not sure. I would never call it that. And that's definitely, I don't think, the intention behind capitalism in today's world at all.
Yeah, what? I mean, capitalism, an economic system based on private ownership of capital. I guess that's pretty simplistic. So I guess monopoly laws wouldn't be involved in that.
No, but I mean, we decide that, we decide as a culture, as a country, that there are things that we want to prevent.
Right. Winner take all,
Right.
basically.
The winner-take-all market refers to an economic system where competition allows the best performers to rise to the top at the expense of the losers. Okay, so that makes more sense. I think they probably maybe she just asked the question not in the greatest way. Because that is capitalism. You know, you have competition, the best performer rises at the top at the expense of the loser. It's essentially, as you said, evolution. But I would not categorize that as winner takes all, because that implies that one person succeeds and everyone else loses, essentially.
Right.
Which that's the whole point of the system of competition, is supposed to be, well, the best person rises to the top because they can provide the best good or service to everyone else.
Right.
And so everyone gains, society benefits as a whole from that system.
Yeah. We need
from that competition. But
there needs to be a mnemonic for that. Because
Right.
it really does, like, it multiplies the number of winners. That's why it's so amazing.
Right.
Winner take all, winner take all. Well, yes, there are winners and losers in capitalism. Taking all, I don't think so. I mean, I think competition is at the core of capitalism, free markets, free entry, entrepreneurship, people trying to do better for themselves, trying to outsell and out-hustle their competitors. And there will be, from time to time, winners who will prevail from time to time. But we'll know from the history of economics that these winners are themselves typically overtaken by outsiders who come in with a better idea, a new product, a new technology, and so forth and so on. So I don't want to fight against the idea that capitalism involves winners and losers, because life involves winners and losers. But I do want to say that when I think of the difference between capitalism and socialism, I think about who owns the means of production and makes the important decisions about what happens with those means of production, whether it's private sector, individuals, or whether it's the state, government, whether it's the pursuit of profit, or whether it's the exercise of political power. And I'm going to be trying to defend the position here tonight that we are all, in the end, better off if we allow, in the main, for those economic decisions to be made in the private sector. But in saying that, I don't mean to exclude the possibility or the necessity of taking care of losers. I don't believe in cutthroat, cowboy, frontier capitalism. A humane capitalist system is what I'll try to defend.
Thank you. Rick, rebuttal?
Sure. I don't take much comfort from the fact that for certain periods of time, there are a few folks, the Jeffrey Bezoses or the Bill Gates or the Warren Buffetts or any of the others, who sit on top of a pyramid of both economic and political power. I don't take comfort from the fact that after a while they're gone and replaced by another group who do more or less the same thing. I don't find that in the slightest comforting. That's not preferable to me to having the same people doing it all along, which has also happened. So for me, when I look at the winners and the losers of the system, the winners seem to me a tiny number of people, and the losers the vast majority. Give you an example. For me, the class structure really has very little to do with whether the government or the private sector. That's a debate that doesn't mean much to us anymore among the Marxists and socialists that I circulate among. For us, the crucial difference is the employer and the employee. That's
so. Richard or Rick, which I think is funny, they're calling him Rick. I've never heard anyone call him Rick, but I assume that they're not doing it as a slight. I assume that was talked about before the debate started.
He's trying to be more personable now, I guess.
Right.
Look, you're so stuffy, Richard.
Yeah.
Let's just call you Dick.
So, Dick, do you have a follow-up? But no. So, whenever Richard talks, he always does this. He's been very consistent in saying like, "Oh, I'm not talking about state control. I don't care about the government," even though he does always do the sort of right-wing straw man where he says, socialism is when the government does stuff for you. And then in the same breath, he'll say, well, I'm actually not talking about government when talking about socialism. I'm only talking about the employee-employer relationship. And the problem is, I don't know him personally, but I'm entirely skeptical that from the beginning was his focus. Mm-hmm. It feels like a lot of socialists have now switched to only talking about co-ops and only talking about employee-employers because the government-run economic model, which socialism and Marxism supported for decades and decades from its inception, got so utterly refuted and destroyed by real-world examples that they've just kind of moved on to something else because it's indefensible at this point.
Right. Yeah. Because the governments always get out of control.
Right. Because first you have two problems. One is that, it's horribly inefficient to have a centralized authority try to figure out all the complexities of a massive economic market. It's just not possible.
Yes.
Right. It's just not possible. Who knows, maybe the magic AI will be able to do it, in the future, but, humans can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prices work. It totally works. It's amazing.
Yes, right. And then, but then the second issue is that even if you could figure it out, it would require such authoritarian government control of everyone's lives to implement these decisions that obviously it's going to lead to an authoritarian government. And this is kind of the big issue, or one of the two big issues. The first is that socialism doesn't account for human psychology, and then the second is that it kind of, you can't just have socialism be your economic model, kind of by the nature of what it's asking for. Because like the goal of socialism is essentially to create equitable outcomes for everybody. That's the goal, is to create equal outcomes. Where the goal of capitalism, and part of why I think capitalism works, is that the goal is the system. You know, we'll bring a Scott Adams into this. We shouldn't be seeking goals. We should be creating systems. And capitalism is a system that's designed to try to incentivize selfish behaviors in a way that promote social good or that create social benefits.
Right. Utilize social behavior or utilize selfish behavior.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That utilizes pre-existing selfish behavior in people and says, okay, people are going to behave this way. So how do we kind of shape our economy and our society around that to do something good?
Right.
So it's not really, so it's more about like creating a system, where socialism is actually trying to create an outcome. It's saying we want everyone to have some kind of equal, fair thing at the end of the day. And the only way to achieve that is really by a very heavy authoritarian hand dictating how everything goes.
Yeah, that's a great observation there. It's funny because these socialists, they always seem to be on the side of labor, right? Labor unions.
Right.
I'm sure Richard Wolff has tons of talks talking about the importance of labor unions. But it baffles me that they talk about getting rid of the employee-employer relationship, because isn't that like basically the gig economy, where they say, listen, you're your own boss. You run your own business. You're an Uber driver. You have your own driving business. And we're a tool that you use as your personal business owner. And that is dissolving the employee-employer relationship, isn't it?
Well, like for Uber, for example, I mean, I'm sure that what they would say is, you know, Uber, because their contention is that Uber, the corporation, takes too much of the money that the driver gets for providing the ride. That would be their contention. So they would say, oh, everyone should be able to buy into Uber essentially by working there. But of course, that creates this whole host of problems, because it's like, well, if every worker buys in a share of the company, you know, it's going to make starting new companies or new businesses almost impossible, because no longer can like one person just get a loan or, you know, get capital and start a business and then hire people. It's like, no, you have to get, you know, 10, 20, 30, however many employees you need. You have to get them all beforehand and get them to all agree on the same shared idea, the same shared goal. And it's like, I mean, that's another reason why capitalism will always be more efficient than a co-op, or a capital-owned business will always be way more efficient than a co-op. And I think this actually came up when we talked to Ben Burgess years and years ago, where he said, I think he kind of admitted, and maybe it was him, maybe it was someone else, someone admitted that we talked to that was pro-socialist, that it would really only work if everyone did it simultaneously.
Right.
Like if the whole world became, you know, socialist co-op, which is obviously such a fantastical fantasy idea that it's like, why are we even talking about this?
What does the world look like, though, if you dissolve the employer-employee relationship? Like the Uber is an interesting case, because like Uber wants to say, we don't have any employees. Like, you know, we have 10 employees that run the office, the company, but all of our drivers are not employees, they're private contractors. So they're all personal business owners. I mean, there's lots of businesses that this is the gig economy.
No, you're right. But I think like with Uber, when the reason they do that is, you know, for tax purposes and to skirt, you know, labor laws and things. It's not like, I don't know if there's I don't know, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about exactly how like the regulations work. Like, do the drivers benefit from being not employees.
Look, you can conceptualize it any way you want.
Because it's like, okay, then they don't get benefits and all sorts of things, like I'm assuming that, Uber does it that way because it benefits them, not because it benefits the worker.
So hold on here. Richard Wolff is making a claim that he wants, and I've heard lots of socialists say this, and it baffles me, like the stupidity of it. They want to dissolve the employee-employer relationship.
Right. Well, that's a ridiculous concept in the
like if I'm an Uber driver and I give somebody a ride, I guess I'm not his employee. He's like my client or whatever, however you want to conceptualize it. But if I'm buying customers from Uber, they're not my boss either. I'm just, basically buying customers from them.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Well, that's the way that Uber works is...
You mean the driver? The driver,
yeah. You're an independent contractor.
Right.
And the Uber says, we'll sell you a customer for however much money. And you're like, okay. I mean, you're splitting the ride share, so you're basically buying the customer from them. I'm just saying, in a world where there are no employers, what does that what does that look like? I get it's the gig economy, is it not?
Well, but I mean, I think
it's like every single job is a gig.
Well, first of all, that's not every job is a gig. There's plenty of jobs where you just get a salary and you work for the company.
No, but I'm saying in the future, Richard Wolff utopia.
Oh, you're saying if everything is
Look, no, because I've heard socialists say what bothers them.
It wouldn't be a gig at all. It would be the opposite. It would be much hard. So if everything's a co-op, it would be significantly harder to leave your job, because you can't. It's not just like today. You can find a place that wants to hire you or has a help wanted sign, and you can just go work there, assuming they hire you. But if everything's a co-op, because you have some share of the company, that's going to require you to have some sort of financial stake in the company.
Right.
And I don't even if you're in a co-op, and I guess it would depend exactly how it would work. You might not even be able to just quit and leave your job because you have a stake in it without forfeiting your share. You might have to actually you might have to either have everyone else that works there has to agree to buy you out, or you have to find someone else who will basically buy your job from you.
Let's say Uber is a co-op, okay? It's run by 10 people, okay? And they all split the profits of Uber fairly.
Yeah, but that's impossible because
it's like $2 billion each.
Every driver is going to have to be part of the co-op.
Oh, why? Is that
because that's how a co-op works? What do you mean?
So the driver has to come in as an equal partner?
Yeah, well, to some extent.
Okay.
And then, I mean, this is part of the problem.
You.
I know,
that's the utopia that Richard Wolff wants.
Now I know Mondragon, which they all point to. They do some wacky things where, I think the managers exist in there. They kind of do what you're talking about. I think where the managers exist as their own co-op, and each store, even though it's a chain, exists as separate co-ops, and it's very convoluted how exactly it works. But I think, what they, at the end of the day, what they want, where they want everyone to have an equitable, equal share of the money earned, it would make it impossible for something like Uber to exist because there's just too many people. You couldn't have these massive chains. You couldn't have these massive businesses because there's just way too many people involved.
Well, I mean, why? You just you split the earnings, however.
Well, for two reasons. Number one, they're not just talking about earnings. They're also
your salary would fluctuate on earnings.
Well, they're not just talking about earnings that get split. They also want to split power and decision making.
Well, that obviously is unthinkable, unmanageable.
Right. But then the second reason, on a purely economic perspective, is that if you run a co-op, and we've talked about this before, if you run a co-op, say you run a co-op restaurant, you don't have any incentive really to expand your business or to open a new store, because you're not going to get any profit from the new store. So why would you ever open it?
Well, it still doesn't solve the problem, like you said, about the wanting equal distribution, because if you work for one co-op that makes an obscene amount of money, and there's another co-op that doesn't make much money, you're still going to have wealth in disparity. Yeah,
of course,
even though it's being split. I guess he's after, though, dissolving employee-employer relationship. That's really the thing that they're very upset about.
Well, because they have this kind of idea like, oh, you have this boss or an owner who does nothing but sits in an office and counts money and then tells you what to do. Like, that's kind of like the stereotypical idea they have in their head.
My boss would always get us high on Friday. So, I mean, I had a cool boss. He would bring weed for the drug test to make sure that we could work while we were high.
There you go.
So
that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had an awesome boss.
we had a drug test once a week. It was, yeah.
There you go.
It was heaven.
That's a much better. See, they wouldn't, if that was their boss, they wouldn't be complaining.
This wasn't the forklift driving job,
No.
guys. Just so you, that would not be good.
This wasn't a job where you had to drive heavy machinery.
Right? Yeah.
That's good.
We were just a bunch of designers working.
That's not why you wedged the forklift in a place and broke the key.
No, it was obvious. It was a creative job. So obviously they were like, yeah, you know, if you smoke at work, the guy literally asked me in the job interview, do you smoke weed? And I was like, what?
You're like, why are you asking me this question?
Yeah. And luckily he filled in the answer. He's like, because we all smoke weed, it would be uncomfortable if you worked here and you didn't smoke weed. So
That's funny.
and I was like,
That's funny.
check, hire me. I'm in. Have you ever got a job because you smoked weed, Sitch? I'm curious.
No, I've been asked, you know, they pretty commonly ask you, you know, do you use drugs on your job interview? And you always say no. I've never had one where they say no. You have to say yes or we're not going to hire you. So
Yeah, basically that was the I passed those, so I got the job.
okay.
It was actually a lot of fun.
I bet.
Yeah.
It's what distinguishes capitalism for us from slavery or feudalism or the other basic other economic systems the human race has tried to live with. And if you look at it that way, then the class of employers, which in our population is less than 1% of the people, ought not to be in the dominant position that they are relative to the other 99% of us who are not employers. And therefore, the winners and the losers is maybe a polite way to suggest that it's sort of normally or randomly distributed through the population. It never has been. The desire of the employer class is that their children also become employer classes. They do pretty much everything they can think of, lots of legal things, lots of illegal things, to perpetuate the division. That's a problem for me, and hence the appeal of an alternative system correspondingly attractive.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick.
You know, someone said, I think it was last week, I forget, someone super chatted. It was really smart. They said, you shouldn't use income or wealth inequality as the base point to judge whether a society is fair or not. You should use upward mobility.
That's good.
And
You don't like that?
I think that's part of the problem is that the socialists, they don't even want to entertain or accept the idea of upward mobility. Because as what he's describing right there, he's basically describing this is kind of
you're right.
par for the course with Marxism, is like there's just this like class of people that's fixed in society that control everything, that have all the money, and it's like unshakable, and you can't really enter, or they're not really going to exit. They're just like stuck there. You know, it's kind of like a caste system. And that's just, I mean, that has been true in the past under other economic systems. And obviously, if you have money, it's easier to make money, and it's harder to become rich when you're not rich, obviously. But we still do have upward mobility in this country, and we still had massive upward mobility, you know, in the past in this country, all under capitalism. So I don't see how getting rid of capitalism isn't going to fix that problem.
Do you ever watch that show Shark Tank?
Occasionally. I don't like that show, Shark Tank.
Really? I mean, I like it. That's interesting. Why? I mean, I don't watch it regularly, but I have like binge watched it a bunch of times. But
Well, okay, so the reason I don't like Shark Tank is like, in my opinion, that's a show that's designed to trigger socialists.
oh, really?
And it triggers, even though I'm virulently anti-socialist, it does trigger my left-wing moral intuitions. Because it's like you have some person, usually, not always, but you have some person, you know, some poor person who's developed some idea or some product, and they're basically begging like super rich people for money. And they're basically just at the mercy of these people. And sometimes they give them fair deals, and then sometimes they give them horrendous deals. They totally screw them over. And it's just, to me, it's like this, I don't know, it's like a gross thing. I don't want to watch that.
Wow.
That's my lefty softy moral intuition. Is like, ew, I don't want to see like this kind of interaction. Like
Well,
I don't
but
see
you
what
see
people enjoy it.
You see a lot of people come in there that are completely delusional, though, and you're like, they get slapped in the face with the reality stick.
Is that why you like it?
Yeah, because I do think in business, if you're an entrepreneur, and I've kind of been an entrepreneur my entire life, you've got to keep a level head on what's going on in the environment. And the people who come in that really just, I mean, they got some product that just doesn't seem
Right.
like it stands a snowball chance in hell, but they're just delusional about it.
So this is your Schadenfreude. You just enjoy watching someone get slapped in the
Well,
face.
it's also nice to see, I mean, and I'm sure they tailor the show for this, but it's also
Of
nice
course.
when people come in that, the guy's been living in his car, obsessed with this product,
of
and it's a
course,
good
of course.
product, and
Right.
he gets his shot. So obviously, it shows that what other situation do you have that as an opportunity? Are you like, how that is obviously, there has to be some mechanism to vet new products and services. And yeah, we have this system now, and the people on Shark Tank are there because they have experience in
Right.
bringing new products and services to market. So they're the ones that kind of have a feel for whether or not this is going to work or be successful. So I guess the alternative system, and I don't like this because politics, so much of politics is how does the politician get reelected? They're more focused on that than providing good products and services. So I guess you would, the politician would say, vote for me because I will make an iPhone or
I don't know. Yeah. Well, to be
that
clear,
you
I'm not
can
saying
purchase, or
right. To be clear, I'm not saying that it's bad for a person to seek out someone who has an idea or product to seek out a rich person, or I mean,
rich
obviously that's
people are
generally
seeking
not
out.
how it works. Generally, you try to get a loan and you start your own business and blah 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 blah. But if you take that route, kind of the Shark Tank route, I mean, that's fine. It's fine to do that. And I think it's good that our society has that avenue open to people. And I think it's good that that show exists because there are people that benefit from it. I'm just saying I don't like to watch that.
Well, no, hold on.
Like I don't necessarily want to see how that sausage is made. It's not really appealing to me on some emotional level.
This happens though and enough about the show. I'm just curious
Right.
about the concept, the situation, because I mean, rich people are constantly looking for business opportunities because they want
course.
to create value so that they can make more money. So
Yeah, exactly.
even though it doesn't take place on Shark Tank, it's still taking place every
course.
single day. I mean,
Right.
Hollywood is that entire system built up just around, making content for movies and TV.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some kind of vetting process. And what is the socialist vetting process? Doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, I guess the problem is
They also often say that you don't need all this stuff. So,
Right.
fuck your iPhone.
well, no. So Rick would probably say that there's the same vetting process under his version of socialism, where everything's a co-op. Because you still have to, like, if you had some idea, you would go to, someone on Shark Tank or whatever, and you'd say, I have an idea to do this thing. The difference would be you and them would get some, and whoever works for you would all get some equitable share of the money. It wouldn't be like, they wouldn't be the capital owner or the capital investment that's kind of dictating the rules at which what your financial situation will be. But the problem with that is that then that just really disincentivizes people to start new businesses. It really disincentivizes people to come up with new ideas. Because, like, if you're a guy who's worked, for years to try to develop some product, maybe you're fine sharing it with Mark Cuban, who's going to give you, some millions of dollars to start it up. But do you want to share your profits equitably with, like, Joe Schmo that you just hire off the street that their job is, you know, to stack boxes in your storefront?
No,
I mean,
obviously.
it doesn't seem fair to you,
Yeah.
does it?
No, because you're taking a lion's share of the risk. So
Well, yeah, you're taking in the lion's share of the risk, but also, you know, you took the lion's share of the energy and responsibility in the creation of the idea. And that's the thing that the socialists never really take into consideration.
yeah,
Is, you know, the person who creates the idea, I believe, deserves more for creating the idea and for starting I mean, not just creating the idea, but like actually starting the thing and getting everything going. Like, I feel like too many socialists think every person in the world is like a type A, you know, Elon Musk go-getter. And it's just not true.
no, they're lazy.
As a lazy person, I'll say, yeah, we're pretty lazy. And so it's like, yeah, I mean, they just don't take into consideration that you need these people to go out there and to start businesses and to do these things. And they have to be incentivized financially to do it. Otherwise, you know, they're not going to.
Yeah.
Or they're going to do it a lot less.
I don't think Richard Wolff is a big risk taker, obviously. I mean, anybody who's like career path is tenured professor is not a real risk taker. I'm serious. I'm totally serious. This is why you can sit around in a air conditioned fucking government office.
I don't know if listen, that could be like a general statement you could say, but I think that, you know, someone who, you know, he does all these debates all the time, you know, he's taking an unpopular opinion from the mainstream. I mean, it's becoming more popular now, unfortunately, but it's definitely been a not popular position for years. So I don't think it's fair to say he's not a risk taker.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk to do a debate with anyone.
I mean, what is the real risk?
That you look like a moron.
It's not an economic risk.
Well, that's not true, because if Richard Wolff goes, like, you know, Richard Wolff had his debate with Destiny, which I think
I know we covered it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was, and I think Richard performed.
But that didn't hurt him.
It probably didn't, but I'm saying, like, if every debate,
more money off of that.
If Richard Wolff just keeps debating people and he just keeps looking stupid, he is going to lose money. He is going to lose following. The reason he has following now is because he's one of the few socialists that will go out here and debate all the capitalists.
I'm going a little bit
publicly.
Debate brain here, but he probably sold like 1,000 books from all the Destiny anti-fans.
He probably did, but I still think you do have to have a risk-taking motivation or risk-taking behavior to go out there and debate constantly.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I don't think debating is as risky as... Well, I mean...
I'm not saying it's as risky, but I'm just still is a risk. I mean,
taking
it's different,
out a
like
third mortgage on your house to start a business is far riskier than doing a debate with Destiny.
Okay, what's riskier? To be a tenured professor who has a class, who you can just throw anyone out of your classroom that you don't like, and you just sit there and you just tell students what to believe, or, you know, you go out there in the world and you're constantly going on stage and debating people and arguing against them and putting yourself out there publicly for notoriety or fame. Which one of those is a riskier behavior?
I mean, I
yeah, okay, I know it's a rhetorical question. We all know what the answer.
Well, no, the answer. I mean, obviously, it depends upon the goal. If the goal is to up your stature and political and social profile, staying in the classroom and doing nothing is a riskier behavior.
Well, okay, the way I guess you're defining risk unusually. When I define a risk behavior, the goal is irrelevant. It's just whether the risk generally has to do with
what are you risking?
So if you're sitting in a classroom and you're just you know, getting tenure and just talking to students and no one's going to really disagree with you, you're not risking anything.
Well, I think you are risking. It's called opportunity cost. If Richard Wolff is selling books in addition to his working in a classroom, then he's totally, the riskier behavior is to stay in the classroom and not do debates, because you're not going to sell as many books. You're going to make less money.
Yeah, but
opportunity.
The problem I have with the way that you're defining risk is that you could say that some entrepreneur who goes out there and starts a business is a not risky behavior, because it's like, well, they're just trying to increase their
exposed
wealth.
To a chance of loss or damage.
Yes, exactly.
So what are we talking about? You got to state what you're going to lose. Otherwise it's not risk.
Yeah, so if you go out, you lose. Okay, you go out there in the public and you risk looking like an idiot. What do you mean?
So you're gonna lose status,
Yeah, exactly.
right? But you
You're
could
gonna lose
gain
status.
But
you're
you
gonna
could
lose
gain
emotional
status.
well-being. That's gonna, or you could gain it. But that's why I say it's risky. It's you could gain or lose.
Okay. I see like the classroom tenure position being like the floor to the money you can make, and going out and doing debates is like
It
you're
might
not
be
really risking. You're not really risking your especially if you're a Marxist professor. Let's be honest here. He's not risking his job by going out. Like if he was going out and talking about trans issues, yeah, then he definitely is risking his job, right? That's a risky move. Going out and explaining how Marxism
Sure.
is like the be all and end all in this cultural atmosphere, he's risking nothing.
Sure, but I assume
It's
he's been
all
doing this
upside.
he's been doing this for years, and it's only been recently that Marxism has been like acceptable
Back
idea
in
to
the
talk about publicly. So
back in the 60s, yeah, he's
well,
probably
even in like the
then
90s,
it's risky.
You know, 90s
that's
and
when-
80s, it was pretty like.
But this is
what?
making my point. That's when he was keeping his mouth shut. No,
I don't know if that's
I
true,
don't know the
though.
history of Richard Wolff, so
Yeah. Well, anyway, come on.
Glenn?
Yeah, well, employers and employees, like there's not going to be bosses under socialism, like there's no class inequality under socialism, like everybody's got the same amount of power under socialism. The question is not whether there are bosses. The question is who is your boss and what motivates your boss. Politics will intercede when the government decides how it is that resources get allocated, what investments are made, what products are introduced, what technologies are used, where plants are located, whom to hire and fire. I would much prefer that the market and the signals coming from the market and the pursuit of profit and private gain drive those kinds of decisions. I don't want to leave workers out. I want workers to be protected. But if I start a company with my accumulated savings, with the investments that I'm able to attract, and with the ideas that I bring to the table, that's my company. I didn't hire a partner when I hired a worker. I hired a worker. The fact of labor in and of itself doesn't give the worker the prerogative to tell me what to do with my property.
This is an old,
Based.
if I can respond, I don't want to violate whatever the orders are, how we
Well,
can proceed.
I'd like to hear your response, and then I'll give Glenn another opportunity, and then we'll move on to the next
No, it's
question.
okay. You can respond and we can move on.
Okay.
Well, I guess I would respond in a number of ways. The reference to the person who starts the business, usually with capital, some money, maybe owning some equipment. Most of the time, if you look even a little bit into it, the person who owns it didn't make it. Somebody else did. Somebody else did the work to make the machine, to make everything we call capital, including the monetary representation.
So it was weird because when he first says that, if you look into it, they didn't make it. I thought like, you think he's talking about like, oh, is he saying that the majority of companies that are owned, like the owner of the company is not, is not the person that created the idea. It's just the person that had the original capital investment or something, right? That's what it sounds like he's starting to say. Now, I guess obviously you could say that it's probably true because the longer a business exists, the more likely it will be sold to someone else.
yeah,
Right.
a lot of guys start businesses just to sell them.
Right, but it sounds like he's talking about like new businesses that are being started up. And I was like, oh, I wonder if that's true. But then he immediately launches into, well, they didn't create it because they didn't create like the machine. And you're like, wait, what? It's like, well, yeah, they didn't create the machine that creates the building that they're in, so they didn't create the business. And I'm like, wait a minute. That's like a ridiculous argument.
That's totally ridiculous. Yeah, stretch.
Yeah, you're like, okay, wait a minute. Come on.
Of that capital. So there's an interesting question. How did it come to be your property or the property of the entrepreneur when the work done to produce it was by somebody else? It becomes even more odd when you realize.
I mean, this is such a weird argument because even under his system, he's not unless he's advocating for something even crazier, which I've never heard of. He's not advocating that like the construction company that constructs the building that your business runs out of, that they should get a stake in your business because they built the building.
They
I mean,
should.
that would be insane. Like, and I've never heard him, you know, even if it was even if everything was a co-op, so the construction company was a co-op, you'd still hire them to build the building for you. They don't get a share of the building unless this is a totally insane. I mean, like there'd be no way society could function or run if you know, just by creating the building, they get a share. Just every person that creates a machine you use gets a share.
Of course it could.
If you need pens, do the people that make the pens get a share of your company? Like, this is such a weird. This is such a bizarre argument. But.
Blockchain, man.
Okay.
Blockchain. When you build a building, you have a share in all the economic activity that goes in there.
So everyone's gonna get like you know 0.001 cent shares of like every company. Like if you make pens, you know.
And then you leave it to your kids. Wouldn't that just? I mean, I don't. It's interesting that so much of this is about the distribution of resources. So, yeah.
Is that the justification for the entrepreneur getting the profit now is that he or she provides the capital which they didn't produce, but they got from somebody else, and now it's the rationale to get yet more profit, to accumulate the capital, which is how capitalism works. Well, then we see that there are some people who make all the things, and there are other people who in some magical way acquire that which is not consumed and therefore can be accumulated as capital.
So, I said earlier, one of socialism's and communism's biggest flaws is that it doesn't account for human psychology. And this is kind of like the way that I see it is that socialism, and you know, I haven't read Das Kapital, so I haven't read Marx, so I don't know if this is, I know, for shame. But I wouldn't be surprised if essentially he has an ideology, he has a moral intuition that he then maps onto human behavior, as opposed to looking at human behavior and trying to map a system around that and account for that. Because socialism and Marxism seems to never take into account human behavior. And that's part of why the Marxist and socialist inspired fields are so enamored with blank slate theory of human nature. Because if humans are all born as blank slates and you could just program them, you know, through teaching whatever you want, then maybe socialism would work. But that's not true. There are just people that are just certain ways, and they just come out certain ways. And even if, you know, it talks about, you know, nurture does affect you to some degree, you know, we're not smart enough to be able to control every single variable that's going to make a human, you know, behave in a specific way. And so, like what Richard is saying, it's not accounting for the fact that, again, he's acting like every single person on Earth, if they had money and resources, would just be able to take that money and start some profitable business.
No, they'd lose. Look at Kanye. They'd just lose that money.
Well, I don't know if Kanye's a good example. But it's just, not everyone has the capacity to do that. Not everyone has the energy, the motivation, the intelligence, the wherewithal. There's a million different little things. And part of, you know, the idea of ownership is like the person, you know, not only just provides the capital, but the person goes out there, they spend the time and the energy to make the thing. That, like, in capitalism, you're paid not necessarily fairly. You're paid based on how many people can do what you do. Or at least that's the idea behind it. You know, if everyone can do your job, you get paid very little because anyone can do your job.
Yeah, supply and demand.
Right, supply and demand. But if not a lot of people can do your job, you get paid a lot. And it's kind of the same thing with, like, that's how ownership works. Not a lot of people can just go out there and start some successful business. That's why they get paid a lot, because not a lot of people could do it. And Richard doesn't seem to account for that in his calculation.
Richard thinks anyone could do that. Richard thinks, it's a lot of it is just driven by arrogance. He thinks he could easily be Elon Musk. He could just step into Twitter and, here, I'll run things.
Right. They think that, like, every rich person is basically Patrick Bateman from American Psycho.
Exactly.
You know, sit in office. They don't really do anything all day. They just accumulate money.
They murder
you know,
people on weekends.
and murder people on weekends.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if that number is very small and self-reproductive, and the vast majority are left out of the process, then we have a system which is unjust, which is functioning in a way that ought to raise a lot of questions. And the answer can't...
Shouldn't we be able to see? I mean, are there a lot of people who are extremely intelligent and motivated that are being held back? It feels like we should do some research into that. That should be like a metric that we should look at. I guess this is the upward mobility metric, because I just wonder, it's like everybody that I know that's like smart and motivated is like making money. They're like, they're doing their thing.
Yeah.
There's not a lack of opportunities for them. I'm not talking to these smart, motivated people and they're going, oh, I don't, life sucks. It's funny. Even I had a friend of mine who was like the most downer guy about everything. You couldn't talk to him about anything, and it was always, this and that, and life is against us, and it's so unfair, and the rich people. Basically, Richard Wolff's entire line here. And even he has become ungodly successful. So I don't understand. Like, if that guy can do it.
Well, okay. So, I mean, I'm sure there's lots of people out there who are smart and are motivated and, are in bad situations. I'm sure there's lots of people like that.
Sure, yeah. But how many are there? I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that question. But I think the metric, again, is, as you said, is you have to look at upward mobility.
Yeah.
And it's not just a question of, what are all the smart, motivated people doing? Because as Richard Wolff, he just said, he's bringing up fairness to other people. So he doesn't really necessarily care about just, the motivated and intelligent. He thinks everyone should be treated fairly, which I agree with. Everyone should, in an ideal society, be treated fairly. Now, we would argue what fairly means. And I think that's part of why the socialists get so mad when people like Jordan Peterson bring up, IQs, and he brings up the, less than 80 IQ and the difficulty for people to get jobs if they're like that, because they don't even want to address that because it completely destroys how their system would even function or work at all.
Yeah.
But the issue is, and this is why the whole socialism thing seems so dumb to me. It's like we had under capitalism, the greatest upward mobility in the country's history. So why do we need to go to socialism to get back to that? Why can't we just keep tweaking capitalism to get back to where we were? Why do we have to throw it all out and enact a completely new system that's literally never produced that kind of outcomes that they think it will produce or that we would want in our society?
Because we got to get rid of these rich people, man. What the fuck? Of course.
Well, yeah, that's part of the issue, yeah.
That is the issue for them, but I guess they suffer from a lot of envy. I think envy is something. If most people are driven by greed, I think they're driven by envy. Socialists are driven by envy.
Maybe.
It's been productive because we have lots of economic systems that are productive, that achieve economic growth in the usual way we conceptualize it. And at least in modern times, the most successful accumulators of capital, the most successful producers of value and growing the wealth of a society have been the Soviet Union in the 20th century and China today. And you'd therefore have a rough road to hoe to justify much on the grounds of production, since that would take you in a direction you probably don't want to go.
We can't possibly disagree more. The Soviet Union was the most successful economy of the 20th century. That seems to me to be absurd.
No.
Well, I mean, you can defend yourself when you get another chance to operate. China has grown the way it has grown in the 21st century precisely because it's moved away from centralized economic decision-making and has allowed markets, prices, and the free exchange of goods to take place there. And it has attracted capital And that capital that has come into China has left with profits that have benefited Western investors. I don't want to get into the weeds about theory of value and Marxism and exploitation and so forth and so on. I'll simply say this: labor is not the only factor contributing to the production of value. People bring capital and people bring natural resources and raw materials and other inputs. They bring non-produced inputs. A theory of value which attributes everything to either the direct or the indirect contribution of labor, I think has been refuted by history.
Okay, thank you. We're going to stop here. And thank you for both of your strong rebuttals. Let's move into let's segue into the next one. I think this one will be interesting. And I'll start with
What are these faces? There's like weird faces going on. Do you see this?
On the people? What do you mean?
Go back and look at their faces.
strong rebuttals. Let's move into let's segue into the next one. I think this one will be interesting. And I'll start with you,
What's happening here?
Richard Wolff
Why
is
does
delusional.
He looks like he's like really pissed or something.
Yeah, he's like, why did Glenn have to invite his wife to fucking moderate this debate? We can't just talk?
Maybe that's it. He wanted to respond to that. I mean, he does respond to that point later. And I'm glad this comes up because this is actually an important point, because even though I think, as we talked about, even though upward mobility is important, you can't have a univariable view of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't even just look at upward mobility as like, this is the only thing that matters. Because the Richard Wolff's point with the USSR and China is always, they had the greatest growth, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, well,
Despondent growth, yeah.
When you go from like a dirt farm to like modern society, obviously it's it's a pretty big growth leap that you're gonna have.
Yeah.
Now he makes the leap in logic that I think is not founded in evidence, that that massive growth could only exist under communism. Was like, well, no, I think that growth is just going from dirt farm to modern technology, modern society. It's going to be massive growth. You could have anything that could do that. It could be capitalism. You could have a king that could do that, under monarchy. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a pretty big growth spurt. The question is, what happens once you stabilize? And I think that's what you see is with the USSR. When you look at China now, it's like they have these massive growth spikes, and then when they start to reach normal levels, like what happens? Progress just drops off. Just goes. Flatlines.
China doesn't have a culture of consumerism, which is why it fucking sucks. Because they're like, we work all day and just save our money. Well, if you don't have people to buy your products, thank goodness Americans are like, I spend all day and fucking relax. It's amazing when you start reading about economics and capitalism. It's just you see the world a totally different way. Like, do you think it's good to have a culture of where, we just work 12-hour days and just, sleep and, our little hovel and then go back to work and save all our money we never spend on anything. I mean, I guess they built a bunch of real estate and now there's like nobody's buying up the real estate because they don't have this culture of like spending.
Sure. Well, then on top of that, as Glenn said, China's economy only really, it was like pretty not doing great until they basically decided to start using market signals. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly they start doing well, suddenly. Yeah. Without, who could have predicted that when you start letting the markets make these economic decisions, suddenly they start to do much better.
Only in certain areas. So they use market forces in certain places and not in others. So
right, that's true. But then on top of that, and of course, that's only when you're looking at the economics. We can't ignore the social situation of China, where they have this insanely Orwellian, the most Orwellian besides maybe like, North Korea, but, this insanely Orwellian, kind of nightmare system where the government has just so much control over everyone's lives, which is directly influenced, related because of socialism and because the adherence of the socialist system.
Yeah, they're never going to get to They've got two big problems. They don't have large markets of customers because people don't, they work and save. They don't buy. And unless you, like, if you're working your ass off to produce stuff that nobody's going to buy, you're wasting your time. So unless they fix that situation, or, open a more free and open society so they actually get people developing new products and services and not just looking to other freer countries to, steal their technology. They're never going to get, it's not going to happen because they're a authoritarian dictatorship. So they're worried.
That's why they have to steal. There's no motive. What's the motivation to create something new?
Yeah. They call it despotic growth and the narrow corridor to liberty.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can get growth out of despotic growth. Well, or as you say, like America has a nice tall glass of water, so we put a little in there and it's a little bit of growth. But, nations that have an empty glass, it's like 2 drops. Oh my God, the growth is incredible here. It's like 300% growth. Yeah, you got 2 drops of water in your glass. Okay. Nothing to brag about.
Socialism strike fear in us.
In us. You
Yes.
too? This is news to me. Okay. Now, we've been having this conversation, my wife and I, for some time now. I think socialism is wrongly seen by many Americans as somehow a stalking horse for Marxist totalitarian, overpowering state that'll take our freedoms away. I mean, it needn't.
I love you, Glenn, but I hard disagree with what you just said. Because I think I mean, I don't think the individual people that, not everyone that, I don't think most people that advocate for socialism are secretly like want a dictatorship. But I think that just the necessity, or rather just the unintentional outcome of implementing that system is that it always is going to create an authoritarian government. Because, as I said, since it's trying to achieve an outcome, it just requires so much authoritarian control and so many different avenues of life to reach that outcome.
Yeah.
Be so. There are socialist countries that have veered in that direction, but it needn't be so. I would not lay that at the feet of socialism. I think vested interest, I don't have a problem saying this, the people who are on top, who are wealthy, who do control the economic engines of production, don't want to lose their influence and their power. I don't blame them for that. So I think ideologically, the evolution of the Cold War, the characterization of the Soviet Union as an evil empire, the nuclear standoff, the proxy fighting in one venue in Latin America or in Southern Europe or whatever it might be ever since the end of the Second World War.
So I just want to say, because I was questioning it from the comment he made to his wife, and maybe this is why he had her moderate. In his Substack, he says that her views, her economic, political views are more aligned with Richard's than his own.
Yeah, she's a socialist.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why he had her do the moderation.
That's why he said, "Oh, both of us," because he knows she disagrees. Yeah.
Right.
Has created an environment where, and I regret this, objective consideration of the relative merits of alternative ways of organizing the economy has been difficult to sustain because of the political interest and concerns that I've called attention to. But I think even though that's the case, when we do open the discussion as we're doing right now, and we try to lay the case for and against capitalism and socialism on the table, there are plenty of reasons, and I'll have the opportunity later to say what I think as to why one should opt for the capitalist side of that equation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rick?
Well, I'm very glad that we agree on a lot of the things you began your comments with, and I agree that I think we do agree on that, and I'm gratified by that. And I'm gratified because it means you have not been as affected by the last 75 years of stifling hostility to socialism that so many other people have been. But I would like to comment a little bit on that in terms of me. I have never had, in my experience in the Ivy Leagues that I was educated in, or in the basic intellectual life of the United States, I have never, ever experienced what I would call a reasonably balanced conversation of the sort that you deserve my appreciation for doing right now. But it's very, very rare. I have not experienced it hardly ever. I can assure you that the courses I was taught at Harvard, Stanford, and Yale, which are the only institutions I ever attended, were all either ignorant of the whole tradition of Marxism or hostile, and very often both. But the notion that there would have been a professor who could have said, I'm here,
Not now, though.
I'm going to talk to you about
What are you talking
economics
about?
or history.
Yeah, I know. Like, well, that's part of the issue too. Is like, yeah, I'm sure that was definitely true in the past. I can't imagine that that's true now. I mean, maybe in specifically economic fields in colleges, but obviously in college right now, there's a lot of domination of socialist
Can't
ideas
be
and
like a professor at Yale without being a Marxist. What are you talking
yeah.
about?
So now it's like the exact opposite. So
Yeah. That's why Richard Wolff is front and center now, because he's so
Yeah.
high risk. The environment, like, he's like a superstar now because they're literally pulling him out of his classroom because they're like, we need someone to talk about Marxism. Let's pull who's the dumbest person on the planet. Let's pull him out of his classroom and bring him here to talk to us. Look, he taught at Harvard and Yale and Princeton and all. Look, he'll make it seem good. It's true. From the social scientist crowd, it's amazing that they don't. Obviously, social science goes against socialism pretty badly.
yes.
So
Well, but that's what's so weird is that like actual social science does, but then for some reason that field is just so ingrained with socialism and socialist ideas that so many of the social sciences are basically so poisoned and ruined by socialism
yeah,
in the cultural version of socialism. So I saw Lance on Twitter the other day. He posted a comic. Let me see if I can bring it up. It blew me away. It said, it's got 4 panels, and I'm only going to talk about the first panel. The first panel, it's got 2 people talking, and the guy says, I'm anti-woke. And then the person responds by saying, so you're anti-civil rights?
ouch.
And I was like, Lance, who has constantly criticized James Lindsay recently in a video, and Jordan Peterson for not understanding like CRT, he doesn't understand that wokeness is anti-liberal civil rights movement.
Yeah,
Like he doesn't
Oh, wow.
understand
Yeah.
anything that like the ideology of what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not. It's the opposite of civil rights, obviously.
Yes,
Yeah,
civil rights was based on liberal principles of
freedom.
how things should be, inequality and individual rights. And wokeness is saying no. We don't want color blindness. We don't want liberal individualism anymore. We want this socialist conception of race relations.
Yeah. I hope you responded. Wokeness is against civil rights. What are you talking about?
I didn't.
That's
but
why
I will.
That's why we're against wokeness.
Right. Cool. Because I
We're-
knew
we're
that you were trying to get him to
pro-civil
come
rights.
on. So
Yeah.
I didn't want to be like, what the fuck, Lance, you stupid.
Oh yeah. That's smart. Yeah. Look at that. Sitch is actually trying to work with me as a producer.
I know.
Man, you're
That's
the
what I
best.
should do. I should every time Adam's like, "Hey, Sitch, we should get someone on." I should be like, "Yeah," and I should just go like start bad mouthing them on Twitter.
Well, sometimes that's a strategy. So I
I
mean,
know sometimes it works. Yeah.
yeah, you gotta kind of know what know the personality type that you're
Right.
engaging with. So
Right. Well, no. Here's the maneuver. See, if I was like more Machiavellian and like kind of dishonest, I would be like, oh, I would just call them stupid, but I wouldn't actually explain the reasoning. Just be like, oh, you're dumb, and I'd give like a dumb reason, so they think, oh, I can go talk to them and kick their ass.
Oh yeah.
You know, you pretend to be stupid on Twitter, and then when they come on, then you'd be like, well, actually.
I want Lance is a mystery to me because I think you are. It's so funny because this stupid or dishonest divide is everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say stupid, but as a
But.
as a
But.
well, look, I'm not like a genius or anything, obviously.
Right.
So
Right.
it's all
This is a show of dummies, okay?
it's
We're
all
dummies
relative. Maybe inexperienced is what I would go with.
here. Nice
I feel like
save.
Lance is just. I mean, he's in a bubble. He's in a partisan bubble. So as someone who's been in that partisan bubble, and you see the world in a particular way, everything is logical from that perspective of the world.
Right. That's true.
And the thing that always, and a lot of people say Lance is dishonest. I think,
Well, he is.
yeah, see, you come down on the dishonest side. But the thing that is always makes me go, that doesn't make a lot of sense is doesn't he run his channel like a co-op? I think he does like profit sharing with it.
No, well, okay. I'm not saying he's okay.
Like, why would a dishonest person do that?
Wait. Well,
That's-
let's pause.
yeah.
Let's pause for a second.
Okay.
When I say Lance is dishonest, I don't mean like. I'm not saying he's a grifter like Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
Hassan is a grifter. Hassan, you know, and even like I think Hassan honestly does agree with all his bullshit socialist moral intuitions and garbage that he spouts, but he's a horrible hypocrite because he doesn't live his life according to those principles. Even if he thinks that they're true in his heart of hearts, he doesn't live his life according to them.
I don't think he thinks they're true. I think
I'm just, even if I were to give him the
benefit of the doubt.
benefit of the doubt, yeah, he's still a hypocrite, and to me that makes him a grifter or a dishonest person an ideologically dishonest person. With Lance, I'm not saying that he doesn't believe the ideology. I'm not even saying he doesn't live the ideology, but the way in which he attacks people is dishonest. So like,
well, yeah,
you know,
I figured it.
like he keeps calling like Matt Walsh, who we're not big fans of. We've done videos criticizing Matt Walsh, but Lance keeps calling Matt Walsh like a pedo defender,
Yeah.
which
That's
he's
obviously a
never
lie.
done
Okay.
anything remotely like that. He keeps taking like things that Matt Walsh has said out of context to make him look like he's in favor of underage, relationships or something. He's literally done the exact same thing with Carl. He keeps making Carl look
you're
like
right.
he keeps trying to insinuate that Carl was like defending Amos Yee or is defending pedophiles or something, which is like could not be further from the truth. And he recently today he did the same thing with Jordan Peterson, where he takes like an out of context tweet and he makes it look like Jordan Peterson is in favor of pedo shit. And it's just like
Dishonest.
it's just very dishonest. Now I'm sure that not sure, but I would assume that his line of internal reasoning is he thinks all those people are being dishonest and who they label as pedos or groomers.
Right.
So that justifies him to be dishonest back to them.
It's tit
I'm
for
assuming
tat.
that's I'm assuming that's sort of the logic that he's operating under. But I don't agree with that logic whatsoever.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, I figured it out. So he is blatantly dishonest to people that he sees as political adversaries.
yes.
So,
exactly.
and he's completely honest with people he sees as his political allies. So
Maybe, yeah.
That's how
so.
it breaks down.
Sure.
So it is safe to call him dishonest. Like he's a dishonest fuck. He's basically totally dishonest. Yeah.
Yeah, and how he's attacking people, it's just
But
you
he
can
doesn't
criticize
see
these
me.
people without lying about them. Like
He doesn't see me as his political adversary though, because I think like we had Actual Justice Warrior on the channel or something, and I think Sean vaguely mentioned something about, I don't know, crime statistics or something like that.
right.
And I clapped back. I'm like, why do we even want to talk about this? And I think Lance saw that as, oh, Adam is on my side. So
Maybe.
I'm
he
just-
hates Sean. They
I'm
have,
just
like, a
skating off of
feud,
that
so.
one interaction, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, and also like if we were larger,
Oh yeah, he'd totally come after.
he
It would
would
be gloves
totally come
off.
after
Yeah,
us.
they see us.
Right.
We're like the minnows. That he's like, I want the big fish. I'm going after Shoe. Shoe on
Right.
head's my next target.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot. Yeah, then he was dishonest in how he attacked Shu.
Totally dishonest. Yeah.
Him and Xanderhall and all those.
All
people.
her fans are Nazis. I'm
yeah. She's advocating that people attack LGBT people. Blah, blah,
I
blah,
can't
blah.
imagine Shu having like one Nazi in her audience. But I guess her audience is so big. Maybe she's got one in there. But
yeah, I'm sure she's got a couple. But it's not. She's not advocating for that cause whatsoever.
Yeah.
So.
Oh God, I hate that line of reasoning.
Well, it's funny because
you have so many Nazis in your audience. That's why I hate you.
I mean, the only reason that she would probably even have anyone that's like far right in her audience is because she's wrongly attacked by the far left. Like they're the ones drawing those people into her or driving those people into her audience.
You get far right people in your audience if you just don't straw man the right with some brain dead take. It's like they're like, oh my goodness, this person actually understands.
Well, I'm drawing a distinction between like right and far right.
Right. Well, far right is just racist, right?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things.
Well, I think far right is racist. I mean, that's when someone says far right, they're using.
I guess you're right.
I guess you're right. For racism.
Yeah. It's kind of
why do you think they say it?
It's an unfortunate category.
What is far right that's not
because
racist?
There are technically people far right that, like on a political spectrum, would be far right that have nothing to do with racism. Like advocating for monarchy would literally make you far right, but it has nothing to do with racism.
Okay.
And so, but it can get conflated because you're right. When people generally say far right, they mean like Nazi or something.
When people talk about monarchy, they're not thinking far right. Like that's like flat Earth to most people. They're like, they're a little crazy.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I don't want to. What I'm saying is that if we use the term, you're like, I don't want to throw shade at Aiden or anyone because I don't think Aiden's racist.
Aiden's in the chat. Yeah.
Hey, Aiden. Yeah. But I would assume that monarchy technically is far right on like the political spectrum.
Oh, Aiden brings up an excellent point. She says, what? Far left is not racist? Yeah, they're racist as fuck, man.
That's true.
That's one of the reasons why Sitch and I are anti-woke, because they are racist fucks. Right. They're totally racist. Yeah. Wokeism is racism.
Well, I would say racism exists on all points of the political spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Not in the center. We don't allow racism in the center.
Well, okay.
What is
racism
the centrist
exists every
racist?
single point except the center. Okay.
What is the racist centrist position?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there isn't.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Isn't Carl trying to come say anti-immigration is like the
Carl's
centrist
trying to
position?
build the race-based enlightened centrist.
What's going on? Why is Carl? Look, Carl, you have a very successful show with the Lotus Eaters. Why are you trying to muscle in on our territory? I don't get it. I thought we were friends. What's going on? You're like Sitch and Adam have had the centrist label for far too long now.
I know.
Let's see if I can muscle in on their territory.
Yes. How dare he? How dare he?
What's going on in this debate?
I don't know.
It does get
the fields
spicy
I was
later
interested
on.
in.
Yes.
And I'm going to present you with the Marxian perspective. And then
what?
Oh, shit. We said his name, and now he's here.
Say his name, and he shall appear.
Anti-immigration isn't racism, Adam. I always see he's posting at our Sargon Avocado account. I'm trying to call you Carl. Carl.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. The left has painted nationalism and anti-immigration as racism, which it's a bad stereotype on their part. I get that. Yeah. I'm not saying you're racist for being anti-immigration. So I want to make that clear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, is it bad to say, I mean, I don't really have any friends that I would classify as racist. I think most of it's because I grew up in California and like all my friends are like California. So I guess I did know people in the South that were openly racist, but I wouldn't call them my friends in any way, shape, or form. So
right.
But I would consider Carl a friend because I think Carl is just honest, and Carl does adopt our tactic or our ethos, which is it's a terrible ethos because it's so constraining, but it's the ethos that Lance doesn't adopt, that he has to be honest even when he's talking to his political rivals. Carl is honest even when he's talking to his political rivals, and it's one of the reasons why I would call Carl a friend and say, you know, I trust Carl. But I mean, I've never seen any kind of racism out of Carl. Otherwise, I would question, like, I don't know. Is that wrong for me to say, like,
No.
if you're a racist, I don't want to be friends with you. I don't want to.
Well, it's not. I mean,
I don't wanna,
you can be friends with whoever you want.
I don't want to claim you as a friend if you're a big fat racist. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm friends with anyone. I mean, not that I'm aware of that are racist.
Now
so.
I'm wondering if I do have any racist friends, because I mean, I
Secret
have some,
racist friends.
Well, no, I do. I'm thinking of Aiden's comment. I do have a lot of really woke, super woke friends, and they are. I guess they are racist against white people.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But it's, I take it back. Like 50% of my friends are racist.
So you know a bunch of white people that are racist against other white people.
Yeah. I guess I do. Okay. Well, never mind.
There you go. You're friends with all sorts of racist people, Adam.
I guess so. Wow.
I don't actually.
Let's just say they're the right kind of racist, though.
First of all, I don't have any friends, but no, I don't.
I'm just kidding.
I don't think I have any like woke, like super woke, especially racist woke friends. You know, I know people that have pretty like left wing economic opinions, but they're, you know, they don't really subscribe to a lot of like the cultural woke shit and the anti white shit that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
But then again, you live in like, you know, California. So.
We go to dinner parties and stuff, and my wife just gives me a heads up. She's like, "Okay, Adam,
listen,
best behavior."
These people can drive you crazy.
Well, she knows they're gonna talk about Trump, and they're gonna talk about Elon, and they're gonna talk about like they just basically whatever the New York Times is selling, like they're just drinking it down. Just give me that fucking New York Times, MSNBC. You know, Fox News is just political propaganda storyline, and I just want to talk about it at dinner all night long.
Right.
And sometimes I'll say something that is like, I'll go like right up to the line where it's like it could be interpreted multiple ways to like cover my tracks, and my wife will just look at me like, why are you doing this?
Aiden for $5. Thank you, Aiden. Aiden says Dr. Lehman copyrighted Enlightened Alt-Centrism in 2016. He took the mantis shrimp pill first.
No way.
There you go. I do remember that, so that is true.
He was calling centrist?
He took Enlightened Alt-Centrist. We just took Enlightened Centrist, so.
Yeah. You can't have alts in your name. No. Alt means racist. Whatever.
Do your friends not know what you do? Oh, yeah, I guess for Adam they don't. For me, they all do. So,
I mean, not really. And obviously, who's going to listen to like a 9-hour live stream? Like
that's true.
Nobody's going to listen.
Well, yeah, they know. Yeah, that's true. They know, but are they listening? Are they fans? No, not. I mean, you know, they'll listen a little bit. They're like, well, listen to a little bit of your show. I don't like that's fair.
Well, I mean, obviously, Isaac has been. I did like 12 live streams with Isaac, and Isaac is basically the type of person that I'm talking about here.
Right.
There's tons of Isaacs obviously in the world. So, and I told you recently another one of our friends, longtime friends. I got on like a 3-way call with Isaac and him, and he was basically saying, oh, Isaac just lives in a bubble and all this shit, all the stuff I was telling him on the live stream. And Isaac had the moment of like, am I really? It's maybe I thought it was Adam that was crazy. That's why he jumped to get me on the call with him. He was like, oh, you're not going to believe this. Dion is saying I'm crazy, just like you were saying that.
Oh, see, all he needed was a second opinion to agree with you. And then suddenly...
Yeah, not only that. I mean, Dion he's way left wing. So, I mean, if he's wise to it, then obviously Isaac is like, oh my God, I'm insane. Yeah.
Anyway.
Non-Marxian, and then we're going to have a conversation about the virtues and strengths and weaknesses on both. I never had that experience. My professors were afraid. When I would raise my hand, as I became interested, I could see in their eyes fear. And the few who were honest with me in their offices afterwards explained to me, I can't talk to you about that, because that'll get represented by some other student in the class, and next I'll be get a reputation as the young man or woman in those days it was all men, the young man who was interested in Marxism, and I don't need that for my career. I don't want that for my career. Do you see any senior professors around here who are Marxists? And at Harvard, not one. And at Yale, not one. At Stanford, for a very short time, one. Out of the 20 semesters I had, 20 semesters.
So he's talking about when he went to school, a million years ago. He's not talking about like now that he's a teacher, or now that he opens a door and he trips on all the Marxists,
Yeah.
somewhere in college.
In which I got my my undergraduate degree, 3 master's degree, and a PhD, which is what I have from those universities, most of them in economics. Here, with the exception of the one professor, 1 semester out of 20, no one ever gave me one word of Karl Marx's critique to read. It was as if it wasn't there. It was that magical way in which somebody obviously in the room is magically determined not to be in the room. And for me, I then went with other students like me, and we learned it on our own because that was the only way to learn it. And I'm just describing the little academic corner of the universe.
So, okay, wait.
If you make it long.
I don't understand what the point of all this is, because it's like,
It's
This
the
would be like
forbidden fruits that you got to understand.
I guess, this would be like saying, in my college biology degree, I couldn't find anyone teaching creationism, I looked and I looked and I looked, and no one was teaching creationism. They all just believed in that thing called evolution. It's like, well, okay. He went to school. Okay, I'm looking up. He went to school in 1963 to 1969. Okay. So, yeah, in the 60s, where it's like, right after the Red Scare, it's the height of the Cold War, like people are afraid, Russia's going to start a nuclear war with America. Like, yeah, I can understand. Not a lot. And, not a lot of people in American economic, classrooms were teaching, Marxism. That's understandable. Sure. Yeah. What's the point, I guess?
Yeah. There are political adversaries, but.
Larger, we have a 75-year history. We have to climb.
Is he, hey, I went to college and I looked and no one was teaching Nazism. Why was no one teaching fascism? I looked everywhere. I'm like, where are all the fascist teachers teaching fascism? I just couldn't find them. I couldn't find them anywhere.
I wouldn't characterize the creationism thing is interesting, because I wouldn't characterize as creationism as a theory being, oppressed by evolution. It's a utility thing. It's not a, you'd be a creationist if you want to be a creationist.
Right.
I just feel like the utility is not there for doing certain things. And
it's
same with Marxism. Go ahead.
Well, I think it says Glenn is going to, when he rebuts this, he's like,
I know, it's great.
There's no conspiracy. That's because it doesn't work. So obviously they're not going to teach it.
Yeah.
Under in this country to catch up. I won't bore your audience, but Marxism has changed dramatically in the last 40 years. Most Americans don't know it.
In time. Thank you.
Look at that. What the biased moderator there. See him giving a shout out to Richard Wolff. Thank you. We're working on my husband here. This just turned into like a group therapy session. No wonder this is so weird.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man.
I see. You're saying it's the two of them against Glenn. Is that what you're saying?
I'm thinking this whole debate was inspired by a fight between Glenn and his wife. And his wife was like, if you just sat down with Richard Wolff, we could bring Richard Wolff in and he would set you straight. Richard Wolff is so smart. He knows all this stuff. And he's like, fine, honey, fine, okay. And then she fucking set it up. He was like, oh, shit.
You could be like, maybe that's why she calls him Rick. Maybe they've been long-time email pen pals.
They are, definitely.
He's like, you won't believe what my, right-toed husband said to me, Rick.
My far-right husband. My far-right husband.
And he's like, well, did you explain how feudalism started?
I did, but it got so boring he left. Yeah, he said he was going to see a movie.
Do you care to rebut?
Well, I know not so much as rebut. I mean, we don't have to necessarily disagree about everything. And I mean, the statement of fact that you don't see Marx taught in graduate economics courses in the top universities in the United States is absolutely true. You don't see Marxism taught. Undergraduates, I'd be surprised if there weren't courses on Marxist thought in undergraduate curriculum at departments, but I don't have any data on that. I want to say a couple of things. One is economics is a specialized technical at the high level, at the frontier of the academic, what's in the journals, what kind of research programs are being undertaken, what's getting funded by the National Science Foundation, what's being published in Econometrica, et cetera, what the brightest young men and women are being attracted to, the kinds of problems they work on. It's a specialized technical enterprise. It's not a philosophical enterprise. I mean, you don't see right-wing economics being taught in these places either. Austrian economics, whatever it is, that's quirky, kind of weird stuff for the mainstream economics profession. These men and women, they have their green eye shades on. They're doing their sums, It's become very mathematical. On the empirical side, it's become very statistical. So the observation that Marxism isn't taught to mainstream economics students is simply a statement about the nature of economics, not about the nature of Marxism. Economics as it is now being practiced in the elite academy.
Yeah.
I'll allow one response.
Okay.
Please.
If I had time, I would explain that Marxian economics is an alternative way of constructing a series of propositions about how economies work. Those can be formulated in technocratic ways, in mathematical ways. I could give you the literature to do all of that. None of that is brought in. It is excluded because it is, at its base, a critique of capitalism. And this system is so fragile, it can't allow that kind of thing at the level of the people at the top who are going to go on to do what? My classmates are, work at Brookings Institute, work for the government, work for the large corporations, or become teachers in turn at the same level of the same material. It's almost a kind of incestuous process from which certain folks are excluded. And the ironies become clear with people like me, since we have the same training they do. My classmate at Yale in my class was Janet Yellen. I mean, I know what she learned. She learned from the same professors I did, in the same classroom I did, took the same exams I did. I know what we both were taught, and we were taught something that systematically excluded even those Marxists who had been similarly trained, used the same materials, but reached diametrically different conclusions.
Based.
A system like ours that could not and would not allow alternatives with all the credentials you could imagine is a system that must be very, very fragile beneath its veneer of self-assuredness.
There is no conspiracy to keep your Marxist papers out of the American Economic Review. All you have to do is persuade a set of referees that it is advancing the frontiers of knowledge as they understand it. That's not a political agreement. That's an intellectual and a disciplinary agreement. Much of what I think one would take to be the Marxist intellectual inheritance is found in the humanities and in other social sciences, which are not specialized quite in the way that economics has become. Maybe we're asking the wrong questions in economics. Questions, for example, about what drives the dynamism of technological innovation in the information age. What's going on in Silicon Valley? Questions like, what are the implications of globalization and of opening of markets and goods flowing back and forth for the processes of economic development in various countries? I'm not saying Marxists don't address these questions. I know that they do. What I'm saying is that mainstream economics gatekeepers are persuaded that the neoclassical approach, that is the assumption that firms maximize profits, that consumers seek to maximize their utility subject to their budget constraints, that prices get determined by supply and demand in a set of markets being balanced one against the other, that investment is attracted by the anticipated rate of return, that expectations drive what's going to be inflation, et cetera. Those kinds of questions are most adequately illuminated by a set of techniques. It's techniques, not ideology, that's at play here. And as I say, Marxism is alive and well in the academy. It's just not in the economics department.
Yes.
This is so good.
That's a great answer. Yeah.
Glenn is so good at this. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
It's a technical problem. It totally is. That's why functionality is the key to this. But he wants to make it all political. It's like falling into that oppressed frame is just like second nature to him. It's like, oh, Marx could get ahead if it wasn't for all the oppression being thrust upon Marxism.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, because like, okay, so the way Glenn views it is basically like, well, economically, we've settled a lot of answers to questions, or at least most people in the economics field have a shared agreement upon certain principles of things.
Yeah.
On certain truths about the nature of how economics works. And those truths align with, as he says, classical liberal economic, philosophy or
neoclassical economics.
Neoclassical, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Because I think later he says, there's not a lot of Marxist, but there's not a lot of, like Austrian economic teachers either.
Most people don't know that Austrian economics is French. Neoclassical is the mainstream economics.
Is the dominant theory, right? And so he's basically just saying, well, he's saying there's no conspiracy, Rick, just no one believes it works. Right. And if some Marxist wants to write a compelling paper explaining why it works, and they're persuasive enough, then they can do that. But I would assume, like, Rick's view on this, and I don't remember if he articulates this exactly, because I don't know if it's really worth articulating, but his view is essentially, since they believe that everyone is basically just taught what to believe, that, it is still oppression because, we live in this capitalist society and the culture, reinforces capitalism because we have this cultural hegemony that's reinforcing all this anti-communist thought. So it's still oppressive because our culture is basically set up in a way that it won't allow economics professors to adapt and believe in basically Marxist economic principles.
Right.
That'd probably be like his response, or at least what he's thinking. I don't know if he actually says that. But that's kind of part of why I would say that's bullshit, is then it's like, well, as Glenn says, if that's the case, then why is there all this Marxist socialist garbage in the social sciences and all sorts of other fields and avenues of, academia?
Yeah.
If our culture's so against it, like if our culture's been so against communism, for the last 70, 80 years, and that's all that matters, because our culture has been pretty against communism for 70, 80 years, and that's all that matters, then why does it still exist? And why is it now having this resurgence in these fields?
Because people hate rich people. That's why. Yeah. It's true. It's completely true. Yeah. It's all driven by envy.
It's driven by envy. It's driven by people who essentially, what happens is that they lose faith in the system and they lose faith in the American dream, and they just want to kick the table over and replace it with something else. And so if you're on the left, right, and if you're on the left and you want to kick the table over, then you're just going to naturally gravitate to socialism.
Right. And if you're on the right and you want to kick the table over, you're going to be
whatever that's
civil war.
You're going to be more generally, in terms of the mainstream, I'd say, is a more socially conservative model. There's an interesting thing I was thinking about the other day, which is that the Conservative Party, or the conservative movement in America, I think is doomed to fail forever until they can fix the big problem they have. And the big problem they have is that in the 1980s, because of Reagan and that ideology, basically the conservative movement in America adopted libertarian economic principles. And the problem is, libertarian economic principles do not align with conservative social principles. They're actually completely contradictory.
That's a great observation right there.
They're completely contradictory.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the left, that's not the case. Left social principles and left economic principles completely align with each other.
Right.
And work together. But on the right, they're completely contradictory. And so I don't think the conservative movement in America can ever get off the ground until it, deals with that issue. And maybe they will, but I don't know if they can, because we're starting to see it now. Like a lot of kind of the right-wing populist movement is a reaction against like neoliberal, libertarian, right-wing economic policies. Mm-hmm. But it's just, and maybe it'll take a generation to be bred out, but that libertarian argument was so bred into the right in America for so many years. It's not something that I think will be easy to shake off.
Small government conservative.
Right.
That's the libertarian principle right there.
And for me, that's a reflection of the economics department. You'd have to make the argument it's purely coincidental that this fascination with mathematics or technology happens just by some magic to exclude all the Marxists who do technical mathematical work along.
It's not magic. It's just that they look at the math and they say, you don't got the numbers. I don't know what to tell you. You're just wrong.
Beside all the Marxists who do others. It's fear in the economics department that keeps them exclusive the way they
Paul
are.
Samuelson was not afraid of anybody or anything when he wrote the Foundations of Economic Analysis. Neither is John Romer, the Marxist economist, and
nice.
I'm sure a friend of yours, no bullshit Marxist, he tells me, not somebody who a person like myself wouldn't appreciate and read his books and understand what he's trying to do. He's a serious technical economist. That is John Romer, and he's a Marxist. There are not nearly enough of him. But he's speaking the language of modern economics, and most, if I may, Marxists don't.
Well, we're going to have to stop here on this particular one, but thank you both for your illuminating response.
If it just wasn't for the fear, if it just wasn't for the conspiracy, Adam, all the economics professors in America, they'd all be Marxist because they have all the answers.
Yeah, I call bullshit.
Just let it be. Just let them breathe.
Nobody wants what they're selling. That's the
know.
problem. Well, I guess there are people that want what they're selling, but just I think they're vastly outnumbered. They're like a vocal minority.
Well, and I mean, part of the reason I think there has been this shift from economic socialism to cultural socialism is because it was too easy. We had too many countries that adapted economic socialism and failed on an economic level. And it's too easy to see the economic failures of socialism. But when you move it to this cultural realm, that's like an untapped, more vague territory. And it's not exactly clear to people. It's clear to us, but it's not clear, I think, to the general person why those ideas don't work. And also, they kind of lie and hide the fact that it is a form of cultural socialism.
Right.
I mean, I bet, if you asked, every Democrat politician that was supporting some woke stuff, and I can guarantee you, 95% of them don't understand any of the underlying philosophies to any of this stuff whatsoever.
Of course not.
To that particular question, let's move on to the next one. Has neoliberalism been beneficial for the United States? Who would like to?
Well, you want to define, Madam Moderator, do you want to define what you mean by neoliberalism?
Well, so from what I understand, with neoliberalism, there's this allowing the markets to basically dictate what occurs in our particular.
Just help her, Glenn. She needs your help. Jump in there. Come on.
You're the economics guy.
She's begging you.
I know.
She's begging for your help. Glenn, what are you doing? She's sinking here. Give her the answer.
Capitalistic system and less intervention from.
My God, did you hear that swallow? That I could hear that swallow from 3 states away. Oh my God. Oh man, the body language is just off the charts here.
Yeah.
She's like, I came up with this great question, but I don't necessarily know what neoliberalism is. It's a buzzword I don't like. This is why don't do this with your spouse.
I know. I know.
Glenn, what are you doing? This is like a first rule of the internet. Like, why are you doing this? What's going on here?
All right, don't have your wife or husband moderate a debate.
Yeah.
Not a good idea.
I do think this debate, the more that I see this, and I only listen to
I'm glad
it.
he did it because it adds an interesting level or layer to this conversation
Yeah.
that wouldn't have existed otherwise.
Well, previewing it, I just listened to it. So I missed all of this body language. Yeah,
so much body language in this.
It's very, very rich here. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can see Glenn's wife is obviously very good friends with Rick and wants Rick to sway her husband over from the dark side of neoclassical economics to the Marxist utopia. And it's not going well for her. She's having trouble defining neoliberalism, which I would just think of as, free market economics, libertarianism.
Well, it's a little bit more than that. It's
anti-regulation.
It's part of that. It's, very anti-regulation. It's kind of the idea that
Free
let the
for all.
markets essentially solve everything.
Yeah. Yeah, privatize everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Parks and Rec, privatize it.
Government as well.
Okay. So I'm going to answer in the affirmative just so it is.
Look at her looking around like, oh shit, did I do it right? This is Look, it's obvious who wears the pants in this relationship.
There you go.
So.
An interesting conversation. I think that, people have a lot of neoliberalism has become a loaded word. Cowboy capitalism could fit under that
there
umbrella.
You go.
Mixed economy in the spirit of Northern Europe, Sweden, Denmark, so forth could also fit, I think, under that umbrella.
No.
I think. That's why he said I think. Yeah.
No,
I think cowboy capitalism is closer than.
Yeah, but I would. Yeah, exactly.
Down with the regulations.
On the whole, I would support the kind of thinking and the kind of policy prescription letting goods flow across borders relatively unimpeded, letting individual firms set their own prices and not have them dictated to, letting money flow where it is that investors think they're going to get the highest return and not have that dictated by a political consideration. I would support that. But I recognize, there are, and I'll be brief, arguments from the right as well as from the left against nihilism. I recognize that throwing open borders and letting goods flow in has consequences, destabilizes, unemploys, makes redundant, and displaces. And those are real costs that have to be reckoned with. And it also has cultural consequences as influences from outside that are driven by commercial interests end up usurping long traditional practices and causing upheaval. So neoliberalism is not without its costs, but on the whole, I'm going to say 2 cheers for neoliberalism.
Thank you. Rick, please respond.
Well, I see it. I see it. I see it on two levels. One, the historical one, relatively privatized market capitalism with minimal government intervention, and collapsed in 1929 into the worst catastrophe of capitalism in its history so far. Although the ones in 2008 and 9 and the one we're still in now are trying to catch up to prove that the collapse capability of capitalism has not gone away.
Oh, Rick.
And let me just finish. And as a result, in the 1930s, the collapse of the economy, 25% unemployment in 1933, this country lurched to the left. And the form of that lurching, led by the unions, the CIO, and socialist and communist parties, gave this country a kind of social democracy. The social security system, unemployment compensation, minimum wage for the first time, government jobs by the millions for the first time, extraordinary explosion. And for the period from the 30s pretty much through the 60s, the notion of a private capitalism was a notion of a system that had proven its capacity to fail on a gargantuan scale and therefore had a very hard time. When I got my PhD, all my teachers made fun of Milton Friedman at Yale, just in case you know where I was. It wasn't.
Okay. Okay. I think he's being a little unfair here. He's kind of conflating some terms here. So while it's true in the 60s, in the 70s, early 70s, basically most economists would have made fun of Milton Friedman. Basically, even most people on the right had, deemed that the sort of New Deal economic policies that kind of came out of that time period was just the lay of, the reality of how, the economy should be run. I mean, Nixon had that famous quote. I'm trying to what exactly he said. He said, "We're all
what?
We're all
What?
Adam's not listening, so he can't help me. But
I
whatever.
know. We're all Keynesians today.
Keynesians now, right?
I did look.
Yeah.
Adam's
you. You did
always
help me.
listening. Yeah.
But yeah, so that
We're
is, so
all
that,
Keynesians now. What's
right.
it? What does that mean? What's
no. So
important
but so
about
what? So well, what I'm saying is that so while it's true-ish what he's saying about they'd all spit on Milton Friedman and everything until inflation kicked in the 70s and that kind of jostled the system around and made people rethink things. They weren't. The people in that time period were not considering Keynesian to be an anti-capitalist idea or even to be a social democrat idea whatsoever. They were just, this is just capitalism with regulations. That was the way Keynesian economics was thought of in that time period. It wasn't thought of as, we're the America socialists now because we have Social Security and, minimum wage and all these things that we all still have to this day that apparently, unless Richard is going to say we live in a social democracy still or a socialist country now still, which he's not going to say that.
Yeah.
So I feel like he's conflating terms to try to make an argument that I don't think is exactly fair to make.
Keynes, when they said we're all Keynesians now, that was the discovery that austerity is bad, and it's very counterintuitive because our moral intuitions are, we need to knuckle under, thrift is good, we need to save, that is the moral intuitions because we're biological organisms that grew up, storing food in holes in the ground. So,
right.
But modern economies don't necessarily work that way. Obviously, if I'm making things every day, I want you to buy those things. And if you stop buying those things, then I don't need to work every day, and then you don't need to work every day, and pretty soon nobody's doing anything. So it's just completely counterintuitive. Sure. But Keynes was the first guy who basically said that when there are these economic slowdowns because of psychology, because we all fall for that psychology that we need to get a nut and put it in a hole somewhere for the winter, that's when the government should step in and spend like a fucking drunken sailor buying everything everybody's making, because nobody is like, we're all saving for the winter. We're not buying anything. Someone's got to buy all that shit that we're still making, right?
Right.
So the government should step in and buy all that shit up to keep us working. And then soon the psychology switches. Well, look, I'm selling everything. I'm going to start buying shit. I'm tired of saving. Just when you reading economics is just fascinating to me. Like we have iPhones today, which I like smartphones. Sitch, are you down with smartphones? Smartphones are a pretty cool invention.
I don't use an iPhone because fuck Apple.
Okay, but you like I grew up with, I didn't have one of these amazing devices.
Either. Yeah, I'm not as old as you, but I remember. Yeah. So I didn't have a smartphone for a long time.
If we could have had these, a century ago, I think that would have been badass. The thing is, like, all of it started with some frivolous industry. Like the fashion industry really started getting capitalism going because it changed the mindset of people that they would spend on frivolous shit. And as soon as you start spending on frivolous shit, that means you can risk developing more frivolous shit that may work out and may not work out. Like it may be the next big thing and it may not. So that's just an amazing environment to live in. And the technological development I mean, I'm big into that. That's a cool part of society that the Marxists don't have any answer for. They're like, the Marxists have the mentality that we should just forego any luxury, and that, you know, we should just be growing wheat and fucking cleaning water by hand. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I want to go to Disneyland in outer space, and capitalism is going to make that happen. This is it. They even go against Marx, because Marx said this. Like, Marx's whole philosophy was capitalism was going to lead to something called superabundance, and superabundance was actually going to put capitalism out of business, because why would people work if you could just walk up to the computer station and say, you know, Earl Grey hot, thank you.
Right.
Like, obviously, what does money mean on Starship Enterprise? Like,
Right.
it's a completely different thing.
Sure.
People stop pursuing for needs and they start pursuing for wants. Wants are always going to be there, because, you know, you can always think of something more amazing. Anyway, Keynes, we're all Keynesians now, guys. The Austrian, who are probably, you know, they don't like Keynes. They always shit on Keynes all over Twitter and YouTube and stuff. They always quote Milton Friedman incorrectly, which bugs the shit out of me, when they say inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
You think there's a period there, right? There's not.
Yeah, but there's not.
Yeah, that's half the quote. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, in the sense that it is and can be produced only when there is a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than in output, as in the quantity of goods. So if you increase the money supply as you increase productivity, you will not get inflation. If you don't increase the money supply and you increase productivity, you get deflation. And deflation is horribly regressive. The people who live by the moral intuitions of, I got to get a nut and put it in the ground for winter, you know, the gold bug types. It is their moral intuitions, and I don't want to shit on that. Like, you should think in terms of saving for a rainy day, obviously, but that's not how massive economies work. I mean, that's a personal economic philosophy that doesn't map onto systems.
I understand that I have a very personal intuition where I'm like, I just want to be the dragon and hoard, hoard and not spend on anything. You know, I understand that mentality, but it doesn't really work, you know, in a wide scale economic situation.
Well, I pitch it this way often. Well, it was interesting. We talked to Dave Smith, and he said he was against austerity, which I thought, wow, when? I didn't think I would hear that from a libertarian. Yeah, I wish we had more time to talk about that. But I always pitch it this way because it does align with people's moral intuitions. Like, in a downturn in the economy, and right now, I mean, we're having inflation because the economy is really hot right now. Like, there's super low unemployment. They're literally raising interest rates to try to throw people out of their jobs so we can get some reprieve on these inflation numbers. In a downturn, though, where unemployment is high, why would you not, if you're the government, why would you not want to buy roads and bridges at a discount? Like,
well, right?
Yeah. Why are you like most people think, you know, the economy's hot, taxes receipts are high, this is the time to buy roads and bridges. That's completely counterintuitive. Right.
It's because, I mean, this is, you know, from why I think the importance of, you know, Kelton's book is that it's because psychologically we view the government as using our money. Mm-hmm. And so we say, well, wait a minute. If I'm strapped for cash, why should the government use my money to buy things? That doesn't make, you know, and that logic would make sense if that's really the way it worked, but that's not the way it works. Right.
I think you turned your mic up a bit. I can hear like everything you're doing. So.
Oh, what'd you say?
I can hear you like shifting around in your chair and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I think your mic settings changed a bit.
I did change my mic settings, yeah.
I could tell. What was the thinking there?
Because you said I was too quiet last time. That was the thinking.
Well, I can turn you up on my end, but.
Well, I could put the auto. Well, I turned off auto noise suppression, so.
Okay. I guess.
Here, I'll put it back on.
Okay. Are you
But,
doing that are you doing that in Zoom?
In Zoom, yeah.
Okay. That works great. You don't hear any of my background noise because I have a special microphone for that.
Well, you have a shotgun mic. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Anyway.
Back to what you were saying.
We can continue.
Well, just stop mentioning the author of that book or that thing that author talks about.
MMT! MMT!
The whole thing is there are certain prescriptions that the MMT purveyors are interested in that I think are just whack, ridiculous, complete nonsense. So as soon as you mention that, they're on, like, people think you're taking in all of those prescriptions as well, which that's why I'm not really saying it anymore. And also the stuff that is accurate, you can just call finance, because that's really what it is. It's not.
Sure.
Yeah.
And as Soul Doge would like to point out, MMT is also a fringe economic theory, which is true.
The MMT part is the fringe economic theory. Finance, which is a lot of the stuff that we talk about and people are mixing up with MMT, is neoclassical economics.
I think even so what we generally say is that we believe MMT's description of the economy is correct, and we don't necessarily agree with their prescriptions.
Well, because it's finance.
I understand that, but I'm not aware of, in the economic field, I don't think even the MMT description of the economy is widely accepted as true. So I would say it still is probably a more fringe economic theory.
The big difference is, like, right now we're raising interest rates to try to slow down the economy. And the MMT people believe that raising interest rates is actually the opposite. It's going to cause more inflation, that raising interest rates actually drives inflation, which is a weird situation to be in. Well, because when you raise interest rates, it's like UBI for people with money. It grows the money supply. You're literally saying, okay, now the money that you have, the money supply, we're going to give you 5% on that money. That's going to grow the money supply at a rate of 5%, which they say will cause 5% inflation, because obviously the cost of borrowing money to manufacture things is going to increase prices.
I see. So is the idea that from the people that are raising the inflation rate or the interest rate, is the idea that, okay, we'll raise interest rate so that will people will be more likely to invest in interest vehicles as opposed to expanding the business, which will lead to less people working? Is that the thought process?
Well, the thought process is that raising interest rates increases the cost of doing business, so therefore businesses. I see, because
you can't take out loans, blah blah blah.
Exactly.
Blah, blah.
So
gotcha.
if I'm going to start a business and I can get 0 interest rate loan, obviously I'm all in. If I have to pay 5%, that's a huge difference, and I may not start that business. I'm going to wait for interest rates to come down, and that will slow the economy down. But at the same time, you've got a bunch of people who have assets out there, and now those assets are earning 5%. So it's whether or not, this is the question, and it's an open question right now, whether or not raising interest rates will slow the economy down. We're actively in that experiment right now. So
yeah, but it can do both, because you can have raising the interest rates at step one will create more inflation, but then if it ends up down the road, step 2 or step 3, leading to more unemployment, that will reduce inflation. So it can do both those things.
Well, I listen to both, because I mean, I don't know which it is, right? I mean, it seems like somebody out there smarter than me could do the math and figure it out. Like how many assets are out there and how much bigger the money supply is getting. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the MMT people think that 2023 is going to be a boon year because the interest payments are like government spending.
Right.
And it's all driven by government spending. So
wasn't taken serious. It was what failed in capitalism, and what succeeds would be a governmental supervision, intervention on a regular basis with the capacity, particularly when the next collapse dawns.
all right, I have to answer this. Sorry. Debony Doombinger says, yes, Adam. Look at this right here. Should I read this in a sanctimonious voice? Because I feel like Ron DeSanctimonious here in the chat is like, yes, Adam. We've never been in a similar situation. Oh, wait. We were in the 70s and 80s. Now, what is Sitch always saying about single factor analysis? Sitch, give us your spiel on single factor analysis.
My spiel is that it's stupid.
It's dumb. It's totally dumb, right? What happened in the 70s and 80s with oil?
Well, the inflation in the 70s and 80s was caused by a completely different factor.
Yeah, it was caused by oil embargo, right?
Well,
oil restrictions.
We had
right?
the oil embargo, and you also had that labor had a lot more power in the 70s.
So Paul Volcker famously came in and like raised interest rates, I don't know, to like 50%. Obviously,
Right.
I'm being hyperbolic here, but it was outrageously high amounts. And inflation just so happened to subside when the oil situation was worked out and oil was no longer a limiting factor on supply chains. Like, so which would you go with, Sitch? Was it the price of oil giving in, or was it the
Well, again, by my own logic, you can't use a single variable. The oil embargo did have a massive effect on it.
Right, but it wasn't. The oil embargo wasn't affected by inflation rates. It was the oil producers were like, "Fuck you guys, we're not going to produce any more oil."
Right. But again, the other factor was that since labor had so much power, labor could just keep demanding a pay raise, and then that would create a cycle where labor demands a pay raise.
Well, that's
they get
like
the
the
pay
third
raise.
factor, though.
Well, or the third factor.
Well, that
and
doesn't
then
even have to do with interest rates or oil.
No, well, wait a minute. It has to do with inflation, though. Because
Okay.
if labor has a lot of power and
You're
they keep
right.
demanding pay raises, then the price of everything is going to keep increasing.
Of
And
course.
it can create like this cycle where things just kind of go up and up and up. And then, so we're kind of on this trajectory where, inflation is increasing steadily because of labor's power, which isn't, which I think is more a good thing than a bad thing. But then you have the oil embargo kind of like shoot that to a more even extreme level. Then when they raise the interest rates super high, which that has no effect on the oil embargo, but it does have an effect on tamping down on labor's power.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, and then they enacted. It wasn't just the interest rates, but then they enacted all sorts of other. Reagan bust up, one of the big unions, and there's sort of all sorts of economic policies, and then also because so many jobs started getting shipped overseas, labor basically lost significant power that they had in the 50s to the 70s, and so that would all have counter inflationary effects. But
let's just keep to the two factors here, just for the sake of argument. There's the two factors are supply chains, and interest rates. Okay,
right.
Right now, we have supply chain constraints because of COVID. Correct? I mean, obviously, China, who's supposed to be producing things, are locking all of their workers in their fucking apartments. Okay.
Yes,
that tells me that's going to have some effect on supply chain.
Well, also, oil. We have oil again as part of the
oil too. Oil is like super expensive, so oil is going up. So it's going to be interesting because they're raising interest rates right now, trying to cool off the economy, and at the same time, we're dealing with supply chain issues. It's exactly the same thing as the 70s and 80s. As the supply chain issues are worked out, inflation subsides. That makes sense to me because it's supply and demand driven, right? But at the same time, the Fed is going to think, oh, well, raising the interest rates worked, even though it really was the supply chains.
Okay, so what causes inflation, as you always say? It's too much money chasing after too few goods, right?
As Milton Friedman famously said, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. But you got to read past the implied period.
I know,
there.
I understand, but are
In
you
the
disagreeing?
sense, no, in the sense that production is increased more rapidly than the money supply. If you stop producing things and continue to grow the money supply, obviously you're going to get massive inflation.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, but what I'm saying is the contra of that. So, like, for example, if the U.S. government, the U.S. government can only has the extent on the supply chain from its own side. The U.S. government can't fix China's supply chain issue. They can't, unless they do something drastic, they can't force OPEC to set whatever price they want for oil. Blah 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 blah. They can't force Russia to, not invade Ukraine and fuck up their oil prices. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so there's all these things that are outside of U.S. control. But what is within U.S. control is part of how the economy is doing from their perspective. So on one end, yes, inflation is caused by supply chain issues, but I would think that what that means is that if we have too much money that's chasing after too few goods, and we have too few goods because of supply issues, if you reduce the money supply,
yes,
then
that's
that
exactly
would tamp down on inflation, even though.
But raising interest rates is literally increasing the money supply.
Yeah, no, so I understand that. Right? I understand.
You're basically saying all the money out there, I'm now going to pay you 5% a year on that money. Where before you were like zero. I'm paying you zero on all the money out there. The only increase of the money supply is through taxation.
Right, but maybe here's the thought
Or not
process.
taxation, but government spending rather.
It's true that raises the money supply, but it raises the money supply for the people that are less likely to spend it.
Well, that's good. Okay.
But isn't that true?
Well, this is why what causes asset bubbles. This is why they say, stocks and all that shit goes up, because they're less likely to spend it on tangible goods, but they are more likely to spend it on stock.
But that's why everyone's, predicting there's going to be some, good economy the second quarter of next year.
Yeah.
Because they see that, okay, so basically you're right. They are increasing the money supply, but they're increasing it for people that are investing it in things that they're not going to spend. So on one level, that could fight inflation because people aren't, spending the amount of money to buy physical things anymore. So you're not going to have too much money chasing after too few goods.
Yeah.
So maybe it will have some effect there. But then it could have create an asset bubble that will cause problems down the road or something.
I think we're going to work out the supply chain issues. I forgot to, I was working on the comics, so I didn't really have time to send you anything, but I saw something that Biden's Inflation Recovery Act or something, some big spending bill that he passed had a bunch of gifts to organized labor, and the Democrats are trying to reconstitute their alignment with organized labor as an interest group for them to court in elections. And I was like, whoa, they're going back to that old well. I don't know if that's going to work.
That'd be interesting. I mean, I think they have to do that if they want to fight against sort of the right-wing populist movement. I don't know if they'll be successful, but that's what they have to do. So
yeah, I don't know if it's going to work, but
I mean, it's going to be a slow process. It's not going to happen overnight unless some mythical, left-wing Donald Trump-esque figure, appears from the shadows.
Yeah. And to take a step. We had a reaction to that. Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, and all of the rest of it, and an attempt to bring back the cadaver back into life. That's neoliberalism. That's why it's called neo, because the word for private market in England is liberal. Here it has a left-wing connotation. It doesn't in the history. So it was called neoliberal to signal a return. And it was tried for a while, and it overlaps with globalization and all the rest of it.
Okay, wait. I don't think that's fair at all, what he just said. He said it's called neo because it signals a return. Neo means new. It's a new form of it. Right? It doesn't mean that it's a return to. It means this is a different form. We're doing a new version of it. Right? Adam leave. Adam left. I mean, like when Well, I don't know. So like when you say, okay, so when you look at like neoclassical, it does mean the revival or adaptation. But see, I think it's not just when you say like the revival of, I think it's an adaptation. You're bringing something back, maybe you're returning to something, but you're changing it. You left.
I got caught. Damn it.
You're changing. Well, okay. Richard Wolff said that neoliberalism is called neoliberalism because it's a return to liberalism. And I'm saying I don't think that's fair because it's not like a return to liberalism. We never left liberalism. It's a new form of liberalism that hadn't been done before.
It's definitely different than FDR liberalism.
Yes, but that was still liberalism and that was still capitalism.
Right.
I mean, I've never heard of people talk about, the Keynesian economics is like an anti-liberal economic policy. But, I mean, have you?
Keynesian? No, they usually think of it as socialism, which it's not. I mean, well, it is by his definition when the government does stuff. Is
but he's using the right-wing strawman version of socialism.
Is it a straw man if it's a steel man of Richard Wolff's position?
Well, no, because he's using it for deceptive reasons.
Right.
Or no, so the original straw man of socialism as the government doing anything as socialism was a bullshit straw man because it was trying to argue a pretty libertarian idea.
Mm-hmm.
But then when that libertarian idea goes away and people actually like that idea of when the government does stuff, then he adopts the straw man because it benefits them.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever.
Sorry, I was looking for Doom Binger. I was going to see if you respond.
The gung-ho professors of economics who were cheerleaders for neoliberalism, many of whom are my colleagues and were and are, did not like to hear about what its costs might be. Glenn just enumerated half a dozen of them, rightly so. We were not told to worry about the distributional implication or any of the rest of it. The problem is now resolved not by the debates among professors, which rarely resolve anything, but by the history itself. The globalization period, the neoliberal period, has been most successful in and for China, not for the reasons that Glenn gave. I would give different ones, but they've done real well out of the neoliberal period, and the United States has done real poorly out of the neoliberal. Both sides profited because it was a deal that both of them entered into voluntarily. No one held a gun at their heads. The American companies went there for cheap labor and to be in the biggest growing market the world has, as it is today. And they got the technology and they got some of the hook-ins. Yeah? The Chinese can outproduce us here 10 ways to Sunday, but they can't distribute it in the United States unless someone does that for them. Then let me just 1 second. What was done in this country for them was Walmart. Walmart becomes the #1 retailer in this country because it processes and sells everything the Chinese had to do. It solved China's problem, making a ton of money. But at this point, the American economy is in such difficulty that suddenly the questions that should have been asked all along, and had there been Marxists, they would have been, about neoliberalism as simply the latest stage of imperialism that is old as capitalism, we might have been able to have the conversation earlier rather than have Mr. Trump and things like that force it on us because the social costs of divisions in America from neoliberalism are the most dangerous threat to this country that it's had in a century.
Okay.
Isms. Here's what I'm concerned about. 1 billion people living near starvation being brought online in a global economic system that allows them to achieve middle-class status. That's what's happening in India, and that's what's happening in China. Does it have consequences? Yes, it does have consequences. Walmart displaces the Main Street store. People who had good jobs at good wages with unions and everything else find that they can't compete and that they have to be reallocated to other kinds of economic activity. These are costs. These costs should be, to some degree, underwritten by the social contract within a society like the United States. But on the whole, the world is better off for China and India coming online as they have with their billions. And justice understood properly, not as the interest of a narrow class of workers who don't want to move, but from a global perspective has been advanced by this development. Does it create problems? Yes. Are there crises in capitalism? Yes. You don't think there's going to be crises in socialism? You think the business cycle can be repealed simply by collectivizing the means of production? I don't think so. So isms. I'm concerned about the well-being of working people, just as Rick is. I don't dispute that for a minute, but I think letting 1,000 flowers bloom and letting the economic engines run is the best way to achieve that goal.
Well, I just want to ask this question in light of what you just said. So, let 1,000 flowers bloom with regard to China and India. However, we're vilifying China for its rise over the possibly over the United States with its economic activity. So,
well, I'm not vilifying China. I mean, I
It's a weird question that his wife asked him. People aren't vilifying China if they do well economically. They're vilifying China because it's an authoritarian government that has insanely draconian policies, and also it's an expansionist. It seems to be an expansionist colonialist power to steal the words of like the woke left. And the world, the world would look very different under if China was the global superpower instead of America, the world would look very different, and I'm not sure people would like the way that world would look. Most people, anyway. So that's the concern. It's not like, well, we don't want them to be richer than us. So it's like, well, it's not because of the richness. It's because of we don't like their moral system. We think it's dangerous.
Do you think they would be expansionist? I don't know about that.
Of course they would. What do you mean? First of all, they obviously want to take Taiwan back.
Well, they want to take Taiwan back for economic reasons, obviously.
Yeah, but here's
which
the thing.
I guess is expansionist. So
yeah, exactly. But I don't believe
Taiwan wants to take China back too.
Right. Well, I mean, and China,
I'm in favor of that. Taiwan needs to fucking take China. That would be awesome.
Right, and Taiwan took they took Tibet back in the day, and not for a second, if it wasn't for America, if China was the global power in the world, I think they would 100% be expansionists and be trying to grab as much as they could.
Yeah, they need. I guess they have to because they need people. That's the problem.
Well, that's the thing. They have to. They need people, and they're not economically incentivized not to, the way that I think the U.S. is, and the way that liberal countries aren't.
Yeah.
I think it's a negotiation. There's trade. There are gains from trade. There's surplus. The surplus has to be divided. The cost imposed on incumbent American workers from the adjustments necessitated by China coming online are real costs. I'm not saying that they don't exist. We want good jobs at good wages. We want manufacturing in America. We want build in America. Okay, to a point, but not to the point that you forego the economic benefits from the productivity of other human beings who are viewed properly just as important in the eyes of God, if you will, as an American. The idea that you would forego that kind of economic benefit in order to prevent those costs from hitting is something that I would reject. Rather, I would say trade adjustment assistance, retraining, relocation, appropriate welfare state safety net. I don't want to leave people behind, but I don't want to leave history behind by not catching the wave, such as it's breaking now in the global economy with the rise of these formerly impoverished countries.
Okay, thank you. Rick, please respond.
I see it a little bit differently in the sense that I find it almost humorous. I'm surrounded these days by people who are very strongly pro-capitalist and who feel now a defensiveness. And I don't want to deny for a moment that I get a certain joy out of it. No question. I've spent most of my life here in the United States. I was born in Youngstown, Ohio, a poster case for the collapse of capitalism, if you want one. I've had to be defensive about my interest in socialism from day one. And the idea that before I pass on at the end of my life, that it would be reversed even a little was something I never expected. So I'm enjoying it, no question about it. And I'm enjoying the fact that I'm on this program in part because it's in the air now.
You know, it's amazing.
Mr. Risky here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing that it's like, well, if I redefine socialism to cut out all the stuff that caused all the problems, and I redefine capitalism to only include all the things that causes problems, then yeah, then I guess I've been proven right after all these years.
That's so bad.
That's essentially what he's doing.
Of course.
It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, so
It's ridiculous.
self-serving.
Yes, it's a ridiculous position.
And that you're to that, which is a compliment to you, and I'm glad that you are. I've done more public speaking in the last 4 years than in the previous 50.
Well, there you go, Adam. He's not risky whatsoever.
I told you. This guy's low risk, man.
There you go.
He wants to sit around and go, why don't people understand my greatness?
Mm. He's like the character from Mob Psycho. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because I'm so good? Nah. Because my song has changed? Not a bit. It's because suddenly the audience has changed, and this remark that I make about these things is suddenly of interest. So here's it for me. The capitalists around me now have retreated, and they want me to appreciate the increase in longevity, the decrease in poverty. Over the last 300 or 400 years, there have been these things, and they want me to give capitalism the credit.
You should.
I find what?
You should.
Right. I find that remarkable, since capitalists have fought every single one of those advances. Every one of them. I'll take an example, the minimum wage. We live in a country where the minimum wage is $7.25. Last raised to that lofty level in 2009. We have had inflation every single year since, haven't changed it. To say that we have a standard of living, capitalism, stop. Capitalism is the problem.
I've fully been convinced that minimum wage does drive inflation. As soon as you raise the minimum wage, prices go up. And then you need to raise the minimum wage again. The minimum wage is actually what's causing inflation.
Well,
I fully accept that now.
but here's the problem. Inflation has increased regardless of the minimum wage. So it's not like that's, it's not like a one-to-one thing.
Yeah, but it increased because of the last minimum wage.
No,
increase.
but no. Inflation's been increasing regardless, because there's been huge spans of time in American history where minimum wage doesn't increase at all, at least on a federal level. It has an effect. I'm not going to deny that. It has an effect, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously it does. But the question is it have a net negative effect or a net positive effect?
Wages are the beginning of the spending cycle. They're what causes in higher wages leads people to spend more money.
Of course.
Feel they can spend more money.
Well,
They do a little calculus.
Things cost more, obviously.
They do a little calculus in their brain. What always remains the same is the amount of time somebody works for a hamburger or a bicycle. Like they think.
I understand.
Yeah.
But, okay. Here's the issue. Okay. Again, it's true, obviously, that raising minimum wage does have an inflationary effect. Obviously. Okay.
Right.
The conundrum is that you can't just get rid of it, because then that just throws everything in the other direction, in just a bad way. You need to find some kind of middle ground that you can kind of reach, where you're going to create some inflationary effects, because you do want some inflation, but you don't want to go too crazy. And you don't want social mobility to die. You don't want income inequality to become out of control.
I don't know that you could go without a minimum wage.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen that work.
I might be able to be persuaded on that. And I'm not like some hardcore libertarian, obviously. I just think from a technical aspect. And I guess
it hasn't worked in the past. That's the problem. It hasn't worked in the past, and I'm not sure I've seen an example of it working really in any country.
Well, so few people, I think it's like 5% of people actually make the minimum wage. It's like a tiny number of people. Most people make way more than the minimum wage. So how much of an effect it has on
Well,
inflation.
wait a minute. It depends what each, because a lot of states have they have their own minimum wage. So it depends what you mean by that.
Oh, okay. Like
Right.
California could have a state
But
minimum
California
wage
does have a higher
that
state
everybody's making the California minimum wage.
Well, I don't know the answer. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. But I'm just saying the federal minimum wage, like 5% of people actually make that. Most people
And then
make,
the issue is it's not just like, so if they say like, oh, 1% or 5% of people make, the minimum wage, the thing is that whatever the minimum wage is, that affects the wage of everything else, obviously. Like that comes after, because everything's in relation to that point.
I don't necessarily know that I agree with that.
Okay.
Well, because I mean, wages in general are based on how much companies are making, obviously. Right?
They're based on that, and there's also the factor of what minimum wage is.
Really? I mean, if you're working a union job making $50 an hour, do you think they think, oh, the minimum wage is this? Like why does it even? What's the factor?
Okay, think about it this way. People always say, well, if you raise the minimum wage, say it's the minimum wage is $7, you raise it to $10 or $12. What?
And now
they
me
want to
making
raise it
$50, I'm like, I need a raise now.
Exactly, because there were people that were making $10 or $12 before, and all of a sudden they're like, wait a minute, now I'm making minimum wage. Well, I need a raise.
Yeah. Well,
so
I mean,
of course
sure.
it hasn't. In fact, yeah.
For me, I'm gonna go in there and be like, listen.
You're like, what the fuck? Now I'm at the bottom. I was like in like a good point. Now I'm at the bottom again. I need to get a raise immediately.
This is why the Austrians often come out and say we can get rid of boom and bust. The boom and bust cycle. It's based on psychology. It's never going to go away.
Of course.
Like it's all psychology runs everything. Like what? I was making this. Now I'm not. Now the guy below me is making closer to how much I'm making.
Exactly.
Fuck that.
Exactly. That's the thing. It's like, well, wait a minute. You didn't actually.
That's psychology.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because you could be like, you're not making any less money because someone else is making more. And you're like, yeah, but.
Right.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah. No,
it has an effect.
The entire boom and bust cycle is driven by psychology. So,
Sure.
There's no way you can get rid of it.
So, according to whatever this random website is, it says only 1% make.
Just fact checking me.
Well, no, you actually overestimated. Only 1% are making the federal minimum wage.
Wow. Oh my God.
So,
and all this, look, 1% of people make minimum wage, and it's 100% of Democratic politicians talk about.
Yeah, but so right, but so then the question,
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right, but then the question is, if you removed, if that, like, it's hard to imagine, like, assuming that what I said is not true, but I think it is, that all wages have, the minimum wage has an effect on all their wages. But if that wasn't true, and you got rid of minimum wage, so that like 1% of Americans made less money, I mean, that wouldn't really have a drastic deflationary effect either.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, this tells me about politics that it's 100% Democrats catering to the care harm foundation of everyday voters who don't make the minimum wage, but just see the minimum wage as a giant issue, not for them, but for people that they care about and worry about and spend a lot of time thinking, oh, those poor people.
Of course.
Yeah. It's bizarre. We're
it's
gonna
not bizarre.
we're gonna get to a point in America where nobody makes a minimum wage. And the Democrats are still gonna be talking about minimum wage. We need to raise the minimum wage.
Well, because the feeling would be that the feeling would be that, oh, there's always people that are not, that are making too little. And so you want to include them in the minimum wage and then raise the minimum wage, essentially.
Right.
That's what they want to do. So according to Statistia, it says, it doesn't say, is this federal minimum wage or
Does it
minimum?
bother you when I drown on about Democrats? Sometimes I think.
No, I think you're right. I think everything you just said was correct.
Are you? I think technically I'm a registered Democrat right now, just because the last.
Yeah, I'm still a registered Democrat.
I usually register Republican, but I switched to, I think, vote for Andrew Yang in the primary.
So actually, I think that minimum wage statistic's kind of thrown off by a couple of variables. Because I'm looking at it by state. And by state, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 states that have under 1% people making the minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would say, well, wait a minute. If only 12, states are making under 1%, and the majority of states, overwhelmingly majority of states, are over 1%, how the fuck is the minimum wage only 1% of Americans? And the reason for that is because of California and New York.
Mm-hmm.
And since California and New York have higher minimum wages, they have their state minimum wage is higher, then obviously there's going to be no one's going to really match that criteria, or less people are going to match the criteria of making the federal minimum wage.
New York and California is like where most of the population is in the United
Exactly.
States.
So that throws off all the numbers.
Yeah.
Because like Louisiana has like 3.2% of the population makes minimum wage. DC is 2.5, Delaware 2.4, Texas is 2.4, Florida is 2.3. Like a lot of states have twos or like 1 point something. So
I was working outside in the garden thinking about people telling me, "Oh, Adam, you got to leave California." And I thought one of the reasons why I don't want to leave California is because I fucking grew up in California, man. This is my home state. I just look, you guys, I understand you don't like California. You have like conservative, but I mean, I want to appeal. I want to appeal to the conservatives in our audience who have like those conservative intuitions of loyalty, because I grew up here, man. This is my hometown. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave my hometown. Come on, guys. You get it, right?
Right.
Look, people, California is great. I don't like all the California bashing. I get it. I mean, it's fun to do. Like it's Canadians and then Californians. That's like the pecking order.
It's you coastal elitists who want to control us.
Look, I fucking hate elitists. I hate elitists so much. Nobody hates elitists more than me.
You LA coastal elitist.
I'm
Hollywood.
I'm not an elitist at all. Yeah. So far from it. Look, I'm a white straight male in Hollywood, okay? It is one election away from them actually giving out licenses to hunt us in the street, okay?
Well, that's why people don't want to be there.
Look, but I grew up here. That's the thing. I grew up here. It's my hometown.
That's good. Okay, well, you fight for your hometown. Okay.
Look, we're going through a rough patch.
Sometimes you gotta know when to hold on. Sometimes you gotta know when to fold on.
I'm not going to be chased out of my hometown by a bunch of woke mobsters.
That's good. That's good. You know what? I'll support you. I'll fly out there. Well, you can give me one of your guns.
Look, we've got
it defends California.
Come on, we're starting an underground railroad out here.
That's right. When they when they send out licenses in California to hunt the white people, I'll fly out there. I'll be your double agent. I'll be like, listen, I'm not white. I'm Jewish.
I might have to get private security, man.
And I'll sabotage them from the inside. There you go. Oh, that'll be the real Jewish conspiracy. I'll sabotage the anti-white movement from the inside.
You do that for me? That's awesome.
I would. Well, no, I'd do that for me, but I'll also do it for you.
Yeah. I'm sticking around.
Okay, good.
Problem. The gains that have been made in the people of the world have been despite capitalism, not before it. Number one.
I'm gonna leave.
Please.
Let me just finish.
I'll give you a chance to respond.
Look at this. He's like, I've had enough bullshit.
No, but this is like the part of the weirdness of like, your wife moderating. She's like, you see, she did like the little like wife touching you, tapping you, like.
Let me just finish.
I'll give you a chance to respond.
She's all gleeful because Glenn's getting destroyed on his own show now. He's like, I told you.
Well, first of all, Glenn, I think Glenn is destroying.
No, obviously, but in her head.
Oh, I
you got to understand, this is like the two movies.
I don't know. I think you're reading into it a little too much.
To her, she's obviously on Dick's side, and she thinks he's destroying him.
Okay.
It's true.
I don't know if that's true.
Absolutely.
I like to resign like.
Got a big eye roll out of Glenn too. This is great.
I know. I love it. I
He's
love it.
like,
The irony of it all, the place where the growth in the standard of living has been most spectacular, given the conditions and the counteracting
given the empty
forces,
glass of
which
water.
is China and Russia. Russia last century, China this one.
They were starving 20
have
years
to
ago.
be swept under
Right.
a magical rug. No, it really didn't happen. The statistics are all there. There's no dispute. Number two, that somehow, if you have to then admit it, it's because the capitalists came there.
Well, okay. Again, there's two problems. One is we already talked about is like, as you said, as Rico said,
Yeah.
you're starting from an empty glass. You know,
Yeah. Two drops
obviously-
and you've got like 300% growth.
right? You know, or just even if it's like if you go from empty to half full, you know, it's a massive increase. Where if you're like 3/4 full and you become, you know, a little bit more, because you're starting so much further ahead, you know, your growth can be much less. So there's that issue. But then the second issue, and this is something that he always kind of goes over, is that just because a system is good at creating growth in one situation doesn't mean it's good in creating growth in all situations. So yeah, under an authoritarian dictator, maybe that's an efficient system to forcibly drag people out of, like, you know, the last century of being dirt farmers into the modern era, right? Maybe you do have to, for some countries anyway, maybe it would require force because, you know, culture is very slow to change. And if you want to have some sort of rapid expansion or rapid increase or rapid cultural change, literally the only way to do it is through an iron fist, right? That's the only way to do it. That doesn't mean, number one, that it's going to be moral, or number two, that system is going to work once the country has already gotten to a middle ground or the top of the, you know, economic/technological level.
Mm-hmm.
Then that iron fist approach isn't going to do anything because like part of the benefit, part of the ease of use for the iron fist to drag people, you know, kicking and screaming into a more modern place, especially for China, is that they already know what the goal is. They can just say, we want to be like America. That's the goal. They already know where they're going.
Yeah.
But once they get there, no one knows where the next goal point is. You can't drag someone kicking and screaming because, that's what they tried to do with Lysenkoism. They said, oh, we're going to revolutionize everything. We're going to change everything. We're going to use our iron fist to change off science. Guess what? It all
Didn't
fucking
work.
horribly worked, backfired. It didn't work. And people, there's massive starvation and it was completely idiotic.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, if you see where the end goal is, it's, you can have the iron fist drag people in that direction. That doesn't mean it's going to work in all situations going forward. And I would contest it's definitely not going to work now. Or contend. But
that's really a closed mind at that point. I mean, it can only be a positive story if it's the capitalists who make it happen. I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't even know where to begin. Russia is the economic model for the 21st century. You must be
20th.
kidding. You have to be for the 20th century. You must be kidding.
Nothing else compares.
But the cell phone that I have in my pocket is not a product of capitalism. Silicon Valley is not a product of capitalism. The doubling of life expectancy over the course of the 20th century is not a product. The rising of living standard, don't count the minimum wage. Look at what people consume. Living standards are high in the West, and they are increasingly improving throughout the rest of the world. And that's largely due to the benefits that flow from capitalism, in my opinion. There are natural experiments out there. The Korean Peninsula.
Yep.
They do capitalism on one side of the parallel, and they do socialism on the other side. Which would you want to live on? Germany after the Second World War.
Yeah.
They did capitalism on one side of the line and they did socialism on the other. You saw what happened with reunification. Hundreds of billions of Deutschmarks flowed from west to east because that's where prosperity was being evidenced. The developing country.
it's funny because, like, yeah, exactly. Like, so Rick was all like, oh, the capitalists have to make all sorts of excuses for, China's growth or Russia's growth or whatever. The socialists have to make all sorts of excuses why all these countries become authoritarian shitholes, and why, like with the East-West Germany thing, they have to make. There's all sorts of papers I've read where the socialists make every excuse in the world why East Germany sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to make every excuse in the world why Cuba sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And why all these. It's always the West's fault.
North Korea sucks.
Yeah, and why North Korea sucked. And spoiler warning, it's always the West's fault.
Yep.
Okay. It's always some capitalist's fault for preventing the communist utopia from being realized somehow, somewhere in the world.
Yeah, it's so funny. We're not even
this
involved,
happened.
and it's like,
Right.
still
This happened.
blame
Do you
us.
remember this happened in that conversation we were listening to where what the hell was that guy's name? The guy who was like he was like dating or married to that Vietnamese girl or something.
oh yeah, no compete.
No compete. Yeah, he was debating someone and basically it's like, well, how come all these socialist countries, suck compared to the West? And it's always, what's the West's fault? All these capitalists, there's always a conspiracy to stop them. Why? How come in the West, if socialism is such a prosperous thing, why don't we have co-ops starting everywhere in the West?
Just randomly. Because they
Yeah.
suck. Everyone knows it.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to work there. Nobody wants to visit one.
I mean, it's so ridiculous. We have a free and open system right now. Anyone can go and start a co-op.
Yeah.
And yet, I mean, they exist, but they're very few in number.
People take so much shit for granted, man. I wander around the grocery store and I just think, all this fucking shit, man. It's so great to have all this stuff at our disposal.
Yeah. There's a famous, it's so funny because he's like praising, again, we're going from being a, dirt farming monarchy to like joining the industrial age. And
Right.
oh yes, obviously there was a lot of growth in the Soviet Union.
Eggs come in a bag. Milk is in
Right.
a like reusable bottle.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like, what
right.
the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. While the Soviet Union is, expanding its empire and basically sucking up the resources of its neighbors and doing all sorts of horrible shit. But there's like a famous video
Mhm.
of when the Soviet Union kind of collapsed, of like Russians coming to America for the first time.
Yep.
And they go to the grocery store and they're like,
Holy shit.
their brains are like exploding. They're like, what? They're like, oh my God, you have so much variety. And the Americans are like, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, you have like 1,000 cereals and you have like, 10, 12 different types of milk. And they're like, Americans are like, yeah, of course. And they're like, well, in Russia, we had just one of everything. There was one type of every good, every product.
Look, why do you need all that frivolous consumptionism, Sitch? Like, why do you need more? All you need is cornflakes. You don't like, who needs variety in cereal? This is the attitude of the socialists.
You can't
They
get
really
your
are.
soy milk. They only have normal.
Yeah, exactly.
They only have normal moo cow fuck milk. They don't got your soy milk.
Yeah, no. I don't. This is the thing. I kind of like that. I mean, I like a consumerist economy.
You like variety, yes.
Yeah.
So it's just it's so silly to be like, wow, they had growth. It's like, yeah, they had growth, but also they had all this other bad shit too.
Yeah. I like companies out there trying to develop, and it's so in this day and age, it's like they've even gone crazy with things like 17 different types of mustard and fucking 35 different types of cheese. It's like, it's awesome. It's totally awesome.
True.
Ice cream. There must be thousands of flavors of ice cream now.
Yes.
It's great.
No, one flavor good, just chocolate.
I never cease to be amazed by it. And I feel like a lot of people just they take it for granted.
They do. Well, of course. Yeah. That's part of what's annoying is like when you have all the socialist kids in America who've never lived in a socialist country, their parents and grandparents probably never lived in a socialist country. They're like, what the fuck? You're so privileged living in America and you're complaining about capitalism and you want to go to socialism and you have no idea what that's like.
Yeah. Oh my God. All the things I couldn't buy, all the things I didn't have access to earlier in my life because they just weren't invented yet. Oh, so sad.
Adopted a socialistic economic vision, languished for decades in Africa and in Asia.
True.
So I remain to be the Soviet Union, Russia is an economic model for the 21st century? No.
For the 20th century.
Again, forgive me, for the 20th.
He keeps correcting him. He's like,
just look. No, but no, really.
Look at this has-been. He's like, oh, they had their heyday in the 20th century. That's over now, but
look at if I just look at the numbers. Russia is the most backward country in Europe at the time of its revolution. By the end of the century, it's the number 2 superpower after the United States. It went through a lost World War I, a civil war, an invasion by United States troops, among others, to put down the revolution, then agricultural collectivization, which was like another civil war, then the Second World War, and despite all fought on their territory. And despite that, they come out as the second superpower by 1975. No other country can boast anything like that kind of an economic growth achievement. That there were social problems, of course.
It's all despotic growth, though. It's all authoritarianism. This is why these authoritarian countries scare the United States, is because it takes a small number of people to launch a war on their neighbors, on us, to participate in state-sponsored terrorism. It's like, it's scary. If democratic societies are focused on increasing the quality of life of their citizens, authoritarian countries don't give a fuck about the quality of life of their citizens. It's a completely different model.
Well, this would be like saying
that that's the economic model of the future. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, this would be like saying, I know that, we've had this conversation before about how slavery was actually less economic efficient.
Yeah, totally.
But hypothetically, even if it was more economic efficient and caused more growth and had the economy be stronger, it'd be like saying, well, you're going to make an argument in favor of slavery just because it's going to get you more money.
Yeah. Yeah. You're going to make an argument for just stifling people's freedom just because it's more efficient. No, fuck you. Right. Like, this is the thing. That's why I don't see how people can argue against capitalism, because it's like I guess they don't see it as more freedom, but.
And it's ironic too, because, it's supposed to be the socialists and supposed to be the people on the left that criticize people on the right for only caring about money. And yet, Richard Wolff's go-to statistic is, economic growth, not quality of life.
Well, you can't look at that, obviously.
Not freedom. Right. It's economic growth overall for the entire country.
Yeah. Who cares if you got 6 or 7 gulags, Sitch, as long as you got economic growth.
Well, and also it's actually kind of very hypocritical for him to bring this up, because he's talking about like economic growth in terms of the country's, overall GDP. Right. Or how much, and he's talking about like, oh, well, the country became like a superpower, blah, 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 blah. He's not saying like, oh, well, the country had the second highest standard of living for its citizens under the United States of America, which I thought was supposed to be, his whole point with why he wants socialism.
Great
He's
point.
Not saying it had the second highest, or the most, economically equal distribution of wealth in the entire world.
No, of course.
Like, he's not talking about any of this stuff.
He can't say that. It's just based on growth. This guy's a joke.
Well, I mean, if you're advocating for socialism, I think in 2022, it's pretty difficult.
Well, I mean, if you're just catering to an audience that wants to hear it, it's so funny because it is the same thing as the minimum wage. This is the same argument as the minimum wage, even though it's just like it really doesn't affect that many people.
What do you mean?
He's basically saying, oh, he's advocating for socialism because we got to worry about the poor people.
Oh, right.
That's the thing.
Well, I mean, I there's lots of people, economic inequality and social mobility has both, economic inequality has increased and social mobility has decreased in America over the last 30 years. Mm-hmm. And so I do think things need to be done to address that. I don't think that's like not a real concern.
Well, I mean, both of us are in favor of a welfare state. I mean, obviously you can't
there you go. But
you can't have widows and cripples like wandering around in the street, right? You got to take care of society.
Right. There you go.
I don't want to see people who are in desperate, dire straits. I don't want to see them suffering.
Look, I don't want to see them. Get them out of my eyes.
Well, I don't want to see them suffering. I mean, it's similar, but yeah, no, it's just, it's like there are certain people that can't work, obviously. So,
yeah.
And I think we live in a nation we always have to be vigilant. We don't want the safety net to become a hammock, right?
No.
Have you heard that before?
Of course, of course. Because you need to protect, you want to protect and help, but you don't want to disincentivize, productivity, obviously.
Well, yeah. So. A lot of people, working for other people kind of, I mean, it's not the greatest. I admit it. I've done it in my life. So, but you want to, some people, that's fine. They're happy. That's another thing that I think Richard Wolff doesn't think about. There are a lot of people who just, they want to work a dumb job and just surf all day. So those people, God bless them. They don't mind the employer-employee relationship because it allows them to facilitate other things where they get happiness in other places. It's really just Richard Wolff's thing.
Well, and it's interesting too because he's always praising USSR's economic growth. It's very clear that the culture of Russia is very different than the culture of America.
Hierarchical.
Well, like in America, America's always been kind of based and rooted in a libertarian idea and culture.
Of course.
And so there's a lot of value to each individual citizen, each individual human. I mean, that's the basic tenet of liberalism, is that each individual has worth. And Russia, going from a monarchy to communism, basically doesn't give a shit and never gave a shit about individual people culturally. Not. And kind of looked at individual people as, cannon fodder.
Loury is cannon fodder, of course.
And then that is completely reflected both in the military operations of the USSR, where basically their idea was to just throw bodies. They're like, we just have so many bodies. We're just going to keep throwing bodies at you and basically outdo you just by throwing, corpses at you, essentially, until you get tired of shooting them. And that was their military strategy then. And guess what? Even when the USSR goes away and it's become Russia, that's still their fucking strategy.
It is.
It's still their strategy. That's their strategy right now with Ukraine, with a country that they were supposed to easily walk into. They just but they just keep throwing. They have so little regard for their individual soldiers compared to, U.S. or other, countries.
Yeah, because they don't have a political system that's about, they need those people to get vote into office in the next election. They don't need those people.
Exactly. That's exactly it. They don't need people. Right.
Yeah.
But no, they had, I'm supposed to believe they had some, very benevolent, amazing, country where they didn't care about the individual. And didn't need them and was not incentivized to care about them for any reason. And that's what's so crazy too. Like what you just said is so perfect. In America, because you can get voted out of office, they have to care.
They do.
Right. That's the point of the system. It incentivizes them to care because there's some accountability. Now, yeah, it's true. People are stupid. People vote for dumb shit all the time, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But you compare that to a system like Russia or the Soviet Union, well, they don't need anyone's vote. It doesn't matter. Or China. It doesn't matter. So so the only thing that you have to rely on is the magical moral good graces of the authoritarian ruler in charge, who's not actually, who's completely not incentivized to care about you, the individual, but is incentivized only to care about, the dictator's handbook, to care about the small number of keys that he needs to keep happy to maintain his, military rule of the country.
Yeah, exactly.
A social,
yes,
Please.
The Gulag Archipelago. That's a social problem.
Absolutely. A terrible social.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No,
please.
Nothing to apologize
Rick
for.
Wolff is getting at least his share of the time here.
Absolutely. No
Yes.
complaint.
So
at
can
all.
we move on?
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Moderator. Forgive me.
He's getting angry.
He's getting testy, yeah.
Getting testy. I understand why.
I've devoted equal time to both of you. So, and I've allowed opportunities to respond. So, thank you both for your graciousness. Let's keep it above the belt. Okay, let's move to the next question. When Ron Paul ran for president, it's a long time ago, he called for removal of the Fed. If the Fed were removed, what impact would this have on the United States?
I love this question.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, I'd like for Rick to start with this.
That's fine.
Sure. I have I'm a student of history. I believe in historical examination as a clue to how to solve our problems now.
Unless it's Russia in the 20th century, of course, then history. Fuck that.
The history of capitalism has been a history of the people who love it and celebrate it, and the people who are critical of it, like all systems, nothing unique about it. But one of the things that the victims of capitalism and the critics have often done, which I think to be a mistake, a distraction, have been to focus on the financial end of the system, not to see it as a whole system of production and distribution of goods and services and money and debt and all the different things that make it up. And they focus their criticism not on the totality, the basic structures of it, but on one wing of it, as if this one wing pollutes all the rest. And if you can only fix that one wing, well, then everything else will work. So I am not sympathetic for that reason to the critiques of the Fed. I find the blaming of the Fed a mistake, missing the much more important parts of the economy. The Fed plays an important role. There's no debate about that. It controls the money supply. It is a mode of governmental intervention, which libertarians foam at the mouth about, as they should, since it violates most of their premises. But in any case, it is an institution which in other countries is called the bank of that country. It's a central bank. Our peculiar history, we can't call it a central bank, but that's what it is. Central banks are parts of, accoutrements of, interveners for particularly dealing with the instabilities that haunt capitalism. But as the core problem, let's put it this way. We didn't have a central bank for a while. That's part of the history of why it's called the Fed. And when we didn't, you can think of it as an experiment. What would you do if you didn't have? If you're a modern capitalist country, the 19th century, you didn't have a central bank. What you had was lots of little banks, as we had in our colonial period, giving IOUs, which functioned as money. That was a system of such chaos, such corruption, such that by consensus of almost everyone, this had to stop. Private management of money was a disaster. Privatizing that system that's why we have a Federal Reserve. To see that the Federal Reserve is a mixed bag, and then to conclude from that, we must go back. My goodness, that would be like in the Soviet Union, being critical of the Soviet Union, thinking the only alternative is to go back to capitalism and ending up with what you have now.
Thank you, Rick.
Wait, what do you mean go back? They never had capitalism. What is he talking about? They went from a monarchy to socialism.
Yeah. I don't know what that was about.
I don't know what he means. I don't know what he means by going back.
But he's saying ending the Fed would end in chaos, basically.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
Why? I don't either. I mean,
so
he didn't really explain what the Fed does or anything.
I mean, I don't think Glenn is in favor of abolishing the Fed, is he?
Right. Well, he's saying that there are endemic problems to capitalism that the Fed is not
trying to solve.
Well, not really able to solve, because capitalism is just so bad and evil that it can never be fixed.
Well, there's endemic problems to every system because no system is perfect.
Of
so
course.
You have to keep tweaking it and changing it and trying to solve those problems. The issue is that, one, not everyone agrees on what the problems even are, let alone how to fix them.
Sometimes you solve one problem and create a new one.
Right. And because part of the fanciful notion about why socialism doesn't work is that there's not going to be one solution that's going to solve everyone's problem. You can tweak the economy, you can tweak the system, so it's going to help Joey, but it's going to help Joey at the expense of James.
Mm-hmm.
There's always going to be some, like, we don't live in the superabundance Star Trek future yet, where everyone can just have their replicator and be happy.
Almost, though.
Almost, but not quite.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Do you agree?
I agree that we need the Federal Reserve.
Look, she's so demoralized. She's like, "Oh, he didn't like my question."
I like the tone of his voice. Is like, well, I agree we need the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
He's like, obviously.
It's funny because I wonder if she's like, does she see her husband as a Ron Paul right winger?
I don't know.
Maybe she's got a completely wrong interpretation of her husband, which is
maybe
she's using the right wing stereotype.
Right.
Look, I'm not against the Federal Reserve. I've told you, Marge, 100 times.
She doesn't believe him.
But you're a right winger. Right wingers hate the Fed.
Thank you, Rick. Glenn?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Do you agree?
Look how angry he is. He's so angry. He's like, I told you, Marge, I'm not an in the Fed type. How dare you?
I agree that we need the Federal Reserve. I agree that autonomous money making entities writing pieces of paper throughout the country is a formula for financial disaster.
What do you mean? Mortgage-backed securities, they're great. What could go wrong? Come
Now,
on.
each state should have its own currency, Adam. Okay.
Each state should have its own mortgage-backed securities.
I agree that the financial crisis of 2007, 2008 was managed at the end, avoiding the worst disasters in part because of the adroit deployment of the resources of the Fed. I agree that we're in the midst of a horrible inflation right now, and the Federal Reserve Bank and its efforts to fight that inflation is an important part, not the only part, but an important part of an effective response to it. I think the idea of getting rid of the Fed is ridiculous. I don't know where Ron Paul comes from with that, except maybe some libertarian ideology. So I agree with Rick, and I'm not going to go through the history lesson that he did. I don't have anything to add.
Could I add one point about the Fed?
Sure, please.
He's like, oh, you don't want to talk? Let me talk some more about
I'm
the
struck,
Fed.
again as a historian, that the Fed that we have, with its problems, is doing something which, frankly, I don't understand, or if I let myself go there, I might even come to some sort of conspiratorial analysis, which I normally don't like and want. I know of two cases in the modern American history where we've had a serious inflation problem where it was handled without any use of rising interest rates. I would advocate for them, but that's not my point. My point is, why do we have a Federal Reserve that acts and speaks as though the only, the one, the right one is to raise interest rates, even when Mr. Powell admits the pain of unemployment that is going to cause and has already begun to? In 1971, Richard Nixon imposes a wage price freeze. It's a control against an inflation, worse then than the one we have now. It worked like a charm. It had its problems. All anti-inflationary policies have problems. But why are we not discussing what a conservative Republican president did and did successfully? Here's a second example. Early 1940s, Franklin Roosevelt, the Democratic president. He's about to enter a war where vast amounts of...
What did they do to solve the inflation? I missed it. Did you hear?
You said Nixon put a wage freeze.
Oh, okay. Controlling.
I mean,
wages.
I can tell you why they don't want to do that now.
Yeah, obviously. People lose their minds.
Yeah, Republicans would not. Neither the left nor the right would be in favor of that, even if it works. They wouldn't be in favor of that.
Well, we were just talking about raising the minimum wage.
That's the
It seems like.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the opposite of a wage freeze, obviously, but.
Yeah, but I said raising the minimum wage causes inflation. He's saying a wage freeze fights inflation. That seems like that computes.
So it says at the time of this, unemployment was 6.1% and inflation was 5.8. Isn't inflation higher than 5.8 now? Isn't it? I thought it was like 8 or something.
And employment's way lower. It's like 3%. So
yeah, so it's not exactly accurate that inflation was worse then.
Resources are going to produce for a war. Those resources don't produce consumer goods anymore, which means we're about to have a self-generated shortage of consumer goods. If we allow markets to delegate how this works out, the prices are going to be bid up. And the milk is going to go to the rich people and not to the people with a lot of kids. So we don't have it. My teachers advised Mr.
So I'm just reading a Wikipedia article. Could be totally wrong. So take that into consideration. But it says, I'm not super familiar with Nixon price freezing or wage freezing. It says Nixon's shock was widely considered to be a political success, but an economic failure for bringing on the 1973 to 1975 recession, the stagflation of the 1970s, and the instability of floating currencies. The dollar plunged by a third during the 1970s, according to World Trade Review report. The Nixon shock after 40 years, the import surcharge revisited. Douglas Irwin reports that for several months. U.S. officials could not get other countries to agree to a formal revaluation of their currencies. So the Nixon shock unleashed enormous speculation against the dollar. It forced Japan's central bank to intervene significantly in the foreign exchange market to prevent the yen from increasing in value.
This is why we lost the gold standard. It was Nixon that got us off it.
Yes. But when was that in relation to this? Or was that at the same time?
I think that was a result of this because we couldn't. The fluctuating currency was caused by getting off the gold standard, right?
Oh, no, it was. It was at the same time. When they had the 90-day wage freeze, the same time he suspended, except with certain exceptions, the convertibility of the dollar into gold. So it was the same time.
What's that called? What's this? I don't remember. Briggs-Meyer? No, that's the psychology thing.
I don't know what you're asking.
The gold standard's got a name, but I can't remember what the name is. But the Baton Rouge standard, or I can't remember.
Oh, I'm not familiar.
But yeah, he got us off that.
Well, to be fair, I guess it's kind of hard when you're doing some massive economic change, like getting off the gold standard and freezing wages. Like which one causes which effect is kind of probably a little difficult to parse out. Yeah, those are two major things that happen simultaneously. So,
yeah, I don't know if wage freeze is.
But yeah, no, I mean, there's no economic will behind that on either party right now, because the left doesn't want to do it because they think, oh, people aren't getting paid enough anyway, and they would say wage freeze is only for rich people essentially, which the right would never agree to, and then the right wouldn't be in favor of it because that'd be like a massive infringement on, telling businesses what they can do.
Government intrusion.
Right.
Roosevelt shut the market down, which he did, and substituted a rationing system, which he did. And he handed out ration books and stamps to people, and that's how they got gas, coffee, meat, sugar, and a whole lot of other things. And
it totally sucked. I don't why this isn't a good thing. That totally sucked, and it was only because it was like we were so desperate because the Great Depression was so fucked.
This is why they sold war bonds too.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I don't. This isn't like a good example of what we should do.
They were like, you just got paid to produce ammunition for the war, so there's not that product to buy. So we'll incentivize you to not spend that money by saving it and earning an interest rate.
Right.
Why are we not discussing the pros and cons of rationing, wage price freeze?
Rationing. Because it's political suicide, you moron.
Can you imagine if some Democrat came out and said, okay, let's bring back rationing?
Kamala Harris.
I don't want to raise interest rates.
Idea.
I want to bring back rationing.
This guy's a piece of work, man.
I just think it's funny. I don't know.
The Fed, whose ideological insistence on only one policy makes you wonder what that's about. And they are all specialists.
How is that? Wait.
It's the only fucking tool they have.
Yeah, how is this a conspiracy? He's like, he said, I don't want to say it's a conspiracy, but why do they only do this one thing? And then it's like, well, that's the only thing they can do. And then he says, well, no, they could do all these things that would be political suicide.
Well, the Fed can't do that. The Congress has to do that.
Well, yeah, the Fed can't, but of course, Congress has to do that. Sure. So it's like, it's not a conspiracy. That's what you're saying is ridiculous.
Okay, thank you.
Wage and price controls and rationing, of course, that would be the socialist prescription. That's the road to serfdom. That's the road to empty supermarket shelves. The price system needs to have the flexibility to send the signals about relative costs and benefits. You don't freeze wages and prices. They're fighting inflation with unemployment because that's the only way it can be effectively fought. You don't solve the problem of supply chain disruption or of inflationary expectation by slapping on wage and price controls. All you do is throw sand into the gears of the well-functioning economy. You want to impoverish us.
Well, Glenn, but isn't
so true.
The increasing of interest rates hurting people
Yes.
right now?
Yeah. It's called the inflation unemployment trade-off. I'm sorry, but this is the real world that we live in. There really isn't any alternative to that, in my opinion. I'm not alone in thinking this. I mean, Bill Baumol thought this. Bill Brainerd thought, these are people that Rick knows that I'm talking about. James Tobin thought this. Bob Solow, that these are not right-wing ideologues. These are people who spent a lifetime trying to understand exactly what's going on with inflation and unemployment, and who understand that the only way to wring the inflationary expectations out is to allow the economy, the demand side of the economy, to cool down. I mean, we could talk about why we're into this inflation, and I'm not an expert on macroeconomics, not by any means, but wage freezes, price controls, and rationing are a disaster. And I hope that they never come to this country. And I'm very confident, given the political sensibilities of the people in both parties, that they will not.
Would unemployment?
See, this is where the MMT people lose me, because they say that, you know, obviously they make the case that if you're raising interest rates and throwing people out of their jobs, trying to increase unemployment, so people don't have the spending power to buy, you know, limited resources that have been limited for whatever reason, right? In this particular case, it's supply chain disruptions. The MMT people will say there's no reason to do that. We don't, you know, we shouldn't be throwing these people out of their jobs. We can do an MMT jobs program and just have these people be, you know, college professor assistants. Well, that's not going to increase the amount of milk in the world. That's going to increase the amount of money in the world. You're going to pay them to be college assistants, and they're still going to have more money to compete for the limited number of goods and resources that everybody needs. That's going to drive the price of bread and cheese up. It is.
Right.
So, and they don't really have I ask them constantly, you know, I talked to Warren Mosler and asked him these kinds of things, but they really just talk around that very specific technical question.
Well, so what you're talking about, what Glenn was talking about, they're talking about the NIRU, which is the
non-accelerating
inflation rate of unemployment.
Okay, there you go.
So, which is the concept that there's a magical number that there has to be this many unemployed people
to keep inflation down.
To keep inflation stable.
5% is what they guess it is. Yeah.
At all times, yeah. So
now we're
5%,
at 3% unemployment.
8%, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's why they're saying, okay, so we need to raise interest rates so that we get more people unemployed, because then we need to bring unemployment back up to 5% in order to tamp down inflation. Now, I don't remember what her proposal was. I remember in Kelton's book, I don't remember if she suggests that the NIRU doesn't have to exist or that it's just substantially lower.
No.
She thinks it's much lower.
She says
than 5%.
It doesn't have to exist at all.
Okay, right. And I don't remember what her rationale was for that, but she gives some argument about why
we control the money supply so that they can just since we control the money supply, we can pay these people and just give them jobs cleaning the park or whatever. And I'm like, there's
how will
another.
that not raise inflation?
Yeah, because it doesn't increase productivity. Unless you're going to have a conversation about productivity, you're really not even having a conversation. Sure, you can give people jobs and give them money, but if those people, and this is where the MMT people come in, they're like, oh yeah, my jobs program is going to be Shakespeare in the Park. To a fucking empty park, right? Nobody's going to pay to see this. You're not producing anything of value that people actually want. You're basically, you know, Caesar, you know, you like this because I want to do it, not because it's something that you desire. So that's where they lose me. You got to address the productivity side of the equation. Otherwise you're really not having a conversation about anything. Like if you're saying, yeah, we're going to put together a jobs program. And I mean, I even asked Warren Mosler this. I said, you know, what would the jobs be? And he's like, teaching assistant. I'm like, teaching assistant? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, if you have a jobs program that you're going to produce, you know, things that people will obviously want, that you're going to drive the price down on, then okay, I'm game. Teaching assistant is not one of those things.
Right.
I mean, is that going to drive down the price of education? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's supply and demand driven.
Yeah.
Like if you want a jobs program where people are going to make food, like that's the job. Your job is like producing food. You're going to drive down the price of whatever food it is you're producing. Okay. You want to put that 5% of unemployed people in dairy, so they're actually producing milk, and the price of milk like falls through the floor. Okay. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Not teaching assistants. This is why the MMT people are just, so many of them are insane, literally insane.
I never thought.
Employment be
You
considered
gotta quote that. You gotta clip that. What Adam just said.
So many.
You
of the
just said MMT
people.
people. So many of the MMT people are insane.
Well, they are. I mean, this is why I keep been separating it out over time. Just like, okay, this isn't really MMT. This is finance. This is how finance works. So a lot of the stuff that is true is just, it's finance. It is true that we control the money supply. It is true, like the idea that spending comes first and taxes come last is,
Right.
I mean, it's a point of logic. It's not necessarily, it's just how it works. The fact
Right.
that banks are like franchises of the Federal Reserve. So, and it's really stupid that people think of it this way. Like you can't open a restaurant up because, somebody has to go out there and mine the gold before you have the resources to open your restaurant. No, that's stupid, right? Like
Right.
if somebody wants to open a restaurant, the bank just says, okay, we'll create the money. Boom, here's the money. Go start your restaurant. They're going to start hiring people. They're going to start, baking bread, fucking feeding people. Like that's good things. We want that. Like more of that, please. The idea that you need to like stock up on some sort of precious metal to make that happen is just ridiculous. The gold standard is a relic of the past and will remain that way.
Yeah.
This country, and I'm very confident, given the political sensibilities of the people in both parties, that they will not.
Would unemployment be considered a form of disaster for the unemployed?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
unemployment is not good. Unemployment is bad.
Oh my God. Look at this. She's so worried about the unemployed people. I feel so,
I know.
look, she's like, but the unemployed people. That's right. They can go live under the bridge.
Live in the real
terrible.
world. There's no free lunch.
Would you think that Mr.
No, I mean, this point is really important to emphasize. We can't simply dictate what economic outcomes are going to be. We can't simply write statutes and change the underlying forces on the ground. There's no free lunch.
Hell yeah. See, that's the problem with the MMT people right there. It's like you have to look at the production side. Things don't magically, grow on trees. People have to fucking make stuff.
I'm shocked that you could hear you come out so hard against MMT when you were so pro it.
What do you mean?
Well,
Well,
like, what
I
changed
was
your
never.
mind?
No, I was never for the policy prescriptions. I just thought the
Where you were always questioning, you weren't really anti, but you were sort of skeptical.
of the
I
policy
guess.
prescriptions.
Yeah.
Well, just for the same. Well, we have a huge this. Some of the MMT people also believe about the interest rates that raising interest rates causes inflation, which is a huge. I mean, that's like an upside down world. It's kind of like it's like us discovering the world is round instead of flat. If that's the case, 20 years down the road, we could come to the realization as a technical aspect of the economy that raising interest rates actually do cause inflation,
Right.
which means we've been doing it wrong forever. All of this
Right.
stuff is trial and error. Like you can't do experiments on this stuff. It's all got to be natural experiments. It's like this happened and we digged into the data and we really figured out what happened here. I do
Well,
think, I do think one of the biggest changes in politics, like a big proposal that I think would be massively helpful for everyone concerned, is if we changed the Congressional Budget Office to score legislation on its inflationary effect, not on its deficit effect.
Yeah.
Because I think the deficit is really, and I guess this is kind of MMT. I think the deficit is immaterial, and people do freak out about the deficit when they shouldn't. I think the inflationary effects are what people are using the deficit as a like gauge of. But I don't think it's an accurate gauge. And Milton Friedman agrees with me, like King Libertarian. You know, give me freedom or give me death, Milton Friedman. Obviously, that quote says it all, does it not? The money supply has to increase along the levels of productivity. Deflationary environment is just as bad for business and for commerce as an inflationary environment. You want stable prices. You do. You want people to be able to stock up on stuff and not worry that the price is going to fall through the floor. And they ended up making a huge mistake, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think when people were kind of arguing against us, and more specifically you, on MMT stuff, it was never on the description. It was always on the fear that accepting the description would promote, this unlimited spending idea.
Yeah. Well, I think changing the scoring of the bills would, obviously that would
help stop that. Yes.
Yeah, because that's what you're worried about.
Right.
So if
That's
they
a good
scored a bill saying, and this is the thing, because a lot of these, it's funny, a lot of these giant, and maybe the Republicans will finally get on board with this one day, because these giant tax cuts for the rich, they're not inflationary at all, because the rich have so much money that they can't really, they do it it causes asset bubbles where they buy a lot of stocks and it drives the price of stock up, but it doesn't necessarily drive the price of milk and eggs up. So
sure. Yeah. Inflation isn't the only financial consideration, obviously, or economic consideration, but
yeah. What else is there? What else is there?
What do you mean? What else is there? So, but you can.
I guess unemployment is a thing.
But you can have policies where there's very little inflation, but we live in an authoritarian, where we live in the RoboCop, hellscape or something.
Well, we have an entire institution devoted to keeping track of the deficit. Like Congressional Budget Office, all they do is look at legislation and find out whether or not it's going to increase or lower the deficit.
Sure.
Why is that's like weird to me?
It is weird, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better to? It's like having an entire institution of something dedicated to just some nonsense metric. It's like if you devoted your entire police force to like measuring the height of trees. It's like, okay, now we know how tall all the trees are in the city. Great.
That's a good idea.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we should
Look, we have the tallest trees in fucking California. Fuck you guys. Like, why? Just why? Why not devote a bunch of time and energy to some metric that's actually useful? Like, wouldn't you like to know if this bill is going to cause inflation? Like, the deficit is just that everyone's like, oh my God, this is a giant spending bill with all this deficit spending. If it's like zero inflation, you're like, who cares? If it's like a ton of inflation, you're like, fuck that. Don't vote for that bill. Well, that's the thing, because a lot like tax cuts for the middle class, hugely inflationary, because you're giving more money to people who are going to go out and drive the price of milk and eggs up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
They don't want to talk about that. That's why they're like deficit.
That's what I'm saying. Inflation isn't the only consideration.
Let's just keep it abstract here. We don't want to offend. We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, okay? But this is why the Republicans can get away with continuing to pass these huge tax cuts for the rich and like the middle class tax cuts.
Inflation is not the literal only thing to consider.
Well, yeah, no, income inequality is obviously a big one. Yeah. Well, why didn't you just say income inequality?
Because I'd like to hear you say, like, well, try to reason into the way of like, well, I guess we shouldn't give any tax cuts to the middle class, but we should give tax cuts to the rich.
I think we should. No, I'm not saying that. I'm glad you brought
No,
that
it's
up.
actually it's. I know you're not, but I'm saying it's actually funny because people on the right are so virulently anti-MMT, but you just made a good argument for why some right winger could pick up the mantle of MMT and use it as like the exact weapon against or the exact weapon to advocate for their economic policies.
They will. I'm surprised they haven't already, to be honest with you. I don't think
they ever will. But,
I don't think middle class people should pay any taxes, but
well, there you go.
This is the thing though.
That will cause a lot of inflation.
Yeah, taxes fight inflation. They're not about paying for things. They're about fighting inflation. So if the middle class doesn't pay taxes and only the rich pay taxes, which is the world obviously the Richard Wolffs want, guess what happens? Inflation goes crazy.
Right.
Yeah. The rich have the advantage of there's not very many of them.
True.
I just wonder whether the logic here is, would then Mr. Nixon and Mr. Roosevelt have been advocates of a return to serfdom?
I think the literature on the Nixon's price freeze is unambiguously negative in the economics profession, and I think Roosevelt faced a war emergency in which he had to deal with shortages. So you got ration tickets. I'm not arguing that it's not only rich people who should be able to get to the surgeon or should be able to get a loaf of bread if there's not enough to go around. Poor people shouldn't have to get to the back of the queue in an emergency situation. But that was an emergency situation.
Yeah. Inflations, by definition, are emergency situations calling for unusual steps. You have liberals like Janet Yellen and even Mr. Powell advocating for the unemployment of large numbers of people rather than the price wage free. If you want to, for example, Janet Yellen gives speeches, as does Powell, about the problem of unequal distribution of wealth. Okay, then don't have a wage price freeze. Have a price freeze. Leave the wages alone. That way they can rise, the prices can't, and that's how you redistribute wealth and income while you fight the inflation. What a wonderful twofer.
No, that's how companies go bankrupt, because they can't raise their prices to meet their costs. Wages are rising and prices are frozen, and you end up with unemployment and no goods on the shelf.
Right.
You end up with the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not sure about that. But,
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm not counting on
By the way,
persuading you.
almost just footnote, almost every European country at one time or another has imposed wage price freezes. Nobody there ever argued that I'm aware of that this led to or had the consequences of producing Soviet Union.
I invite the listener to look at what the American Economic Association surveys of members, where they ask questions about what are your views about wage and price controls, and see what the profession says. 9 to 1, they're going to be against price freezes as a response to inflation.
well,
I agree.
Just do your research.
And the one is a Marxist.
The economics profession is not of two minds about what I'm saying right now.
Having excluded the people who might disagree for 75 years,
Oh,
that
my
shouldn't be
God.
too surprising.
Okay.
thank you. Thank you both.
What a little bitch.
For this lively discussion regarding this particular question regarding the Fed. This is good. Okay, let's move to our next question. In his paper, "The Economics of Discrimination," the late economist Gary Becker theorized that the market would correct discrimination. Do you agree or disagree, and why? Glenn, we'll start with you.
I know what he was trying to say. I'm going to say I disagree because his conclusion, Becker, in his book, The Economics of Discrimination, 1954, this is the University of Chicago, this is price theory. He needs assumptions in order to get his conclusion. I'll be brief. Discrimination is when you have equally valuable labor, but because the guy is black or she's a woman or they don't speak your native tongue, you don't pay them the same wage. You pay the disliked group, the disfavored group, the discriminated group a lower wage. There's something called arbitrage in economics. When two things equally valuable trade at different prices, there's a profit to be made by buying low and selling high, by substituting out the higher cost for the lower cost source of supply. Becker was saying that if you have any non-discriminatory employers, you only need a few, and you have an open capital market so that non-discriminating employers can raise funds to be able to expand their enterprise, then the non-discriminators will hire away the underpaid workers from the discriminating firm, and in the end, the equilibrium will have the wages be equalized. That's not incorrect as a theoretical proposition, but it depends on premises which are demonstrably not applicable in many circumstances. You don't have enough capital in the hands of non-discriminating employers. You don't have absence of barriers to entry or other impediments to expanding the non-discriminating sector. And so often discrimination will persist, notwithstanding the fact that there's a capitalist system or a liberal order, because the conditions that Becker specified don't apply. However, they do apply in some circumstances. There have been studies of South Africa demonstrating that the government had to get involved on behalf of the apartheid interest in order to ensure that white workers would not be exposed to competition from black workers who were equally skilled, in order to maintain racially preferential wage differentials in South Africa favoring white workers. The government had to make a law against firms hiring black workers and employing them in certain jobs. And the fact that you needed the state in order to enforce the racist regime is proof that unfettered market forces would have pushed against it.
Thank you. Rick?
Yes.
Let's hear your side of it.
No, I agree with most of what Glenn is saying. For me, though, Gary Becker is a creature of Milton Friedman and all of that existed there.
Shit.
They were a one-trick pony that was tricked out to demonstrate that whatever it is that the government could do, might do, everything that it did do in the 30s that they were reacting to would be bad. And having the government out of the story would be good. It was kind of simple-minded either or. Anyone who ever done the history knows the government has always been involved in the economics of any system where there was a state. It's true in Russia, it's true in the United States, it's true in China, and so forth. Degrees of difference, yeah, but a lot less than is mostly made up for in these stories. And the pure market is a pure invention, has really nothing to do with anything that isn't ideological, in my view. I would like to just comment that the general argument about discrimination has also been made by Samuelson and others, that if you let the market do its thing, then the inequalities of income and wealth will also be disappeared. We will have a uniform payment for all equivalent factors of production. I find it amusing, after 40 years of relentless inequality being worsened economically in the United States, literally 40 years now, that the argument about how the system, if only left to its private devices, will equalize across people's inequality, reduce the inequality. I mean, capitalism comes into the world in the French Revolution and the American with slogans like liberty, equality, fraternity, and democracy, and it has betrayed every single one of them. It can't deliver that promise, and it is sad to watch the desperate, ever more desperate theoretical efforts to suggest that maybe if you concoct wild presumptions, just as Glenn said, that never exist, you would get this lovely outcome, which we've never seen.
Let me just say a word here in defense of Chicago, and I'm not given to doing this. I was trained at MIT in the 1970s, and they used to talk about Uncle Milty
Yes.
With, contempt to a certain degree because of his views about money, monetary policy, and so forth. But Milton Friedman was a great economist who made fundamental contributions to macroeconomic theory. George Stigler was a great economist who made fundamental contributions to the theory of industrial organization. Robert Lucas is a great economist. You don't have to necessarily buy all of the supply side stuff and all of the neutrality in the long run of money stuff to see that the technical virtuosity, that the incisiveness, and that the importance of the work of these people. Ronald Coase, these are Chicago economists, and they were important figures in economics in the 20th century. And I think, Rick, with respect, you do your argument a disservice when you import this kind of personal animus against people who happen to have a different ideological position than you do. It should be possible to recognize the intellectual heights of achievement that the school of thought, which is the University of Chicago, have scaled on behalf of the project that we're all engaged in here, which is trying to understand the economy.
Based.
As I say, I'm not a Chicago school
Based.
devotee, but I can appreciate that the price theoretic tradition that Chicago represents has contributed an enormous amount to the intellectual development of economic thought in the 20th century.
So Glenn just called Richard into his room and said, "Listen, Richard,
Time for your spanking.
I'm not mad at you. I'm disappointed."
Oh, no. It's true. This is the thing. And even Glenn's talk about the economists that they brought up. I never heard of the guy. I just looked him up. But he's basically saying, he had an idea that worked in theory, but in practice, there were a bunch of obstacles that he didn't bake into his theory. But he gave him respect for the theory. He's like, sure, it would work in a perfect world where, so people who weren't racist had access to capital. Unfortunately, they were denied access to capital. So,
or that there can be elements of other people's work that are very important and helpful, even if their overall general theory proves to not be accurate.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but no, Dick over here has to go with the bomb throwing. Like, oh yeah, if they weren't oppressing everyone, obviously Marxism would be totally great.
Well, it's funny because he says, I'm not prone to conspiratorial thinking. That's what Richard said, earlier in this conversation. And it's like, well, the entire basis of the only excuse really that socialists can give for why socialism keeps failing is conspiratorial thinking. It's some conspiracy. The capitalists are always conspiring against them to prevent them from succeeding, because it couldn't possibly be a flaw within the ideology itself, right? It has to be some external force.
Of course not. Yeah. It has to be all those mean capitalists telling them no. Well, actually, it's the population telling them, no, we want to own our own shit. We like capitalism. We like, building things and creating businesses and stuff like that. Entrepreneurs are the ones that told them no. Mm-hmm. Look, why are you meddling? It really is the socialist against the entrepreneur. It really is. I mean, I don't want to go, gay of John Galt or anything. I mean, obviously that stuff takes it to a cringy excess, but there is a bit of, the entrepreneurial mindset. I think a lot of people, they don't have a lot of respect for it, but I think, they should. It's funny because the people on the left, they respect, autists and,
autists?
Artists,
you mean artists
and filmmakers,
okay,
and, the cultural critics, right? But those people are entrepreneurs, are they not? I mean, they're building a brand around themselves.
But they perceive it in a completely different way. So just as the inverse is true. Like, when you hear someone on the right talking about, these great entrepreneurs, they're not talking about artists or anything. So
they should more.
They should.
I like when people do. I like more and more people on the right are waking up to the fact that they need to be culture creators. They need to develop culture as much as anybody else. So the tradition is something that needs to be sustained through culture.
So in America, at least, I think part of the reason the right was asleep on that was because the right was generally in the conservative position of saying we need to conserve our current or our older culture.
Yeah.
So so you wouldn't attract someone who's like, I want to do something new. I want to create new things. But now that we live in the era of kind of wokeness, where
they're waking up.
Yeah, where the left has basically become the moral majority police.
Oh, I know.
Of the Christian, movements in the 80s and earlier, in the 80s and 90s and earlier. It's kind of the tables have kind of turned, which now has allowed the right to kind of pick up the mantle of, trying to create interesting cultural ideas, at least in theory. I don't know if they ever will, but
we'll see.
It's a slow process, but
We should be cultural elites.
They are, at least on the meme front. I'll give them that. We'll see if they can break into Hollywood, which is obviously controlled by a lot of left-wing ideology. So there's a lot of barriers to entry there.
No, I don't like elitist, but I mean, cultural elite does have a nice ring to
it. You want to be a cultural elitist? Is that A team is for cultural elitism?
A cultural elite. Yeah.
I disavow cultural elitism.
I would very briefly
Please, go
would
ahead.
respond. Ronald Coase is someone whose work I use. So, and I never mentioned him, and I wouldn't, because his lesson about externalities, about what it is the market can't and does not price in, yet we'd have to live with the
Very good.
results.
He's the same school. He's in the same. He's right there in the
Right.
sweet spot of the Chicago.
That's why I'm mentioning that I use his work and I admire his work. And I don't even disagree with you that in their realm of price theory, they made contributions. My resentment, and that's what it is that they also were at the forefront of excluding people who did a different kind of economics from any position. I would know and respect their position better if people like me were able to interact with them in the faculty situations that we all know exist in these institutions. But
They
we were
snubbed
all
him.
excluded. And I mean a we, there are a lot of us. It's not just me. We were excluded because they were comfortable, not just in doing their particular theory, but in being part of a Cold War program.
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of funny about this is it's like, first of all, I don't know what is, the truth about this. Was it some sort of, fear? Was it some sort of cultural snubbing? Was it just that they thought the idea was crazy, so they didn't want to give it time of day? So I'm not sure exactly what happened in this specific instance. But, I mean, and though Richard himself is not responsible for this specifically, it is somewhat ironic that what he's saying, because the entire movement on the left right now, on the woke left, which is guided by socialism, is exclusion. It's to exclude
True.
and silence and prevent any ideas that go against them to be talked about or taught or be allowed in school. And so, I can just see in my mind, and I'm not throwing this at Richard because I'm assuming he's not in favor of this, but I can just see in my mind, he's saying what he's saying right now, and I'm just overlaying it on, the people, all those students, screaming at Brett Weinstein at Evergreen to, leave campus.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just seeing that movie play in my head, kind of the irony of it all. But
Yeah. We've been totally excluded from everything.
yeah.
No, you've been
Bam.
shouting in people's faces.
To eliminate.
Well, I just think the ideology, the irony here is that even if Richard himself is against that and is very big in favor of free speech, I'm not super familiar on where his stance on that is. I would argue that the ideology of socialism, by its nature, leads to exclusion.
Yes.
Where I don't think, or the ideology of liberalism and liberal things is the opposite, leads to, by its nature, it doesn't always, it can often be censorship, but at least by its nature is promoting, openness and freedom of talk and freedom of information. So
Yeah, it has to by necessity.
All kinds of voices who could have and should have debated with them. And you can see it most sadly, because you did mention him, in the cases of people like Robert Solow, who, when they were young men, actually flirted with the same school. Robert Solow's teacher was Paul Sweezy. So was mine. I know exactly what happened to them. They joined a political process that excluded. And I'm sure you understand what I mean, because they weren't the only exclusions.
Well, you may not know that Bob was my dissertation advisor. And
did you get what he just did?
No, it wasn't.
He said you should understand this as a black guy.
Oh,
essentially.
no, he pulled. Oh, shit.
I mean, at least that's how I interpret it. When he said they're not the only exclusions, I assume that's what he would be referencing.
He's trying to pull Glenn over to his side by saying, they oppressed you.
Well, I mean, Glenn Loury, I didn't know this. He's the first, I think he's the first, what does it say, first Yale, or he go to Yale or Harvard?
His story is crazy.
He's the first. What the fuck? I just saw it. Now it's gone.
Yeah.
He said he was like the first black professor to get tenure at Harvard. Yeah, the first black professor of economics. Oh, maybe it was just of economics in Harvard to get tenure. So.
And actually, he wrote his thesis using Social Security data to try to understand the dynamics of wage inequality and how it would move from year to year. And I wrote my thesis as a theorist, not using any data at all, but using every brain cell that I've got to try to understand the dynamics of inequality within a population across generations. And Bob advised it. And we used state-of-the-art Markov chain, stochastic process, asymptotic theory, dynamic programming techniques to do it. Bob is a great man.
Yeah.
Toward the end of his career, and Bob is still living, he turned his attention very vociferously to labor, to manpower training issues and stuff like that. He was a part of the Democratic, social policy establishment. Always been concerned about unemployment and about wage inequality and stuff like that. So I don't think he quite surrendered to the dark side, even though he did manage to stay in the center lane so that he wasn't written off as an extremist.
Thank you. We'll stop here with that question.
Okay.
Thank you for both your responses. Here's our next one. Why is the rent too damn high? Can this laissez-faire free market ride in the real estate market lead to more homelessness? Shouldn't our government intervene? Rick?
Sure. I like to talk about the housing story because in my head, and this is part of how I come to be a socialist, there are certain things that the human community can now take care of for itself and ought to. Food, clothing, and shelter is a good place to start. We are able physically to produce the food, clothing, and shelter the people of this planet need. And the test of any economic system is whether it can do this job or not. And if it can't, that's prima facie evidence that maybe we ought to look whether there might be another system that could do a better job.
Oh, no.
In most of the capitalist countries that I'm familiar with in Europe, there is an enormous part of the housing stock that is owned by and maintained either by the government, and that could be the federal, state, or urban city government, or it is collectivized housing. It's run by the people who live there as a kind of cooperative structure. It would strike most Europeans as bizarre to suggest that they ought to leave the housing market to private enterprise. For them, this is then an opportunity for rent gouging and profiteering and all the things they associate, rightly or wrongly, with a private sector market. And my reaction is, I look at the American housing situation and I'm just appalled. I'm appalled not so much by the horror of what I see, but I'm appalled at the normalization of it, that it's acceptable, that we have vast amounts of empty apartments being looked at by the people across the street who are homeless. And the homeless look at the empty apartments and nothing happens in the population to say, what, stop, wait, how is this possible? Why do we do this? And so for me, one of the first appeals of a socialist idea, of a socialist movement, would be that this is impossible. We don't allow child labor. We don't allow you to pollute the way you feel like it, and we don't allow there to be a situation of homelessness. So we can't put families through it. We can't put children through it. We can't have it. We can't have that kind of a situation. And I'm appalled that our particular kind of capitalism not only fails to deal with the housing problem, but somehow routinizes it so that the homelessness is blamed on the homeless, blaming the victim kind of. Because I can see why a society does it, because if you're such a failure at providing this basic human need, you better blame somebody, because otherwise you risk blaming yourself.
Thank you.
So this is a weird answer because he didn't actually explain. He didn't explain why there's a housing crisis at all. He just said there's a housing crisis, and I think it's bad that the government doesn't fix it. And then he, gives kind of the classic example like, oh, there's homeless people and there's empty condos. And why can't you just give those condos to homeless people?
It's so stupid.
It's just just dumb. That's not even
Now
the housing
we know where
crisis.
Hassan gets it though, because that's Hassan's response.
That's Hassan's response. But that's not even
So dumb.
even what people are when people talk about the housing crisis. They're not talking about like, well, there's always homeless people. They're talking about how expensive it is to live in certain parts of the country. It's just astronomical, because housing prices are just so crazy high. And I don't, to me, this is an area where the right economic argument, the right wing's economic argument, is far more salient, in my opinion, than the left's, in terms of that it's probably a supply issue.
It's definitely a supply issue.
It's a supply issue. And who's causing that supply issue? Well, it's state governments, because they put all these regulations and all these zonings and all these requirements on
NIMBYism.
On housing. But then it's not like it's the government doing maliciously. The government's doing it because that's what the people who are voting for the governments in those communities, they all want.
Yeah.
They all want the housing price to be super high because they all own fucking houses.
Yeah. It really is.
So,
it's a war against the homeowners against everyone else, basically.
Yes. And this is what we talked about earlier in the stream, where I said, you can tweak the economy so that it helps one person, it's going to hurt someone else. This is a classic example.
Exactly what happened. Yeah.
Everyone complains in politics about, the exorbitant housing prices, but no one wants to do anything because most of the, rich people in America and a lot of middle class and upper middle class people in America all own homes, or they have mortgages on homes. And so obviously they want to keep housing prices as high as possible because that's a direct asset that they own. And so they don't want to take a hit to it. And then of course that turns around and that screws over a lot of people, especially younger people who don't have really the ability to go out and buy a house the way that their parents did.
You know who votes?
Old people.
Homeowners.
Yeah, old people and homeowners. You know who doesn't vote?
Young people.
Young people. So
who do you think's going to win in the homeowners against the
homeowners are always going to win. And so I mean, so to me, when you say, well, the government should go in and do something, it's like, well, what do you want them to do?
The government, hold on a second.
I mean,
the government is doing something.
Right, but it's like, so do you want the government to go against what the people who vote for them want?
Yeah, I thought you were all about democracy. Look, you love democracy so much you want it in the workplace. Well, this is democracy.
I mean,
sorry, you lose.
They have to kind of concoct this story of how, well, it's not that, it's not zoning, it's not local government, it's not people voting for these policies, it's BlackRock and all these private organizations that they just buy up all the housing and blah 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 blah. It's evil capitalists that are causing all the problems.
Well, there is a problem with that, and they should.
That's a problem, but that's not that's not causing the problem nationwide.
Yeah. Well, it does. I mean, does that? It doesn't hurt the homeowners that's happening. It actually helps. It actually helps the homeowners.
Exactly.
Yeah. BlackRock is doing a giant service because them limiting the housing stock actually drives the price of housing up. And if you're a homeowner, that's what you want.
But I'm saying, there are regions of the country where this happens, but it's not like that. First of all, that didn't create the housing price in the first place to be what it is. That's like BlackRock and that's a response to the housing price being what it is. They didn't create the situation, and that's also not a nationwide issue. That's a regional issue that's happening in certain pockets of the country. And if people want to clamp down on that, then go for it. But I'm just saying, to use that as the excuse for why housing prices is high everywhere is not true.
Right.
And why housing prices became high is not true.
Well, NIMBYism does exist in every market, though.
Exactly. That's what it is. It's NIMBYism. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one wants it where they live. that
Yeah.
went somewhere else.
Of course.
So now homelessness, the mental health issues, bad zoning regulations that prevent you from building the kinds of residences that might be affordable to people who are on the margins is the fault of capitalism. Okay. Here, I'll respond this way. I spent a week of my life reading Matthew Desmond's book, Evicted, about housing insecurity in Milwaukee. I read about, with my wife, we read it together. I read it aloud to her while she would be cooking dinner over the course of a couple of weeks. We went
Now
with
that's
these
a couple
desperate
that's going to
families.
stick together right there.
That's adorable. Oh.
Who saw their goods being set out on the sidewalk because they couldn't afford to pay the rent, who had to deal with rapacious, greedy, self-interested landlords who wanted to exploit them, who met with racial discrimination and class discrimination against themselves and their children when they sought to find residence and so forth. And, you know, God loved them. I mean, it was heartbreaking. It was not just capitalism, although it is a question of social policy, but Matt Desmond's recommendations in the final chapter of that book is expand the subsidies with housing vouchers so that you put purchasing power in the hands of families who can then go into the market and find adequate housing for themselves, as well as
That's just going to drive the fucking price of houses up. That's what caused the housing crisis. Fuck. You got to build more fucking houses. Look, I read the Milton Friedman quote. Come on. You need more production. It's so simple. Why are they what? Give people vouchers so they can buy houses that don't exist. What the fuck? I thought this guy was the economist. Jeez. What do you
How
got
dare
to
you.
look, you got to do. I don't look. It has to be a political decision, right? I mean, you got to make it. You got to build more houses.
so that you put purchasing power in the hands of families who can then go into the market and find adequate housing for themselves, as well as accompany that with a
Housing that doesn't exist.
non-discriminatory regulatory regime that oversees how landlords deal with the prospective tenants so that people aren't rationed out because they have a couple of kids or because they happen to speak the English language with a Southern accent or they happen to have dark skin. And I think that's the way to go. My defense of using the market to provide the housing rather than building public housing is built both upon my theoretical convictions that the market is going to lead to a more efficient resource allocation in the long run, but also upon the experience that we've had with public housing, which has not been pretty at Pruitt-Igoe and St. Louis and Cabrini Green and Chicago, and you could name a dozen other places around the country. So homelessness is more than simply a lack of housing. There are also mental health issues that are serious issues that need to be dealt with and that won't be corrected by housing adjustment. The kind of housing adjustment that's needed is not simply building more units, but also opening up from zoning exclusion, building the kinds of units, single residence occupancy, for example, for individuals who are in need of shelter, but who might
See, there you go, Adam.
not be, 3-bedroom apartment ready. But if you're going to do something about housing, put purchasing power in the hands of families and let them go into the market and get their housing.
Rick, would you like to respond?
Yeah, no one that I'm aware of advocates that if you solve the housing problem, you solve everybody else's, all the other problems people bring to it. Lord knows we have a mental health crisis in this country on so many levels. You might even argue it reflects the decline of the American empire or the exhaustion of our capitalist system, which I would, but that's not my point. Here's my point. Housing is a basic requirement. Whatever the other problems are of human beings, they need and they deserve housing. Housing in the United States is mostly handled as a private enterprise and a negotiated deal between the landlord on the one hand and the renter on the other, or the seller of the house and the buyer. In this negotiation, this market-driven negotiation, there are, of course, all kinds of governmental and other policies that impact on that market. That's always true. The notion of a market that isn't impacted is a heuristic device of both libertarians and neoclassicals in order to make the arithmetic work. I've done this work a million times in my life. Nobody who's serious about that would imagine that the markets we've ever seen anywhere have that quality. We are supposed to think about them and then move in that direction. There's a whole theoretical apparatus called second best theory, which tries to argue how and why an approximation might be a reasonable policy step. For me, I see a market whose end result has been homelessness, whose end result, given the other problems of society, has to plunge the people who need housing the most into the situation where it's accessible the least, and vice versa. And I'm struck that it's so normalized that whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, it doesn't seem to matter. Final thought. Here in New York right now, we have a double problem. We have, depending on who you believe, 100,000, give or take, homeless people. That's an awful lot. We just got a 20,000 more because right-wing governors in the South of the United States are shipping people here. You may not know it, but the law here in New York says you can't be evicted without being given a lawyer, if you can't afford one, to go through a whole procedure at court.
What?
But they don't have enough lawyers in the legal aid system.
Oh, imagine that.
And the courts are overwhelmed. So guess what? They're evicting people, and they're violating the law. They don't get a lawyer, and they get thrown out on the street. This is not an aberration. This has been the history of public, the
Look at that.
housing.
Look at that. You can't just legislate something without the resource being there. Perfect
know.
example.
I know.
Look, just give them all a free lawyer.
Yeah, but that was a weird. I don't know why he brought that example. It's like, well, yeah, because they don't have enough. Because what you're suggesting is just they don't have enough lawyers to do that. So what's the solution, Rick? What do we do here? Like, I don't. And
Rick,
Rick,
what's the
I mean,
plan here, Rick?
It's kind of annoying because, like, you know, when Glenn answers the question, he's like, "I think the problem is these specific factors," and then he gives his policy prescriptions, which you can either agree with or disagree. And then, you know, Rick has talked twice on this, and he doesn't give you the policy prescriptions, except to just give poor people houses, I guess, which isn't
Or
really a policy
vouchers or
prescription.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really a policy prescription, and he doesn't really go over what's causing the problem in the first place.
Yeah,
And
some
then, so-
economics conversation here.
Right, but it's his answer on these questions are just entirely moral virtue signaling of it's so bad. Look how bad it is. What a failure of capitalism is. There's poor people everywhere with no houses. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, but Richard, why is that happening? It's so bad. Look how bad it is. Oh my God. This is indicative of the failure of capitalism. I understand that, Richard, but why is it happening? Oh my God. You know, in New York, there's not enough lawyers for every single fucking person that's ever been evicted. Oh my God. This is a failure of capitalism. You're like, oh, Jesus. Just like, okay, but what do we do? What's the problem?
Can we talk about the economics of it? This is a problem of modern society. You can't even have a conversation about, you know, some technical aspect of something without the virtue signalers jumping in to be like,
Yes.
oh, but what about, can we have this conversation about building more houses without talking about the poor people who are being evicted?
I know. It's like, well, I mean, that's the conversation we're trying to have, but you got to have the conversation. I mean,
Yeah,
this is a
exactly.
conversation between two economics professors, so you know I would hope to be a little bit more specific on that.
No,
But okay.
Richard Wolff is not an economics professor.
Oh, really? What is he?
Does he have an economics degree? That's so.
I assume. What do you mean? He's talking about all his education was with all these economics guys.
Dude,
Of course, he's an economics professor.
I have a feeling he's like been doing like sex work for his teachers or something.
Are you saying that so Richard Wolff is not really an economics professor? He has an OnlyFans, a Marxist OnlyFans.
Well, I don't understand like how I see Richard Wolff as
He is an economics professor. Okay.
not very bright.
He's an economics professor.
Richard Wolff is a American Marxist economist.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Well, there you go.
Known for his work on economic mythology.
That's interesting.
And no, it's methodology, but
Okay.
I did
Gotcha.
I did a funny.
You did it funny.
The methodology in class analysis. He's a professor emeritus. What does that mean? Like, I'm not actually, like, you can say you're a professor here, but don't show up at work. I feel like that's.
I don't think that's what professor emeritus means.
I don't know what
It means a tenured professor.
He is a professor emeritus of economics at the University of Massachusetts.
Oh no, it means it's a tenured professor who retires from an educational institute in good standing.
Right. Yeah. He's unemployed, basically.
What?
Yeah. There's no.
Is he not
good-
currently teaching? Is that what? Is that
Yeah,
what
that's what
saying?
emeritus means. Emeritus means you don't come here anymore.
Is that?
Honorably
I thought
retired.
he was still teaching. I thought he was still
Sure.
teaching though.
Sure, honorably retired.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I don't buy it.
He's not unemployed. He's doing all this
Something
Marxist
fishy.
stuff. He's making books, YouTube videos, blah blah blah. New York Times Magazine named him America's most prominent Marxist economist. You know, he's doing things.
Aiden Paladin for $5 says, the obvious solution is that the government just needs to print more lawyers so we can give everybody one. I mean, we
I
could
like
print
that's a
more,
good idea. I
we
like
could
that,
print
yeah.
more law degrees. Why not?
There you go. There you go.
I mean, that worked for Shokin, right?
Yeah, but are they going to go all fly out to New York to become public defenders of people that get evicted?
I might go out to just to see if I can get some content out of it. I might go out to New York and say, listen, they don't have enough lawyers, but I feel like I could represent you. I could do a pretty good job.
I was like, listen, I have an AI algorithm. I can figure this one out.
Yeah, look at this. Come here. How about this? You let me represent you, and we'll film it all. I'll make a YouTube video out of it. What
There
do
you
you
go.
think?
I like it.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun
Good
and
idea.
entertaining. We
Mhm.
might lose. You probably will still get evicted.
I don't have an actual legal license. But hey, it'll make a good video, and that's all that matters, right?
Likely you will get evicted. But, I feel like this would be good content. Actually, that would be terrible content.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Lance would definitely make a response video when I
There you go.
film the people getting their stuff taken
Oh
out.
my god, that's so bad.
I know, it's awful.
That's so
It's awful. I can't believe you're indulging this idea, Sitch.
Oh, it's my fault because I'm indulging you. Okay, bad Adam.
I know.
Shame.
Wow. There was I knew a guy who used to do Channel 101, which is like shorts, and he did a series he was evicting people, and he would film the evictions.
Jeez,
Yeah.
it's rough.
It was rough. I was like, why? This is like a snuff film or something. Like, why
Yeah,
do
what-
people
what-
want to watch this? This is horrible.
Yeah, exactly.
People
Why do
down
people
on their
wanna watch
luck.
that? Gross.
People made bad decisions. Yeah.
Yep. Terrible.
I've only been evicted a couple of times. How about you,
Mhm.
Sitch? You ever been evicted?
No, I've never been forcibly evicted.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
man. Well,
I've
you
been
got to live a
lucky.
little.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
I do. I gotta do more drugs while I'm driving to work. Apparently.
I've never been evicted unknowingly. Like it's always been. I knew it was coming, so.
Yeah, I understand.
But as you do.
They say, "Here's your notice."
Yeah. Is this-
Available for our
Oh.
public.
What?
Are you gonna read some super?
wanna
chats or
solve the-
what?
I can.
Are we still doing $20 super chats on the
I
show?
should. I
What?
know.
Are you?
Daniel, I'm dropping the ball. Daniel for $20 says we've already had socialist systems for hundreds of years where the government owned the means of production. It was called feudalism.
True.
We evolved socially to individual property rights. Socialism is regressive. So there you go. Listen, Daniel. I like
Based.
they said that. We should start calling socialism. We should call it neo-feudalism.
Oh, that's a good idea.
There you go.
Neo-feudalism.
Neo-feudalism.
Think Richard Wolff will start saying that on his podcast? We could hope.
He's a neo-feudalist. Yeah.
According to Wikipedia, Richard Wolff is 80 years old.
He looks pretty good for 80.
I know. Look, he's still here having cogent conversations.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
he's doing something right. All that socialism is doing something right for him.
Yeah, I was going to say. What? Oh, man.
I take it back. Good on you, Richard.
He's in great shape for 80.
Changed my mind.
Yeah, maybe I'll be a socialist by the time I'm 80.
What do you mean by the time?
Well, just if it's if it adds longevity.
There you go. Adam Riley for 20 Canadian says he is the marketable product. Every debate he sells books. He loses often and embarrassing enough that it's a diminishable return. He loses value each loss. Yes, thank you, Adam. That is
Whose
true.
side are you on, Adam?
Adam, he's not on your side. Betrayed by
Come
Adam.
on, us Adam's got to stick together. What are you doing?
Now look at that. Look at that.
That's okay.
A2
Adam's cool.
Purple Brain for 24 euros says the U.S. is ranked 27th on the Social Global Mobility Index, measures intergenerational social mobility in relation to socioeconomic outcomes. What should the U.S. change to get to top 10 with the Northern European capitalist? I don't know the answer to that question.
Free school, and also, I mean, open up.
Mm-hmm.
And Sitch and I mean, we had a contentious dialogue about this that we talked about Ivy League schools, and it's an artificial constraint on giving them out. Like, I don't see why we can't live in a world where every single person that wants a Harvard degree can get a Harvard degree.
Yeah, but I remember this conversation. The contentious part was they said that will never happen because that's the point of the degree, is to be a limited supply.
Yeah, but that's elitist fucking garbage.
It might be, but that's literally the point of the degree.
Well, we live in a world where everyone who wants milk can get milk. What's the difference between milk and Harvard degrees?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You don't use milk to get a job.
So you're literally saying that you're limiting. This is why we're 27th on the Social Global Mobility Index, because of fucking this garbage.
No, that's not why.
Yes, it is.
You don't think people can get social mobility in the country without graduating from an elite institution?
Look, I think people should be able to get whatever education they want, and there's no barriers that should stand in their way. Okay.
Yeah, but wait.
And especially
I remember this conversation now.
Especially a self-imposed barrier like, we can't give too many Harvard degrees out because I got to get my fucking rich people. No. I got to get my rich kids to have a Harvard degree, so your fucking kids don't get a Harvard degree, so that they can get the job, even though your kids are 10 times smarter than them. And it's an aristocracy. This is why we're 27th on the social mobility.
It's not. No.
First of all, I might be Marxist by the end of this conversation.
You don't know if that's true, because you'd have to look at the countries that have the highest social mobility and see if it has anything to do with what their elite institutions offer. And I would be shocked if it had anything to do with that. But you'd have to check that out to make that claim. But the issue of this sort of like
Jordan Peterson is trying to get a 4-year degree down.
This issue of kind of like the elite institutions that you're talking about, you're kind of in your argument, you're making it seem like if someone has good enough grades and whatevers and SAT scores or whatever the fuck they use nowadays to get into Harvard, that if they can't because Harvard says, hey, we only have 100 spots this year and you're 101, so you don't get in, you're acting like that person then spirals off into the void of nothingness and becomes nobody. It's like, well, no, then they go to Yale, or then they go to Brown, or then they go to some other elite university, and so on and so on.
And you're saying that there's nobody that goes without going to an elite university because all those spots were taken up by other people?
Well, no, they end up because what happens is, because this is why I don't understand your argument, because there's only a limited number of slots in elite universities.
Because of self-imposed limitations.
Because of self-imposed limitations, to some extent. Obviously, you can't just print more teachers, like we can't print more lawyers, okay? Because there is a limitation slot, what that means is that colleges essentially organize themselves along a spectrum of academic and collegial success. And so you have the Ivy League schools say, we're only going to take the top 1% or 0.5% or whatever it is of all students in America. And then if you're not in that point whatever 5% or that 1% of top academic success, you end up going to a school that's, whatever is the second level under Ivy League school. And then that takes in, I don't know, let's say hypothetically takes in like 1 to 10% of students go to second tier Ivy League schools. And then you say, oh, well, if you're not that, you go into, a middle grade school, blah, 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 and down and down and down it goes. And so college operates as not just as a place in which people get educations, but it also operates, and maybe you don't like it, but this is what happens. It operates as a sorting mechanism for people that helps them get jobs in the future. That's why if you're in a very cutthroat or very competition-driven job, like being a lawyer, being a doctor, a lot of times they want to have the elite institution on their transcripts so they could say, oh, look, this is where I went to law school, this is where I went to medical school, because it helps them get their first job.
Yeah.
Now, after the first job, that becomes less important and it becomes more where you worked. But
obviously.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And also, there is still mobility in the college system because, for example, say you don't get into Harvard, even though you want to, because you don't have good enough grades to get into Harvard, because that's really what we're talking about.
No,
and you
we're not. They turn away people who have the grades every year.
Okay,
they literally did a Supreme Court case where they. Well,
okay, but
away.
That's true. That where I'm.
This
I'm
is
not
this
talking
is what
about.
got
I'm not
me
talking
started
about racial.
on this.
But I'm not talking about racial. What's it called?
Look. I'm not talking about race either. There are.
Well, yeah, but you just brought it up.
Well, they got turned away. They said it was a race issue. Obviously,
it was a race
but
issue.
It proves it proves that there are people who have the money and the grades.
That's not what we're talking about.
And they don't have the space because they're limiting the number of spots.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. Okay, so we're not talking about people with racial quotas. It's a whole nother issue. We're only talking about academic success. Okay, and so what they're going to do is
can we stop with the I understand where you're coming from.
Well, then I don't understand your argument.
You are not. Yeah. It would be cool if you did understand the argument.
You're right. It would be cool.
If you could steel man the argument, that would be great. Because you're talking around the argument.
I'm not talking around the argument. I'm explaining why the system exists the way it exists.
No, you're not. You're not. What you're explaining is a caste system. It is a caste system.
Wait. No, come on. Wait a minute.
How is it not a caste system? Look, and you're even going to these
a caste system by definition means you can't change your caste. Okay. Right? Isn't that the definition? Isn't that how caste systems work? You're born into a caste. You can change your caste. That's what I was going to say. You can go to a college.
You can't change your caste if you can't get into the Ivy League school.
You can go to college that you can get into, get good grades in that college, and if they're good enough, then you could apply and get into an Ivy League school or go to an Ivy League school for graduate school.
Doesn't a caste system limit the employment opportunities of people? Isn't that the whole purpose of a caste system?
What are you talking about? And I even said when it comes to your education, that's really only super applicable in most fields for your very first job, which is definitely beneficial. It's definitely hugely beneficial, but that's really the thing.
It's a caste system. That's what
it's not a
bugs me about
caste
it.
system.
It is literally a caste system.
A caste system, by definition, is based on. I could be wrong. I have to look up the definition. I thought caste system, by definition, is based on you're born into it and you can't change it. Okay. Which you don't think America has a caste system for the poor people, right?
First of all, there's two issues that we're talking about here. Okay.
Yes.
There is the elitist caste system issue, and there's also the supply and demand issue, which, you said, we need teachers. Well, if I'm creating a product that people want, okay, I can create enough of that product to satiate whatever demand there is in the market by hiring people and building more factories, right? If it's a very successful product, I might build 20 factories, right? If the demand is only there for 10 factories, I'm going to build 10 factories.
Right.
Why does Harvard University have a successful product that people want, and they're saying, okay, listen, I could build 20 factories because the demand is there for this product, but I'm only going to build one because that's the way I want to do it. You've never answered that question.
I did answer it. That was literally the first thing I answered. There's two functions of college, okay? The first is to educate you, right? We all agree with that. But that's the one you're focusing on. The second one, as I said, is to, and you might not like it, but that's the point of it, is to create a sorting system, to create a spectrum of who is supposed to be the best and the brightest and the most motivated to, you know, success in the country. That's part of the point.
So what happens
of our college system?
So what happens?
That's why.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me respond. Let me respond
because I didn't finish my sentence. To answer your question, the reason Harvard does that is because, as I said, Harvard degree, part of what makes a Harvard degree valuable is that it's limited in quality or quantity, I mean. So now you can respond.
What are you sorting people on?
On academic success and motivation.
Being able to achieve a certain level of scholastics, right?
Yes.
So if the market can produce 1,000 people that can achieve that level of scholastic success, and you're only going to give certificates to 10% of them, aren't you really fucking over 90% of the people who can achieve that scholastic success because they can't get verified?
No. Okay. So
and isn't that what a caste system is?
Well, no. So it's kind of like, are you a good basketball player?
Mm-hmm.
No, you are a good basketball player.
No, I'm not. But
okay, right. So you and I probably not the best at basketball.
Look, I already know where you're going. You're like, everyone is going to be ordered from 1 to 1,000.
Yeah. So then I don't understand what you're not getting.
Do you really think
that's how people are ordered?
Do you really think that that our system sorts people specifically to that degree, and that only the people who are in the top 100 get certified? So you're saying the certification for a Harvard degree is literally that you are the best scholastically around? Is that what you're saying?
That's the point. Now, obviously, there's weird shit where, like, you know, very rich people can donate a bunch of money and get their kids in, you know, Bush got a Yale education or whatever.
Yeah, that's
so. I mean, yeah, there's obviously
happening.
fuckery in the system, but overall, yes, that is the point. Is it's supposed to be, because you're kind of, here's where I don't understand. You're looking at this kind of like a gross number problem, where you're saying like, well, what if there's 1,000 people who all want to get into Harvard and they all have like the same scholastic level? But that's not the way it works. They look at it as like, they look at it like a bell curve. They look at it like on a spectrum and say, well, we're not saying that there's X scholastic to get in here. We're saying we're taking the top 0.5% of the population. Like they're doing it from a percentage.
Look,
position.
if you tell 1,000 people to line up in order of height, you're going to have 100 people that are exactly the same height. You're probably going to have 500 people that are exactly the same height.
Right. You have thousands and thousands and millions of people that are the same height.
So the idea that Harvard is sorting people scholastically, you know, in chronological order is just, I mean, that seems farcical to me. And we still come back to like, why? So you're basically saying the reason why Harvard can only give out 100 degrees is because we want to make sure that everyone knows that this person is like at the top of their scholastic game.
Right. Right.
But I'm saying, well, there are people that are probably at the top of their scholastic game that are not able to get certified because of that limiting barrier.
I don't think there's anyone who's at the top of the scholastic game that can't get into an Ivy League. I don't think that's a thing.
Right. So you're saying they take plenty of people that are just not.
Yeah, because you could be right. Like you could be at the top of your game and maybe you won't get into a specific Ivy League school for whatever reason, because you're also competing with everyone else in the country, and also because the colleges make other determinations. You know, because like you could only have a an unweighted, like at the end of the day, you can only have an unweighted 4.0 GPA, and you can only have whatever they added extra sections. I don't know what the SAT is anymore. You can only get, the high score in the SAT. And then they start looking at extracurriculars, and they start looking at like, well, we want to let not too many Asians in and other sorts of racist considerations.
Well, they're sorting,
and they start
by
making other things. So there's all these sorting mechanisms. Yes.
It is sorting people by, it is limiting people's opportunity. So
right. So yes, there are definitely people who are at the top or very high levels of academic success that maybe won't be able to get into the specific Ivy League they want. But I don't believe that there's some huge amount of people out there who are at the top of their academic success that can't get into any top level schools. I don't think
what
that's
is the
happening in America.
downside? What is the downside of every Ivy League doubling their capacity?
What do you mean downside? Downside to who? It would be a downside to those schools.
Selling more product is a downside?
Because again, their product is viewed as being valuable for its limited quality.
Right. You're basically saying that Ivy League diplomas are like Van Gogh paintings.
Yes. Yeah, essentially, yes.
We're measuring scholastic.
I mean, you're
How is
asking
this
like,
not a fucking caste? I feel like I'm living in Soviet Russia. How is
this
this
is
not
like
a
you
caste
wait a
system?
minute. This is like you saying, Sitch, how come all the kids that play baseball don't all get first place trophies?
Look,
why do we have to organize them among this caste system of success and failure?
We're not.
There's a first place and a second place.
This is a total Mott and Bailey. You keep doing this. You keep
How
doing this
is
over
it?
and over again. Look,
How?
I am not talking about letting the fucking retard kids into
I understand.
Ivy
You're saying
League
there's
schools,
some
and you
group of
keep
kids
keep
somewhere.
going. You're like, oh my God, since Adam wants to double the capacity because he's willing to take, he's willing to postulate that there's actually enough people out there that could meet those academic criteria and are being denied the ability to get these degrees because the rich people want to treat the degrees like like Vincent van Gogh paintings that they only hand down to their beloved prodigy throughout the centuries.
Let's assume that you are correct. We'll assume that there's a huge amount of kids out there. We'll say double.
Right.
Say we're assuming that there's 100% extra kids out there that could go to all the Ivy League schools combined but are not able to. So why don't the Ivy League schools then just double their capacity?
Well, according to you, because that would
I'm asking you, why do you think they're not doing it?
Because it's a caste system. Because it's basically look, I said this from the beginning. I've been calling it a caste system from the beginning.
So you think that
the diplomas are are essentially expensive fine works of art. When I'm saying I'm the build more houses guy, okay, I don't think we should be limiting the number of certain resources we're only limiting them for reasons because so people can hoard certain opportunities.
So do you think that at Harvard and Yale and Brown and all these places that whoever's running these colleges, they would intentionally make financial decisions that would hurt the college just in order to maintain some like elite ideology?
Yes.
Okay, I don't buy that. So I guess that's our disagreement.
Well, why don't they double capacity if they have all
because
these? Why are they turning all these people
because
away?
I don't think that there is this huge amount of students that you think that seems to think there's. I don't think that exists. I don't think they're a thing.
Well, I mean,
like you'd have to show me some evidence, some study that shows that.
They just did a Supreme Court case where they turned away a bunch of people.
That's not proving what you're saying.
Well, how is it not? These people had the academic rigor to get in, had the money to get in, and were turned away for racial reasons. They were turned away from a specific school because that specific school made a decision that they only wanted to admit so many, well, supposedly, according to the lawsuit, wanted to only admit so many people of certain ethnic backgrounds. Because they literally talk about this in the Supreme Court case.
Yeah, but that's one school. It's not the entire Ivy League institution said we can't allow, you can't go to any Ivy League school.
Now, hold on. Now you're switching. You're doing a Mott
I'm
and
not
Bailey
switching. That was my argument from the beginning.
Look, I just said the every single school should be able to meet the demand that is in the market. If people have the scholastic ability and the money to go, they should not be turned away for any reason. Otherwise, you're talking about an elite club where we like pick and choose, whether or not we like you, right?
Okay,
But they don't do this at McDonald's.
You can make this argument, and we could stop arguing about it because I don't know the facts, and you don't know the facts.
I
either.
do know the facts
you
from
don't,
look. I
There's
literally
nothing the case is not an example of this. If you could bring me some statistics that shows that there's all these kids that can't get into Ivy League schools, and so they have to go to lesser schools, then I'd say, okay, then you're right, Adam. But I just don't think that's a thing.
Well, at least we're having a conversation here. Look, you're saying that the number of people that are turned away from the school is insignificant, and it could be double, but we don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, you could change my mind by just giving me this information that shows me no, there actually is this massive amount of kids that all basically have the same level of academic success.
Let's say,
okay, well then, I don't know why they don't double it then at that point.
Okay, well that's my question. Why don't they double it? Because
we disagree on the
caste
facts.
System.
Because we disagree on the facts.
Well, you're saying they don't double it because it's an insignificant amount.
Because I don't believe that there's the amount of students that you think there is. I just don't think that's happening.
So hold on a second here, because you kind of switched it. First of all, you were saying it's a Vincent Van Gogh, and they can't let in more students because that will affect the.
I think it's both. No, I think both those things are true. I think that the degrees do have validity to them in terms of their scarcity. And then you said, well, I'm not talking about letting everyone in. So then I said, okay, well, then addressing that specific argument, I don't think that there's a bunch of kids that can't get in any Ivy League schools.
Ivy League school is the golden ticket for these high-powered jobs. You can't get one of these high-powered jobs without an Ivy League.
I don't even understand what this. I don't understand what the sidetrack has to do with anything, because getting into Ivy League schools
it's a gatekeeping thing.
No. We were talking about in the debate. They're talking about upward mobility, and for the average American, doesn't have the ability to get into an Ivy League school. And so that's not getting to Ivy League school is going to help you become upwardly mobile, but that's not the pathway for the average person to get into a fucking Ivy League school. That's just the super, super top of the scholastic achievers can get into.
That's where I think you're wrong, but.
You think the average person could get into a fucking Ivy League school?
No, but I do think that there are plenty of people that could get into Ivy League schools and don't because they want to limit their opportunity for these high-paying jobs.
I guess I just disagree. But I don't know. We can.
Right.
I think this is where we ended last time.
Well, you think the Ivy League schools are meeting demand? That's what you think. That's where we're at.
I would guess, yes.
Right.
I would assume.
And I think that they are grossly under meeting demand, because why would you get these situations where, you got all these tiger moms that are okay, it's going to be it would be less competitive if they just doubled the amount of diplomas and everyone could rest easy. I want to live in a world where 50% of our population has the ability to be an Ivy Leaguer. Why can't we live in that world?
They could wait. Well, what did you say? Why can't we live in a world where everyone's an Ivy Leaguer?
Yeah, where the intelligence of everyone is significantly higher.
Well, we could once gene editing gets really on board with things, but then beyond that, I don't know. I don't think going to Ivy Leagues increases people's intelligence.
No, it increases people's opportunity, which you've already agreed to that.
It only increases opportunity because it's scarce. If literally everyone in America had an Ivy League degree, they wouldn't mean anything, and it wouldn't increase anyone's opportunities.
Because because the limiting factor is the high-paying jobs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is part of the issue. Say every Ivy League school doubled their admission next year. That is going to, by definition, would cause the Ivy League degree to open less doors in the future because it's no longer as worthwhile. The thing that makes the degree a golden ticket is its exclusivity. So if you expand the amount of students that get it, you're limiting its value. which is the very
Well,
thing you
no,
want. You want to
you're-
give everyone that level of value. And I'm saying the value is based on the scarcity.
The value is based on the number of applicants for these high-paying jobs. Because if you have 100 Ivy Leaguers and one high-paying job, if you have 200 Ivy Leaguers, now you have 200 people competing for that one high-paying job. So that's where the bottleneck
But
is.
it means that they're going to like, so for example,
More competition.
no, so like, for example, you say you have a bunch of people apply for some job. One of them is an Ivy League student or graduate, and the other 99 are from lesser, quote unquote, lesser colleges. Okay. I say this as someone who did not fucking go to an Ivy League and did not have any possible chance of getting to an Ivy League school. Okay. So I'm in the lesser category. That guy, that one person that has the Ivy League degree is going to have a much higher chance. Now, it's not automatic, obviously. They're going to look at other things, but they're going to have a significantly higher chance to get that job because the person who's employing them is going to assume a bunch of things about them and their capabilities based on that degree, right? And so that's why, as you said, when you have very high exclusive jobs, these top law firms, top stock market, brokerage firms, blah, 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 like every single person that's applying to this job, they've all graduated from Ivy Leagues because that's literally the only way you can apply to get one of these jobs, at least straight out of college.
I know. Yeah.
And so, right. And so what I'm saying is that, so going back to the more normal job, like, for example, if when it's not just one person applying for that job. So, okay. So like with the high level job, because everyone applying for the high level job has that high level degree, the high level degree isn't special. It's literally just, as you were saying, it's just the ticket that even opens the gate in the fucking first place to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So if you expand that to everyone or to just double it or to triple it or whatever, all you're doing is you're just going to make more and more jobs where everyone has to essentially have a high level degree. It's kind of like the same issue we have right now, where that since college is basically a necessity, you have all sorts of jobs. Like when people apply for them, they have college degrees, and now they require college degrees that they shouldn't really require in the first place because the market has been oversaturated with college degrees. Now, I don't know what the exact. Now, when it comes to Ivy League degrees, I don't know what the exact tipping point would be. I don't think if you doubled admissions, suddenly Ivy League degrees would become worthless. But I'm assuming that I could be wrong, but I'm assuming the Ivy League institutions have people who work on this exact issue and are making these sorts of considerations. So I just don't think it's as big as a problem for social mobility as you do. I think there's much bigger issues that have to do with social mobility than this.
Yeah, Holmes would be a better place.
Holmes,
to start, obviously,
I think just having a college degree, whether it's Ivy League or not, is more important. So, but anyway, we can move on. I don't know how we got sidetracked to this. Crap spackle for $20.
Well, it's fun to argue about. That's why.
I guess. Crap spackle for $20 says, "Why would I listen to someone who has never had to work a real job?" Yeah, I don't know. Has Wolff worked a normal job, or has he only been like straight into professor teaching? I don't know the answer to that question.
I have a video on my Think Club channel that's, I think it's like over 1 million views, but it's got a clip in it of Richard Wolff talking about running a restaurant as a cooperative. And it is hilarious. Hilarious how Richard Wolff thinks a co-op restaurant would be just the paragon of efficiency.
Yeah, he has, well, okay, so he went straight from college. It looks like he went straight from college to teaching. And the only thing he's done outside of teaching is he co-founded something called Democracy at Work, which is a nonprofit that produces media and live events to expose capitalistic systemic problems and show how democratizing our workplace solves them. So that was his real, like, quote unquote, real first job, if you want to call that a real job. I mean, teaching is a real job, but I understand what you're saying. But this was the same kind of issue with Marx, I think, is that Marx himself is making these sorts of grand pronouncements about economic theories and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, he was a moocher his entire life,
Hilarious.
So, it's kind of like, there was a thing I didn't even know about this. I retweeted on Twitter, and someone got very mad at me for reasons I don't really fully understand. That Marx had an affair with some maid or something, and while he was married, and he totally covered it up, and he like shunned, and then it ended up producing a child, and he shunned the child, and basically Engels like paid for the child to some amount, but the child was basically like very like not given any sort of access to his family. And in fact, the child died not even knowing Marx was his father. The child thought Engels was his father when he, and there's just like this horrible situation of Marx essentially being a totally immoral piece of shit. But,
Oh
I
my
guess that's par
God.
for the course.
CT looked up the hilarious Harvard college acceptance record low. 3.19% of applicants
Nice.
are accepted.
Mhm.
So that means the demand is, well, what would that even be?
Well, it's interesting. Why is it
What would
why
that be?
is it
It's
record
like
low?
fucking, like demand is like
Well, so
3,000%
no,
of
but
what
so
they're
but here's
servicing.
right. But here's the question that you have to ask yourself: is it record low because when you look at the chart that she has brought up, are all those the massive increase in people that are applying? Are they all at the same standard, or do you have a bunch more people that are applying that have no chance of getting in? Is it because the population has grown and Harvard simply hasn't expanded to increase with that? I don't know the answer to that question. But you could look it up if you want to make this argument.
I'm just trying to figure out what the actual demand is. Like if 3.9% is accepted, that means 97% is could be accommodated and not. So
Mhm.
that's obviously well, even if it's just like, maybe you got a bunch of dumb people. Well, I don't know who's applying to Harvard.
That's what I'm saying. Is the acceptance rate low because there's way more dumb people applying, or is it just because there's way more people applying, period, because population just increased over the years? So
you've got about 30 times the demand that is actually being met.
Coda for $10 says, I go to Princeton, and anecdotally, Adam is right that Ivies don't accept nearly all the qualified people, but wrong that half of people could get into Ivy League education if only admittance was expanded.
Well, obviously, when I said that, it's aspirational. Like I would, obviously,
Right.
we would be at a different level then because of obvious,
Sure.
you're measuring people based on where other people are at. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm saying that I would like garbage collectors in the future to be as smart as Albert Einstein. Aren't we kind of moving in that direction anyway?
Okay.
But so that's pretty stellar evidence that, they're meeting, there's 30 times the demand. They could build 30 more Harvards. And Harvard is only one Ivy League, obviously. So they could build 30 more Harvards and still
Mm-hmm.
so those people do go to other Ivy Leagues. I don't know what if they're turning away a lot of people too. In the end of the thing, are the people that got turned away from all of the Ivies. So I do think and it's education. What's the holdup here? The constraint is really constraining, people for political reasons. That's what bothers me about it, because it really is. It's
Right.
limiting people for political reasons.
It depends. So if you look at those Harvard admissions and you say, oh, all those people have essentially comparable
Skills, yeah.
skills and academic success, then I would agree with you, or potentially agree with you in theory. I just don't know if that's the case. And I don't think you can assume that based on the little data that we have.
You're saying that the people that got turned away are dum-dums and shouldn't have applied.
I'm not saying they're obviously not dum-dums. They're probably way smarter than I am.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you're assuming that they're all like the same level, and I'm saying you don't have any evidence for that.
First of all, I don't like the idea that it's like a competition to like the Olympics. It's basically the Scholastic Olympics.
That's the way
I don't
it
see
kind
it
of
that
is
way.
set up. But that's how. But I mean, our country runs on competition. What do you mean?
Yeah, but we don't. I mean, there's a giant like basketball league, but obviously you keep track of the top players. I mean, they might even order people in the basketball league. I'm not sure, but
They do. But like, you agree that if everyone had an Ivy League education, the degree would be useless, right? You agree, and so that's why I said you have to figure out what is the exact number of Ivy League degrees that could be given that would be worth. You don't agree with that?
Well, I don't understand why we can't create more. It's such a limited mentality. It's such a scarcity mentality.
It's not. If everyone had an Ivy League degree in America,
Mm-hmm.
it would be worthless in terms of an employer to look at it to think it means something, which is a big part of why people go to Ivy League colleges in the first place.
Yeah, but I think you see it being a measure of scholastic success when I see it being a political statement. That's the difference.
Okay, I guess. Anyways, a guy for $20 says, Adam, I support your choice to stay in California. I support it so much that I think we should make it a federal law that Californians can't leave their state.
Are you getting too many people in your state from California? I mean, there's a lot of California refugees going out to the world now, but
yes. Ghost of Recon for $20 says, I'm way behind the video, but the reason that socialists believe socialism is necessary is that they, A, view capitalism as immoral writ large, and B, the shrinking markets theory. Yeah, but that's exactly that. I mean, that's part of the issue is that you can't necessarily look at something. Well, okay, if socialists just want to make the argument, say, we think socialism is the morally superior system, even though it's shittier or less efficient than capitalism, then they could make that argument, right? They could just say that. But they don't. They try to make the argument that socialism is just as efficient or more efficient than capitalism.
Yeah.
And so you get kind of bogged down in this, like,
it's just ridiculous.
Which is ridiculous. And obviously, I would argue that socialists making that argument are obviously, working from an ad hoc kind of position, or just trying to contort the facts to fit what they want to be true. Now, as I said with slavery, hypothetically, if slavery was more efficient, I don't think it is, but even if it was, you'd still argue morally against it. So they could still make the argument, even if socialism was less efficient than capitalism, they could still make the argument and say it's morally superior. But then we'd at least have the conversation based on that, as opposed to getting bogged down in the facts about, whether it's really efficient or not. And I think as I said, I think socialism doesn't take into account human psychology, and that's part of why it always leads to authoritarianism. And so it's like, okay, that like having a just king, like you could say, I'm going to create a moral philosophy that's based around having King Arthur, some magical, mythical, just king that's going to be amazing, be super moral, be super intelligent, right? And it's like, okay, you can do that, and that could be an amazing moral system to live under, but in the real world,
obviously,
that's not going to work, because the real world is filled with shitty people, and it's very messy and fucked up. And so you have to design a system that accounts for all the horrible behaviors and selfish behaviors that people engage in. And socialism does not do that. Socialism is trying to impose a moral system onto people first, and then create an economic and government system second. And I don't think that works.
Yeah, that's why you're forced to be a blank slater, because you're investing in a system that's just impossible for the players that you have. It's like inventing a game for humans that fly when humans don't fly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, okay.
Right. Andrew Clark for $5 says, for $7 says, Adam, it's supposed to be meritocratic. It may not be, but the university tier system is supposed to sort people by ability, foster the greatest success. You should argue for more Ivy League schools. They're saying instead of increasing admissions, just argue for more Ivy League schools. I don't know what the logistics are for that. So, like, I don't know how something determines whether something's an Ivy League school or whatever. But
if you want to create like a 200-year brand, you have to like build a time machine, or
right.
You can't really do that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so.
This is really, and I'm coming at this from a capitalist perspective, because I don't understand. It seems like a jerry-rigged market, a gerrymandered market. If you're placing constraints on the market, it's the exact same thing as the housing situation. Like, we're not building houses because we want people who own houses to feel like they're getting richer as their house accrues value over time. That's a political decision that we're making over building enough houses that everyone can afford affordable housing. It's like a political decision. And it's the same exact thing with the things. And I see people in the chat, some people mischaracterizing my position. I'm not against hierarchy, and I'm not saying everyone gets a trophy. I never said everyone, including retards, should be able to go to Harvard. Okay. I'm saying that Harvard has a demand that's 30 times what they're meeting. And if you started a restaurant that you had 30 times the demand for your seating capacity, you're going to open another restaurant, right? Why?
Sure. You want to make more money.
Dumb. Yeah, it's stupid. You're going to open 30 more restaurants because, and this is how restaurants become national chains, because they're so popular that the demand is so out there, so great for the product that they have, that they build a big enough business to meet the demand. And I don't understand, other than there being some sort of caste system, why that's taking place in universities. Jordan Peterson right now, like, the average university degree is $60,000. That's fucking crazy. You're asking young people to go $60,000 in debt just to be able to tell somebody that they went to college so they can get a job? That's how is that? That's a ridiculous nightmare.
Of course.
Jordan Peterson is trying to get a accredited college degree down to $4,000. That's great.
That'd be great. Yeah.
I
don't think it has anything to do with Ivy League schools, but I agree that would be great.
It doesn't, obviously, but I mean, any sort of accredited degree that's affordable is like a game changer for people's lives. They're young people are like the cash cow for these college systems to just take advantage of, which is horrible. But so it's just, I'm coming at it from a capitalist perspective, not everybody deserves a trophy. Like, there are plenty of people who don't deserve a trophy. Not everyone can be Elon Musk. Not everyone can be one of these super people that just doesn't sleep, or sleeps like 2 hours a day and is constantly working.
Well, here you go. I found a academic paper written last year called "Why Don't Elite Colleges Expand Supply?"
Oh my goodness! Look at Sitch.
So I'll send it to you, and we can read it, and we could see what their explanation is.
It's a caste system, man.
There you go.
I don't like this bullshit.
There you go.
Let the people rise up. I'm sick and tired, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Rick Wolff. Look, Rick Wolff sent us some money. Rick Wolff for $2 says, Morty, you gotta listen to me. We need to go back. We need to go back to feudalism, back to where where it all began. Oh, geez, Rick. You're going to try to make me kickstart global socialism again and birth totalitarianism, aren't you? Shut up, bitch.
Wow, that's pretty
thank
good.
you.
That's
Thank
great.
you, Rick Wolff. So there you go. Anyway,
That was your
are you
Rick
ready
and
to go
Morty?
back? Yes, you ready to go back to the debate?
I mean, that
Back
was
to
a
the
great-
debate we were watching, not the debate we were having.
I feel like you understand the thing better. Like we didn't even get really to the root of the problem last time.
I mean, if I didn't verbalize it, maybe, but I understood what you were saying. So
The problem with the market, do it. Either the prices have to come down or the wages that people can access have to go up so that they can make the deal. We don't do that. We have a market which puts them in a position where they end up homeless. And for me, I rest my case. That alone would be a good argument to explore something other than capitalism to see.
This is the total boomer privilege right here that Richard Wolff has. Richard Wolff has a degree from like every single Ivy League institution there is. Because he just does.
Whether it could do a better job.
Thank you.
We tried public housing in big cities on a large scale, and you saw what happened.
Right. So maybe we should try a different way.
You put rent control in the housing market, you're going to end up with problems on the supply side because guess what? People actually have to be able to see themselves making money before they go into the trouble of producing housing.
Right. And but if
You
did-
can turn housing people over to the public sector if you want to, but I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah, rent control makes it so people don't
But-
build houses.
Well,
I want people to have a voucher that gives them enough purchasing power that when they go to rent the apartment and they can't afford to pay any more than $400, they've got a $500 voucher so they can pay a $900 a month rent. And I want the supply side of that market to be in the hands, in the main, of individual people who decide that they're going into the business of selling housing services for a profit. I want them to be regulated so that they can't exploit their position or discriminate unfairly against prospective buyers. But on the whole, that's what I'd like to see. And we're going to have homelessness even if we solve the housing supply problem, because a lot of the homelessness is not itself a function of the inability to pay for an apartment. It's a function of the inability to get one's life together. You know, people deserve help, to be sure. I don't blame them for their circumstance, but nevertheless, a drug addict is a drug
True.
addict, et cetera.
Yeah. This is the
okay.
thing.
Thank
They're
you.
like,
We'll-
you know, people are homeless because they run into obviously mental issues, right? And they can't hold a job. They're a drug addict, whatever. You know, they end up homeless.
right.
And then you got the Richard Wolffs of the world coming in and blaming the greeting capitalists. Oh, it's the capitalist's fault. It's like, dude, the guy's fucking a drug addict.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't even know why he brought it up because, I mean, the homelessness crisis or issue and the housing, affordable housing crisis, these are two different things.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wouldn't conflate them at all. I don't see them as really that related.
Just
So-
they need to handle their shit, man. Just
Well, I mean, it's not a question. It's just maybe some people just can't handle their shit.
I know those people screw it up for everyone.
We'll leave that one and move on to the next. Lively discussion so far. Thank you for. I'm certainly. I've learned a whole lot from listening to the both of you and
my
both of your
God.
sides of these matters. Okay.
You have a future in diplomacy.
Thank you. Oh boy.
I mean, I think our dialogue was much more contentious than anything that's happened here.
Well, of
but
course, but we don't have. Your wife wasn't sitting between us.
That's true.
Moderating
It would
the
be tough.
conversation.
My wife the whole time would be like, "So, why don't raise your voice to say he's your friend? What are you doing?" They're like
So he'd be
completely.
tapping you like Adam.
It's just funny.
Honey.
Men and women have completely different mindsets. They really do. Like, my wife would be thinking, "Oh my God, if I had to talk like that with one of my friends, I wouldn't be able to sleep for a week."
Oh, really?
And I'm like, "Yeah, you and I just like, see you guys next week."
Okay. I think we can go with one more.
Oh no. Oh God.
Can there be a kinder, gentler form of capitalism?
Oh my God.
Glenn, let's start with you.
Yeah. I think that means can you have a basically capitalist economy, private property, free enterprise, markets, and the means of production in the hands of individual and corporate entities, not the government, and yet have a decent society, a safety net that really catches people so that they don't fall through, provides for the elderly, makes sure that healthcare is available to people who otherwise would not be able to afford it, and so forth. And yes, I think you can. I think that the admirable achievements of socially democratic, and I'm not a social democrat by political party affiliation, but I could be persuaded. The admirable achievements in Germany, in Sweden, in Denmark, in the Netherlands, in France, for that matter, of basically socially democratic oriented, private property embracing capitalists with a mixed economy and a good social safety net societies demonstrates what's possible. Can the United States be made a better, more decent, more humane place to live? Sure, we can. Do we have to have incarceration on the scale that we have it now and of the nature that we have it? No, we don't. Do children have to fend for health care to the extent that they have now, or does education have to underserve the populations that it most definitively underserves to the extent that it does? No, it need not. And there will be arguments about that. And some of those arguments will involve market-oriented solutions and the introduction of private initiative into the equation, as well as the provision of regulation and so on. So yeah, there could be a kinder and gentler capitalism in the United States. Yes, I would concede that the Northern European democratic socialist political economy points in a direction that I would actually be prepared to embrace. But at the end of the day, the bedrock has got to be, in my opinion, if we want to sustain our prosperity and if we want to sustain our freedom. Maybe in the closing arguments, I'll make some observations about the links between economic organization and political freedom. It has to be a capitalist order.
True.
Okay. Rick?
Sure.
Sure.
In Europe, it's called capitalism with a human face. So they would ask, is that possible? And they would answer in the main, more or less as Glenn has. I don't have much disagreement. Capitalism has been able, at least for some periods of time, to have a social safety net of some real value for its people. Absolutely. The problem is if you have a society divided in every workplace, factory, office, store, between a tiny minority of people who are the owners, the major shareholders, the boards of directors selected by those shareholders, on the one hand, and a vast number of people who work there, the employees on the other, you've got a structure which is not only capable of, but has shown itself over and over again, only under pressure to provide these social supports that give it a human face, and as soon as the opportunity arises, to withdraw it again. They had to give it in the 1930s. That was the New Deal. And they fought to undo the New Deal in the next 50 years that we're still living in now. For me, therefore, leaving the capitalist system, leaving a system that does not bring democracy into the workplace,
Oh my God.
where people can decide
Make it stop.
collectively what's best for them and how they work, where they work, when they work, and what's done with the fruit of their labor, how it's divided. If you don't do that,
The fruit
you
of their
created
labor.
in the midst of your economic system conflict, bitterness, envy. You can overcome them for a while. You can modify them with a social safety net. Doesn't last usually very long. We're living through that now.
I'm glad he's saying this though, because this is really showing kind of the
Hell yeah.
I would say the naive idealism that he's operating under. If he thinks that socialism or his co-op model that he advocates can eliminate conflict and envy from the workplace.
That's such bullshit.
Because, I mean, the thing is, if you had the co-op model that he's talking about, basically it would transform every job into a highly political environment where, because everyone's not going to know, like, every person that works at the restaurant is not going to be able to know
Totally.
what are the correct decisions, to make managerially. And so people are going to have to jockey for positions of power, and they're going to have to wrangle votes essentially, to get what they want. So,
Well, I think there is a time in everybody's career when they think about, whether or not they want to go into management or be just part of the workforce. And there is a political aspect to management that I think
Of
plays
course.
into their decision-making process on that. And
Sure.
this is the thing, because Richard Wolff wants a world where you don't get to make that decision because you're already, every
Everyone's
single
in
job
that
is going to be
position, yeah.
political. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Which,
Yeah.
I mean, I want to speak for the people who just want a dumb job and to surf all day. Like, they don't want that. That's something they definitely don't want.
Sure.
I've worked with lots of people who are like, oh man, just keep me out of it. I'm just here to do
Well,
my job.
And also, I mean, it seems, they talk so much about fairness. It seems grossly unfair. You could have
Totally.
a situation where, some group of people start a co-op, and then down the line, they hire some charismatic guy
Oh
who
yeah.
totally, just enters the organization and just very easily grabs control from the original people that started it, just by, their personality type. I mean,
Yeah.
is that fair? Is that right?
Hell no.
I mean, I don't know.
in the United States. And therefore, for me, the only way to permanentize, to hold on to the times when capitalism had a human face was to realize that jettisoning the capitalism is the way to move towards institutionalizing that which we find positive in those rare moments when capitalism has allowed it.
I don't understand that argument. The only way we can, he just said, the only way we can achieve capitalism with a human face is to get rid of capitalism.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sure.
I mean, I'm
I'll
trying to
stop
look
with
up the word permanentize, and I'm not really having any luck here.
Well, we know what he meant. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's
I'm your
Let's
biggest
conclude
fan, Richard
our-
Wolff.
lively discussion with closing statements.
Oh,
And Rick, since you're our guest,
Okay.
we'll let you start first.
Right. People have always often asked me, what is socialism? And
Oh,
I
here it
sometimes
is.
go
Here
through
it
all the
comes.
specifics, which mostly involves me explaining that there are radically different ideas of that question. It's been debated, hotly debated. For as long as there's been capitalism, there's been socialism. And for as long as there's been socialism, there's been debates among socialists about what it means. So my answer then becomes very vague and general because it has to. Socialism is the yearning to do better than capitalism. That's what it's
Oh
about.
my God, he's
It
changed it.
reflects the age-old human notion.
Can you do that? I think he just made an excuse why it's completely different than what I've heard him say every other time.
What was his excuse?
He always, we're going to have to back it up a bit.
Oh, because he always does it. He's just bored with it, so he's going to use a different definition.
Well,
Is that
he
what
always says socialism is when the government does stuff.
Yeah.
But now it's
Just-
completely different. It's
Right.
socialism is the idea that we can do better than capitalism.
Well,
It's fuck
right.
you.
Right. Well, and also he can't say socialism is when the government does stuff because he again keeps trying to argue he's talking about a co-op model, not a government central control model.
Right.
So he's kind of contradictory, but okay.
Socialism, and for as long as there's been socialism, there's been debates among socialists about what it means. So my answer then becomes very vague and general because it has to.
Look, I have to be vague because that's just the way it is. Other people are vague, so it's going to force me to be vague.
Right.
No, fuck you. I mean, you don't have to be vague. Here, let's just socialism. Let's just see a political theory advocating state ownership of industry, an economic system based on state ownership of capital. Yeah, the abolition of private property, or
Yeah, well there you go.
the
That's pretty
abolition
simple.
of. But don't you understand, Sitch? there's a difference between private property and personal property. Duh. God, that
Right.
I can't stand. It's like I know this thing because I'm a socialist, and that makes me smart.
Socialism is the yearning to do better than capitalism.
Oh, so now it's just a yearning. Socialism is just fucking complainers. That's it.
See that desire, that frothy desire
Right.
that starts in your loins. That's socialism.
Just a yearning.
When you're looking out upon when you're standing at the edge of the Grand Canyon and contemplating the smallness of your own life and your worth on the planet, that yearning sensation deep inside you, that's socialism.
That's socialism talking right there. Saying, fling yourself into the Grand Canyon.
That's what it's about. It reflects the age-old human notion we can do better than what we have. It's what enabled the earliest people to...
This is literally like the most pathetic version of the definition of socialism he's ever given. This is worse than his feudalism. Let me describe feudalism, because it's like, and it's very dishonest, because, you know, if someone's advocating for fascism, they think that's better than capitalism, right?
Of course, yeah.
You know, anyone could think anything is better than capitalism.
Now you're a fascist and technically a socialist.
Yeah. Oh, are you yearning for something better than what exists? Well, then that means you're a socialist. Really?
Yeah.
But I'm in favor of like a strict ethno-state. Well, then that means you're a socialist. Oh, okay.
What if you're a business and you're yearning for more customers? Oh, you're a socialist now.
If you're a libertarian, if you're a completely free market libertarian who just wants to completely throw off the chains of government constraint and allow market control of everything, and you're yearning for something that you think is better, you're a socialist.
Right. You're yearning for the abolition of government, all government. You're a socialist.
You're a socialist. Oh my God, this is so bad.
I know, it's completely ridiculous. It does nicely separate the left and right paradigm, though. The left is always yearning for something better, and the right is like very concerned of losing what we already have. So
right. Well, sort of. Everyone's yearning for something better. I think it's just there's a different directional attitude on how to get it.
right.
The left is always yearning for something new, or they always assume the new thing is better, which is often not the case.
Right. Well, yeah, the right could be yearning for a time. Well, they often feel when it was better.
Yeah, a time long gone. You know, a nostalgia lost.
Well, you know, we could always make it better again.
Make it great again? Is that what you're saying?
It could happen.
break out of their dependence on wood.
What happened with? Did you hear Milo got fired?
Wood and stone to be able to fashion other tools. It enables the progress out of village. It's what drives the slave to say, I can do better than be a slave. The serf, I can do better than be a serf. And the employee, who can do better than to be an employee.
And the employer who says, you're fired because I can do better than you as an employee.
You went back in time 1,000 years before Karl Marx was even a twinkle in his father's eye. There was a slave somewhere in the world who was yearning for a better life, and he was the first socialist.
That's so sad. To say a person in change is like, well, freedom would be great, but just think all this yearning that you get to experience.
When Jesus was up on the cross and he looked up at his father and he said, why have you forsaken me, Father?
He was a socialist.
He was a socialist. When Moses went to the Pharaoh and he said, my people, let my people go, Pharaoh, for they do not have the means of production of their labor towards building the pyramids. Moses was a socialist.
Even Moses was a dirty commie. How
there
terrible.
There you go. When Noah, no, wait, I got it. When God looked down at earth and he was not pleased. And he did not like the wickedness of Earth, and he wanted to flood all of humanity and destroy it. And he yearned for something better. God was the original socialist.
I guess God technically was a socialist day 1 through 6, right? I mean, because he kept going.
There you go.
But then on the 7th day, he became a capitalist.
Well, no, on the 7th day, he became the ultimate socialist because he rested. Oh,
Oh, that's pretty good.
Now, actually, there you go. See, when God threw Adam and Eve out of the garden, he became the first liberal
Capitalist?
because he suddenly had the notion. He created the notion of private property right then and there. He said, "Nope, this is my property. You have to leave now."
Well, he did. He did it with the apple anyway.
Because
he said,
I guess
listen,
he said you can't touch this.
He said, "This is my private property here.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
You keep your filthy, lecherous hands off my apples.
Keep your gross human hands off my apples." Yeah.
And what happened? Eve stepped in and said, "Listen,
fucking women,
yearning." Eve was yearning for a taste of that sweet, sweet, delicious apple.
There you go. Eve was the first socialist.
She was.
Oh my God. Women are the true socialists. It all makes sense.
Adam wasn't yearning for anything.
It all makes sense.
Adam wasn't yearning for anything.
So
Adam was cool.
He was yearning for Eve.
After the apple thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yearning to do better.
Yearning to do better.
When you're an employee is socialism. It's the idea we don't have to accept the organ.
Look at this. This is hilarious. The yearning to do better when you're an employee. A lot of guys start their business based off of their first job. Like,
sure,
they figure out the business through working for someone else, and then they go out and start their own business.
Right.
That's socialism. When I'm learning how everything's done in this business, so I can go out and start my own business. That's socialism. Wrong.
Organization of a society so unequal in its wealth, so unequal in its power, so riven by the instabilities that come from that. The National Bureau of Economic Research teaches us that capitalism has an economic downturn on average every 4 to 7 years. Some are short and shallow, some are long and deep. But an instability like that ought to have led us to ask the question, gee, can't we do better than a system as unstable as that? If you lived with a person as unstable as capitalism, you would have moved out long ago.
And if you lived with a person as stable and as predictable as communism, you would have been killed long ago.
Yeah, that's great. Did you just come up with that on the fly? That's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
You would have been killed long ago. They would have taken all your shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
So my answer is, let's have what this country has feared to do, a real open-ended conversation like the one we've just done here. And thanks to you, both of you, for making that possible. Let's talk about the pros and cons. Let's hear each other's arguments. Let's see what we have to come back with when someone makes an argument that strikes us as having something we need to think about, that we didn't think about before, that we can look at again or look at with a new eye. That's not really asking so much. And in the United States, which prizes itself on its openness and freedom, we haven't had it. We haven't had it for 75 years. We don't have it now. Every time the United States has an adversary, we demonize him. Mr. Putin is the worst thing. Saddam Hussein was the worst thing. Everybody's Hitler. It's an extraordinary fearfulness that I see here, and that we would be better off as a society.
Change that title. Change the video title now, Sitch.
If we opened ourselves up.
Wait, did I miss it?
He's talking about opening himself up to
every
Putin.
time the United States has an adversary, we demonize him. Mr. Putin is the worst thing.
Oh, no. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Richard.
Get ready.
Rickety. Dick, come on. What are we doing here?
He's opening himself up. Listen.
Oh, Saddam Hussein. Oh, Saddam Hussein. There you go.
The worst thing. Everybody's Hitler. It's an extraordinary fearfulness that I see here, and that we would be better off as a society if we opened ourselves up.
Opened itself up.
Just open your heart to Putin.
Mm-hmm.
Remember
Open
that
up-
celebrity that was like, I could
Open
have
up
held
your-
him as a baby, and I would have made him a good person.
Richard Wolff is opening up his gobbler right now.
And had real discussions. And that means socialism's problems and socialism's historic horrors, they go on the table too. No exemptions. Let's have that conversation. I'm ready for it. And I think most socialists in America are.
What the fuck does that have to do with Putin and Saddam Hussein?
Yeah.
I don't even
Nothing.
understand why he brought them up.
It's just he's trying to say that socialism has been demonized unfairly in the same way that
Putin has been demonized?
Yeah, what
Is
is
that
he
what he's
saying?
trying to say?
What is he trying to say?
I
here?
don't know. It's like what the fuck?
He's
What are you
like,
Richard, what are you talking about here?
you're wrong. Well, I could see false accusations but those accusations against Hitler and obviously Putin and Saddam Hussein were not false accusations. Those were accurate accusations.
I mean, I haven't listened to Richard Wolff talk anything about the war. I assume he's not on the pro-Russian side. Like I would guess,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure if that's true. Supposedly, back in the day, he was a frequent contributor, according to this article, on Russian Today. So I don't know.
Oh my God, that totally makes
That makes
sense.
sense. I don't know where he is nowadays. I'm assuming he's not there. But
Of course he's going to be on Russia Today. Of course.
uh,
Oh, that's so funny.
so
What's going on?
Are. But then we have the
waiting for you to press
unfortunate
the button.
privilege of being the ones who've been excluded, so it's kind of easy for us to ask for the inclusion. I only wish that those who have excluded us might, in these declining years of the American system,
Oh, he's so
be open
chapped.
to the conversation that they weren't ready to have when they really were in a stronger position than they are now.
Oh man.
Thank you. Glenn, let's hear yours.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go there with you, Richard, and fight these old battles about the status of Marxism within the matrix of economic thought in the United States. I'm not going to go there. I've been
well, let me go back.
It's so good.
I was reading this. So this is someone summarizing Richard Wolff's article on Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
It says, Wolff begins, quote, the role of capitalism in the war in Ukraine
No
by
way.
noting that over the course of history,
God.
the capitalist era has added profit to the list of motives for war. Really? People did not fight wars for profit until capitalism?
I mean, they
interesting.
literally called it profiteering. I don't know what the fuck is he talking about. I
Well,
thought he was
the-
a student of history. That was the
Well,
whole
he-
reason for war originally.
Well, he's probably what he's doing is he's probably using the narrow definition of profit under capitalism. So by definitionally, it couldn't have existed until capitalism existed. But
Capitalism.
it's a sneaky wordplay argument. That's bullshit. So-
This is one of the reasons why people like capitalism, because it reduces war.
right, but obviously people have been fighting wars for money and resources since the beginning of existence. So.
Sure.
Whether you want to call that profit or not is, I think, completely pointless. While the profit motive is not the only motive for war, it is the driver for capitalistic economic development and expansion on a worldwide scale and its attendant conflicts. Hence, profit is the root cause of war. That's an insane statement, but okay. And then out of the blue, in the last sentence of the first paragraph, Wolff simply asserts, quote, the war in Ukraine is the latest chapter in the history of capitalism, empire, and war. And that is almost all Wolff says about Ukraine for the rest of the article.
Well, I mean,
All right.
there is a profit component to war, not in like a capitalist sense, though.
No. just
I
in a
mean, it's like
resource
in a
gaining sense.
stealing your shit sense.
Right,
And is
yeah.
that's not capitalism.
No.
Capitalism is for
Predicated
private
on open
property.
markets. And free
Well,
markets.
and for protection of private property rights. War
Yes.
is taking resources through theft. That's not capitalism. Yeah.
Mhm.
So to say that war is based on profit, I mean, sure, in the colloquial sense of if I steal all your shit, that's profitable for me, but not in the
Right.
capitalist technical sense of profit as in, expenses, sales minus expenses is your profit.
I just think it's incredible. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is literally what he does. But I think it's incredible that someone could take the war between Russia invading Ukraine and somehow blame capitalism for that.
That's his standard shtick.
I know, that's so insane. To
Yeah.
me, like that would be such a clear example of why you shouldn't trust his opinion on anything.
True, which I don't trust his opinion on anything.
Yeah, because that means that he literally only has one lens. He doesn't have the America bad lens. He has the capitalism is bad lens. So
Yeah.
every bad thing in all of human existence must be the fault of capitalism somehow. Like it's so preposterous.
That's what people do. They pick a thing and demonize it.
Perhaps the war in Ukraine can awaken an awareness of its capitalist roots and teach people to explore alternative systemic
No way.
solutions.
No way.
If so, this war and the resulting devastation from it could lead to an important turning point that eventually results in some positive outcomes in the future.
If Russia was a capitalist economy, like they wouldn't need this war.
Yeah, I don't even understand. This is like insane.
Glenn is gonna do his opening statement on the links between political freedom and
Right.
economic freedom,
Mm-hmm.
which is super important.
Hit it up.
I will.
That they weren't.
Richard, and fight these old battles about the status of Marxism within the matrix of economic thought in the United States. I'm not going to go there. I've been tempted, but I won't rise to the bait.
Okay.
I'm just going to try to be succinct here in stating why I took the capitalism side of this debate. It's because of what I know about economic theory, because what I know about economic history, and because what I know about economic liberty. Economic theory teaches me that the price system as a mechanism for coordinating the activities of large numbers of diverse people is without parallel. That incentives drive behavior.
Based.
That creativity is fostered and furthered by the anticipation of gain associated with entrepreneurship, innovation, and so forth. That if you want package delivery out of the post office, go with socialism. If you want healthcare out of the Veterans Administration, go with socialism. If you want to order your goods from a Sears catalog, go with socialism. If you want the fruit of the modern world, computers that we carry in our pockets, which are enormously powerful, living to be 80 and 90 years old without blinking an eye, being able to travel from one side of the globe to another in less than a day. If you want to live in the 21st century with all of the benefits of the economic development that we've experienced over the centuries, then you don't want to eschew capitalism. That's what I know about economic theory. What I know about economic history is, and I've pointed this out, we've had certain natural experiments. North Korea is a basket case. South Korea is a cornucopia. That's because of capitalism. West Germany was a prosperous society. East Germany was a place they had to build walls to keep the people in. That's because of socialism. So, I wish that you could simply wave your hand and make the world a better place, but bringing socialism to the United States of America will not be an omelet made without breaking some eggs. It will not happen without seizing people's property. It will not happen without abrogating people's liberty. It will not happen, I dare say, without violence. That's what we've seen throughout the history of the 20th century, where the socialists have done exactly what Rick advises that they do, try to make the world a better place. I'm against that.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions
Based.
with regard to your statement, but
We have a lifetime to explore them.
We have a lifetime to explore them.
But if you want to make a closing statement, Madam Moderator, you should feel free to do so at my expense if necessary.
Absolutely.
Thank you both. I will say that, yes, perhaps those countries that you enumerated, socialist countries you enumerated, have had problems, but
Oh no!
aren't some of those problems as a result of some of the policies of the capitalist countries?
She did it. She did the thing. She did the me.
She did it. I know.
Oh my god.
She did the old
no.
switcheroo. Look, by the way, I'm not. I know I'm moderator here, but don't you think you're wrong?
I know. This is not a closing statement by the moderator. This is let's continue the debate. So, God, betrayal. Look at this. Look at this 11th hour betrayal from the wife.
Front and center too.
Oh.
Ouch.
Look at that face. He's like, bitch.
Look at her face. She's like, bitch.
Yeah, they're both like, bitch. And Wolf's like, I'm not sure if I should engage with.
And Wolf is drinking this in like, oh, this is great.
He's like, I don't
know. Yes.
It's
I
just
guess
mythology.
Cuba might be your leading case in point. Maybe Venezuela would fit in there somehow. And Rick's going to invoke the Cold War opposition to the Soviet Union left and right. It's a global system. So, and U.S. militarism and imperialism are real historical forces. And surely the Sandinistas might have had an easier go with it in Nicaragua if the Contras hadn't been nipping at their heels, and so on. I concede this Vietnam was a mistake, et cetera. We could go down the list.
I mean, isn't Vietnam kind of an economic success now, though? I mean, I know it sucks. Vietnam obviously was a big mistake, but
I don't know. I mean, Vietnam's still pretty socialist, I thought.
Well, I think they do a lot of industrial stuff.
Yeah, I don't know much about their economic situation.
I want to say this, maybe I can put it this way. It is a global system and the forces are large. And I think you need more perspective on history than perhaps we are able to enjoy right now to see at the end of the day suppose the Soviet Union had won the Cold War. Suppose Eastern Europe had stayed under the Soviet boot. Suppose Germany had not been reunited. Suppose there had been no intervention in Southeast Asia. What would have happened? That counterfactual is not obvious to me, not in the least. And I'll just say one final thing, if I may.
All right.
The business cycle is a global phenomenon. You can change the economic organization of the United States of America, and you will not eliminate the fact that the level of economic activity on a global integrated economy rises and falls. I don't think you can blame that on capitalism. I see no evidence that socialism refutes the business cycle.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
I made reference earlier on to the changes and developments in socialism over the last 30 or 40 years. And I understand, and I have really no criticism that it's not understood here in the United States, because given the exclusion and taboo on the whole Marxian theoretical
please knock it off already.
That Americans would not know what has happened is simply a reflection of that exclusion. It's not a lack of interest or even sympathy. So let me summarize real quick.
Oh my God.
Class is not about whether the government or the private sector do something. That debate is old. That debate is very stale. It has been gone over for at least 150 to 200 years, if not older. And it has, for some of us who are socialists, no interest. Our notion of socialism is not about more government, less government, none of that. And part of that is a response to the fact that governments, socialist governments, did a lot of things we don't like at all that are very like capitalism, which we don't like at all. And therefore we had to think, well, what's going on? And here's what it ended up with. Class is about something else. It's about the production and distribution of something called a surplus or if you like, about the organization of the people who participate in production in a small group who get the profit into their own hands and decide what to do with it and tell everybody else what to do. Those are the employers, and then a mass of people that are employees. If you call yourself a socialist, but you reproduce that structure, then you aren't. You have the right to call yourself anything in the world. You could be a banana. It doesn't matter. You call yourself a socialist, but you adopted the same organization of the factory, the office, and the store as the system.
The problem here is that there's no acknowledgement of why these socialist countries all went down this authoritarian route. Because if there was an acknowledgement, they'd say, well, the only way to get the outcome, the socialist outcome they want to get, is through authoritarianism. You can't get it through people making their own free choices. And so you can't have this magical non-government interventionalist socialist system. It's just not possible.
Yeah, well, also there is, like, I think naturally part of human psychology, not in everybody, but in a lot of people, is the will to power. Capitalism just channels that in the right direction,
Right.
in like a productive way. So the guy who is the go-getter, who is, really wants to accomplish things, can do that in business and be a productive member of society. In situations where you have a socialist system, you don't really have that avenue of growth. So people pursue politics instead. And it just it eventually starts getting more and more cutthroat because the kind of operators going into politics are more and more cutthroat. I just think capitalism greatly solves that dilemma that I just think the socialists are optimistically naive about. They don't seem to realize that there are people in the world that are these types.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump, like, of course he's going to go into business, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's that
You say
personality
you
type.
are rejecting. That's a problem. If you go to Marx's Capital, the whole first volume, the one he wrote himself, is all about the relationship between the employer and the employee. And therefore, if you're going to break out of the system, you got to break with that, which means that to bring socialism is to bring democracy into the workplace from which it was excluded by capitalism
Excuse me,
from the
Rick.
beginning.
Where has this ever been effectively accomplished?
There's
Was the Soviet Union a classless society at the height of the...
any more than the United States was.
We have to stop here, gentlemen. We're about to start up again, and ding, ding, ding,
Well,
ding.
But that shows that it's alive. That's good.
It's all good. It's in the
yes,
can.
thank you. I'll wrap up. Thank you for joining us. If you are looking for winners or losers as a result of this discussion/debate, we respect you. However, we hope that you gained a wider perspective and a deeper respect for different schools of thought on the theories and policies that affect all of us.
I should retell the stream. Richard Wolff, understanding a wider perspective of thought in the debate between socialism and capitalism.
Oh, instead of Richard Wolff destroyed.
Yes,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Listen, we have to be a little clickbaity with the titling, guys.
Glenn
Just
doesn't.
a little bit.
Glenn doesn't care. Destroyed is one of my go-to words. I mean,
I know
love
it is. That's why I used it.
Destroyed is like great.
It's one of your favorite words.
That's to placate me over the Putin knob gobbling, right?
Us. This concludes the Glenn Show.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Interesting. So overall, I think Glenn crushed Richard Wolff for the most part. I don't think Richard really addressed much of anything in that conversation. I think it was a lot of kind of virtue signaling, and not a lot of actual information from his side.
Yeah. I love that Glenn just asked him right there in the end, just point blank. Where's this ever worked?
Yeah.
Dipshit. Well, it'll work someday. I mean, it is, first of all, socialism is great for virtue signaling. That's why so many people use it to gain political power.
Right.
And then as soon as they gain the political power, they realize, wow, socialism is a terrible way to keep political power. So I think, we'll put that socialist thing off to the side, and I like authoritarian fascism instead. I feel like that's a better way for me to stay in
It's
power.
So from now on, we're gonna refer to socialism as neo-fascism. I mean, sorry, neo-feudalism.
Yeah. No,
So there you go.
neo-fascism works too, because that's basically, I mean, it is the pathway to fascism.
Well,
This
it's
is
a
why
wait, that's not true. It's the pathway to authoritarianism.
Right.
Fascism is a specific type of.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of the same thing, but.
Quiznatod Bidness for $20 says, I have family that used to be involved with Harvard's admissions office. It's more like picking investments rather than top testers. Harvard already gets a top 1% applying anyway. Thus, David Hogg gets in. It explains legacy too. I guess that's a good point. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like an investment on how they think it's, the person is going to make the school look going forward in the future or something.
Interesting.
That makes sense.
So it's like 100% politics.
Well, no, because he's saying that since the baseline is top 1%, then they need some other criteria because that's already the baseline.
That's what I always say. That's what I'm
Right.
like, okay, it can't be based on scholastics. It's got to be based on something else.
So you're saying you want. So what should be well, I guess here's the question.
What should be the secondary criteria?
No. That's not the question. The question should be like, should there be enough admission slots in the country so that the entirety of the top 1% can go to an Ivy League school?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
position.
Gotcha.
Which I've been screaming at the top of my
There you
lungs.
go. Well,
for
no,
as
this
long
is
as
the
we've
first
been
time you've
having
given
this.
a specific number and
Oh my God.
laid it out in that very
I'm going to
specific
kill
way.
you. I'm totally going to kill you.
Did he say?
I'm going to kill you. I really am.
That's
This is what I've been saying the whole time. I'm like,
all you had to say. All I'll say is, Sitch,
I keep
I
saying,
believe.
look,
No, you.
I've said it a million times. I've said I don't understand why they can't meet the market demand. Look, I equated Harvard degrees to hamburgers. I'm like, listen, if somebody wants a cheeseburger, they don't have any difficulty getting it.
So all you have to say is, Sitch, I believe the top 1% of all scholastic earners should get to go to Ivy League schools. And I'd say maybe. I'm not sure if they already don't do that.
They don't. Yeah.
I don't have a strong take on that opinion one way or the other. I don't know enough about it to say anything about that. So anyway.
Well, I'm gambling that 30% they turn away is already the top 1%.
Right.
Because they don't.
They could be. I don't know.
Yeah. You don't apply.
I mean,
to
you could be
Harvard
right
unless
because
you're in the
I
top.
looked at the I kind of skimmed the first part of that article,
Mhm.
and they were saying that it wasn't necessarily so much that the population of America has increased. I mean, it has, but they're saying it's just because the population for people going to college has increased so dramatically, in the last 40 years.
Yeah.
And Ivy League institutions have not increased their acceptance rate, obviously, at the same rate of that increase. So,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't expect it to be a 1-for-1 increase, obviously.
Right.
But there has to be some increase, one would assume.
This is why there's massive inflation in Ivy League diplomas, because the supplies remain the same and the demand has skyrocketed.
Right.
Yeah.
Pseudo sign for $20 says, for any job, people are interested in how much work they're expected to do. At the Ivies, faculty are the draw. They bring students around money. They bargain with student/teacher ratio. Faculty is a large limiter for student count. I mean, that's a good point too. They'd have to hire a lot more. They have to hire way more teachers.
Yeah, we can look. One of the problems that I've heard various people talk about in education is the fact that they're creating so many teachers and there's not enough positions for as many teachers as they're creating.
Right.
So that leads me to believe they could open 30 more campuses and just give those people that they've been lying to about getting a job after they graduate a job.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. But I agree with what Shinto says. He says, I'm personally not worried about the top 1% having to choose between the best school and the second best school. Not really on my radar.
Yeah.
So there you go. And Stug says, is market demand in any way connected to the 1% in this instance? I mean, I'm assuming not. So, but anyway.
Well, I like, there's like Singularity University is another university that kind of was designed to get around the whole Ivy League thing. Like, we're just going to design a badass technological university.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of cool.
Lucifer Dorman for 20 Canadian says, socialism turns into fascism when they realize resources are not infinite.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Lucifer
I mean,
Dorman
you're
nailed it.
probably right that would happen, yeah.
You use socialism to get into office and you use fascism to stay in office. I'm telling you, this is exactly how, this is the term.
Right.
It's so basic. The idea that this professor doesn't understand it is like super sad.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to allow alternative ideas. I got an idea. Let's do the same thing we've done 20 times and it's led to a total genocide of millions of people. It's like he keeps talking about how, you know, we haven't tried these ideas. These ideas are too, people are afraid. Well, they're afraid for a good reason.
Yeah, they have led to nothing but bad outcomes in the past.
Yeah.
So, oh my God, Sonic the Hedgehog, the official Sonic the Hedgehog, for $2. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, Sonic the Hedgehog here, fastest hedgehog alive, and residence 90, cool dude with attitude. Just want to say I'm a big fan of the show. Keep being radical.
Nice.
Well, thanks, Sonic. Awesome.
Yeah, Sonic endorsement. That's
I
awesome.
bet Sonic doesn't like communism. Ugh. Sonic's obviously a capitalist.
Yeah. And in the top 1% of runners.
True. Utter Nonsense for $2 says, you're absolutely right that Wolff doesn't understand the risk/sacrifice for business owners. I interned at a chamber of commerce and the CEOs were hyper conscientious and would sell everything and sleep at the business for years. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, listen, I only can speak from my own personal experience. I've seen the bosses or the sort of top level people who do fucking nothing and are mooches, but they're definitely in the extreme minority. In most situations where businesses that I've worked or people I've interacted with, people that run businesses or own businesses or are partners in businesses are like hyper conscientious and are hyper workaholics. And a lot of, and you know, that's very obvious. In my experience, that's like the majority of people in those positions that I've ever experienced. So
yeah.
So I just don't see it. But
if you got skin in the game, you're definitely in there.
Right. Well, that's part of the issue too, is that sort of the co-op model makes it easier to mooch, essentially.
Yeah. Because you've got skin in the game, but it's not really that much.
But no, it's because everyone has skin in the game, and it's kind of, I mean, it'd be even more difficult to fire you too. Like, can you just be fired? Do you have to vote to be fired?
Oh, you're right.
You know, what if like, what if the accounting people hate John the box stacker because John the box stacker doesn't do a lot of box stacking, but everyone in the box stacking department likes John because he's very funny, and gives good and passes out good weed to them or something. Like, it's just, there's all sorts of weird political considerations, I think, enter into co-op models that you don't even think about in a normal work environment.
I had a friend of mine that was a security guard at ILM, and he sold so much weed through that job. Isn't that like the perfect job for a weed dealer?
The security guard?
Security at Industrial Light and Magic. Because it's a bunch of artists, so they all smoke weed.
Yeah. That is the perfect job.
And you're the security guard, so it's like no one's gonna come knock on your door, right? You're the fucking you're the man.
That's a good point.
It's almost a flawless business.
Until he gets busted by the police.
Well, I wonder if, I mean, because he was doing this before. Now weed's legal in California,
Yeah, so it doesn't matter,
he's probably
right.
fully legit now.
Oh, there you go.
If he's still doing it, I don't know. Is ILM even still around?
I don't know the answer to that question. Dr. Diddler, S-Class General Dr. Diddler for $2 says, did you guys see the shout out you got on EFAP from Synthetic Man? You should get that guy on. He has major no bullshit energy, and he's as stupid as he is bigoted.
We got a shout out?
So I did. So someone sent me the clip. I'll bring it up on the watch together.
Sweet.
There's not really context, so I'm not exactly sure I understand what's happening in the clip, but it is pretty funny.
Okay.
So,
I like funny.
So let's see. Actually, can I bring this up in the watch together?
Industrial Light and Magic coming 2022.
You watch a YouTube clip and then watch together. Let's see.
Of course you can. What are you talking about?
No, I don't think you can.
Oh yeah, you got to go to the timestamp.
I have to bring the full video. Yeah. Okay.
I tried to do that too. It was a big pain.
This is a stream about Synthetic Man and God of War Ragnarok. Let's see, where is it at? 11:19.
Some people don't like Ragnarok.
Like the video game or the concept of Ragnarok?
Oh, I thought I was talking about the movie.
How about Thor?
Thor Ragnarok.
Who doesn't like Thor Ragnarok? Thor Ragnarok's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, the Rock character is so awesome. Yeah, who's trying to start my own revolution? Yeah, you know, a revolution. You want to join my revolution?
Hey, man, we're going to go free some people. Want to come with us? You look like you're in dire need of leadership. Well, thank you. Korg, that was his name. Korg.
So good.
You're made of stone. Yeah, perishable stone. Look, right there. Some of it perished.
I'm falling apart.
Falling apart.
See, this guy doesn't have very strong principles or is a liar, as are many people on YouTube. The only people I start shit with are people I know.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, are we starting shit here?
And there's one more clip that really isn't going to be a surprise to any of you. This is not spicy.
You're invited on the Sitch and Adam show.
Privacy.
Beats me, dude. I've never been invited to anything.
Well, there was a shout out.
That's pretty good.
Know. I'm not familiar with Synthetic Man, his content, so I don't know anything about it.
Well, yeah,
but apparently,
and we haven't invited him on the show, so I mean,
invited him on the show.
We can attest to the honesty of that statement.
Right. So, no, he has never been invited. I didn't. So, people were saying that he was saying all sorts of crazy things. I don't know. Someone's got to tell me. Either tell me what the crazy things are, or what time in the stream the crazy things happen. Mahler was going to tell me today, but I didn't have time before the stream to talk to him. So, so if anyone has the down low on it, let me know. I am curious. People were saying he said all sorts of crazy, offensive things. So watch the final hour
on the stream.
I'm not going to watch it right now, but
yeah, but I'm going to watch it later.
Right.
I'm even going to leave it up in the watch together. So
there you go.
When you're sleeping in the middle of the night, I can hit the watch together thing, and you'll hear the computer going. It's
I close the window that this would be in, so that doesn't happen. But
I still see in the room though.
Well, then you're just seeing the ghost of a shadow person.
Oh, okay. I'll try it anyway. Sometimes it's like I see the tab open like 3 days later, and I'm like, holy shit, Sitch is still in this watch together.
Well, no, because I don't turn my computer off. I just close the window. And so when it goes in sleep mode, I think it like registers that I've never truly left the room. Even though,
okay.
Like, actually, that's not true. If I leave the room, like my picture will darken.
Well, I still
saves,
am
like,
in the room. I'm literally in the room, like
when it happens.
Well, no, because I just leave the window open.
Are you in the room when it happens, Adam?
What happens? I don't want to.
Are you in the room where it happens?
What's it?
You're not in the room where it happens?
Depends upon what it is.
It's where the sausage is made.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I'm making the sausage.
I'm relying on your.
And personally delivering it.
I'm relying on the fact that you hate musicals and will have no clue what I'm talking about.
I know, but I'm making my own musical right now.
I don't know. That sounds like you're just farting or something. Is that what you're saying?
That's not the musical I was making, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I watched a few things from him. He believes gaming has been ruined by modern liberalism. Oh, okay. He went full yay at the end. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, anti-Semitic. Ouch.
Someone says that he's not bigoted though, so some pushback. Sitch style. Look at timestamps. Okay. He isn't bigoted. He calls out wokeism. So I'm getting mixed signals. Actually bigoted talked about what he would say to people like Rags and Jay. Okay. Interesting. Basically something which is true, which is that modern games are killing gaming. Well, that is true. I guess the question is, why is it? Adam watches Sitch sleep. That is true. That is true. Was he on? He was not on EFAP. They were just watching some video. I don't believe he was on EFAP. They're just watching some video he did. Kono J for $5 says, late and gay now. That's true. We were late. That's true. CT for 2 Canadian says, where's my audio, Sitch? With crying emoji faces. It's coming, CT. It's coming. Joe the Make for $2 says, Adam's title is way better. Adam's title gets us put on a list. On a list on YouTube. Okay? That you don't want to be on. You don't want to be on. People are saying he isn't bigoted or coping, Sitch. He literally talks about how Atreus, I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, by the way, so I don't know anything about the story. Atreus should engage in generational incest to get rid of a black character's blackness. Wait, come on. He didn't say that. I don't believe that. I don't believe some person. I don't believe a person. Okay. I believe a person would say that as a joke. I don't believe a person would say that like seriously. That sounds ridiculous. Come on.
Said what?
Come on.
What was said?
The most dope said that in a video, he suggested that a video game character should engage in generational incest to get rid of their blackness, or a black character's blackness. Okay, well, send me the timestamp. I do want to see that. That sounds ridiculous.
Was he just being like weird?
I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a funny, edgy joke someone would make, but if someone made that seriously, that was pretty crazy statement. That's pretty ridiculous. Andrew Clark for Joy says, bring up the new Twilight, Sitch, and Adam picks. Oh, did you send them to Adam? Their new picks?
I got no picks.
You don't have any picks, Adam? Show me the picks. Show me your picks, Adam. Send them to Adam. And you didn't send them to me. Unless you did on Discord. I don't see them in
I got
Twitter. Okay. He absolutely did say it, and he was serious.
Well, that's not...
How could I say the name right and then wrong?
That's not nice.
Atreus? Is it Atreus? Oh, well, I'm thinking that whenever I see that, I think of Atreyu from Neverending Story, but...
Atreyu! Avoid the nothing at all costs.
Well, it's weird. That's like a...
Oh,
that's
wow. Holy shit. He's even got a still from the movie.
Oh, nice.
This is crazy. Thank you, Andrew. All right, here we've got...
Atreyu's not the person that drowns. That's like a thing that like fucks with... That's like a false memory. It's a bear seen bear effect right there.
Is it? Who
Yeah,
knows?
the horse's name was like Atarax or something. Horse and Never-Ending Story.
Oh, it's... Who's Atreyu?
Artax. Atreyu's the kid.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah. I remembered it the other way around. I think it's a Bearstein. I think in the true Prime universe, with the Bearstein bears, Atreyu was the name of the horse.
Could be.
So what's happening in this picture?
All right, you see the picture?
I see the picture. Yeah.
These two lovers are getting ready to like make out or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie, so.
Oh, sure.
Do they make out after this scene?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I saw them once, and that was enough.
Look, a very familiar scene right here is happening.
Oh, I see. Are we gonna have a?
Side by
We have
side.
a recreation. I say. We have a Sitch and Adam recreation.
Andrew, how did you manage to do this? This is pretty amazing. So
There you go. Well, he
Andrew-
lives where they shot the movie.
yeah, but was he following them around? Was he like? I mean, you watched Twilight and then you were like hiking through the woods and you thought, oh look, it's that tree from.
I mean, I'm sure it's pretty famous lore for the town. They say, oh, this is where that famous scene.
Oh,
was
I guess
shot.
you're right. Yeah,
So,
that lore seems to build.
1, 2, 3. I call Edward. You get to be Belle.
Oh, okay. Isn't Belle the decision maker?
If that's what you want to think, sure.
Okay. I gotta blow up the
Yeah, you got to blow something.
what? Don't
Joe
be-
the Mig. Oh, there we go. Andrew Clark for $2 says new title, quote, Richard Wolff comes out as a bucket lover. Oh.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
The stream was buckets of fun with
There you
Richard
go.
Wolff. You'd title it that. Glenn Wolff be mad.
Andrew Clark for $2 says all hierarchies tend towards winner takes all. That is true. If nothing is done.
Well, this is another plus for capitalism because capitalism, diversifies the different hierarchies that you can compete in. Like I said, this is why these places that don't have capitalism, politics becomes the only hierarchy that everyone is competing in. It becomes immediately cutthroat. Like if there's only one hierarchy that you can compete in, you're going to compete 10 times harder than if there's 100 hierarchies and you're like, oh, I didn't make it in this one, but I can go try something else. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's logic. It's basic logic.
Basic logic.
It is.
Wow.
It's so simple. Why are people so angry?
I agree. Dr. Diller sent me some time codes. Some timestamps. Okay, let's bring this up here. See, 11:00.
Are these in the video we're watching?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Thanks for the pictures, Andrew. That was nice.
Yeah, it was awesome, Andrew. Thank you. There's more pictures too. That CT sent. We'll bring up after we watch this.
No, I'm never going to bring up any more pictures.
Oh my god, don't be rude.
God of War? What the fuck?
Some way I do want to talk about how the women. I already mentioned like the female characters take charge and are always
How
right
dare
or
they.
whatever. For those of you who are here, which is probably not most of you, if you watch the oh look, a woman. I love beating women with my fists and my giant shield. Diversity, the strength of diversity. We have female enemies, which means incels can beat the shit out of women and get away with it.
All right.
At least I get to kill women. At woke. I mean,
True.
I don't know. Freya stabbed Kratos and they're building her up to be a badass or something. That's about it, I guess. Just female enemies.
Pretty badass in the last game.
That's how it's woke. There are female enemies.
Scene was definitely written by a woman. Why'd they make Kratos?
Okay. So that was one of the clips. Interesting. Let's go to the next thing.
And that would be actual
Kratos can't be
character
interesting.
assassination.
He can just grunt.
Only
and
racists
say
are interesting.
why-
I can't believe this is such a clown. What do you mean?
Oh my god.
The
He
racists,
thought
they're
they
the
made
interesting
Odin a
ones.
Trump
Come on,
allegory,
man, you're so
and
close,
he's upset
Capital.
that they didn't make Kratos outwardly racist.
is depressing things. So,
The endpoint remains
me
the
and her,
same.
we obviously need to breed.
Better to walk your path
And then
than
I
struggle.
execute all my sons. And then
What?
breed with the daughters.
I gotta
execute
assume
all
he's
those
speaking
the
as a
grandsons.
Wait. What?
You might
I-
not grasp exactly what he's saying straight away here, but this is one of the worst of all of the quotes. He is trying to solve the problem of Angraboda's skin color.
Wait, go back. What's he saying?
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't want to hear it again.
Breed.
Oh shit.
Breed. Can't be interesting. He can just grunt and say wise, depressing things.
But
So,
the endpoint remains
me
the
and
same.
her, we obviously need to breed.
Better to walk your path
And
than
then I
struggle.
execute all my sons. And then breed with the daughters. Execute all the grandsons.
Oh my god.
Breed-
That's,
What is happening?
What is going
So that he can have
that is horrible.
Wait, I don't. How does that change their skin color? I don't understand.
Because he's white. So he's saying, look,
Oh, I see. Wait. No, I don't see.
well, wait, when you keep, oh, I don't
They would all
want
be the same color, wouldn't they? Oh wait, no, they wouldn't. No, no.
because they're half white, half black.
Because the first generation would be
Yeah.
half, second generation would be quarter,
Yeah,
then it'd be 8. Okay, I understand.
yeah.
I mean, he's joking, obviously, but it's still pretty disgusting.
Which is worse, the incest or the racism?
That's a good question, actually.
But I do feel like it just mixing the two brings it up to like an epic level.
A
of
new
disgust.
level,
Yeah.
yes. I do like the idea. Well, it's
like
it's not just incest and
exponential.
racism. It's incest, racism, and then what's it called when you execute your baby?
Oh,
Is there a
yeah.
specific word for it.
Inficide.
Inficide. Yeah, it's incest, racism, and then whatever the fuck the guy in Game of Thrones was doing. He would
Yeah.
sacrifice all his sons to the White Walkers.
Yeah. Wow.
So I mean, he's joking, but it's a pretty
Mhm.
pretty crazy idea. So interesting, very interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
And then apparently there's one more. So he did say it.
Have a harem of his own kids?
You understand? If he
Is
does
he
that,
trying to explain why Loki is the first Northman or
no,
something?
he's trying to say he can dilute out and
Yeah.
make it so the kids are progressively more white.
Because none of
Right.
But is he trying
that's
to
somehow
it's-
worse than
Mahler's the only one that understands this analogy.
Because it's so beyond the pale of like, why would you
Right.
do that? That no one's even thinking about it from a race perspective.
Look, he's talking about killing his kids. So
I know.
yeah.
So.
Ugh.
Well, to be fair, listen, good faith, Gary. I would like to see the full
No.
context of the statement. So
Somebody,
it's a pretty edgy. It's a pretty edgy comment, obviously.
he just got a super chat saying, "What is the most offensive thing that you can think of?"
No, he's got a super chat saying, "Listen, how would you solve the black problem?"
Oh no, that makes it worse.
You're like, well, let me tell you something.
That totally makes it worse.
So there you go. But let me see. Where's the other time code we were supposed to go to? 11, 12, 30. 12.
0 dark 30.
What are
There's
you
no
doing?
way to say it without saying it.
What?
Is
Hey
that
man, no way to say it without saying it.
Oh, wait a minute. I feel like we have to go back.
Controlled opposite. Reference something that we all know what's going on. Yeah. We all know what's happening. Opinions on Jordan Peterson. He's sold out and he's controlled opposition now.
Oh no.
Ooh, okay. That's not a good.
Oh no.
Okay, so maybe maybe I can put
That's a
good faith
lot
Gary
of
in the drawer.
strikes. Yeah, that's a lot of strikes against you.
Well, it's not that that's a strike, and I don't really have a problem with anyone not liking Jordan Peterson. But when someone says something like Jordan Peterson is controlled opposition,
That
I don't
is
know
a
this
very,
gentleman.
yeah, that's
But
a very specific type of
generally-
argument.
Generally, that's an implication that you're saying that he sold out to the Jews,
Mm-hmm.
or he sold out to some because he's part of Daily Wire now, and a lot of people are giving him flack with his interview with
Conservative.
Net and Yahoo.
Oh yeah.
He likes to call it.
God, I love it when I get commercials in the middle of a.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he didn't mean it that way. That's generally when I hear people call Jordan Peterson control opposition, it's from a far right perspective, a very far right. Dog whistle. When I say far right, I am dog whistling.
Yeah.
So that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign.
Just look at who he's hanging out with. I don't know what to call him. Like Team Republican, something. I don't know. Small hats.
What are
There's
you
no
doing?
way to say it without saying it.
What?
So it seems like he is saying
That was
the
not a-
Jews. So.
That small hat reference kind of gave it away. Like
Oh, he
that.
said small hat. Oh, you're right then. Yeah, he said. I thought he said small head. I was confused. But
He said small.
small hat. Okay, then yeah, he is talking about. So okay, so I never mind.
Good faith,
Gary has now.
Good faith Gary has now been satiated. He's like
Gary
nah.
has left the building. He's driven away. He's now at home with his kids. He's gone from this place. So I will say, yeah. So okay, I guess he really was advocating for incestuous infanticide in order to breed out the blackness. So there you go. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Did Mahler dig up this guy?
I mean, I don't know why. I don't know. I think Mahler, I believe, isn't Mahler a big fan of
God of War?
The God of War Ragnarok, and so this guy made a video criticizing it. So I assume
Oh,
that's what
really?
drew Mahler's attention. I assume. I haven't seen the stream.
I see
but-
he does video gaming streams.
Yeah, I've seen he's been playing the God of War games for a
Yeah.
while. So
I mean, it looks badass.
yeah, I don't know. I like the first three.
I played some God of War.
The plot isn't really the selling point. Supposedly, the complaint is that there's more plot in the new Ragnarok games and that Kratos' character is different, which for someone who liked the first three God of War games, I'd say that's good. I mean, the first three God of War games were like just super action heavy edginess, which was fun to play. But I don't really have a problem with the series kind of evolving beyond that to be something more. I think that'd be something I'd be up for, depending on what it is that it evolves into, obviously. So,
yeah,
Is that
Hey man, no way to say it without saying it.
All roads lead here.
Everyone wants there to be an equivalent to the Illuminati, but it just doesn't. Like, that's just not how it works in reality. There are multiple groups of people trying to bring down Western civilization, and they're not all on the same team. There's a certain common factor between all the teams. If you do your research, obviously.
If you do your research.
Never mind. Anyway, you guys all know. I'm preaching to the choir.
okay, well, there you go. There you go.
Wow.
Thanks, Dr. Diller. The time goes. It's the Jews. Of course, of course, of course.
Do you think
It's just
Kanye's-
Netanyahu. There you go.
Yeah. Do you think Kanye's recent interview with Netanyahu inspired this young man to publicly share his views?
That's a good question. I don't know what the date for the stream was, so who knows? I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see what his chat was saying when the stream happened. So his chat, not Mahler's chat. Someone in the chat says Sitch should hear this. Well, there you go.
No way. Hilarious.
Well, there you go.
Of course. They're like, yeah. How does that stuff make you feel? I mean,
I don't know. I feel like I'm become numb to it. I think it's unfortunate. I don't know this guy's background. I think it's unfortunate when people they kind of start off as anti-woke. I don't know what his background. So like I don't know if he started not liking Jews. I don't know if he started where he was just like, oh, I don't like wokeness, and then he got sucked down kind of like this rabbit hole. I don't know what his story is, but I think it's unfortunate if that was the case, if he kind of got sucked down in the Jews are behind everything rabbit hole. So,
do you think, like, knowing Jewish people? I mean, this guy probably doesn't know any Jewish people. I always feel like that has to be a factor. Because how could you have a friend that's Jewish and then think, oh, the Jewish are also
I mean, look at
in charge
Ye.
of
I
this
don't know.
big...
He knows lots of Jewish people.
Well, I don't know that he's friends with any of them. It doesn't seem
That's
like...
true.
I don't know that Kanye has
Right.
any friends.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Kanye does have any friends because I think everyone's been either a yes man to him or using him. Yeah. So that's probably true.
Which sucks.
No, I'm sure. I mean, definitely proximity and interaction with people does have an effect. I mean, it's funny. That was literally the argument Gavin McInnes was trying to give to Kanye. He's like, I have all these, Jewish guys that are trying to help me with my political causes. So it's not the Jews, Kanye. And Kanye doesn't really have an answer for that, just to say, no, it's the Jews.
Yeah.
Like he can't even engage in the subject. So, no, it definitely is a factor. But, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it fucking sucks. Being targeted for any, like, superficial characteristics is always lame. I mean, all the fucking kill white people shit drives me insane. So it's weird. It's just weird.
Dr. Diller says, for 2 hours, says, when are you going to have synthetic manlet on? Probably never. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with him or his content, so I'm not super interested in it, but is it wrong to say that for as bad as synth is, it wouldn't be totally weird to see him hanging on Friday Night Tights or Geeks and Gamers? His Wyman comment made it sound so at home. Well, I mean, that's sort of the issue. One of the issues, and this is kind of a difficult thing to a needle thread, and this is what I was saying when I heard his comment originally, you're like, oh, is he joking? I mean, he's laughing, obviously. And it's kind of why I really don't like sort of the woke conception of society is because, like, in 2010, okay, if people were like kind of would make mildly racist or mildly sexist jokes, like that's always a thing to make them out like a racist or sexist joke, but it wasn't so transgressive that you would enter into the realm where like you wouldn't necessarily know if the person was being serious or not. But now, because of the woke shit being so strict, you get a lot of people who say things and and they can pass it off like it's just a joke. And you really don't know if it's just a joke or not. This is part of like with my with my old content. I would make a lot of Jewish jokes because I thought they were funny. And I wrongly assumed a lot of like that most people making them were just doing it as a sort of like edgy way to give a middle finger to, SJWs was what we, back then. And it was like, well, some of it is that, but then some of it was real. And I'm like, oh, this is pretty bad. I don't know how to, I don't know how you exactly disentangle the two things. So
yeah,
that can be very difficult.
There's legitimate racists out there that are like laughing for completely different reasons than you.
Sure. Now, there's the Geeks and Gamers thing. I'll be honest, I don't watch. I'm sorry, Friday Night Tights. I don't watch Friday Night Tights, regularly, so I can't comment on whatever, opinions that you're saying that they have. I'm assuming they're not like super racist or anything. I mean,
I've been on Friday Night Tights and I didn't say anything. I mean, I was on Friday Night Tights with Mahler and.
Right. I don't think Mahler or Adam would participate in a show that was, racist. Though I guess the comment was about sexism, not racism. And I don't know what specific things are that they've said.
We were on before the Batman came out, which was a little sad because I would have liked to talk about the Batman.
Right. I do think you can have an intelligent conversation. And I don't know if this could be happened on the internet. I do think you can have an intelligent conversation about the average differences between men and women's behavior and the average differences in how men and women generally like different types of stories more or less on average, and whether that has an influence on storytelling today, I would think it has more to do with politics and less to do with sex or gender, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think bad politics can exist whether you're a man or a woman. I don't think they're related necessarily. So.
I mean, we had that conversation not too long ago.
Yeah.
About the difference
I think,
between the man's and the woman's.
Right. But I think a lot of like when you see. So I've heard people that work in Hollywood who say that Hollywood is like so woke that it's really the only way to get a job. And so I think part of the mistake is that people will look at they'll look at a writer's room and they'll see a bunch of women in the writer's room. Like, She-Hulk, you see a bunch of women in the writer's room, or, the Jon Stewart's Daily Show or whatever. And then so the assumption is made, oh, well, the show is woke because there's a bunch of women writers. When in reality, I think it's, well, no, there's a bunch of women writers because Hollywood is so woke, they're going out of their way to make sure intentionally they get a bunch of women writers. If they didn't do that, and there was just a bunch of male writers, I still think it would be just as woke, because that's just the environment that Hollywood is in right now. It's a super wokeness. So I think there's a causation correlation.
But I see shows. I mean, I see a lot of stuff on Adult Swim that's like reverse anti-woke. But I guess they always walk the line.
But Adult Swim's probably its own like little separate, it's a special thing.
And they do the smart writers do kind of walk the line where this could be seen as super woke or making fun of woke people, which is the sweet spot because both audiences are pleased. Like the woke people see it as, oh, this is great. This person's, this person gets it. And the anti-woke people see it and go, oh, this is great. This person gets it. And it's
sure.
The two are.
Now I'm curious, in Righteous Mind, does he say that when he kind of talks about people's moral foundations, do women on average have higher left-wing moral foundations than men? And do men have more on average have right-wing moral foundations?
He never breaks it down between the men and women thing.
Because that's kind of the argument that they're making. I'm curious because that would be the answer to the question. Because usually the argument that is made is like, oh, women, it's the classic women, right to vote women, they made everything socialist and woke. It's like, I'd have to see some actual proof of that. But I don't buy it. There's lots of very conservative women out there. So.
Yeah. Women are both extremely overcaring and destroying politics, and also gold diggers and selfish bitches that just want to steal your money and see you as a wallet.
Right.
Which those seem contradictory to me. That sounds like two different women.
Well, it's not, because it's not contradictory necessarily, because you can have women on average, men on average are more aggressive. Women on average are more nurturing, or whatever word you want to use.
Yeah, and politics is more about a bunch of people.
Right, which makes sense biologically. Women were going to have babies. But that nurturing mentality exists to protect their children.
Yeah, not other.
So that means that they can be hyper aggressive to protect their children. It's not necessarily like that nurturing mentality doesn't necessarily apply to everyone else. Like it could just apply to their children.
Yeah. Other children are good sources of protein.
It could be, right. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't necessarily know, and I'd be curious if when Haidt did his studies to see, I don't know if there's necessarily like a directly left-wing, right-wing correlation between moral foundation correlation between women and men. I know if you look at recent voting data that the Democrats win a lot more single women who are young, but I think the Republicans win a lot more women that are older. So it's still not I don't think it's still a strictly gender issue. And even then, that's probably related to more specific policies like abortion and other things than like an overall moral foundational principle that they're operating from.
It's funny. The young women are for abortion because they don't want to get in a situation where, they they have to have somebody's kid that they don't want to have.
Yeah,
their
exactly.
Kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
But the
not even a
older-
moral foundation question. It's just a very pragmatic, I want that option available for me.
Totally
Yeah, so-
pragmatic. But it's also pragmatic for the older women who are like, I don't want my daughter aborting my grandson or granddaughter.
Well, that's a good
Like, I
point,
want you to
too.
carry that
Right.
baby,
That's an
whether you
interesting
like the
point,
guy
yeah.
or not, because that baby's, that's my
grandchild.
my
Maybe.
grandchild.
And also, yeah, it could be that. It could be they just don't care because they don't view that they need the service so much anymore.
Mhm.
So, for them personally, yeah. Commander Shepard for 20 Canadians says, catching the stream late regarding your talk about Shark Tank. As someone that has started companies before, I despise the show. It's presenting a very distorted and Disney-fied idea of what it means to be an entrepreneur.
Well, that's true, and I mean, I do agree with that. Obviously, I
Right,
just think
100%.
I think it's interesting. I mean, it's also like a marketing ploy. A lot of the businesses are successful from Shark Tank because they are on Shark Tank, and Shark Tank is their marketing apparatus. That if that wasn't necessarily part of the equation, I don't know that the business investments would be as successful. So that's part of the Disneyification of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's have you seen the Wednesday show?
The Wednesday show.
Wednesday Addams show.
Oh, no. I was like, we do a Wednesday show now? I
No,
thought
no,
it was like the Tuesday show.
Yeah, they made if you guys are not familiar, Netflix created a show about Wednesday Addams from the Addams Family.
Right.
Which I might end up making a video about because I watched it.
Oh, yes. Thank goodness. Something to make a video about.
And it's not great.
Mhm.
It's not great.
Woke Hollywood, not great or just not great?
Well, it's not great for the main reason it's not great is because it's not a comedy. And I don't
Okay.
think the Addams Family concept works at all unless it's a comedy. Because
Yeah, what
like
the
basically
hell? That's like a
Yeah,
huge
but-
component.
yes, basically the plot is Wednesday Addams is sent away
Mhm.
to a school for like monster children.
Yeah.
But the thing that's weird about it is like none of the monster children are like her. They're all
No
just
way.
normal. They're like completely normal kids who also happen to be werewolves or whatever. But they have completely normal personalities. She's the only person that's like the Addams Family character,
Right.
So
I hate this show.
but the thing is that but it's not like a comedy. It's not shot and written and directed like a comedy. It's more like a murder mystery. But the problem is then you create the situation where her character is horribly unlikable because it's just like people talking to her, wanting to be her friend, and her giving this very Daria monotone, like, I hate everything because she's an Addams Family character. But it's not funny. So you're like, oh, you're just an asshole.
Yeah.
Like the Addams Family without the comedy, they're just bad people. Which like the concept of the Addams Family is supposed to be that they're good people, or they're wholesome in their own kind of weird way. They're like generally, not always, but generally when the Addams Family would cause harm to people, it was like they don't perceive it as harm because they've like
They're
since
doing
they
them a
like
solid.
yeah, because like since they're like bizarro people. They like everything that's spooky and bad, and they hate everything that like is generally liked. And so when they would cause harm to someone, they're like, oh, I would actually like if someone would inflict that harm onto me. Like,
Right. Yeah.
They didn't understand they were causing harm to people generally.
What, you don't
That's
like
part of the joke.
bondage? Yeah.
Right, exactly. That's part of the joke of the series. And to remove that element from it entirely, you can't have a likable protagonist. Wednesday can't be a likable character at that point.
Yeah, that's.
But also that has nothing to do with wokeness. I think that's the main problem. But there are a couple super woke instances that are very bizarre where like in the town that she's going to school at, they have like a reenactment, one of those, like, I don't know if you've ever been to these like Georgetown reenactments of like, Pilgrim life places.
I've heard tell of them.
Yes. They have one of those places and
Oh no.
She constantly,
No.
like, whenever she talks about it, she makes references to, like, you know, racist white people genocided the Native Americans. And it's just like I roll my eyes every time, like, 'cause you're like, holy shit, I can't believe you're having Wednesday fucking Addams saying like woke, like white people were racist in the 1700s or something. It's so cringy. And also it's actually backwards. So like, for example, she's sitting in a diner and three characters enter the diner and they're wearing like pilgrim outfits because they work at the pilgrim place. And she's like, "Oh, why are you coming in here dressed as like the oppressors of the Native Americans?
No
You're
way. Oh,
she says it
man.
like, you know, like they're wrong for doing so. And I watched that scene and I'm like,
That's
this
the
is totally
opposite.
yes. I'm like, this is totally ass backwards. The scene, the joke of the scene, if they could have still had the woke shit and it would have still made sense with the character,
Right.
it just would have been reversed. They would have come in and she would have been praising the fact that they were dressed as, you know, genocidal, you know, maniacs or whatever she said.
I'm so glad you're not embarrassed of your heritage.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, one of them is black. So she could have, like, it was actually right for like the perfect joke. She could have been like, you know, oh, it's so amazing that like, that even black Americans can, you know, join in like the genocidal history of, you know, American culture or something. Like she could have made some Wednesday Adam comment that would have been consistent with her character. But they couldn't because she has to be woke. And if she said that, then woke people will get mad at her for being in favor of genocide.
God forbid you have a character that people actually like that is a real human being.
Well, I mean, Wednesday Addams is not a real human being, but that's the joke of their characters is that they like bad things and spooky things that we don't like, normally.
Yeah.
And so you that has to be part of her character. If you want to be true to the concept of the idea, otherwise, then I don't know why you're doing an Addams Family show in the first place.
Yeah.
So,
what? So the black character was not. So Wednesday Addams was wagging her finger at a black character that was dressed up as a pilgrim.
Yeah, they actually have. So it was actually funny. Some of the woke people were actually complaining about this.
Of course they would be. I'm like, that doesn't. They're like, oh my God, you made this black actress wear the gown of her oppressor.
Well, it was a black actor.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so because they had there's like three bully characters, and one of the bullies is black.
Oh yeah,
and his
I remember
father.
People complaining about
yes, and
this.
people were complaining about that. Oh my God, a black person's a bully. And then on top of that, his father, the black kid's father, is the mayor of the town, and he owns the Pilgrim Place altogether.
Wow, he's a capitalist.
Right. And so people were mad that, oh, how dare, you know, oh, and also at the school that she goes to, I forgot about the school she goes to, there's a black female character who's like an asshole to her and a bully to her as well. And so people are like, oh, how dare black characters in TV shows be presented in a negative light?
Yeah.
You know, you can't win. You can't win.
Of course.
Anyway, so yeah, I might do a video on it. I think there's a lot to say on the topic. But...
Might? What are you talking about? I thought we were.
I mean,
doing
I will.
weekly
Actually,
videos.
I did start writing a script on it. So you'll like this. This is something that's interesting. I was researching the origin of the Addams Family. You know how it started as like a one-panel comic strip in the New Yorker.
Really? I didn't know that.
Okay, well, there you know. Addams Family started as a one-panel comic strip in the New Yorker. A guy named Charles Adam. He would draw all these like dark and kind of edgy comics. And he would it's like basically like dark and edgy Far Side, one panel in the New Yorker.
Far Side's great.
Yes, Far Side is great. And he would have the Addams Family characters be reoccurring characters, but they had no names. He never called them the Addams Family. They didn't have their official names or anything. That all came with the first TV show in the 1960s. Where they actually came up with all the names and stuff for all these characters. But once he sold the rights to ABC, ABC produced the show. And they started to air episodes of the Addams Family. The New Yorker head editor said that the New Yorker would no longer allow any Addams Family comic in its magazine because the masses, now that the normie, horrible, unwashed masses of American people could watch the Addams Family on TV, it wasn't worth gracing the pages of the elite New Yorker magazine anymore.
You can guarantee that person knows why they only allow a certain number of Ivy League diplomas.
I was going to say, there's your elitism.
I know. What a bitch.
And it's funny, the guy who was the editor was the father of the famous actor from The Princess Bride. You know, the guy who says, "Inconceivable."
Oh, yeah.
Wallace Shawn. His father was that guy.
Dinner with Andre.
Yes, My Dinner with Andre. His father was this editorial guy that made this decision.
Mm-hmm.
So.
What a dick.
I know. Pretty crazy.
Oh, my God. Hilarious. Rob Knorr is supposed to come on stream on Tuesday. And he DM'd me because I told him we start at, what time we start, obviously. And he said, how long should I plan to go for? And I said, 6 hours. Obviously, I was joking. But he's like, okay, sounds good to me.
Well, he does a lot of, stuff.
So he might be streaming for 6 hours. Okay, so it doesn't. I thought obviously he'll realize that's a joke, but anyway, we have someone on Twitter really wants Rob Knorr to come on, so they're going to be very excited. We have a Sitch and Adam listener who's very excited about Rob coming on. So
nice. So we have a viewer named Probably Sean. Who is making a video game.
Their name is Probably Sean, or their name is Probably Sean?
Their name is Probably Sean.
Okay.
Quote, Probably Sean, end quote.
Okay. Huh.
Right. If you could bring up the watch together.
No. So you've already used up all of your watch together time for today. So.
Right.
I'm going to have to, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to charge you extra for this.
What a capitalist. What an elite capitalist. Can you believe this guy?
Did you see Wormy was going crazy? Wormy has destroyed his box.
Oh, why?
I know. And now that he got it started with a little, I did that nice gold foil for him. And it started with a little tear in the corner. And now a whole side of the box is missing. And
why did you give him gold, you elite scum?
Look,
don't you want him to have a box of the people?
If Wormy wants gold, I'm going to give it to him, okay?
Why is gold valuable, Adam? Why doesn't everyone just have gold?
It's making me very mad that you're even saying this. Do you tell me the difference? I ask you, what is the difference between Ivy League diplomas and gold?
Just messing with you.
What is the difference?
I'm just trolling you.
I know you are, but tell our fine audience what the difference is.
Between what, gold and education?
Yeah, one is a man-made scarcity.
For your life. Yes, one is a vehicle for proving your life success, and one is a commodity.
Is man-made scarcity a good thing?
It depends on whatever the thing is, I guess.
I don't think it is. I think it's it's
really?
Universally bad, yeah. I
can make you change your mind on that instantly.
Man-made scarcity?
Yes.
Well, if you're going to say cancer, obviously.
No, it's not man-made. What do you mean?
Well, our whole goal is to make cancer scarce.
Yeah, it's
man-made scarcity.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. No, that's not what I was going to say.
Okay.
I was going to say the scarcity of access to sex with your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you in favor of that? Isn't that man-made scarcity?
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. No cucking.
Yeah. So there you go.
See, that's like a weird thing, because as soon as they do have sex robots,
that might change. Yeah.
Well, they're going to have celebrity sex robots, and who I don't know who Scarlett Johansson is married to, but that guy's going to be like, oh yeah, a bunch of dudes are fucking a doll of my wife tonight. Right?
I mean, I'm sure they already have that. They're not robots. I'm assuming they already have those, those sex dolls and whatever.
Can they do that? I think they. I mean,
I assume they need permission.
I don't know.
Well, no.
Oh
see,
my God.
This is what's going to happen. This is Sitch's sex robot prediction. Okay, and being a big degenerate pervert, I'm gonna say I'm pretty good at detecting these sorts of things. I don't think that, like, when the sex robot technology first comes out or first becomes popular, it's probably just going to be some kind of like generic looking thing, and you put on your, VR goggles or whatever, and that projects whatever image you want to see onto it. And so that will make it so that people will be able to create and upload independently every single fucking person on the planet. So there will be Scarlett Johansson sex robots, whether she wants them or not, whether she licenses them or not. Because I would imagine, you can't make a sex robot in the likeness of Scarlett Johansson without her permissions. I assume. But you can't say this sex robot of Scarlett Johansson is a parody.
Why do you need the VR thing? The robot can move theoretically, and like.
I'm saying just the VR thing will just change how it looks to you.
Yeah, but why not just get one that looks good?
Because you'd want it to be able to change its appearance, wouldn't you?
Oh, okay. I got it.
So,
look, I mean, you're like, Sitch is like, I want my sex doll to constantly look differently.
Yeah, listen, you get tired of banging Scarlett Johansson, okay?
Yeah, but
just get a different actresses.
You just get a different head.
That's
swivel.
Expensive. What do you mean? You're gonna buy a whole new head? Come on.
Hi, honey. I'm tired of you. Here, let me unscrew your head.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of work. That's too much, Adam. That's way too much. What I suggest is way easier. So
just put a bag over the head. Just put. You don't need any fancy VR goggles. You just get a bag and a printout of whatever you want.
Well, it's gonna eventually when they get the VR goggle technology good enough so that they're very tiny, they're literally just sunglass size. Then that's gonna change everything, because that's the only thing that's holding VR technology back. Is no one wants to wear the gigantic headset.
I'm telling you, you don't need it. Brown paper bag and a printout, and you're good to go.
And you have the brown paper bag.
Your brown
print
bag.
A picture of whoever you want, and you just slap it on. There you go.
It's a whole new meaning to brown bag in it.
Hey, honey, why are you putting a bag on my head?
Look, honey, I'm brown bagging it.
It's okay. It's okay. Just go with it. Okay.
Oh my word.
So anyway, probably Sean. Speaking of not sex robots.
Oh yeah.
Probably Sean is making a video game called Party Animals.
Wow.
And apparently,
holy shit, we're in it.
We're in it. And look, I'm a hedgehog and you're
a stoat.
A stoat. We are Patronus animals. Look at that.
That's sweet. I'm so glad I did the Patronus thing. Sitch.
We can't call our dance group the A-Team, and that name already exists.
Adam, yeah, the A-Team was awesome. Why do you hate the A-Team? What name could possibly be better? Oh, I like it. It's based on actual dialogue.
We should be S-Class, because S-Class is...
I like that he's got this.
Yes.
The best part of S-Class is this.
That's true. That's true.
Adam, S-Class, like classroom? Why are you talking about school? Are you some kind of nerd? Yes.
Sigh.
No, it should say yes.
Look at that. If you ever wanted a picture of Hedgehog Sitch face palming, there it is.
I know, that's pretty good. Sigh.
I love it. Oh, there you go. A-Team or S-Class? Sitch says, small yellow dog, which name do you think is better? Oh, so the player gets to choose.
Cow.
Wow, look at that.
This is amazing.
Look at that. That's pretty awesome.
We already know.
Oh! Shows A-Team.
Look at that. Oh, I guess we have an A-Team.
And then Adam, you say, that's right. Because A-Team reigns supreme.
Of course.
And I say,
don't make me pull up the super chat.
There you go. Now we're going to go with this. What happens if S-Class? I told you your name was stupid.
Hold on,
Are
I
you
think
not
we
going to
missed.
read yourself?
I think
anymore?
we missed one. Did we miss one? I feel
Yeah.
like we missed one there.
No,
Back
we
it up a little. Small yellow dog. Which? Oh, this they picked.
Yeah, this is the choice if you choose S class. I told you that your name was stupid,
Oh, okay.
and then you say
That's fine. I have a few more ideas. What about?
we say well no you say that fine. So yeah, you were incorrect since you're using incorrect grammar. I'm automatically correct.
That fine. The A train, all aboard, choo choo, woo woo.
There you go. There you go. I like it.
Sigh again. This game is actually accurate. Sitch really does not like fun.
Okay, considering I was just trolling you like a couple minutes ago, and you were like,
Sitch
"Sitch, what's the difference?" And you said, "I don't like fun." How dare you?
What do you mean?
How dare you?
You were just trolling me about the academic achievement?
Comparing it
Come
to
on,
gold.
that's just. Well, I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you can troll me that way.
Okay.
That is
Thank
funny.
you. And thank you, probably, Sean. That's awesome. That's awesome.
And you did convince me that there are certain things we want scarcity on.
There you
So,
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
But
Andrew Clark has sent me a picture that I guess I will send to you, Adam, and you can make the decision whether you would like to bring this up on stream or not.
oh, this must be. He did like a dirty picture of us making out. or
No. Andrew Clark said, Sitch, they already sell different heads for sex dolls.
something. Yeah, look, they're very affordable too.
Really? It's only $465.
Look, you
Per
save
head.
you save $35.
There you go. There you go.
Look, the more you buy, the more you save.
Right. So there you go. But I'm assuming that these sex doll heads are simply it's $465 for a head that just is a head. It doesn't do anything, right? We're talking about like robot heads.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, they wouldn't. They'd put the brain in the boobs.
yeah, but the head's still gonna have to articulate, isn't it?
I don't know. I guess you're right.
So
Okay.
anyways,
Troubling.
there it is. What about body shape? Well, that's only I'm assuming at some point, depending on the technology, the body shape will actually could change depending on what image you project on it for the real degeneracy. So
Mm-hmm. Sitch is going full furry.
there you go. Well, that's going to be that's probably outside the bounds of like the normal robot body. You'd have to buy
Acceptable
a
discourse.
special furry robot body if you want that. So
Yeah.
there you
Ugh.
go. Hayden Dill says they should make the Five Nights at Freddy game with sex dolls. There you go. I bet you somewhere out there on the internet that exists. I can almost guarantee that exists somewhere on the internet. I've seen pictures. I've seen pictures that I didn't want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Dealer for $5 says A-Team runs the homeowners associations for any minor dispute, runs to the homeowners association for any minor dispute, and shows up to parties specifically to clog the toilet. Why, Adam?
Wow.
S-Class is the best class.
Do you have an HOA?
No.
Okay. Well, good.
Did
Well,
you?
Of course not. Fuck.
Okay.
I went out of my way to buy a house with no HOA, which was very difficult in Southern California. But yeah, HOAs are. So you're wrong. I don't even have an HOA to complain to.
I'm skeptical.
HOAs are cancer. But obviously,
That is true.
look, if you're going to a party and you got to drop one, just turn around, go home. Okay, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yeah, bad news. Diller's obviously trying to get under my skin, but it's only slightly working.
CT has a picture of us again. I think we're at the Twilight Diner, but it's with Rags and Mahler
Oh, really?
and Fringy and Jay. The gang's all there.
Holy cow.
That's awesome.
I mean, are they hidden?
They have outside that forest. They have a big placard with a sign that directs people to the specific locations of where the film was shot.
Oh, okay.
So that makes sense.
Cool. That's why everybody's. That's why.
That's true.
Knows
Adam
where it
did
is.
not deny clogging the toilet. That is true.
Okay. That's funny.
Still not denying it. David Puff, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Farmer Sneed, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 1 month. Says, I apologize. Says, I apologize to Christian on Adam's behalf. The complicated comedy show.
That's hilarious. I mean, I keep trying to. I mean, maybe I'm just needling Christian at this point, but
yeah. I see you trying to be nice to him on Twitter occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, in the way that you do, by
right.
He, yeah, I think the last exchange was trying to set up a debate with him and some other person, some other content creator, but he's not receptive. He's been. It's so fun. I don't know. YouTube's a crazy fun place. So
that's true. That's a nice way of saying it. Adam, is it true that you use the plastic shower curtain to wipe?
At the party?
At the party.
No comment.
Oh God. Whatever you do, don't invite Adam to your parties, okay? There you go.
The story is okay. That's hilarious. I have a friend. I have a friend of mine.
Yes.
That isn't a notorious crapper at parties and other people's houses and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's a weird reputation to have.
I know. But you know, I've known this guy since high school, and everyone knows this. Our whole friend group basically understands that this is the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But it is such a weird thing. It's like, you don't have the urge to go like at your own home, but you have the urge to go whenever you walk into someone.
Yeah, that is weird. That's super weird. Well,
yeah.
Maybe they just crap a lot though, so they just
maybe that could be the situation.
Yeah.
I've never asked him that, but we've been friends for years. You'd think I would have asked by now.
I've known people that they have to crap after every meal almost, so maybe that's one of those situations.
He has to crap after every cigarette.
There you go.
He's like
nothing stimulates the bowels like nicotine. There you go.
Oh, that's horrible.
Dr. Joe says there is no friend. That's just Adam.
Yeah.
I believe
that's not true. That is not true.
V Radio, hey V Radio for $5 says Sock Dems point directly to the upward mobility of people in Denmark as to why social programs are good for a nation's economics. Yeah, sure. That
it
makes
is.
Sense.
You want to look. You want to. It's all about disseminating opportunity to the widest number of people, because you never know from what station in life the person who's going to be the smart go-getter is going to come. This is why things like slavery, locking women out of certain professions, you're just completely disabling your human resources potential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're only going to get so many of the genius class, right? You want every single one of them to have the ability to be something.
To do something productive.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's why you want as many people educated as possible.
Yes, that too. Yeah.
People, your citizens are a resource.
They are.
To cultivate.
Yeah.
And use.
But Putin sees them more like cannon fodder. That's the resource they're used for. This is why they'll never win. This is why it's impossible for them to win.
True.
Because he's taking, like the next Albert Einstein just got 4 days of military training, and now they're on the front lines of Ukraine.
And now they're dead.
Yeah.
Solidoge, glad the WNBA has a newsworthy trade. Ooh.
Yeah. Women's basketball is great. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? I watch as much as. Okay, I've never seen a women's
Never seen
basketball
it.
game.
I've never seen it either. But...
Do they
for
put
$2.
do they put the hoops down lower so they can dunk?
I assume
no.
the hoops are lower, but they don't really dunk anyway, so.
I mean, there are tall women, so there's probably the tallest women are in the WNBA, obviously.
Right. Says people didn't know that Twitter checks DMs. Pro tip: Discord too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, wasn't that part? I thought that was like when Elon bought Twitter. I thought one of the things he wanted to do, or said he wanted to do, was he wanted to encrypt DMs in some way.
So it could be a private messaging system
that even Twitter couldn't read them. Yeah. I know Twitter has an automatic filter that will prevent you from posting even things in your DMs. Because I remember when we were looking for the Ye Alex Jones interview, I first found it on some other website called like Censored TV or something. I forget what it's called. And I literally couldn't send you the link on Twitter in the DMs. It would just keep giving me an error message. And then as soon as I found it on BitChute and I sent it from that link, it immediately went through. So
we have a bunch of Vosh fans reading our DMs who work at Twitter.
There you go.
I'm sure we do. I'm sure that's happened.
I hope Elon did say that he wanted to create a tool that allow people to see if they're shadow banned and the exact extent of what their shadow banning was, and if he doesn't fall through, well, not an official one, like an official Twitter tool, and a way to redress if you've been shadow banned. And if he doesn't fall through with that, I think that'd be incredibly disappointing. It doesn't actually materialize in some way. Zara Richards, thank you so much for being a Freewheel Seeker for 8 months. Says, why does Richard Wolff's voice sound odd?
Because he's a weirdo.
I don't think it sounds odd. Do you think it sounds odd?
Oh yeah, he sounds like a freak.
He has a weird, I don't think his voice sounds odd. He has a weird speech pattern. Like he emphasizes things in a somewhat unusual way. But I don't, so I noticed that. He has weird emphases on things, but either way, you two like video games. Let me give you 2 suggestions. Persona 4 Golden on PC, fantastic JRPG. I have never played any of the Persona games. And I'll be honest, I've never been super interested in playing them. But so there you go, Adam. Persona 4 Golden.
Sounds great. I don't really have time to play video games these days, so.
That's true. Zara Richard for $5 says, Wolf really wants to Wolf really wants to scream slurs at Glenn. It's in the commie DNA. Now.
True. Oh, no. I don't know.
It's his professor voice. Yeah, it's like a weird professor. Yeah, it's like a weird Professor Bernie Sanders. I don't know. It's strange. It's a very strange way of talking. That seems unnatural. I don't generally hear people talk that way. Maybe it is like a weird elite professor thing. Jay Richards for another $5 says, Richard Wolff wants reasonably balanced in the Fox News definition of balance.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
True.
There you go. He wants, Richard Wolff wants, quote, fair and balanced coverage of socialism and Marxism. So
that's why he goes on Russia Today, because it's all so fair and balanced.
Persona? It's Persona. What did I... Persona, yeah. What are you talking about? I said Persona. Persona? I didn't say Persona. You're trying to gaslight me. I didn't say Persona. That's insane. Or did Adam say Persona? Did you say Persona, Adam?
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's Persona, yeah. Fucking
Persona.
trying to gaslight me, Soul Doge.
He's been on the show, right?
Of course.
Yeah. He's a smart guy. I like him.
Yeah. Micro Omega, thanks so much for being frozen here for 8 months. Says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Thank you, Micro.
Wow. Yeah. Zara's, I think, got me beat. She's like 8 months.
No, that was Micro. That wasn't Zara. Oh, Zara is 8 months too. Zara's a he also, not a she.
Oh, Zara's a he.
How dare you misgender them?
My bad.
You're right, guys. I said persona. That's true. Persona 5.
Well, both are 8 months. Well, I don't think I'm 8 months. I don't even really know. I think I have to open a stream up. I probably have a bunch of super chats. I'm just going to go in and type A Team reigns supreme like 8 times.
Though you'll have to see. You'll see if it saves it. Does it save each milestone, or do you only get it like once?
I think I've only done it once.
No, but I'm saying I don't know if it saves every milestone.
What?
I'd assume it probably doesn't.
What a ripoff.
Contrast for 5 $5 says, I just got here. Has Wolf started rummaging through his desk drawers yet?
I know. I was thinking that same thing. When Destiny debated him and he's like, he went full college professor.
I love that. That's my favorite part of the debate. So,
let me just fuck with you as much as humanly possible because, why not? What a dick.
I look at contrast. S class always loses goon of fortune. There you go.
You're the goon of fortune? Really?
There you go.
Does that mean you're like a FBI shill or something?
That's what that means, yeah.
Really?
That's what that means. No, that's not what that means.
You might be as much as humanly.
Stuck for $5 says, how many times do you think Wolf said, quote, trust the science experts in the past 3 years? A lot. Well, that's an interesting question. It's like when it comes to COVID, trust the experts. But when it comes to the economy, it's conspiracy. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Isn't that always the way it is?
Interesting. I don't know. I don't know if he said that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did for COVID. Sodoge for $2 says, past Adam, MMT is a fringe economic theory. I read that wrong. MMT is a fringe economic theory, yeah. Lifted and Gifted for $5 says, the problem is that Dickie W's point. I like Dickie W. The problem is that Dickie W's point has moral value, especially to those who do not care to understand human nature, which is most people. That is true. That's why socialism is appealing to people. It has some sort of moral weight or value behind it, which they agree with. So, look at this degenerate Adam Friended, who's only been, look at this. Adam has only been a member of the channel for 5 months. Can you believe that? How are you not like you should be the oldest member. You should have been the first member.
Well, it gave me free emojis for a while because I think but then it just mysteriously took them away and I couldn't do emojis in the chat.
I see.
So I was like, okay, well, I got to become a member. Like of course I'm going to be able to. I have to be able to do emojis in the chat. Look, that's like a rite of passage.
True. Adam for 5 months says, A Team for life. S class has AIDS. Of course, when he says AIDS, he means like people who aid me in doing things.
No, that's not. That's not what I meant.
So there you go. Thank you, CT, for aiding in the editing of doing the bulk of the work of editing in videos.
No, you know what that means. Nice attempted recovery, but
well, if I ever get AIDS, I'll let you know so you feel bad about it. So
God. Wouldn't that be terrible if the live
it would
stream
be
ended
terrible.
and you were like, by the way, Adam, I do have it.
It's all your fault. Look what you've done, Adam.
I think you would have told me
what you've done.
I think you would have told me by now.
I don't think I have.
You might. I don't know. Have you been checked?
I've never taken a test. No.
Okay.
I should.
Well, you don't know. It's like 50-50.
I don't think it's 50-50. I've never had sex, Adam. I'm a virgin. I'm saving myself for marriage.
Really?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Oh my, that's awesome.
There you go.
Hold on. You're not one of these new Christian virgins, are you? You're not like one of these. You're not one of these
If it's
people.
in the butt, it doesn't count. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I'll never tell.
Was it in your butt or her butt?
I'll leave that up to your imagination.
Oh, you guys are terrible.
There you go. No, listen, I was in sex ed class. Even though I'm Jewish, my parents sent me to a Christian high school. And in my Christian high school, they played that little video of like the guy shows up on his wedding day with his nice white shoes on and they're clean.
Oh no.
And then the girl shows up with her white shoes and they're all scuffed and dirty.
Oh no.
And he looks at her and he's like, I don't want to marry you anymore. And then she runs away crying. And they're like, kids, do you get it? That metaphor of clean shoes is your genitals. And that was her busted out for JJ. Don't have sex before marriage, kids. And that really resonated with me. I stuck with it.
I mean, it's a good message.
Soaking doesn't count either.
Soaking? Come on.
There you go.
You can clean those shoes right up. You just need some bleach.
Right. Anyways, J. Bo Jones, 34. Thanks so much for being a free seeker for 4 months. Says, I would like to shout out my rabbi, Bill Clinton.
What? What's the shout out for?
You didn't see the meme at the video game awards?
No.
So it was during the game of I think it was during the Game of the Year award, which went to Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow this like random guy got on stage and he shouted out his rabbi, Bill Clinton.
What?
So yeah,
Does he really have a rabbi named Bill Clinton?
No, he does not. It was a troll.
Oh, okay.
He says, I think I want to thank everyone and say that I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bill Clinton. Thank you, everyone. So I don't know how he got on stage, but he did. And people memed the shit out of it. So
wow. Sounds fun. Oh, and we have an answer. It doesn't
Dev interviewed him.
For you.
Interesting. Dev interviewed him.
So use your membership super chat. So use them or lose them, I guess. Because I did. That's the second one I've ever done. So
right.
Obviously, got to be quicker on the draw there. But I'm just here for the emojis anyway. So
well, there you go. Dev interviewed him if you want to check it out. Sneak 100. Joe the Maker $5 says, quote, just for the sake of argument, Adam is pulling an inverse Tim Pool. There you go.
What's an inverse Tim Pool?
Just for the sake of argument.
Mm-hmm.
That's the inverse Tim Pool.
Oh, that's what he does. That's his move.
Well, it's an inverse Tim Pool, so.
I wonder if we could get Tim Pool on our show. I know he's like got to fly out to the ranch to hang out with me, but I wonder.
He doesn't have time to go on anyone's show, does he? I mean, he
Why?
does a show. Doesn't he do a show every day?
So.
Okay. Tim Pool, can you we'll say Tim Pool, can you fly out to LA so Adam you can sit in Wormy's box?
Look, no, he doesn't need to. Look, we can just do a regular live stream.
That's
it doesn't
true,
have to be.
Does he do that? Has he ever done that?
Not
I
on
don't know the answer to that question.
Timcast, but coming on our show is a different thing.
No, I'm saying has he ever? I don't know.
Yeah, he did a show with David Pakman, and
okay.
He's done a show with Kyle Kalinske. Yeah,
Aiden
sure.
just said Tim doesn't do online interviews.
Well, he talked to Dave Pakman and Kyle Kalinske. What the fuck? He's talked to Carl on stream.
Well, there you go.
Look,
They're
two of
bigger
those,
than us, though. So
three of those are friends of ours. So I mean,
that's true.
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't think Pac-Man would be our friend.
Yeah, but Pakman is like a prick.
Yeah, true.
So I wouldn't really want to be friends with him.
That's true.
Yeah.
Guy like Snake.
Pakman is like an elitist scumbag. And that
is
just
true.
All my triggers are set off.
Guy like Snake, thanks so much for being ordered enlightened for 1 month. Says, where is the line drawn between socialism and the government doing stuff? Well, it would be abolishment of private property rights. That would be the line. So, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Well, that's our line, obviously. We're like,
Well, that's, I mean, if you look up the definition of socialism, it's the abolishment of private property rights, abolishment of capital ownership.
property rights are the foundation of Western civilization. I mean, maybe the foundation of all civilization, because if you don't have, like, what is the point of earning things and saving for the future if you know that savings can be plundered at any minute by some fucking moron? There's no, you have zero stability in society. It's fundamental. Yeah. That's the problem with the socialist outlook. They're like, yeah, we want your property to be so unstable anyone can fuck with your shit at any time. No one is going to be motivated to get out of bed in the morning in that system. Right?
True.
All your motivation is completely sapped. Hey, I have a great idea. Sitch, you want to start a business? We're going to make a bunch of money. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. That's not going to happen. You want to like develop something so a bunch of lazy people can fucking take it from us? No, that's like, nobody thinks that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do, you're not a go-getter. You're like some person that sits around and theorizes after you're retired from your tenured position. I'm right. You know I'm right.
So Andrew Clark, you are right. Andrew Clark sent me, I don't know why Andrew Clark is so learned on this topic.
Oh, no.
Apparently you can buy a real doll that has some form of animatronics to it.
Uh-huh.
The whole thing costs $4,000, and it has a switchable head, like switchable robot head.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
And it talks? The robot head talks?
I have no clue. I don't know what it does.
I mean,
but it has some kind of articulation to it. So,
I mean, don't most guys want the talking to stop? Like,
you want the real doll that doesn't talk, of course.
Yeah, that's what I'm like, okay. I mean, I can't have very fascinating things to say, right?
Like a normal woman?
Sitch. That's very sexist. How dare you say that? I really hope that was a joke.
Oh, it was
'cause I don't know.
100%
I can't
real.
I don't know that I can be friends with someone that sexist.
Now let me talk about how I'm going to get rid of blackness through intergenerational insight.
Please, Sitch. Look, I kind of like our show, okay?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good move for us.
This is so funny. I typed in Real Doll X on YouTube to see if there was a video of this like talking doll.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a video.
Oh no. Bring it up. Bring the video up.
Okay. I'll bring the video up. I won't surprise. I'll let it be a surprise.
Oh no. It's got to be safe for work, otherwise you wouldn't.
It is safe for work. That's not what makes it funny.
Oh man.
You have to watch together up.
Oh no, I should bring it up. I was doing a little light graphic design.
Yes.
But it's up now.
Okay. Look who it is. It's Adam.
Oh no.
Hey,
Is that you, Adam? Is this your real doll?
That's not
This is an
me.
old video you made.
That's not that's not me.
That looks just like you. Look, it's like a fat you.
I know. I was gonna say I'm not like.
I know, but the face. He's a very similar face to you. Look at that. There's Adam with his real doll, everybody. Adam in the future.
I guess it's okay. Just Sitch thinks all white people look the same.
You're right. You're right. I'm just a big racist.
Is that the only reason you wanted?
That
to
was the
bring
only reason I
video up?
wanted to show because the guy looked like you.
That's hilarious. What's going on with
Aiden
this?
says Fathom. It's fat.
Is this like a real doll review or something?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I assume.
We better take this down.
I just thought it was
don't wanna
funny
get in
because the guy
trouble.
looked like you.
So our
That's
video
the
with
surf's
President
uncle.
our video with President Sunday got age gated because you always want to bring up the furry chart.
No. I thought it got age gated because we had people on afterwards. Who did we have afterwards? We had some people on afterwards. And they're talking about like bestiality or something.
Yeah, because of the furry comments.
Okay, that's not my fault.
Because you bring up the furry thing.
That's not my fault. Okay.
Yeah. I think it was your idea to bring it up, though.
No. Well, to bring up that, yeah.
You're like, yeah, that actually was my idea.
Not to talk about
I know
bestiality.
it was. Okay. Well, don't say it again.
Anyway. Guy for 5 months. Thanks so much for being a fuel seeker for 5 months. It was Doomer. Oh, you're right. Of course it was Doomer.
Oh,
if it was
you're right.
something degenerate, it would be Doomer. I'm not. Guy says, I'm not sure I like either one of these guys. I would send India and China into the Stone Age if it meant getting a 1950s-esque economy back in the U.S. Well, I don't think we ever can get back to a 1950s-esque economy. I think
they're going to try.
Moved beyond that point. I don't think we're ever going to get back there.
They're going to try. That's what interested me about that video I saw about Biden sneaking a bunch of pro-labor stuff into the Inflation Reduction Act.
Mm-hmm. Connor. Wasn't it Connor? Or was it V Radio? I don't know. That was
Connor.
Somebody.
For what?
I thought it was Connor. Or Dev? I don't fucking know. There's too many people that come on this show. Gene Campini, thanks for 3 months. Says it's crazy how commies think every inefficiency is capitalism's fault and think communism will somehow fill these gaps without competing to improve.
True.
That's a great point. That's a fantastic point. Every inefficiency is capitalism's fault. And yet, communism, for just some reason, can't seem to compete and be more efficient. What is that? What is that? What is that? I don't know.
Everyone's too busy subjugating one another to get into politics.
Cam Frenchie for €5 says the Soviets didn't just throw men in the Eastern Front, even if they were ruthless. Look up Operation Bagration. Operation Bagration.
If that's a response to my comment about the Soviet Union and their recent activity in Ukraine. I mean, right. I was basing that off of, I think, a Task and Purpose video.
So, yeah, we're being somewhat hyperbolic when we said that, but I think
they actually reported it. He was talking about.
Well, let me.
Okay.
Let me finish. In that video that I sent you that you watched, it's interesting because you're talking about how like, even though they will often send infantrymen just to like as a meat shield, that doesn't imply that they don't have strategy or something. They do have some sort of complicated, and that's actually part of what Task and Purpose. I think it was Task and Purpose, right? It was saying that part of why that like the failure of their engagement in Ukraine is they have some very overly complicated, bizarre way of like determining tactics based on like math, trying to have some like statistical formula that dictates, how to fight a war or something, which just seems like bizarre. So,
but I don't think the math is bad. The thing that's bad is that they get bad information. So the bad information leads to bad math.
I think trying to create strategy based on like mathematical calculation is not going to work in a military setting.
Interesting.
And he was even saying that. He was saying that the American model is far more based on individual experience and intuition as opposed to like, here's a mathematical formula that dictates like where you shell and how much you need, how much ammunition you need to shell for each individual thing. And if you're going on X and X operation, this, here's a formula to dictate how much of X and Y you need and blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It just seems overly complicated and dumb. But what do I know? Fire everything. Thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 4 months. Says I could see politicians using rationing for climate change policy. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could see someone advocating for it. I don't see it ever materializing unless we were in some sort of dire or environmental situation. But It's just Americans are so like fuck you, you know. I don't think they would stand for rationing anymore.
Well,
I mean, the only reason I think part of the
so.
only reason we stood for rationing in the first place was because it was during the war, and we
Yeah.
had this idea, you know,
World
we're
War
like,
II.
yeah, exactly. We're like, we're gonna fucking, you know, kick our enemies' asses. Like we were united against some, you know, outgroup that we wanted to destroy.
Yeah.
And I think that unifies people. So
Existential threats always unify people, but climate change is not an existential threat. Every like rational source you read on it says, you know, climate change is real, obviously, but we're making steady progress, and it's really just being used to stoke people's fear for electoral advantage.
Mhm.
So, and I
Well,
mean,
it's
I
kind
pretty
of-
much agree with that assessment.
it's like a weird situation because it's like, you know, there's a lot of, I assume there's a lot of hyperbolic fear mongering about it, but the hyperbolic fear mongering about it is what gets people motivated to solve the problems in the first place.
True. Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of this weird situation. So,
There's this guy, Elon Musk.
yeah. What the fuck? 1A for $2 says, "Yo, AI lawyer, when?" Oh, see now there you go. That's how New York will do double duty. You make it so all the sex robots also have law degrees.
And then now you're thinking.
Yeah, so they can do both. Everyone gets a sex robot and a lawyer already just in their house.
Just think, if you lose your case, you've got, you know, consolation sex on the side. It's like
You could take it out on your lawyer later.
yeah, it's perfect.
Andrew Clark for $5 says, "Adam, it's supposed to be." Oh, I read that one already. I read that one already. CS for $10 says, "Why is Sitch denying the power of Ivy League? It's obvious. You've caught me. You've caught me. It's the small hat Sitch. Small hat Sitch is." I like that. Small hat Sitch. Small hat Sitch is just trying to keep all the Ivy League power for the Jews.
Does that really say that? Was that really a super chat?
Bum, bum, bum. Well, that would be I'm assuming they're joking, but that would be the implication.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I wonder if I know the lawsuit was against Asians, or I mean, Asians were suing the schools.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Jews get similar treatment in terms of like, we have to make sure there's not too many Jews coming to this school. What's that guy's last name?
Yeah.
Rossburger? No. We have too many burgers.
We have too many Ross burgers.
Yeah, we have too many Rossburgers.
Yeah.
Too many Leibowitzes. Abin Gadbaugh, thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 4 months. Says, "Just found out Congress rescinded the COVID mandate for service members. I thought I was out for the last year. Now I have duty in February. Wish me luck." Well, good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had, I mean, I think who was it, Soldosh? Who were we talking to that was in the military? Yeah. Who was talking about
yeah,
the
people getting out of the military. Yeah.
No one expected the COVID vaccine mandation. The officers or the upper elite, the upper echelons of the military didn't expect that would be such a contentious issue and that really hurt recruitment. So that makes sense that they got rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
And since it doesn't really prevent spread, it doesn't really make sense to force it anyway.
So what was Brett's response? That's what we
Oh,
remember?
I didn't even
Because
think
that's what
about that.
that's what we were covering. Yeah.
That's right. What was Brett's response? Yeah. U.S. military rescinds COVID vaccine. House passes. Well, wait a minute. It says House passes defense bill that rescinds military COVID vaccine. Yeah, but just the House. They could still, couldn't they still work it out somewhere in this? They could still remove it or something, and then send it back. Oh no, because they put it in the national defense funding. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And it had a bipartisan support. Well, there you go. Interesting.
Of course. Everyone's like, listen, COVID's a thing of the past. We beat it. Good old American know-how. It's over.
Well, I assume Brett will say, okay, well, because Brett wasn't saying with 100% certainty, I thought. He wasn't saying that the COVID stuff proved that they were trying to destroy the military. He was saying that he thought it looked like that. So this would be a counter evidence that that's not the case. That was just a decision that was made because someone thought they were doing something that was for the benefit of the military, and now they think the opposite. So,
right,
as tends to be the case with these sorts of things.
Yeah, the system just was like, okay, we're losing too many guys. Fuck this.
Did you ever bring up Andrew Clark's picture of us at the table?
No, because I couldn't find Mahler and Rags in it, so I just said, fuck it.
What do you mean?
Mahler and Rags weren't in that picture, so it was like I felt lied to. So
what are you talking about? There's a picture of us at the table. There's one that's just us, and there's one that's with everyone.
Well, I only saw the one.
They're right under each other. What? Are you high?
No. Look, I don't smoke a lot of weed anymore, all right?
Okay, I'll resend it to you. It's
I've
right
moved
there.
on.
I don't see how you can't see it.
I've moved on. My life has changed.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I see it now.
Okay.
I'll bring that one up. That's the one I was
talking about.
That's the one I was looking for. Jeez. Jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
So this is amazing. We can't play this.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Clark, he sent me a video. The Real Doll people put out, this is from 2 years ago. They put out a video that shows the AI driven, and they claim they're AI driven sex robots, and they talk, and they have little robot voices. But I don't think we can't play the video. Well, it shows their nudity in the video. So,
that's on YouTube?
I'm actually, yeah, actually, how is this allowed?
Just
on
Google
YouTube?
naked yoga and watch. I mean, it's like,
I guess
it's crazy.
Well, it's got like a picture of a woman. So in the ad, it shows a woman who's like fingering the sex robot, and it's making sex noises. I'm pretty surprised that that's allowed on YouTube.
Just a product demonstration. That's all it is.
I don't know.
Just a simple product.
They're zooming into their boobs in vajayjay.
Just a simple product, tutorial. That's all that is.
I see.
You got to see how the product works.
These things are creepy. I don't know why anyone would want this. They do not. They're stuck in that uncanny valley realm of, not quite
where you're
not quite where you want them.
Where you're like asleep and you wake up and you see someone staring at you still.
Yeah, and when they try to make expressions, you're like, that's not right.
That doesn't comfort me. That doesn't make me feel loved and appreciated.
No, it does not. No. So there we are. There we all are at the Twilight Diner. The whole gang's there.
Yeah. I love
awesome.
it. Yay.
Fruges for 500 yen says, I've gone back and started watching the show from the first episode thanks to the playlist on CT's channel. Awesome. And I have some questions.
Oh, no. Questions.
For 500 yen, for 1,000 yen, they ask, number one, how did the show go from Friended and Sitch to Sitch and Adam? Well, the answer to that question is because we originally streamed on your channel.
Yeah, we didn't really have a name. That wasn't really a name. That was just like a...
Yeah, but we were on your channel originally, so...
Yeah.
And you were still going under the moniker of Adam Friended.
But did we... I guess we did a bunch of shows on but did we have like a regular Sunday thing going? Did we start from just a random Sunday live stream to like every Sunday? I feel
I don't
like
remember,
we did,
honestly. Yeah, probably.
which is kind of crazy.
Well, I think we both randomly we both could do Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it started. So,
Yeah. Wow. That's so interesting.
question number two, why did Adam switch from blazers and t-shirts and shirts to a black t-shirt with art on it? That's true. You used to always wear like a sports jacket.
Well, I mean, summertime rolled around and the sports jacket just got hot and uncomfortable. I mean, it is cooler now, so if I turn the heater off in the house, I could just do a sports jacket.
When we first started, you're like, I want to look presentable. And now you're like, fuck it.
Yeah, I did have an idea that it would be cool to be kind of professional.
Right.
And then I just was like, professionals.
No one does that except for Lex Friedman.
Well, and then we kind of drifted into it being more of a comedy show. Because you got to understand, Sitch and I, we did not really go into this thinking, okay, we're going to have good comedic timing between ourselves. Like that we weren't like interviewing each other to be like,
it's a comedy show.
But it just kind of evolved into that. Like,
right.
Yeah. So,
well, also when we first started streaming, we weren't streaming for like 8 hours anyway. So you could put on a sports jacket for like 2 hours and be okay.
Sitch and I just have like an interesting relationship. We get like, we tell stories. We try to like best each other. We try to like do funny voices, like all kinds. We're always competing to be like funnier than one another, which I think is what makes the show fun and likable. A lot of people in the comments too. I'm always amazed at the comments because a lot of people in the comments just say, they define our personalities to a T, and just one of the things they really like is that we complement each other because we have different personality types that are different in complementary ways, which
of course.
I don't know that you I guess maybe Mahler and Rags have that same kind of situation, but I don't know that it's anything that you can really plan to happen. It just kind of either happens or doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I have done shows with other people and the chemistry is either there or it's not there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Question number 3. Where did CT come from? She was stalking Adam from before the show started, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the answer to that question. Where did CT just materialized one day out of like the ether and started drawing art or something?
I mean, CT was like a fan of the show for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where CT came from. I'll have to ask her. CT, where did you come from?
Where does anyone come from? I mean, we're all just here.
Well, you see, when a man loves a woman.
Well, that's true. That is where everyone comes from. But I mean, yeah, we kind of become friends on the internet. So,
right.
Which I mean, I don't know if you ever listened to Jim, Mr. Medicare. Didn't he have a thing where there's like no friends over the internet?
I don't know. Did he? I don't listen to him.
I feel like
so I don't know.
I feel like he did, and
that's not true.
I mean, you should never go into these relationships thinking, okay, this is going to be a friendship. Like that's really, you're setting yourself up for failure. Always assume that the person on the internet is, a self-serving egomaniac that really just wants to fucking clout shark off of you. That's like the attitude that you should really go into relationships with. And then you're always pleasantly surprised when you're like, oh my God, this is like a real person that I could, legitimately hang with in real life. So, and that has happened with a lot of, I mean, I would consider CT a friend. Obviously, I consider you a friend. I think I would consider Carl a friend. Obviously, I don't think he's done nothing but help us, and seems like a genuine fan of the show. So
sure, definitely.
I think I would consider Aiden a friend. Yeah. I mean, she's a little kooky with the monarchy stuff, but I mean, look, I have plenty of friends in real life.
that are kooky.
that are way crazier than that. So I mean,
That's true.
yeah.
Hey, Aiden.
Well,
Go to sleep, Aiden. Jeez, what time is it where you are?
Look, when I first started doing YouTube, I was completely naive about it. I had a real world mentality about how, if you interact with people and you talk to them and hang out with them, that is legitimately going to materialize into some form of loyalty, right? Someone's just not going to stab you in the back randomly so they can get a couple likes on Twitter. That's not the internet. The world is, people just view a lot of other content creators as just disposable content fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
true.
Yeah, I'm not really.
That's how I view everyone. I mean, what were you saying?
Yeah. Sitch is being funny. See, this is the part of the show where I'm going to try to outdo him. But I'm legitimately being sincere here. This is like a moment of reality. And Sitch has to go and ruin it.
Disgusting.
Ruin
it's
it.
This sappy, disgusting shit. Oh, God.
Is it? Sometimes I wonder if I take things too much.
I'm a male. I don't like these feelings. Anything that makes me feel good inside.
Well, feelings are
beer or sex is wrong.
Feelings are soy. Unless it's like ejaculation or or like laughter.
Well, the fact that I said sex and you had this literally say ejaculation.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the whole point of sex.
That is a feeling. That's true. That is a feeling.
Yeah. No.
So regarding CT's origin, she says that she first saw you, Adam, when you were a guest on Jeff's podcast.
That's hilarious.
So that's interesting.
Oh my God.
There you go. That was the origin.
That's hilarious. Oh, what I went through to get to that podcast so I could be on time is like a whole story unto itself.
Wow. So it was like the universe rewarded you by granting us CT by your hard work of getting on.
And CT has always
Jeff's
felt
podcast.
bad about this because Jeff has kind of been a fucking a-hole to me. I think Jeff.
He has, and I find it hilarious.
I think Jeff somehow was personally offended that I didn't adopt the straw man version of Jordan Peterson and just virtue signal it to the world. Which seems to be something he does on the regular.
It wasn't because of that. Or maybe that was at first, because he always liked me.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got mad at the no bullshit stream.
Mm-hmm.
Because you were kind of trying to play good cop in that role. And I think that rubbed him the wrong way.
Look, I don't. Okay. Well,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think that's where Jeff was coming from. If I recall correctly.
I was in first of all, the no bullshit thing. I was in an uncomfortable situation.
I know you were. I'm not blaming you at all.
Brooke, to this day, Brooks has never fucking backstabbed me.
True. He did try to lure you away from me.
He tried to backstab you, but that's different. And I did.
Jeff Holiday, yes, Jeff Holiday.
And I did what every good friend should do. I immediately told you about it. And because it was funny as hell. But
it was funny, yeah.
Obviously.
He tried to poison. He's like, Sitch is probably talking about you behind your back. Right? Then he tried to poison.
No, he said, look, they think you're dumb on the show and that they just completely disrespect you all
He
the
said,
time.
I think you're dumb, though. He made some comment about how I was using you or something. It was very bizarre.
I tried to tell him, listen, those are jokes, okay? we look, he calls me stupid. I call him fucking, what do I call you?
Stupid, elitist.
Actually, no, I think TDS was the thing that was going around at the time. Yes. TDS, elitist, yeah, of course. Yes. No one's losing any sleep over this, okay? Look, I'm comfortable where I fall on the IQ hierarchy distribution, okay? I'm not losing a lot of sleep at night thinking, oh my God, I've been so disrespected by the internet. Yeah. So, I mean, props to him for going that route, for just, he's feeling around. He's like, what's his, what is this person's weakness? But that's just a testament to the fact that he just doesn't really know me as a person. So
Yeah, sure.
it is
CT
interesting though that people will try to fuck you over like that.
It is weird.
Yeah.
CT says she can confirm that it was the No BS stream. So there you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of vaguely remember that.
So whatever, who cares? I don't like I'm not just I considered No BS a friend, and like one of the conditions of him coming on the show was we weren't going to talk about something that I stupidly did not make clear to Sitch before the show.
That was the entire point of talking.
Yeah, it's
was
just
literally to talk about that.
Look, it was just a miscommunication.
Well, I don't understand what. Okay, well.
No,
I'm gonna blame
I
you for
thought.
that.
Look, hold on. I thought it was clear that
Yes.
we were obviously going to talk about it, but we
Oh,
weren't.
that we
gonna,
wouldn't. That I
but
wasn't
we
going to watch
weren't
the
going to
video.
show the clip. Yeah,
I
exactly.
see,
We're
I
going to
see.
talk about the clip, but we weren't going to show the clip.
Gotcha.
Because it's
Okay, that makes more sense.
like it had a little bit of like a show trial feel to it that no bullshit was not down, that Brooks was not down with. So, like a condition of him, as I recall, a condition of him coming on the show was that we weren't going to show the clip. So
well, even okay, but if that had been made known,
so
to me,
Sitch
I mean,
keeps trying to bring this clip up, and I'm going.
We should just yeah. If I had known that, 'cause
Yeah.
I don't think that was ever explicitly.
Yeah,
told
it
to
wasn't a
me.
deal breaker by any means.
But yeah, and the only reason I wanted to bring up the clip, first of all, I
Mhm.
don't think it would have changed the stream really at all. But secondly, the only reason I wanted to bring up the clip in the first place is because I literally had his quotes, and I'd say, "You said quote this," and then
I
he'd say,
know.
"I didn't say that."
I know.
And I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean you didn't say that? I
You
have
went
a
like
quote.
you went
Go
in
to the
like
let's
a,
go to the clip."
look,
So
you got Sitch gained so much like status, respectability, everything out of that no bullshit.
I don't think I
stream.
did, but
Oh, I think you did. Like a lot of people were telling me, like, "Oh, Sitch fucking nailed it. This is the best thing ever happened." Me, they were like, "What happened to you, Adam? What was your problem?" So yeah,
Okay.
that was basically
know.
my
Who knows?
experience of it. But
okay, whatever.
and then the whole the one species thing came out of that, and one species became like a giant backstabber of me as well. One species who used to be like a Jordan Peterson fan, he's made one of the best Jordan Peterson videos ever.
Yes, that
And
was weird. Yeah,
he
that was
deleted
weird.
that video.
Mhm.
He deleted that video from his channel. I think I might upload it to my Adam Friended secret channel because
Right.
it's just such a good Jordan Peterson video. But yeah, and then he went after us. We had that famous stream, which was the dude.
Saganini.
The
Well,
what-
he wanted us.
He started
he
the
wanted
whataboutism
me-
meme.
He wanted me
single-handedly.
to attack Carl
Yeah.
the way that I went after No BS, and I'm like, "There's no there. I don't
Yeah.
know what you want from me." Like, dude,
Mm-hmm.
Saganini. What was that stream even about? I don't even remember.
The Sarganinos.
Yeah, what was that stream even like? What were we talking
He
about?
called us Sarganinos. We were
What was the
talking about
topic?
whataboutism. What are you talking about?
No,
He's the one that started the America Bad meme.
someone in the chat probably remembers. What the fuck were we even talking about? The one because I don't even know what the conversation was about. The dude, because I remember the only thing I remember is I thought I was pretty shocked about where the direction the conversation went. Like I wasn't expecting it. So
Yeah, I thought he came on the show as like a fan. We were, I believe, friends. I mean,
well, no, we had
I liked his Jordan Peterson video, so I was like, come on.
I don't know, we either critiqued one of his videos or we critiqued some video somewhere about someone accusing Brooks of being a white nationalist.
Mm-hmm.
And I defended Brooks.
Oh,
and
that
then
was
one
before the
species-
No BS stream.
That's why the No BS stream happened.
You're right.
And
You're
then-
right.
And then one species was like, "Oh no, he did a gigantic stream where he dug up that stream where No Brooks was talking to, I forget whoever it was, the white nationalist guy, and
You're right.
and that lady, that girl who got banned from YouTube, which name escapes me, like Raging Millennial or whatever the fuck her name was, and he dug that up, and then I watched that, and I said, "Oh shit!" So then he totally changed my mind on Brooks, and then that's why we had our stream, and then after that, I forget what exactly the context was. One species got all pissy with us about something else.
This
I think
is
it was not
deep
attacking
internet
Sargon and
lore.
some other thing. So
This
I
is
don't know,
some deep internet.
it
lore.
wasn't Brexit because we had no opinion on Brexit. So, was it about cancel culture? It could have been. It could have been about cancel culture.
I mean, I'm pro Brexit now. Obviously, I wouldn't like if you're giving up your economic sovereignty to Europe in the form.
Thank you. Kalis says the stream was supposed to be about Cody Johnson's denial of cancel culture. That is exactly it. Holy shit. Thank you, Kalis.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Dude, that was it.
Oh yeah, he was the cancel culture doesn't exist side.
Yeah, that was.
And then he kept doing the whataboutism was about. Well, what about the Republicans? They cancel people too.
Like,
that
wait a
doesn't.
minute.
That doesn't make cancel culture non-existent. You understand that? That's
right.
Yeah.
Her name was. It was like Raging Millennial, Rage After the Storm, something like that.
I think
it was Raging Millennial because it always sounded too close to Laura, Roaming Millennial's name. So something like that. But yeah, it was about Cody Johnson. That was insane because I remember I was like, how could you? Who could defend Cody Johnson, the dumb fuck ass? Especially his dumb fuck ass saying that cancel culture isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
Rage After the Storm. Thank you. But yeah.
Rage Shadow Legend After the Storm.
There you go. Rage Shadow Legend After the Storm. With cum on the graphic.
Oh no. Oh god, that's such a good video.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, so when are you having when are you gonna have synthetic manlet on? Probably never. Lord Tenson's Pipe for $5 says, good evening, happy Sunday. I got baptized this morning and now I'm a proud Lutheran. Grace and peace to everyone. Have a great week. God bless. Well,
yeah.
Congratulations, Lord Tennyson.
That's awesome.
I don't know what that means, but I don't know what being a Lutheran entails compared to other Christian denominations, but
I've been baptized a bunch of times. I'm super,
really? A bunch of times?
Yeah, like 3 or 4.
Why have you been baptized so many times?
Just fun to do. Go to a new church. They're like, hey, you want to get baptized? Yeah, sure. Why not? When are you doing it? When's the ceremony? You got a dunk tank or are you like the sprinkle type? What are you doing?
I feel like it shouldn't count unless you like full body dunk into it. Like the other stuff seems like, that's weak sauce.
I totally agree.
You got to go to like a lake or a bayou somewhere where some like priest is standing in the water and he just fucking dunks your ass in there and holds you under for a good, 10 seconds at least.
I swan dive in and I like swim over to the guy that's, does the little saying and tips you back and dunks you.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Then I swim away. I backstroke away. That's right. Jesus on my side.
I've been baptized a grand total of 0 times.
You're not, I was a Baptist though. So,
So, yeah.
Lutherans, I guess Lutherans baptize. That's interesting. I wonder, do the Lutherans dunk or do they sprinkle?
I thought all Christians baptize.
But it's Baptists are like, you got to get in the tank.
Well, it's in the name. That makes sense.
Yeah. Right? There's a certain specific way that baptism must take place. And my grandparents were Baptists. So obviously my parents were like, out of respect for my grandparents, they were Baptists, but not really devoted practicing Baptists. I went to church when I was a little kid, but.
No, Lord Chancellor's Pipe, the method does matter. You have to submerge your entire body in the juices of the Lord.
I think I literally have been baptized 3 times, though, because we went to like 3 different churches.
Remember during COVID,
I got baptized.
There was that viral picture of like some priest baptizing babies with like the squirt gun. Like he was shooting the baby from like
no way.
You never saw that?
I never did, no.
During COVID.
That's a Catholic thing.
There was, I think it was a Catholic priest, and he was like shooting babies from like 20 feet away with a little squirt gun, like baptizing them.
Wow. Got to make sure those babies are baptized.
That was pretty funny.
Baptists don't believe that, though. Baptists believe that you need to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. And
so you have to be like cognizant of it?
Exactly. So they wait till you're older, and then you're like...
What happens if you're Baptist and you die, like the baby dies before
you're fucked.
Does it go to hell?
Yeah.
That's pretty fucked up.
It's you roasted on the spit. The
Damn,
devil
God,
does his
what the fuck?
business.
That's
No,
pretty
I
rough,
don't know
God.
if that's true.
Okay.
I don't know how old I was when I first got baptized, but maybe 5. Yeah.
Oh, fruit is for $200 for 200 yen. Says there was a fourth question. Oh, did I miss one?
Oh no. What happened? What are you doing?
I missed one. Oh, you're right. There is a fourth question. How have your views changed over the past 4 years? Well, that's a big question.
The past 4 years. Let me see. Well, Sitch is a Trump supporter now.
There you go.
He really wants him to run for president in 2024, so he can help his buddy Adam out.
Baptism in Lutheran theology regenerates your soul in Christ, while in baptism, thinking it's just a statement of faith. Oh, interesting. But to answer your question, I think the primary way that my thinking has changed over 4 years is looking at the world through moral foundations theory.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. And also just a general acceptance that the left is wrong on like a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to track my thought process over like entire YouTube career, I've definitely, I don't know if you'd say moved more to the right, but I've definitely moved away from the left, if that makes sense. So,
well, both sides can be wrong. I hate using the term both sides, but both sides can both be wrong and are a lot of times. I mean, we have this idea that one side has to be right. And usually there's like a third option that is like no one's even talking about, that is the true solution. So
the issue is that we very often want to have like a single universal theory that explains everything.
Yeah.
And that's very rarely ever accurate. So because of that, you can have multiple theories, multiple systems that explain multiple different situations, and you can have situations where the left-wing version of reality creates a better outcome or is more correct, and you can have situations where the right-wing theory of reality is more correct or creates better outcomes. And it's silly to sort of limit ourselves and say, oh, no, there's only one, we only have one solution, one theory of everything that works in all situations.
Yeah,
So.
it's socialism.
Exactly.
Yeah. Got a huge comet hurtling towards Earth? Well, capitalism caused it, obviously.
Right. So that's probably how my views have changed the most over 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Adam.
How have mine changed?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I became interested in economics. I mean, I started YouTube after reading Moral Foundations theory, so I already knew Moral Foundations theory.
Right.
And I mean, I think I had already read The Dictator's Handbook and Why Nations Fail. A lot of the ideas in there that are my go-to sources. Economics is really the only place where I was like, I mean, I knew basic economics. I'd read basic economics.
But it's the only place that you really changed your idea about something.
Yeah. Yeah. My understanding of economics is way better now. And I did fall into a lot of the, traps, a lot of the kind of intuitive ideas that are ultimately untrue. I mean, a lot of that is in Moral Foundations theory too. Like there's a lot of ideas that we have intuitively that are just incorrect.
Right.
So yeah. What do you know? Am I missing something? I mean, aside from
I don't know. I think sure. I can't really think of like a major position or like a general sense of your thoughts that I feel have changed over the entirety of our streaming career that I can think of. So
I mean, it doesn't seem like you've changed. I mean, did you read Height after our first stream? Maybe you did.
It wasn't after our first stream, but I only read it because of you. I wasn't familiar with any of that stuff beforehand. So
hilarious. Yeah. I think on our first stream, we talked about how like you came to a lot of these ideas intuitively, and from, I think you said like your parents were obviously psychologically
I had
minded.
read Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow, so I already knew and already believed that. And my mom, for whatever reason, when I was growing up, whenever I asked her a question, she would intuitively frame everything in an evolutionary perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And so I already had that evolutionary perspective for whatever. And when I've asked her why she did that, she doesn't even know. Because her parents didn't do that. And I don't know, she doesn't know why she did that. She just thought it made sense to her. So that was, I guess, how I ended up in that intuitive position through luck, as opposed to reading.
I've never talked to either of my parents. Well, no, my dad is like an evolution denier, and my mom,
really,
I don't even really talk to about evolution.
That's shocking.
I've never talked to my mom about
your dad
evolution.
Doesn't believe in evolution.
I tried to talk to my mom once about politics, and she was like, "I don't want to talk about politics."
You don't talk. Do you not talk about politics at all with any family member?
I mean, I've talked politics with my dad a little bit, but not really that much.
That's so foreign to me. So like, you know how you were saying like, oh, you know, we get into these like, you know, strong political arguments. Like that is like me talking to my family, like growing up, like my entire life, is that we would get into these like heated political arguments at dinner.
This is the Jewish stereotype people have told me about.
Is that a stereotype that Jews would talk about politics over dinner? I've never heard that stereotype.
I mean, that seems like a lot of Jewish people. I mean, this is like Barry Weiss's go-to story.
The Jewish stereotype is kind of like that you have a lot of arguments in the family about something, not necessarily politics, but...
I'm from a Jewish family and we like to argue. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Right. That's a stereotype. We like to argue. Yes, we're Jewish. That's true. At least I've heard. I can only speak for my Jewish family.
I'm from a Baptist family, and I mean, we don't like to argue. I mean, look,
that sounds boring.
I like to argue.
Right.
I don't necessarily like to argue with my family, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But maybe it's not a bad thing. I would honestly love to talk to my folks about politics, but they just are not down. And parents, you can't force them to be down about something.
Well, obviously, they're not interested in it. I mean, not everyone's, there's lots of people I know that I'm friends with.
I mean, they're
not interested in politics. So it's like, you know, there's nothing to talk about.
Kidnap them and chain them up and say, listen, you ruined my childhood by not talking to me about politics. We're going to talk about politics now.
I mean, I have family members that are like, they like buy into the CRT mainstream media narrative, like hook, line, and sinker, and they will just refuse to talk to me about it. They will get upset if I bring it up.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
It sounds like the dinner parties I was talking about earlier because,
yeah,
look, it's funny because oh God, they love to talk about politics. As long as you don't stray too far from the, you know,
their Overton window, yeah,
sure. Which is completely left wing. Like you,
well, I think that's left. I don't think that's left or right wing. I think that's just people generally. It's actually anti-left wing because left wing should, in theory, be more open, even though it doesn't seem to operate that way.
It doesn't. Not at the dinner parties I'm going to. It's like, you have to talk about how terrible Donald Trump is and how the Republicans are all evil, greedy, warmongers. Like this is the way that they want to talk about politics. So I'm just saying they really don't want to talk about politics because they don't want to talk about politics with anyone that disagrees with them. Well, they want to fucking What is that even called?
They want to bond over a shared enemy.
Yes. Yes. Is that talking politics? I don't really
that's
feel
how
like
some people talk politics. I think that's boring if that's your version of talking politics. I think it's more fun to sort of, well, you can gain something from that. It depends because I've noticed like in physical situations or like dinner parties where things like that occur, the thing that's annoying to me is not just that they're all like one-sided. It's that when I start probing and talking with them, even if I agree with them, there's generally a very shallow understanding of the issue.
Yeah, that's where the discomfort comes in there.
Like I'll try to like get more into it and it's like, oh, they don't actually have like a strong feeling or understanding what they're talking about. This is just a virtue signal perform a virtue signal in order to gain some sort of social cohesion in like a friend group or something. Which is that I find is just boring because like whatever.
Remember when? Oh, now I can't remember his name. The guy from the MMT podcast, Christian. Remember when Christian came on, and there was this great moment when we were talking about.
We should talk to him again.
Yeah, he'd come back on. That guy's great. I mean, he totally disagrees with us on everything, but he's down to come on.
Well, he's
talk.
very much in the left-wing bubble, which is why the conversation was very fascinating.
It was hilarious because he's like, we were talking about CRT. I don't even know why CRT came up, but he said...
He brought it up. He was at... Because we thought we were talking about MMT, but he was like super interested because he's like, oh, you like MMT, but he, from his view, we're like right-wingers. So he was like confused by us. So he was asking us all these like questions about what we believe, which we didn't really expect. We're like, oh, okay, I guess we can talk about this.
Well, he kind of trotted out the standard CRT narrative.
Yeah. Just about teaching history.
Right. And then we responded, obviously, that's,
not true.
Not true. Yeah, exactly. But he said, do you remember? He's like, well, have you read any CRT? And we were both like simultaneously, yeah.
Actually.
It was just like, the conversation immediately went, and I bring this up because you're talking about when you get into these conversations and you suddenly understand that this person who has these, very hard-held, heartfelt opinions really knows nothing about the topic that they're talking about. And that is where the discomfort comes from. It's not from the fact that it's not the talking about politics that's uncomfortable. It's I'm in a conversation that I don't know anything about. Christian was actually a great sport about it because he was like, well, maybe I'm wrong. Like, I don't know, send me the stuff on CRT. I never really read anything on it. So,
right.
But very few people are willing to do that. Very few people.
Yeah. Well, because people just get that's what's funny is about like the whole have you read any CRT thing, because that was part of the mainstream narrative defense of CRT.
Yes.
Like, oh,
nobody's even read it.
Yes, everyone who attacks CRT, no one's ever actually read it. This is high level legal shit, which is hilarious because like almost every paper that I can think of that I've read that's CRT related, so few of them have anything to do with the law. Anyway.
Of course. They're all theory.
Beyond like but not even like I've read legal theory papers. They're not even like legal theory. Like beyond general legal prescriptions and like general statements about the law, at least that I've seen, the main CRT papers, they don't really talk about legal theory really fucking at all.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea that it's like this is something that's taught in law school, it's like, I mean, okay.
Maybe for one day.
Yeah, like the main, the main claims of CRT have nothing to do with legal arguments that you'd be learning about in law school really at all whatsoever. So, but anyway.
Yeah, I'll ask Christian if he wants to come on again. I mean, he genuinely, he came on twice and seems down to come down again, but come on again.
Yeah. Well, it's always funny. It's always interesting to talk to someone who's like in the left-wing bubble, but like, I don't know, like not really super aware of it.
Yeah. Well, that was us. That was us.
Yeah, exactly. And but that's why it was like when we watched the debate last week, the Monk debate, like it was so crazy.
Oh yeah.
With Malcolm Gladwell, who was like, he was so in left wing bubble, he like didn't even understand. Oh, does anyone really care about Hunter Bikes?
I know.
You're like, wait a minute. What do you mean no one cares about that? What are you talking about?
Like if someone asked him privately if, Fox News was a propaganda outfit, he would buy into all that stuff. He would just be like, yes.
Yeah, but like, that's like that his response to not like thinking anyone cared about Hunter Biden's laptop was like on a whole new level. Because, Barry Weiss would say Fox News is all propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
But she at least has an awareness
would she
of
say that?
Oh, I can almost guarantee she would say
really?
That.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
But she's definitely not in the bubble, that's for sure.
Well, she's in the bubble of believing the left-wing thought is true, but she's at least cognizant of what the other bubble is talking about,
Right.
and that it exists.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Like Malcolm is just never even seen the bubble in his life.
He doesn't know he's in a bubble. He doesn't know bubble. He doesn't even understand the concept of bubbles.
Right.
Which is amazing for a guy who writes the type of books that he's read. Because I probably read Blink before I read Thinking Fast and Slow, and might have read Thinking Fast and Slow because he references it in Blink.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's, I guess it shouldn't be all too surprising, because I was actually thinking about this. I don't know why I was thinking about this. I was thinking about for some reason I was thinking about Ender's Game earlier today, and I was thinking about how you could actually make it a TV show, because I was always disappointed. I love Ender's Game, and I was always very disappointed with the movie being awful. And then that made me think of, and I've met Orson Scott Card. I actually did a writing conference that he was
really
doing. Yeah, I did a
Holy
writing conference
shit.
for a week that he was doing. It was great. And it was very interesting because he's a super nice guy, super charismatic, super affable. He was Mormon, and this is before I knew anything about like the Mormons. And so it was at a Mormon college, and it was like they didn't have any coffee or caffeine or anything there.
Oh,
You had to, like,
that's
walk across
holy
the street
shit.
to Starbucks to get coffee.
That's not the way to do your writing conference, that's for sure.
Yeah, no. But no, he was great. But the funny thing was, and then it was like a couple years later, was when Obama ran for president. And he was like very anti-Obama. And he not only was he anti-Obama, but he like bought into the whole narrative that like Obama was going to usher in socialism, and Obama was going to usher in like kind of like brown shirts to like take over America. Like he like bought into like a lot of the crazy conspiracy theories. And it was wild to me. I was like, because if you've ever read Ender's Game, the whole point of the story is about like empathy and misunderstanding one's enemies, and how that can lead to like horrible consequences, just because people are so rooted in their own perspective that an easy miscommunication can occur between two sides.
Yeah.
Because every side's so rooted in their perspective, and that leads to like war and conflict. Like that's the point of Ender's Game. And to me, to see him fall prey to that was so shocking, because that was his book. But then, it's the same thing with Malcolm Gladwell. I think it's easy for us to have these kind of like grand, profound thoughts like in a vacuum. And that's good. But then once we're put to the test ourselves, we're put in the political arena, we're put in the tribalism space, I think it becomes a whole nother question to put those theories and thoughts into practice. So,
well, there is also, the higher up you go in wealth and status, the more politics is. I mean, the incentives are not there for you to be open-minded about politics. The incentives are there for you to like join a tribe and just be a tribalist, especially.
Yeah, but that's true. And maybe, that would be more, that would make sense to some extent with Malcolm, because he was writing at the New Yorker, right? Or he is writing at the New Yorker. So he's definitely in some sphere where I don't know what kind of sphere Orson Scott Card was in.
Look, if Malcolm Gladwell comes into his publisher and he pitches them, I'm going to write a Douglas Murray style book next, they're going to fucking laugh him out of the office. They're going to be like, oh my God, you got by Trump. Trump implanted the brain virus into you. You're like the Fox News propaganda infected your mind. They literally view conservatism as like a mental illness. So they're going to be like, oh, you're sick, Malcolm. We need to get you help. We need to get you into therapy. That's what they would do.
Right.
He's like, wait a second. I'm just exploring the other side of I had a nice conversation with Glenn Loury, and now I'm thinking maybe I need to rethink my position.
Maybe I was wrong about everything. Well, listen, if anyone said, I had one conversation with someone and I'm rethinking my entire political philosophy, I would be like, are you okay?
No, obviously.
Are you sick?
But look, what I'm saying is it never happens in one conversation.
Yes.
But you can't even go down that road if you're Malcolm Gladwell, because so much of your success, so much of your wealth, So much of your status is embedded in you playing along with the moral intuitions of the people around you. So us, we really didn't have anything to lose to, explore. Maybe we are wrong. Maybe everyone around me is wrong about this. Maybe, I'm the one that has a different perspective.
Right.
This is not going to happen with someone who's, obviously a best-selling author at the New York, like a 5-time best-selling author at the New York Times.
I think that happens. I think that happens on an unconscious emotional level, though. I don't think it's like a conscious thought process.
Well, thank God it's unconscious, because it'd be painful if it was like conscious.
Well, because
he would be like, I am a sellout.
I'm a selfish asshole who's just giving my audience what they want. Well, I say that because if it was a conscious process, you could very easily switch teams and still make a bunch of money. I mean, there's a huge market for people who switch sides.
But that's
and then
a huge,
they badmouth.
That's a risky move.
It is a risk, but it's a high risk, high reward situation.
And I disagree. Look who.
What do you mean? Look at Candace Owens, Dave Rubin, David Brock. There's lots of people.
They switched. Well, Candace Owens switched when she had nothing to lose by switching. Dave Rubin. I don't
agree with you. Wait a minute. I don't agree. She switched while she was trying to create a fucking doxing website for the left. I mean, that's a lot to lose by switching.
But she wasn't. I mean, look, I think my thesis still holds.
Mm-hmm.
When Candace Owens switched, she wasn't like a household name.
No, that's true. Yeah, but
if she switched now, when she is a household name, that would be a giant risk, right? That's fair. She's not risking a lot when she's not a household name. And like Dave Rubin has kind of switched over time because it was like less of a risk. He kind of like tiptoed into it, right? There are certain people who do I'm leaving the left, I'm on the right now. And they they basically grow their platform as I was a nobody and now I switched and now I'm somebody. So, who is the person that is like, I am rich and famous and powerful, and by the way, I'm switching.
They switched,
right? You could make an argument like maybe Liz Cheney, but
she didn't switch. What do you mean? She's still Republican. She just was anti-Trump.
Yeah, but okay.
Well, okay.
So she doesn't. She's not even really a switcher.
Here's I'm trying to think who are like famous people that switch. Well, obviously we have Donald Trump, but you question whether he was ever really a Democrat or Republican at any point. So,
and it wasn't like a big switch. He wasn't like, I'm a Republican senator. He wasn't
known. Yes, he wasn't known for his politics.
Right. He was
known for something that had nothing to do with politics. Right?
I kind of, I've always voted Republican, or no, he always voted Democrat, and yeah.
The most notable person I could think of that kind of fits the criteria we're talking about is Tulsi Gabbard.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of switched.
Yeah.
But I can't think of other good examples.
But still, I would say Tulsi Gabbard is like a tiptoer to the other side. Like people
no one switches on like a dime. That's not a realistic way in which people change their opinions.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
So
it is interesting because as someone who would like to change people's minds and opinions, you're always wondering how it happens.
You just got to read Persuasion by Cialdini. Persuasion.
Have you read Influence?
No, I haven't.
I like Influence a lot better than Persuasion.
Right. It's got to hypnotize people.
Have you read Persuasion?
I haven't read any of his books.
Okay.
I should, though.
Look at Sitch just talking shit.
I got to give Scott credit. I got to give Scott Adams credit. He is definitely not audience captured. He has his own biases. I think we talked about this. I think Scott Adams is biased towards success. He has biases towards thinking of things from his own experience of managing, of being in business situations and everything. but he is not afraid of his audience at all. And he's been, the last couple of streams, he kind of took a hard stance saying that he thought both sides are pretty heavily engaged in cognitive dissonance when it comes to people interpreting the Twitter file stuff. And his audience is not happy.
Because they see the Twitter files as like a big win.
They see them as like a big expose that, unequivocally proves that the government was telling Twitter what to do and that Twitter was acting nefariously. And he's like, I don't see that. He says he doesn't think that that's evidence, and I agree with him. He thinks all you see is a bunch of people who have left-wing biases who all thought that they were making correct decisions for the good of the country and the good of their company, and yet they were just influenced by their own left-wing biases, essentially.
Yeah, they were indulging.
They weren't doing anything like super nefarious.
They were indulging their own political bias.
Right.
Yeah, which everyone does constantly.
Right.
Yeah.
But his audience doesn't like to hear that, so.
Because they want to hear that it's nefarious. That
they want to hear
that
it's nefarious.
They know what they're doing to the dirty. Well, they do know what they're doing to the Republicans. That's the way they think.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they want to hear that it's nefarious, that someone's going to go to jail, that something more extreme is going to happen.
No one's going to go to jail for look. No one's going to go to jail for reading someone's DMs on Twitter.
Well, that's not even what it wasn't even about reading. It was DMs. It's about who they were censoring and how they're affecting the algorithm and, blah, 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 blah.
No one's going to go to jail for censoring people.
But we'll see. I'm still waiting for that smoking gun. I read Matt's third Twitter files, and I read, I skimmed. I didn't really read it. Schellenberger's ones. I still think Barry's was the best one so far. The first one anyway. So I'm still waiting for that smoking gun, which I don't feel like has materialized yet in any of these Twitter files, which I must say, if you asked me before the files, I would have told you that you would have seen the smoking gun right away. I really expected more than what's coming out.
I can't read Twitter threads because I have my computer read to me. So you can't really select an entire Twitter thread because it stops in between each tweet and says something like liked 3 times, retweeted 15 times.
There's a way to do it.
Twitter wrap or something like that turns it into an article.
I never use that, but there's some bot that will do it for you. I'm sure someone in the chat knows.
Well,
if you want to listen to it, but
yeah.
And also a lot of it's pictures, so
I read a couple of them and I was like, this is boring.
Yeah, I'm annoyed because like Matt and Elon are doing this. They're doing the journalist move, which annoys me, where they say something, they make a claim that's incendiary and like big, like holy shit, and then and then I click on the picture that's like the source, and I'm like, that's not really what the picture says. Like they exaggerate a claim. I'm like, okay, maybe you think that's what's happening, but that's not the evidence that you're showing right now. And it is annoying me because I'm like, I'm starting to lose faith in you guys when you do stuff like this. But
oh no,
we shall see. We shall see.
That's like our insane world where both sides are just indulging their political biases. This is
they're not even like. I mean, I wouldn't even call Elon or Matt to be like on a side they're not like on the normal left right wing side. They're like they're like their own sphere. So
Elon tweeted something out recently that I was like, okay, Sitch is right. This is fucking crazy. Why are you tweeting that? I don't know. I'm going to go look for it because
was it the prosecute Fauci?
Yes.
Thing? Yeah.
My pronouns are prosecute Fauci. I was like, oh my, like, what is happening?
Well, the problem, he's just, I think there's 2 issues. One, I think Elon by nature is somewhat of a troll, which is funny to some extent. But secondly, I really think he is, because, and I understand like financially this makes sense, but I think it's morally not the best move. Because he's getting attacked by the left so much, I think he's basically just decided that he's going to just, try to get the right to support him. Like, you have to choose a side essentially in this sort of, economics situation.
He could be correct. I mean, he's definitely
He
got
could
more
be correct.
information than me or you on this.
He could be correct, right? And so he's trying to sort of court the right to protect Twitter and protect him. So it's unfortunate that if that's really what's happening, which is what appears to be happening to my eyes, it's unfortunate that that's the world that we live in right now.
I've never seen a tweet with 1 million likes. That tweet is close to 1 million likes. That's just like insane.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a 1 million like tweet. I don't know what it was, but
Really?
that is pretty crazy if that tweet has almost 1 million likes.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen the 1 mil likes on a tweet.
I would have thought some other tweet he had would have been 1 million like. 1 million liked tweet.
Oh, you're looking for it.
Liked. Here's a list of the most liked tweets. Number 1.
How many are 1 million?
7 million.
7 million. Okay.
The family of Chadwick Boseman when he died.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That's unfortunate. Number 2, the second highest liked tweet. I have seen this tweet, so that's probably what I was thinking of. From Elon Musk. It says, next, I'm buying Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in.
Oh, yeah. I like that tweet. One of those is mine.
4.7 million likes.
That's like a bomb tweet right there.
That's a good tweet. Number 3 for 4 million likes. President Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. Well, I'm going to have to say, Obama, I think that's a beautiful idea. It's got a little picture of a bunch of like multiracial babies hanging out with each other.
It's aspirational, okay?
But I don't think it's true. I don't think that's even remotely true.
Look, that's something we have to aspire to. Come on.
Right. Number 4, President Joe Biden.
Oh, wow.
President Joe Biden, the day of his inauguration, said it's a new day in America.
Oh, yeah.
3.8 million tweets.
All those. They're like, finally, we've saved the republic again.
I'm curious what's the highest. Trump had to have some like super high linked tweets, right?
Look, million like tweets are not common. Definitely not common.
For Trump, you don't think so?
Well, no. How many are on the list? How many do you got there?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't have all 1 million. It stops. The lowest one's 2.4 million. But
oh, okay.
Next one is again Barack Obama when he was talking about the death of Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
How many was the Kofifi tweet? Was that like did that get 1 million?
That's a good question. And then the last one I'll read was a surprising source.
Mm-hmm.
For 3.4 million likes, Andy Milonakis.
No
Didn't expect
way.
to see him on the list.
Hilarious.
This is on May 30th, 2020. He said, "Congratulations to the astronauts that left Earth today. Good choice."
Wow.
I don't know what was happening on May 30th,
right?
but there's who?
Who's Andy Milonakis?
He had a show that was very weird and funny on MTV very long ago called The Andy Milonakis Show.
Yeah, he was the sidekick of Conan O'Brien.
No. You're thinking of another fat white guy.
Oh, really?
You're thinking of, what was his name? Conan's
Andy
sidekick.
Milonakis wasn't on.
You're thinking of
Conan
Andy Richter.
No, I'm thinking of Andy Milonakis. I'm sure.
Was Andy Milonakis on Conan?
Yeah, he did guest spots on Conan a bunch of times.
I've never seen him on Conan.
Well, here, Wikipedia.
Are you
always
sure about
tells
this?
The truth.
I think you're just making this up. I think you're thinking of Andy Richter.
Is it? I mean,
you saw a fat white guy named Andy, and you're like, "Oh, it's the same thing."
I mean, it doesn't mention Conan O'Brien on Andy Milonakis's.
He did a podcast with Keem. I didn't know that. I knew that he used to stream with Destiny at some point, or Destiny used to talk.
Really?
To him at some point. Yeah.
I mean, this guy is funny as hell. So,
but I'm not really. I don't know what his politics are, or whatever. Jimmy Kimmel? The Scout Kid on
Andy
Monday.
Richter. Andy Richter is definitely Conan O'Brien's
I told you.
sidekick, but that's not the kid I'm talking about that was on Conan O'Brien. I'm
Well, I don't
pretty
know.
sure Andy
I mean, he
Richter,
might have been on Conan O'Brien, but I don't know if he was like a regular or anything. He was like a weird dude. He was in
that's
Waiting.
why he was hilarious.
Yeah. I don't think he was on Conan, or at least not regularly. It's not coming up on IMDb or anything, so.
Oh, really? Well, it would be on IMDb, I think.
I don't know. On IMDb, it doesn't have the Andy Monaka show, so I'm confused.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. If I search...
Oh, it says he was a regular... Oh, no. He says he was on 2 episodes of Jimmy Kimmel.
Maybe that's it then. Yeah, no, it was Jimmy Kimmel. You're right.
He was on Baited for a while. Andy Milonakis was on Baited? Wait a minute. Oh, is this... I stopped listening to once Baited... Did Baited ever come back? I loved Baited when it was Keem, Colossus Crazy, and who's the third guy? I forget his name. When it was the 3 of them, I used to listen to... I loved Baited, and then it broke up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very sad. It broke up because Keem didn't want to split the money evenly, which I thought was sad.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, and it came back with Andy Milonakis. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Things you learn on the internet.
Things you learn anyway. Magor for $2 says everyone who thinks the employer-employee relationship needs to spend some time as a salaried programmer because the market extorts the shit out of anyone who wants to hire. The market extorts the shit out of anyone who wants to hire a programmer. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Not every job and every job market's the same. They're all different.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. My Gore Fire $3 says, Adam, you should get the new edition of the Dictator's Handbook and listen to it again. They rewrote it to include Trump and the events up to 2021.
Really? Fascinating. Maybe I will check it out. I mean, we kind of talked about that shit live in real time from the Dictator's Handbook perspective. I'm curious if their commentary overlaps with our commentary. It probably does.
Yeah.
I mean, last time we covered the January 6th stuff, that's the reason we wanted to cover it, because it was straight fucking Dictator's Handbook. I think we even watched Rules for Rulers, the
CGP Grey video.
Yeah, where he is basically, that video is based on the Dictator's Handbook, because it so fits in with what Trump was doing, trying to replace the keys of power that would keep him in power.
Right.
Yeah. Look, we have an EPA attorney that's willing to send out your letter.
Right. We'll call you if we need someone to cover an oil spill.
I know.
Man.
Oh, that guy was baller.
Yes. So get the fuck out of here.
Look, if that situation wasn't against Republicans would fucking love that guy.
Yeah, I know.
That guy was shitting all over the fucking EPA like crazy.
That guy was a Republican. He was
of course he was. Yeah, of course he was.
Well, I mean, he was the EPA. Well, he wasn't. Okay, he wasn't a pro-environment lawyer, because remember his big environmental case was he defended the BP oil spill.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, he was on the other side of the issue.
Oh yeah.
That's why he made the oil spill.
Never mind.
But
if we need someone to defend an oil spill.
Yeah, exactly. I would have loved that meeting where it was like the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General.
Oh, I know.
And then Trump's counsel, Paul Cicerone, or I can never say his name right. I would give anything to see that meeting where it was like the 3 of them with Trump, and then it was Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Flynn. And Trump wants Sidney Powell to be. He wants to declare, or he wants to say that he's going to appoint her as special investigator into the election fraud claims. And this is when like she was making the claims about the
ghost of the Venezuelan dictator.
Yeah, the paper ballots from Venezuela and like there was something about Italy too. I don't know. They're making weird satellite, like the weird satellite claims, and like fucking all the Department of Justice people and Trump's attorney were like like fucking losing their mind. Like, you cannot make her the special prosecutor investigation of this. Like, everyone's gonna think you're a joke if you do that.
Not only that, like the whole Republican Party would be a laughing stock. That's
It would have been bad.
Not really a good direction to go.
Yeah. And then the other meeting. Oh my God, there's so many meetings. I wish I could have seen the meeting where
I know it's like straight Game of Thrones. It's like the small council meeting from hell.
Yes. This would make for a great television. The meeting where he fired the attorney general and replaced him with the environmental lawyer. And then they talk him out of doing it after he's already done it.
Oh yes.
They're like, if you go through with this, everyone Trump does it. And then the guy says, I refuse to accept this. And he goes to Trump and he talks him out of it. And he's like, listen, if you fire me, like everyone's gonna quit. And Trump's like, is that true? And then they're like, yep. And he's like, oh, I guess I'm not gonna do that.
That's so sweet.
Oh my God, it's so wild. Most of the January 6th like hearings were boring, but if you had to watch one, that's the one to watch. The one with I forget their names, the attorney general guy.
I mean,
those were interesting. That was an interesting one.
I don't know, because so many people are just
they're too partisan. Yeah,
and they're into the Trump grabbed the steering wheel and
deep state.
Yeah.
Right. All these people that Trump appointed were all part of the deep state.
It's more interesting to us because we know the Game of Thrones Dictator's Handbook angle, so we understand like what's going on here.
Yes, true. Dotems for $10 says, how can increased rates increase monetary supply and demand? If you depress borrowing, you just have a bigger denominator on a smaller numerator, while killing high return assets and increasing debt service costs for consumers.
Well,
I'm too stupid to understand that, so I hope you got all that out of.
Well, the thing is, there are pluses and minuses. Like if you stifle demand for loans, because every time a loan is made, the money supply is made bigger by the amount of that loan and then made smaller when the loan is paid off, right? That's how loans work. So, but the thinking behind that, which is actually brilliant, and what I was saying is so much better than the idea that we should go dig precious metals out of the ground and only fund things to the amount of precious metals that we've dug out of the ground. It's like, why? You don't have to save up points before you can go bowling at the bowling alley, right? You just fucking bowl the game and keep score. So that's what basically money is. If someone wants to start a restaurant and they take out a loan, the score is on the board. This is how much money you need to make and pay the loan back. Once the money is paid back, the money no longer exists. So that's the expanding and contracting of the money supply. So when you raise interest rates,
this would be loans to the government and loans to specific types. Specific types of loans,
a loan from a bank. This is the way banking has changed, and a lot of people think of banking as they learned fractional reserve banking, which no longer exists. Okay, the idea that the bank has to go out and get you to save your money in the bank in order so they can loan your money out to other people, that just doesn't exist. When someone takes out a loan, they operate as a franchise of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve makes the loan. The loan becomes an asset on their balance sheet because they have so-and-so owes them so much money. So that's an asset. And just that's the way it works. You save your money, and they do. Like, this is the thing. You know, you save your money, and that is their reserves, and those reserves make an interest rate, whatever the interest rate is at. So those reserves also increase the money supply. So it's a question over which is the bigger number, right? The amount of money that is created by the interest rate, or the amount of money that's not created through the stifling of loans. And I don't know which one's bigger. It seems like if you knew which one was bigger, you'd know whether or not you're increasing or shrinking the money supply. I've not seen any place where they straight up do the math and say like, okay, obviously we're increasing the money supply by this amount, but we're shrinking it by this amount. So therefore, ultimately, we're shrinking the money supply.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, isn't the whole point increasing rates to decrease the supply? It's not to increase supply, right? That was the whole point.
Yes. You're
Okay,
increasing.
so they had it backwards. Right.
You're increasing interest rates
to decrease the monetary supply
by stifling loan activity. Right?
Right.
Yes.
Well, it'd be twofold. You would be stifling loan activity, but then also you're incentivizing, you're giving people to sink their money in a government bond too, on top of that, right?
Well, I mean, if they're buying treasury bills, yeah. And I'm sure other investors are buying treasury bills.
Well, even, CDs and all these things, which, normally those are only worth it if you're a massive bank and that, 1% interest is good because you have $1 billion or whatever.
Right.
But for the average citizen, that's like,
Well, I think they're doing, when they give you a good interest rate on a CD, it's because they can take your money. So you're basically giving their money for the interest rate on the CD. They're going to buy a treasury bill that has a higher interest rate, and then they're going to pocket the difference between what they're paying you, right?
Well, I don't know if they do that specifically, but it's like, so if the interest rate is, I don't know, what is the interest rate right now?
I think it's like, what is it, 4 1/4, 4 3/4?
What is the current interest rate today?
There's supposed to be a Fed meeting, I think, like next week, where they're supposed to raise interest rates again.
Says it's like 6.6-ish.
Is it really?
7. Yeah, because I know like CDs you can get now for like 4.5 or something.
Oh no, I'm talking about the Fed funds rate. You're talking about what you can get.
Oh, what am I talking about?
I don't
Fed
know.
interest rate. Too.
Mortgage
you're
interest
right.
rates?
Yeah, it's 4.
Mortgage interest rates are like 6%.
Yeah, I just typed in interest rate.
Right.
Well, whatever. I don't know. But I know you can get CDs for 4-ish around. So obviously they're doing it because they can gain some benefit from it from you. But
why can't Google? What are you doing? Why can't I just?
Anyway, Stuck for $2 says, Adam, MMT's descriptions about taxes means it quite literally is about spending. The higher your taxes, the more spending you can justify. Indeed, the more spending is actually necessary since inflation needs to be above 0.
What?
MMT's description about taxes means it's also about spending. The higher your taxes, the more spending you can justify. Indeed, more spending is actually necessary since inflation needs to be above 0.
Okay, you're making a statement? I don't know. Fed fund rate is 4% right now.
Okay.
So what was your CD?
4. Well, I got it a while ago. It was 4.5.
Oh, it was?
So I don't know if maybe the interest rate was higher back then.
No, it's not, obviously.
No, but I got it like
a million years ago?
A few months ago. So
look, the interest rates started out at 0 and they've been going up. They didn't go up higher and then come back down again. Look,
okay.
When the Fed stops, and a lot of people, invest and trade based on interest rates. They call them Fed watchers. And, when the Fed stops raising interest rates, right now they're worried they're going to raise them to like 6-7%. Everyone's like losing their mind. Oh my God, the economy's going to die. Everyone's going to be unemployed.
Well, you are probably correct in that they, the reason they offer the rate is because they take it and they think they can do something better with it. They think they can get more money, obviously, than whatever rate they're offering.
Yeah,
they're offering them at that rate. So.
They can't just be buying treasury bills. Obviously, they're doing some other investment as well. Right. Yeah,
sure.
But
Maybe
T-bills
they're buying a
are.
bunch of mortgage-backed securities with my money.
Who knows? Yeah. Well, also people can privately loan money, and wealthy people often do this. They loan out money and just, they loan money out at interest. So that system is not increasing the money supply because, know, that's their money.
Sure. I don't know how prevalent that is, but I think Stug's comment was about the prescription versus description.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Stug, okay. Nothing seemed completely off or wrong about it.
Okay. Soda for $2 says, I like how Democrats and Republicans are the exact same with election interference claims. It starts with polls are hacked, gets walked back to social media bad. Twitter changed elections. Whether it's Russia bots or mean CEOs, it's all the same.
Yeah.
True. That is true. Soda for $2 says, I don't know about Ivy Leagues, but my bud told me the service academies have an arbitrary limit. It's based on congressmen. Each senator or representative has a number of slots to send to the academies each year. You have to get nominated by them to go. Huh. That's interesting. So, of course, that's an entirely different system than normal academia. But I wonder why it's set up that way. I mean, that could be a relic of a bygone era.
Sounds elitist.
Some weird guy for $2 says socialism is now on par with the Joker from Suicide Squad. Clap from the first Suicide Squad. Claps. I'm an idea. There you go.
Ugh.
The Joker is an idea. A yearning for more. That makes sense. The Joker is like socialism because he wants you to fuck his wife.
I mean, that wasn't a real offer, but I don't want to get into it.
The Joker is just like socialism because he doesn't believe in private ownership.
That wasn't a legitimate offer.
He's like, listen, I'm a socialist. I believe in sharing and sharing everything.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in sharing the means of reproduction. Fuck my wife, please.
Oh, wow. That does not have a good ring to it. Scary.
There you go. So, like socialism, the Joker is indeed a cuck. Arithmus for $2 says Adam seems to think that the education at an Ivy League school is the product, but Sitch is right, identifying that the exclusivity is the product. A good education can come from Gremlin. Oh, it's the Gremlin from Gremlins 2. Wow. Have you ever seen the Gremlins movies, Adam?
Of course. Come on.
We just watched them the other day. They were
Did
very
you?
funny. Yes.
Gremlins is great. You probably like Spike. Or was it Stripe?
Spike is both. Spike is the one in the first one. Stripe is the one in the second one, I think.
Oh, okay.
No, I've seen them before. I've seen the first one like many times. I've only seen the second one a handful of times, so I'd forgotten a lot of the stuff in the second one.
Is it Mowgli?
Mogwai.
Mogwai.
Gizmo.
Gizmo. There we go. Gizmo.
Bright light. Yes.
I can relate to that.
The obvious motivation, or not motivation, the obvious inspiration behind the Furby.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, so true. That was like a big
says,
steal.
hi, Sitch and Adam. Female gremlin from the hit movie Gremlins 2 here.
Oh yeah, the sexy gremlin. I forgot about
The
that.
sexy gremlin. Love you almost as much. Well, I say sexy in finger quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Love you almost as much as Snow White. Hi-ho kisses. Yes. I had forgotten that the bad guy in Gremlins 2 was the Doctor from Voyager, and how at the end of it, the female gremlin, they insinuate that they have sex or something.
Really?
They're going to have
Holy shit!
or something. So.
Look, that's crazy.
That movie was insane. The Gremlins 2 is like an insane movie.
Those '80s movies, they just swung for the fences.
Yes. So she's trapped them in the bathroom, and he's just kind of like, at first he's like he's been against it the whole movie, and now he's just kind of like, he kind of gives in
Oh no!
at the end.
Oh man.
So he's like, well, whatever.
That's insane. This isn't a kids movie.
Gremlins 2 was I wouldn't say Gremlins 2 is a kids movie. I wouldn't say either of the Gremlins is really a kids movie. I mean, the first one's pretty. I mean, remember in the first one, there's the whole scene where like the mom is fighting the Gremlins. She hits the first one in the blender, and it's like blood is shooting everywhere.
Yeah.
He sticks the second one in like the microwave, and it like explodes.
Yeah, that was great.
So
I feel like I saw him as a kid.
I mean, you probably did, but
Yeah. Sweet.
Let's see, where was I on the super chats? Crap, Sparkle for $5 says, what does this say?
Oh, look, it's right there. Adam friended for 5 months. 18 for life.
Oh, this is an Adam Futurama reference. Bonatitis.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that episode?
Is that sounds like
Bonatitis?
Zap Brannigan all the way, right?
I don't remember this episode, or I've never seen it. So, and Adam apparently doesn't remember it, even though he's supposed to be the Futurama guy. So,
yeah. I mean, I do have a cat named Wernstrom, so
that's true. Pat Brown Buffalo, our favorite young Turker, for $5.
Young Shirker
says, my communist nephew won the YouTube Streaming Award for news of all things. Are you guys jealous? Well, actually, the real question is, are you?
Yeah, of course. He just sits in his room, and you have like a big studio and shit.
I know. How mad must you be to be Cenk? You have a new studio. You have all these people working for you. You've been doing this for years. And then your nephew sits in a room and eats chicken nuggies while watching Top Chef, and he gets the streaming award for news.
Yeah, Cenk is just, I mean, he screams establishment shill now.
Mm-hmm.
You need to start hanging out in your room and just eat some nuggies. You'd be cool.
My only regret is I had bonatitis.
Bonatitis.
Andrew Clark for Joy says, Sitch, check your DM. So Andrew Clark said, I can't watch that video.
Yeah.
If for $2, Andrew says, play the video sound only. The AI girls give presentation.
No, Andrew, that's not going to happen.
Well, you can just hear the voices, but you don't need to. They sound like, imagine, this is very easy to picture in your head. Imagine a sex doll that already, I mean, first of all, sex dolls already exist in the Uncanny Valley. So just imagine that, but with a little mouth that like moves a little bit when it talks, and it sounds like a text-to-speech program.
Holy
and it's
shit.
Making like sex sounds.
Hilarious.
Share the link. I'm not putting that in the chat. Okay, I'll listen. I'll tell you what to look up for you fucking degenerates.
I'm not. The watch together is down.
I'm not gonna
permanently down for this.
You really want to see this? You Google or you look up on YouTube. It's called Real Doll X, the ultimate robotic real doll experience. You can see it for yourself, you degenerates.
Real Doll X.
No, Adam's like.
Oh, of course I'm gonna watch that. What are you talking about?
There you go.
Real Doll
Metalworks
X,
$411.90 for $5.
Robotic real doll experience. Let's see.
There you go.
2 years ago. All right, it's all queued up. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Metalworks $411.90 for $5 says, my young nephew, who has named Sitch Mystery Man, I like that.
Appropriate.
Wants to know if the pythons and the gators in your yard came back, and what's your favorite dinosaur and bird. So no, I haven't had a second reoccurrence. Well, okay, let me be specific. I have had other reoccurrences of alligators and pythons in my yard. I haven't had a reoccurrence of them attacking each other yet. Fortunately, that hasn't happened again. As for my favorite dinosaur originally, when I was very young, was the Dimetrodon, because I thought it looked cool because it had the big I thought it was like a big razor on its back, but it's really just like a fin. But then as I got older, obviously I saw Jurassic Park, and then my favorite dinosaur became the Velociraptor. And then I bought a book on raptors, and my favorite dinosaur became the Utah Raptor because it was a gigantic Velociraptor that karate kicked people. And I was like, that's cool. So there you go. The Utah Raptor and the Dimetrodon. And obviously my favorite bird is an owl. Because they're the best birds.
Really? Huh.
They're the best birds. They're the best. And they're really, if you think about it, owls are the most bird-like of all birds.
Mm-hmm.
So
owls are pretty cool.
They are. We have a bunch of eastern screeches where I live, and they make cute little noises. So
yeah, favorite bird. I don't know. I don't know if I have a favorite bird. I mean, I like the crows. I'm definitely like a crow fan. Yeah.
What's your favorite?
What?
What's your favorite dinosaur?
Favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
Not really. I don't really. I mean, I would have to.
Were you never a young boy?
I didn't really. I wasn't a big dinosaur fan when I was a kid.
What the fuck?
Well, I didn't like have them. I mean, I liked them enough. I feel like you're questioning my.
God. I didn't really like dinosaurs. I feel like you're not. You were. I don't feel like you were ever a real boy. Every young boy liked dinosaurs. Okay.
I mean, I like dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs. I like cars. I like boy things. I didn't
like dinosaurs.
I didn't like.
Boy thing.
Look, listen.
Yes.
I'm not an elitist. I don't like to play favorites. Okay. It's really the plan.
Adam is a socialist in his like of dinosaurs. I like them all equally. No hierarchy of liking dinosaurs.
I'm not about, making exclusive categories like my favorite.
Oh my God. Lame.
Look, I like variety in my dinosaurs.
Do you like playing dress up, Adam? That's the real question.
Never played dress up.
Sure.
Sitch dresses up as a dinosaur.
That's how I discovered I was a scaly. I dressed up as a dinosaur when I was 5. It never went away. It stuck with me. Okay. Matthew Cooper for $10 says, I'm a professional economist. Oh, awesome. I did get a Marxist literature review. Glenn provides the best communication of ideas. Based.
Really?
I agree.
That's awesome.
That's cool. Professional economist.
I'm a professional economist. Did Glenn do your Marxist lit review? Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
He's just saying he got a Marxist literature review.
Oh, okay.
At some point. Who's for the for 5 Canadians says, I just got banned from Twitter. Really? For gratuitous gore when I retweeted a video of a dog with 3 legs loving life. What the fuck? Huh.
Yeah, that
sounds
is
like
strange.
Some kind of bot fuck up. Well, hopefully they unban you. That's weird. Feed fancier animations. Hey, for 30. Ooh, what is that symbol? I don't think I've seen a symbol before.
Yeah.
Shekels. Really? That's the shekel symbol? I've never seen the shekel symbol before.
There really are shekels? Oh.
Yeah, that's the Israeli currency. Where do you think he thought that word was just like made up?
Well, I thought it was ancient money. I didn't realize just shekel was still in use.
They use the shekel. Yeah, they still use the shekel.
Like a denarius. Maybe denarius is still
a denarius? What are you? A denarius? What are you talking about?
Or a dinar?
Oh, I thought you were referencing like Game of Thrones or something. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. No, they did use shekels back in the day, and I Israel are like, we're bringing it back.
Look,
we're bringing it back.
You don't know shekels? Well, I've heard people say shekels a lot as just
an insult.
Well, just a euphemism for money, but
sure.
Yeah, I thought it meant like money. Like there's no money denomination, right?
What do you mean?
There's no. This is a money. I'm giving you 5 monies. Right.
Shekel is the unit of currency they use in Israel.
Right. I get that now. Yeah.
Right.
That's.
Oh, you didn't think it was. You thought it was just like a
I
colloquial.
thought shekels was an ancient currency
Gotcha,
that was
gotcha.
being used in the same way we use the term money. Like,
I understand what you're
yeah.
saying. I understand
Here's
what
some
you're
money for you.
Gotcha,
Here's some
gotcha.
shekels.
Right. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, I know shekels. Adam knows shekels.
This is for the first time.
I've been to Israel.
Look, people have for years been saying, here's some shekels for you. This is the first time that we've actually got shekels.
Received check. That's true. Well, no, it's weird. I could have swore, because I know we've got money from what's his name, the Mossad, and it wasn't that little symbol. I don't know what the fuck it was. So
yeah.
But anyway, for 30 shekels, says, will you guys feed fancier? Says, will you guys invite Michael Malice on now that his new book, The White Pill, is out on Thursday?
Sure. I mean, Michael Malice is welcome to come on the show. I mean, he's kind of a big personality. I don't know if we could get him, to be honest with you.
He's kind of a big deal, but maybe.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Well, let's see if his DMs are open.
You should read his or listen to his book.
I mean, I'm always trying to get people on the show, but I don't want to read his book. If he's coming on the show, obviously I'd read his book ahead of time. But
he's talked about it with Lex Friedman and other people, so you can go listen to that if you want to buy his book right away.
I went to read his other book.
Yeah.
And I listened to the excerpt, and I just was like turned off by the excerpt. I was like, I don't really want to.
Why?
Well, no, I think he's got a very Curtis Yarvin philosophy on politics, which I just fundamentally disagree
I thought he
with.
was an anarchist or something.
Yeah, he's an anarchist. Yeah.
Chris Yarvin's not an anarchist. He's the opposite. He's a monarchist.
Curtis Yarvin wants to run the United States like a corporation.
Right, but he wants it to have
That's very anarcho-capitalist.
Well, okay, I guess that makes sense.
Look, I listened to the
guess you're
summary and I was like, this guy's a Curtis Yarvin fan, and I just don't want to.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah. I
not
understand.
really. I've read
Gotcha.
I read, what is it? What is Curtis Yarvin's blog? I've read that whole blog thing that everyone's always like goes on about how insanely insightful it is. And it's just not. Like, it's really not that insightful. So, sorry, Curtis Yarvin fans, but.
Well, sure, but we'd be interested to talk to him, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Paul Dellinger, thanks so much for being a Field Seeker for 6 months, says, it's honestly not that hard to get the congressional VP nomination to a service academy. I got one for Annapolis, but still wasn't accepted. Oh, interesting. There you go. Ranger Clark for $2 says, remember the show Denver, the Last Dinosaur? I do not.
No, I don't either.
I've never even heard of this. Denver, the Last Dinosaur? What the fuck is this? I ain't never seen this show in my life. It's a rocking dinosaur with a pink guitar and like pink sunglasses. Interesting.
I mean, it
I've
sounds
never
like
even
Barney.
No, the dinosaur, it's a cartoon dinosaur that's green. And he had a pink guitar and pink sunglasses. I've never seen this in my life. I've never even heard of this before this moment. So interesting.
Let's listen to Michael Malice's. When is which I can't remember which book it was. I think it's the Anarchist Handbook. We could listen to the sample together if you want to do like a 3,
Not
2,
right
1.
now.
Oh, okay.
It's just Abby for 5 Aussie bucks. Says, what's your favorite dinosaur can replace one of the 3 questions. That's true. That's true.
What's your favorite dinosaur? I mean,
Instead of the how you watch pornography, we can ask what's your favorite dinosaur.
I don't like.
Is that too quirky for you, Adam?
Favorites is always quirky because it's just people don't readily have a favorite dinosaur. Like I can't answer because I haven't.
Because you're lame.
I'm totally the opposite of lame. Dinosaurs are so fucking cool that there is like a difficulty assigning a hierarchy to which one is the most cool. That's a completely different problem than you're making this sound like.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
Yeah,
I've
that sounds
seen-
like a lot of cope for the fact that you're lame.
Okay. There's a lot of cool dinosaurs. Listen,
Okay.
crows. Crows are my favorite dinosaur. I'm
Oh,
going.
what a fucking piece of shit.
Birds are dinosaurs. Sorry.
Birds are dinosaurs. Be me.
Look, you said owl was your. Make up your mind.
I said my owl's a favorite bird, not my favorite dinosaur.
But birds are dinosaurs, so.
No, birds and dinosaurs are distinctive categories. Dinosaurs became birds. Yes.
Isn't it weird?
Though supposedly someone said that dimetrodons are closer to us than they are dinosaurs. So maybe that's a bad choice. I don't know what the fuck the dimetrodon is. It's not a dinosaur. Some kind of weird giant
Look at
lizard.
this. Boy, Sitch is really upset about the dinosaurs.
I am.
I hope
I'm
you're
upset
going to
about
be
the
able.
dimetrodon.
I hope
That's like
you're-
finding out Pluto. It's like saying Pluto was your favorite planet and then finding out Pluto wasn't a planet. It's like my whole worldview is shattered. I don't know what to think anymore. I don't know what is up and what is down anymore.
Actually, you know, the Michael Malice book that I listened to the summary on, I think is The New Right.
Well, that would make sense that it was about something Curtis Yarvin related.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Is Dimetrodon a dinosaur?
I mean, Michael
Dimetrodon's not a
Malice.
dinosaur. This sounds like some propaganda.
No.
This sounds like bullshit. I refuse to accept this. Okay. I refuse to accept this.
What's your second favorite dinosaur?
Utah Raptor, which is clearly a dinosaur.
How about your third? How far down this list can
Velociraptor.
you go? You have like a top 10. Did you do a video of the top 10
Top
dinosaurs?
10 dinosaurs.
How do you look?
Let's see. Velociraptor would be third. Fourth would be.
This is just insane. Nobody does this.
I don't know if I have a fourth. I'm not going to try to keep the bit going.
See, that's it.
Fourth would be let's see. Okay, fourth will be Allosaur. Okay. Fifth will be T-Rex. Got to be on the list. I mean, it's everyone's going to choose it. It's got to be up there.
Now you're like, oh, it's just got to be, socially acceptable. I can't pick any socially unacceptable dinosaurs.
Well, no, listen. You can't say that your favorite dinosaur is a T-Rex, right? That's too.
Well, my favorite dinosaur is a T-Rex, though.
No, listen. You gotta be a little bit of hipster. You have to have like a somewhat unusual choice, right?
Look, I like the T-Rex, and then the Triceratops, and then the Velociraptor, and then the Stegosaurus, and then the Spinosaurus.
Look at this guy. He's got all the standard,
what
boring ass dinosaurs that everyone knows about.
What are you talking about? These are my dinosaurs. Why are you making fun of me?
So number 6, I'm gonna say the Carnosaurus.
Look,
Or the Carnosauria, or whatever you say it.
Look, he wants to have the indie band of dinosaurs.
Yeah,
he's like,
you gotta be a little hipster about it.
It's like T-Rex. Fuck that guy.
Man, I did a whole project in elementary school biology about how the T-Rex was really a scavenger. Okay, I remember my dinosaur lore.
Holy shit. So it's not that Adam is not interested in dinosaurs enough. It's that you are obsessed with
I wasn't
dinosaurs.
obsessed. I just liked dinosaurs like a little kid.
This sounds like, oh man, this sounds like a personal...
Who doesn't like dinosaurs? You're so lame. 7th, I'm gonna say
you've got a mental illness for dinosaurs, and suddenly I'm the problem.
I haven't thought about anything dinosaur related in like literally a decade. 7th is, I'll say the Quetzalcoatlus will be my 7th highest ranked.
I hate to spoil it for you guys, but Sitch's real favorite dinosaur is the Stegosaurus.
I never liked the Stegosaurus.
You love the Stegosaurus.
I'm gonna be so real with you. I never liked the Stegosaurus, and I never liked, and this could be controversial, I never liked the Triceratops.
You know why Sitch likes the Stegosaurus so much? because the Stegosaurus is solar powered, and Sitch is a huge climate alarm.
The Dimetrodon is solar powered, Adam. So you could have used that one.
Well, yeah, there's multiple solar powered dinosaurs, obviously. But
Was it really? Was that what the little spikes on the back were? They were absorbing heat?
yeah,
Oh, I don't
solar
know.
panels.
There you go.
I mean, theoretically, how much can you really know about these dinosaurs?
I
It's all
mean,
just
that's
speculation.
true-ish.
I like the speculation that all the dinosaurs were feathered, which makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, why do they keep? Imagine.
Do they know that for sure?
Well, I mean, they're ancestors of birds.
Yeah, but doesn't mean that they were feathered. Because they're
Well,
ancestors. Because they develop feathers evolution.
Oh, I guess you're right. Like hippopotamus, they don't have any sort of feather.
Yeah, like, I think some.
But
I know that they
hippopotamus
think
are
some.
aquatic, so a lot of aquatic animals lose their fur. Some don't, but you'd think if. I mean, birds have feathers because they're like an insulation. I'm just imagining
Well,
like
they also need it to fly, so
they are talking about making a dinosaur from chicken DNA. And
yeah.
I look at these dinosaurs and I think like a plucked chicken.
I mean, it would be kind of funny if we ever could like replicate dinosaurs and we find out that they look nothing like they all just look like big chickens. We thought we had them to be these like really cool looking lizard things with scales and like they look like these giant monsters. Like no, they just look like giant chickens.
Well, I see
They all just look like big old chickens.
T-Rex. I mean, that just
That would be
screams T-Rex. Just screams giant chicken.
I mean, no, I don't think so.
I mean, he's even got chicken feet.
Yeah, they have the little chicken hands, or like the little finger claws. But I mean, that thing doesn't look like a chicken. That thing's bearing down at you. You're gonna be like, oh fuck.
How much of the bird? Look, birds have little wings too, but they're extended massively by the feather. Like that is the whole. Chickens have little chicken wings too. Have you ever eaten a wing? Not much meat on them.
I've eaten chicken wings. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm
I just
aware.
imagine that would be amazing if the T-Rex was just a big like chicken.
A giant chicken. It's a chicken, I tell you. A chicken.
Well, chickens will eat anything. I mean, it's not like
know they will.
it's not like they're vegetarians just because they're chickens. Yeah, this
Spinosaurus is kind of cool. I never liked the Brachiosaurus or the Brontosaurus.
Oh, look at
thought they were
such as
lame.
like they fixed OBS, so now I can pull in whelp files. So
wow.
crisis averted. Now OBS reads whelp files.
There you go.
Look at this giant chicken. It just looks like a plucked chicken to me. They even
I
give
know,
it
I
like the
understand what you're
plucked
saying.
chicken texture of skin.
I understand what you're saying, but that's why it would be funny. We clone dinosaurs. We find out they literally just look like big chickens, and we're like all idiots for thinking otherwise.
They would make up some excuse. They'd be like, "Look, we did it from chicken DNA, so obviously
It's a conspiracy. Is that what
we
you're saying?
made some mistakes along the way. And now our dinosaurs have feathers."
Oh, another good dinosaur, the Ankylosaurus, the one that had like the armadillo back or the big tail. That looked cool.
Triceratops.
Triceratops is lame.
That's like my second favorite. That's like my third favorite dinosaur. What are you doing?
I thought you didn't have any favorites.
Look, I have them all hierarchically ordered. I have trading cards that I made myself. I made them out of 3x5 office cards. I had to draw them out myself. I drew them all by hand. God, I
Now,
love
see, and you thought
dinosaurs so
I
much.
was addicted. That's intense.
Yeah.
That's intense.
Yeah. Sometimes I force my wife to do a dinosaur card trading game that I invented myself.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I love dinosaurs. I'm
You
fucking
invented
crazy.
a dinosaur trading
Yeah,
card game.
card trading game, yeah.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Well, I like the Styrosaurus, which is like the cool version of the Triceratops.
Got a picture of them right here. Check it out. No, I only brought up the.
It's like the hipster version. It's like if you want to say that if you don't like the Triceratops because it's too like everyone chooses that, but you want the general idea of it, you say I like the Strisosaurus. It's like the Triceratops, but more.
The Triceratops literally has like a chicken beak on that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a beak. If we're full on bird mode here.
He's a chicken, I tell you. He's a giant chicken, I tell you. A giant chicken.
I just wonder when I look at this Triceratops, I just think, I wonder how that would taste barbecued. Sure, it's delicious.
Anyway, where was I?
My favorite dinosaur is Adam. CT, I forbid you to.
What?
How dare you? CT just did a very incendiary super chat.
What'd she say?
We will not be reading it on the show.
CT for 2 Canadian says, my favorite dinosaur is Adam.
I know. Evil.
My favorite dinosaur is
evil.
Adam.
Can we ban people with wrenches from the chat?
Got him. Him Tool for 50 PPPs says prehistoric mammal supremacy. Go saber-tooth tigers. Oh, that's a good fucking choice. Saber-tooth tigers were based.
Are saber-tooth tigers dinosaurs?
No,
done. That's my
they're
favorite
mammals.
dinosaur.
But there you go. I'll say that just as the dinosaurs died and were replaced by mammals, the last 2 slots on my top 10 list of dinosaurs get replaced by mammals. The saber-tooth tiger and, of course, the classic woolly mammoth.
The woolly mammoth is my favorite dinosaur, and the saber-tooth tiger is my second favorite.
Saber-tooth tiger is better than woolly mammoth. I mean, it's a tiger with big-ass teeth. It's awesome.
I mean, I'm a sucker for the majestic woolly mammoth.
Okay.
Look, their elephants had feather or had wool, but their dinosaurs didn't have feathers. This makes absolutely no sense. This is like upside down world.
How does that make any sense? What you're saying?
Well, because we have elephants today that we know are like hairless.
Yeah, but the woolly mammoth had fur because it lived in like the fucking during the ice age.
Right. They like froze to death and shit.
Yeah.
So they saw the fur. They're like, oh, look, this thing's like a hairy elephant.
Well, I mean, woolly mammoths also, they existed, 15,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago. So you could probably still find some remnants of the fur. Where with dinosaurs, millions of years ago, I mean, it's more difficult to find.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've ever found feathers or dinosaurs, if they just found the impressions of feathers like stuck in, rock or amber or whatever the fuck they find this stuff stuck in.
No, they found woolly mammoths preserved in
Oh, they did find woolly mammoth preserved. I do remember that, yeah.
Because they
a few years ago
found the fauna in its stomach, and they were like,
right. Yeah, but again, that's
treasure trove of stuff.
That's way closer in time to us than like a dinosaur.
Yeah. Dinosaur is it like how many? It's like millions of years?
Yeah, millions, like hundreds of millions of years.
When was the KT event? I used to remember this, but I can't remember.
I don't know offhand.
KT event. Crater.
There was one woolly mammoth found frozen whole. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, they found actual dino feathers. Oh, well, there you go.
66 million years ago was when dinosaurs went extinct because of the KT asteroid that struck the Earth.
Right.
Right.
First fossil feather ever found belonged to this dinosaur. So it was only 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, that's a little bird.
Oh wait,
dinosaur.
no, they found it. They found it in the 1800s, but they didn't know what it belonged to. I guess they only now recently know it came from a dinosaur. It was discovered in 1861. It's the first fossilized feather ever discovered. There you go. Stock for 2 hours says bats don't have feathers and they fly. That is true. That is true. There's an interesting video I think Tirzu did an interesting video where he kind of talks about the like how and why animals would evolve to have like the skin flap version of flying and the feather version of flying.
Really?
Yeah, and how the feather version of flying is literally just better in like every conceivable way than the skin version of flying.
Yeah.
The skin version of flying actually kind of sucks. But the reason bats don't
More
have
like
feathers,
hang gliding.
well, I mean, one of the big problems is like, so with a bird, the feathers actually offer a lot of protection because an animal can bite a bird.
Oh, you're right.
And it bites the feathers more than like it's not biting the actual arm.
Organism,
but even if it bites the actual arm, it can still regrow most of the feathers in the area unless it's very heavily damaged and can still fly. Where like the skin wings, you know, you can get holes in that shit and you can lose the ability to fly.
That fucking destroyed me in Game of Thrones when they had the dragon.
Oh, when
the Ice King's dragon had holes in his wings. I was like, that's such bullshit.
You're like, how does it fly?
That's such bullshit.
Yes, yeah. No, so. Well, it doesn't really bother me because, I mean, the dragons are too big to fly anyway. Those wings would have to be like, just like fucking like 10 times the size of the wings that they are now to fucking have that dragonfly. I know, when just visually you look at it and you're like, that doesn't make sense. But it's magic. I ain't gotta explain shit.
Sure, whatever.
So
magic. Look, if I was gonna participate in some magic, I would want to just see in the dark, not light up my sword.
True. But yeah, I mean, the only reason bats don't have feathers is because, you know, they are a completely different family from birds.
Yeah,
so
obviously.
They never unlocked that evolutionary perk yet. Mammals are just skin and fur, essentially. So we don't got no feathered mammals to my knowledge. Unless Australia has some secret feathered mammal somewhere.
Big furry rings would be cool, though.
Andrew Clark for $2 talking about the pictures that he took with us at the diner. Says, when I took pictures at the diner, some elderly gentlemen customers asked what I was doing. I told them and they were super supportive. They even told me about other filming locations and when would be the best time to go. Well, that's awesome.
Hilarious. That's great.
That's super cool. Look at that. Look at these nice guys helping you out. That's always nice. Lemur Wrench for $2 says, I think that Ivy League schools shouldn't have a number limit on admissions, but I always assume the reason they don't is because the exclusivity value makes them more money rather than it being a conspiracy of elites. Yeah, that was my argument. I assume they've worked out the calculus to determine that it's more or better money for them to create however much growth, or at least they could be wrong, but I'm assuming they have someone crunching the numbers to try to make the determination. And if they ruled or thought that they would make more money by having a lot more slots, they would do so. I assume.
Right. We can make a lot more money off of housing by keeping the production of houses down too. So
true.
Yeah, it's great.
True.
For us homeowners. It's totally awesome. Yeah.
There you go. Dr. Diller for $3 says Richard Wolff should retire from this dumb shit and start making audiobooks of bedtime stories. He rambles so much it puts me to sleep. Could never debate the guy. There you go.
They never dig in on specifics either. I really wish people would hold him to some specifics.
Yeah, well, I feel like he has in other situations, but he didn't in that conversation. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, "What's your take now that the shoe is on the other foot?" I should reach out to Sue and we should talk again because I'm curious. She says in the video when we talked to her a while ago, it was like a year ago or something.
Mm-hmm.
I asked her, I said, "Are you a socialist?" I think she said no, but she was like very progressive. And in the last video she made where she was talking about how all the bread tube woke socialists essentially on Twitter attacked her for calling out Balenciaga. She said that she identifies as a socialist now. in that video multiple times. So
That was her new video?
yeah, that was her new video.
Wow.
So I'm curious to talk to her about that.
I listened to half the video, but I didn't get to the other half. So that must be the part where she starts calling herself a socialist.
Well, it was really interesting too because, and this is what I was going to ask Lance if he was going to come on too. Lance and I don't know if Xander did, some other people, they said like, oh, this is Shoes Why I Left the Left video. And I'm like, did they watch the video?
Mm-hmm.
It literally says she identifies as a socialist in the video. How is that I left the left? That's like the opposite of I left the left. I don't know. I don't know. People are weird. People are really weird about how they view the kind of the lens in which they view tribal politics and Shu and her place in it on YouTube. So, I mean, the whole situation was so bizarre. Why they would instantly assume, you know, why would they, like, just here's how you know that people are stupid. Imagine you're a socialist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And imagine you're a bread tuber. Imagine that the right has been criticizing you, saying, hey, you support, you know, transing the kids or having gender ideology in school or drag queen story hour. You're a groomer. And then, so that's what they're saying. That's what they're calling you. They're calling you a groomer. And then your response to this, your counter to this is to say, oh, well, you're just saying that anyone that says anything that has to do with gays is grooming. You're a homophobe. You're a bigot, right? That's your counter to that claim. Then all of a sudden, Shu comes out and she kind of tweets the whole thing and the whole Balenciaga story blows up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you're pragmatic, if you're intelligent, you would say, okay, from a completely cynical perspective, I should 100% come out against Balenciaga and denounce it. Because if I don't, I will play directly into the right-wing talking point that, you know, I'm in favor of grooming pedo shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or that I'm using gay stuff as a cover for grooming pedo shit. If I don't come out and denounce this Balenciaga stuff. Like, that would be the thought process if you're thinking about this on a logical
thought process
level. But they don't do that. Or very few of them.
Yeah.
They immediately, you know, Xander puts out this tweet. A bunch of people put out this tweet because it was the day after. Now, this probably was because this was the day after that shooting, Club Q shooting.
They were all
and maybe
primed.
if this wasn't, which that had nothing to do with why Shu put out the tweet. I assume she just saw it. But I wonder if it was further away from the shooting, maybe the backlash would have happened. But it comes out right after that shooting, and they're all so emotional. And even though she said nothing about it being related to LGBT issues, they all like, oh, Shu's promoting the right-wing conspiracy that LGBT issues are really for grooming children. Which, if you actually took like 2 seconds to think about what you're saying, logically, you would realize all you're doing by making that argument is giving that argument ammunition. All you're doing is basically saying the right is correct because you're the one at that moment conflating gay issues with pedophilia. Isn't it? Because Shu never brought up anything LGBT. No one in the original thing that I saw for Balenciaga brought up LGBT stuff.
The irony. Oh, I can't take it.
It was just so, but that to me, that's such a good example. It shows how people never, even when it's in their own interest, they don't think about these things on a logical, pragmatic level. They just have this like emotional reaction. They can't control their thought process. They can't control their emotions. They can't control what they say or tweet. They just have no free will.
It's true.
So
they would argue with you on that one, though.
The Balenciaga stuff was wild, and then it just got worse. The Balenciaga stuff just got worse and worse and worse.
Shu was getting pretty upset in the video that people she considered friends had betrayed her.
Sure.
Which I can definitely relate to that. That's a shit position to be in.
Well, that's what was crazy because, I mean, she said, in the video she was like blurring out the names, but on Twitter when this first went down, she said
it was Xander And
Blue. I don't know if he was the first one, but he was one of the big accounts, or one of the accounts that got traction that kind of attacked her, and he attacked her in a very, I would say, dishonest way. And she's like, "Oh wow, like I thought you were my friend," or I don't remember exactly what she said.
yeah, she's in his chat all the time. I see her. He talks to her on stream and stuff.
Oh, that's right. We watched the stream where she appeared in his chat. I remember that. Yeah. And it's just, I don't know, it's weird. There's like a weird thing I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a phenomenon where people talk to streamers and YouTubers in a weird way. Like they'll be extra insulting to them. And they think that like the YouTuber is going to understand the joke, when oftentimes the streamer doesn't know who this person is.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that same behavior, other streamers do it to other streamers or other YouTubers, and they expect that, like, I don't know what they expect, or at least they pretend like they do. So, like, okay, let me bring you what I'm thinking about. There's an example of this, which I thought was like totally insane. So, I told you that Scott Adams was, oh, ew. Like, open Twitter and I see a picture of a dog just barfing.
Gross.
How I told you that like Scott Adams is like pissing off his audience with sort of how he's interpreting the Twitter files stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know Adam's dying. We're almost done.
Oh no, I'm fine. What are you talking about?
So
look, I'm watching this Michael Alice video. No, I'm just kidding.
So one of the people that responded to Scott Adams to disagree with him was Styx Hexenhammer.
Hexenheimer, yeah. People always want to get him on the show, but
right.
I mean,
I wouldn't mind talking to him. I'm not a huge fan of his stuff, but I could have an interesting conversation.
Yeah, he seems more knowledgeable than most people doing political commentary. As long as he wears a shirt, I'm cool.
There you go. So anyway, I'm trying to bring up the actual tweet. I can't find it. But anyway, so Scott Adams said something, and then Styx disagreed with Scott Adams. And at the end of explaining his disagreement, he said, like, "You're going to take the L on this one, Scott."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's how he ends the tweet. He says, "You're going to take the L on this one."
Well, that's going to be triggering for Scott Adams.
Sure. And so Scott Adams blocks him.
Mm-hmm.
And he says the next day on, a lot of Scott's fans are Styx fans. And he says the next day, like, oh, he blocked Styx, even though he respects him as a political commentator. He blocked him because he was being an asshole to him on Twitter.
Disrespectful.
Yeah. Which, I mean, telling someone to take the L is an obvious dunk attempt, right? I mean, that's being an asshole to someone. That's the point of it. It's saying, oh, you're saying you take the L is just
you're calling them a loser.
Yeah, it's a dunk attempt.
Yeah.
Saying, oh, so you could say someone is
you
wrong
could say
them without being a dick about it.
Yeah. I think you're wrong.
Yeah. So but what was wild to me, I'm trying to see if I can find the original tweet,
but people do think it's like, toughen up.
Well, you can make the argument where you say, toughen up, sure. But that wasn't the argument he made in response to that. The argument Styx made to Scott Adams, where he says, Scott Adams does not understand that take the L is not condescending and is a common colloquial usage among people in my age range.
Mm-hmm.
Or he does understand and has actually blocked me for ratioing him, upstaging him on his own platform, so to speak, sad. Now, here's the thing.
That's like doubling down on the dunk.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I never really agreed with Styx, but I didn't really have I never had like a personal opinion on the guy. This tweet, to me, makes me lose respect for him immensely, or makes me I didn't have respect for him, to be honest. It makes me think of him now in a negative light. Not because, you can call Scott Adams crazy. We call Scott Adams crazy. You can insult him, whatever. But to pretend to do this like weird telling someone to take the L is not condescending. What? What the fuck is he talking about?
The whole point of it is to be condescending.
Yes,
You're doing it deliberately.
What? I was like, is he like trolling? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? That's literally the intent. It's an insult. What is he fucking talking about?
That's just like miscommunication, though.
It's not. Is he just? Well, listen.
Or do you think he's being dishonest?
Well, I don't know. I mean, listen. It's possible that he's just so bizarrely autistic he doesn't understand.
Well, this is the
telling
thing.
people what take the album. I was blown away by this response. I was like, what are you talking about?
Different people have different thoughts on and different emotions, different intuitions about certain phrases.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're right. And he could have not meant it to be a condescending prick thing to say or a dunk attempt, but to not have the awareness that that's how everyone perceives it is on you at that point.
Yeah.
Is it not?
I mean, it's as far as dunks go, it's relatively mild, but
it might be, but it's still for someone like, okay.
The second go at him was like much more vicious.
If it was. But here's the thing. I wouldn't necessarily block someone, but if someone if I was tweeting back, if I tweeted something and someone who I was somewhat friendly with was like, I think you're wrong, Sitch, and at the end they said take the L, I'd be pretty pissed off. But I'd be like, what the fuck? Why is this person that I was like friendly with being a condescending prick to me? I would have the exact same reaction.
So many people have told me take the L, take the L, take the L. I feel like they're trying to.
Yeah, but they're trolling you. They know they're like.
They think they're legitimately like that. I lost whatever exchange it was. I mean, they're.
Yeah, but when someone tells you in the chat, they're like, they think you've legitimately lost exchange. They take the L, take the L, take it. They're saying it as like they know that it's.
It is a dunk, obviously.
Yeah, they know it's like insulting. That's why they're saying it.
It's not really riling me up, though. I'm just.
I understand that.
Whatever.
But, okay, at least they think they are, right? That's the intention.
They're doing it to do that. Yes.
Yes, the intention is to be insulting. To pretend like saying take the L is not condescending, or to pretend like it's not being insulting. I can't. To me, that just has to be. It just strikes me as such dishonesty because it's so obvious the social interaction that's happening on a public platform when someone puts out an opinion that people disagree with, that's controversial to their own audience, and another big creator tells them to take the L on it. It's such an obvious thing that's happening.
I mean, I would tell you to take the L all day long, but I mean, I wouldn't say that to other creators, obviously, unless it was like David Pakman,
we have a rapport. I know you don't. I know you're not like attacking me in some way.
I think that's how you started this. Was there are people that think that you have this rapport between them, and maybe this is the case.
Well, maybe this is an example of it. Yeah.
This is the case with Styx. Like he thought he had like that kind of rapport with Scott Adams. I don't know. And he just thought he could say that and it would be a friendly thing. But people do take a lot of, presumptions about other people online, which I usually don't take. Except for you, obviously. You were the only one that I think. Like I could say anything to you and it's not going to change our relationship. Sure. Other people like but here's the difference. Say I had an opinion on something that you knew was, going to be controversial opinion for our audience. Okay. If you disagreed with me on Twitter about that opinion, I don't think you would at the end of it say, take the L, Sitch. You're right. You're definitely right. Yeah. Because it's like that rubs you the exact wrong way. Yeah. You're right. You're right. I would tell you, take the L just to bullshit you, but yeah, exactly. I wouldn't legitimately say, oh, you should take the L here. I would do it privately. I would say, listen, I think you're losing this exchange and you should probably take note. Right. Yeah. It is
So
a
I don't
dunk.
know.
It is totally a dunk. Like if I did that to you publicly, like it would,
Right.
people would be like, "Oh shit, Sitch and Adam
Right.
are going at it. Look at this."
Exactly. You're so exactly. And that's the
It
thing.
would
like,
become a spectacle.
right. And so that's why this was such a
It
weird.
would
like,
be counterproductive.
So that's the thing. It's like you can tell. I don't have a problem you telling Scott to take an L,
Mm-hmm.
but don't pretend like it's not what it is.
And then for me to come back and say, "Oh, Sitch I can't tell if he's being dishonest." I mean, that's farcical. That's totally farcical.
Exactly. It's just so like, I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, he's gonna argue that saying take the L is not condescending. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's like, to me, that's an infinite. I would want to talk to him about that. That's an infinitely more interesting topic to me than whatever take he has about the fucking Twitter.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna look him up. See if we could.
Ask him to come on. I would love talking about this take the L tweet. That's so bizarre to me. Like that's really his position. That's not a condescending thing to do.
Sticks Hexenheimer 666. Oh shit. Are there multiple?
Man.
Oh look, he's got a Sticks official. This is him, right? Yeah, his DMs are open. Look at this.
There you go.
Oh look, I've DM'd him like. Oh wait, what the fuck?
What happened? Did he respond and you didn't see it?
So our last exchange was this is hilarious. Our last exchange was July of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And this is embarrassing. Looks like maybe I did drop the ball on him coming up.
He said, "Sure, I love to come on," and then you never responded.
No, he had something going on and said, "Let's talk after that's over." But obviously, I haven't. Look.
Well, listen, I bet he's done with whatever he was doing.
Hey, it's now a good time. It's been a year and a half.
That's a good DM.
God, this is embarrassing.
Now a good
shit.
time. I like that.
I need to think about this before I
Okay, you think about it. You think about it.
This is worse than that fucking L thing. It just went from Scott Adams taking an L to me taking
taking an L.
a giant L. Look, I didn't even know if his DMs were open. It turns out I DM back and forth with him several times.
That's hilarious.
What a fucking space cadet. Oh my God.
Don't worry about it.
I'm totally
The other tweet I wanted to send, someone sent this to me.
I'm totally embarrassed.
This is an interesting Twitter exchange. So our good friend Joy Ann Reed. She says, being woke progressive means being awake to suffering and oppression of others and open and enthusiastic about modernity and change. It means being better than you were. For us, change is joyful and liberating. I'd much rather be us than miserable them.
Mm-hmm.
And then her follow-up tweet said, "Stay woke, lovelies. Make the fascist miserable."
What?
So that's her definition of woke.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Can I take 1 second?
Where are you going?
I feel like I'm gonna pee my pants.
Okay, go pee your pants.
Look, if I go pee, I can talk for like another 2 hours.
Okay.
Another 3 or 4 hours.
It's fine. I'll read super chats. I know, or I'll just talk to chat. Obviously, you don't care about this, Joanne.
No, I do care. I just can't
Obviously,
concentrate.
you don't care.
Look,
No, go pee. Just kidding.
do you know you have to pee more in the wintertime? Did you know that's a thing?
Is it the coldness makes your bladder contract or something?
I don't know what it is. I just read it recently.
Is this true? Did you just make this up?
I don't know if reading the article made me actually have to pee more.
Probably.
I feel like it might have primed me. I wish I hadn't read that article.
You go pee. Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna look this up. Does the cold make you have to pee more? Let's look this up. There you go. Why do bladder problems seem... Scientist explains why being cold makes you need to pee. In summer, we tend to be outside more active, and you sweat more. Oh. You know, I never thought about that. The sweating... Wait a minute. The sweating... The liquid you sweat has nothing to do with the liquid you pee out, right? Wait, what? I don't understand. Those are two different systems, aren't they? I mean, this article is saying that there's a connection there. I just never thought about that, but okay. Okay. Apparently, one of the ways in which to protect your internal organs to avoid losing heat is to increase urine excretion. Well, there you go. Interesting. What an interesting, fucking fascinating article. Anyways, back to something a little more interesting. Dill's Red Elephant for $2 says, played Stronghold 2 lately. Serfdom is very similar to communism. Based Stronghold 2. Based. Anyways, S-Class is the legend that keeps our lips damp, our shoes dirty, our minds wondering. A-Team faps in front of mirrors. S-Class is the best class.
God, slander. Total slander.
I'm glad you came in at just the perfect time.
I feel like $1 million now.
Is it true? Do you fap in front of the mirror?
No, I'm a no fap guy. Okay. Listen,
Oh, I see.
My body is a temple.
Okay. You're forever no fap November.
I only have sex with my wife when it's missionary style, obviously.
I see.
We like to keep it religious in the bedroom. What
through a sheet.
What other slander was foisted upon me while I was gone? God,
Just
it's so great. I feel like $1 million now. What were we talking about? Joy
and Reed.
So Joy and Reed, biggest racist on the planet.
Right. So she she gives her woke definition of woke progressive to be just bullshit. So anyway, a response, an account called Inside the Classroom quote tweets her and says, "No, being woke means you're pro-Marxism," which I would say is true.
Right.
Joy Reid responds to that in a quote tweet with 3 laugh-crying emojis saying, "Marxism."
She's fucking in denial.
Well, this is interesting. She says, "Marxism is a radical theory of economic class equality. So if you apply that to race, which actually has nothing to do with Marx, but okay, let's play your silly game, it means radical race equality. So tell me how that's a bad thing.
She just
explain it like I'm 5. Fascists are silly."
No way. That is crazy.
Did you fucking believe this tweet? So she just said, it's not Marxism, but if it was Marxism, that would be good.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, shit. So I see that Kimberly Crenshaw has gotten, she did have that sit down where she explained it to Joy. So,
well, wait a second here. Did she have the sit down, or is she hiding the fact that, I mean, she basically just fully articulated the CRT stuff, but I'm not convinced she did it consciously or being aware of it.
Well, that's a good point. And it's funny because the top reply under her is one Christopher Rufo.
Oh, really? Hilarious.
Saying, "You're describing critical race theory, which previously you claimed didn't exist."
Yeah.
Which is why this tweet is like, oh, so hilarious. But
yeah, Christopher Rufo was on her show, and I think we covered it.
We did.
Which is pretty hilarious.
So, yeah, she could just be stupid. She could just be really stupid.
Styx fans.
Who the fuck is Florida Representative Joe Harding?
What?
He looks weird.
Holy shit.
What?
Dash Dobrovsky? Is that it? Dobrovsky? Blocked Styx.
Who dat?
Why? Dash is some weird, crazy guy who makes all those TikTok videos about, oh my God, Donald Trump.
Oh, that guy. I know who you're talking about. That guy's awful. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
I'm on Styx's timeline. Was Styx living abroad?
couldn't tell you the answer to that
Is
question.
he back in the United States? Styx fans, Styx watchers.
I don't know.
Is Styx local, living in the United States at the moment? We'll see.
Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, Adam, I don't understand how you could have endorsed children voting after reading The Righteous Mind. If children have different cognitive levels, such as understanding conservation of mass, then how can we trust their vote?
See, everybody does this.
I know.
It drives me insane because if you actually understood the argument that I'm making, you wouldn't say that because you're not arguing. Look, I've said this a million times, okay? There are two ways to look at voting. There is a poll of how society is doing as the feedback mechanism, and there is the managerial perspective that people are managing the future decisions of society, okay? You are obviously looking at it like the 12-year-old is going to be your fucking manager at work. They're going to be deciding the decisions that govern your life, okay? That's not how voting really works. Because it's so annoying. Look, I've come to you with the perfect response to your voting thing that I don't even understand.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bad? It's just so old and tired.
It's frustrating. I understand.
It's like, listen, there are two ways to look at it, and you're not even capable of seeing it.
Yes,
the other way.
Voting operates as a poll more
Yes.
than a policy prescription.
Yes. Look,
That's his argument. You can disagree with it, but that's his argument.
If a marketer called up and asked your 12-year-old, what are your favorite Sunday morning fucking television shows? Are you going to freak out? Are you going to go, oh my God, they're going to decide. They're going to decide the future of daytime television.
Well, I don't think that's a good example. It's not like it can have an effect on,
Yes, it is. Why do you think they take polls?
It's going to have an effect on children's
What do you
television.
think the purpose of a poll is?
Yeah, it's not going to have an effect on like tax policy or something important.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. But that's not what the poll is designed to have an effect on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, you can say Adam's argument is dumb because I think it is, but you have to acknowledge what the actual argument is.
Thank you. At least Sitch understands what the argument is.
So
yeah,
there you go.
Look, now my plus, not only that, get with the program. The argument now is that instead of disenfranchising the Americans, which I acknowledge that, obviously young people make poor decisions, right? Mm-hmm. But they are still counted in representation for districting. You and your 15 kids who get one vote are counted towards the representation of the politician. They count all those bodies. They're being represented without, they're being counted towards representation, but they don't actually get a say in the people that represent them. So now I'm saying, give those votes to the parents. Let the parents delegate those votes until they're old enough to vote, the same way they do everything else.
CT for $2 says, at the risk of sounding gay and squishy, I consider you both really close friends. That's it. I'm not going to add anything incendiary. LOL. Well, thank you, CT.
Yeah, that's nice.
That is.
Happy
I also consider you
holidays.
a close friend. And it does make me sound gay and squishy, so I don't want to say it.
Is Hanukkah begun yet? I mean, it's like the holiday season here.
That's an excellent question. I don't know.
Really? Oh my God, you're the one.
You understand it changes every year, right? Like I'm not supposed to.
I did not understand that. No, I didn't know that.
So most Jewish holidays, not all, most Jewish holidays, you know how that's why Easter changes every year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's always the first Sunday, right? But the date changes.
Easter changes, yeah, because it's like 2 days after Ash Wednesday, and Ash Wednesday changes or something.
Right, but the reason that changes is because it has to be during Passover. Or it's after Passover. All the Jewish, and I know Vic talked about this, all the Jewish holidays. It's so annoying. All the Jewish holidays change every year, or most of them do, because they're all stupidly based on a fucking lunar calendar, which we don't use anymore. And so they change every fucking year. So if you ever want to, you can't just be like, oh, Hanukkah is like this day and just know it. You have to always look it up. So I never know when any Jewish holiday is.
Mm-hmm.
When is Hanukkah? Hanukkah starts December 18th on Sunday. Next stream. There you go. Next stream will be the Hanukkah stream.
Oh, sweet.
So there you go. Richard, oh my gosh,
I'm not sure I can actually stream next Sunday, so we might have to move around that.
Well, there you go. Next Sunday won't be the Hanukkah stream. It'll be a Hanukkah break.
Yeah.
Only Adam's taking the Hanukkah break.
Well, I've got a bunch of family coming, obviously, for the holidays.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
Yeah. And there's a Sunday that's actually, Christmas is on a Sunday this year.
Oh, really?
Christmas Day. Which I'm thinking, I might be able to stream for a couple hours on Christmas Day. Why not just, share the holiday with, our internet family?
Sure. Obviously, I can stream on Christmas.
There's going to be, that's a small number of viewers, obviously. I figure most people.
Well, listen, we can always...
It's hard to say. I think people are... I know when I visit my family, I'm listening to YouTube videos 90% of the time.
Right. Well, we could always, stream on Saturday or Monday or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, for a week or two. Or skip it, whatever. Richard Wolff. Look, Richard Wolff so generously came by and gave us money.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Wolff for $4 says, it's always so interesting to me. I can't do a Richard Wolff impression. I'm trying to do like Ben Shapiro. How do I talk like Richard Wolff? It's always so interesting to me when people talk about these deaths under socialism, yet they ignore the fact that most deaths in history have not occurred under socialism.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, almost 100% of all countries which exist today under capitalism experience many deaths on a daily basis. How could this happen in an economy which is supposedly immensely successful? I submit to you that it would not.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard Wolff, for the $4. CT for $2 says, the trollish part of me didn't want to explain where I came from and just let everyone assume. There are all kinds of theories over the years. Being an Adam alt was one of my favorites. There was a chart. Oh, I didn't know. There was a chart explaining CT's origin. So there you go. Now the mystery's gone.
Oh, really?
We know the truth. Now we know the dark, boring truth.
CT, people thought CT was me?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Lemur Wrench for $2 says, little did we know, all the right-wingers trying to say the Nazis were socialist. We're actually just fans of Richard Wolff, because socialism is when the government does stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. That's the best comeback. If you're ever... So, okay, listen, fans. If you're ever in a debate with Richard Wolff, and he says socialism is when the government does stuff. You look him dead in the eye.
Mm-hmm.
You look straight into the windows of his soul and you say, does that mean the Nazis were socialist, Richard?
Oh, shit. Yeah.
See what happens. It's a fucking hilarious
Glenn
response.
should have done that.
Yeah.
His wife would have slapped him.
Boop, boop, boo.
Look at all
Feed
these.
fancy animations for another 30 shekels. Thank you. Says, if you want a Reader's Digest for Michael Malice, watch his episode on the Jordan Peterson podcast. Well, okay, I'll do that.
I watched it. I liked it. Yeah, that was great.
There you go.
I do like Michael Malice, and I think he's super funny, and that's always a good characteristic.
Right.
So,
right.
Just I've listened to the summary and I felt like it was stuff that I already knew. And I mean, I might check it out, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Clark's coming for me here. Look at this.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, speaking of Trump, did you see Maggie's new video? No.
Oh, no. Yeah, Maggie. Should check that out. Maggie Mayfish.
Okay, let's close the real sex doll video. Maggie Mayfish.
I know.
Let's see.
I will almost
Donald Trump's chaotic energy on The Apprentice.
Oh, so she's like going back to The Apprentice? Oh.
I don't know. I'll check it out, see if it's good content. Or good content for us to cover, obviously. That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew
That's
Clark.
hilarious.
She wouldn't make good content. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Adam, I understand the poll theory. If they don't understand the question, they can't give meaningful responses. Their responses would be noise.
It's Andrew. You just turn your brain on. Just turn your brain on.
I mean, that's a fair point. Andrew also for another $5
how
says,
is that a fair point?
Well,
Are you
let me
saying
read this next one. Andrew for another $5 says, the kids in the mass experiment didn't understand tall, thin glass was the same as short, fat glass. If the answers to their poll are noise, why ask them?
Oh, my God. Andrew's talking about like 5-year-olds voting.
Well, yeah, but that's what you said. You were in favor of all kids voting, weren't you?
Well, the parents would obviously decide when the kid was like competent to vote. That's the whole idea behind it.
I mean, yeah, but then you get into the issue where they're just going to do
Look,
whatever.
do you think you're going to go into your 5-year-old and say like, "What do you think you can vote this year?" And then look, what you have said.
No, they're going to say you're voting for Joe Biden this year.
What you
pick
have
them up, and they're going to hold their little finger over the thing, and you're going to say, "Circle that bubble," and they're going to say, "Yes,
look."
mommy.
Let's just skip the middleman. Let's just give the vote to the parent.
I know.
Why? Look, why are we disenfranchising these Americans?
Oh,
and
God.
then look, different people. Look, when I was like 10 years old,
yeah,
I would have been saying, "Hey, Mom, why don't you let me vote for myself instead of taking my vote?" And my mom would have said, "Adam, why don't you vote for me too? Like, you read through the issues and find out what is the best vote."
You were an exceptional 12-year-old.
Yeah, but I'm saying different people, experience life differently. And the idea that a kid, kids live their lives. They go through like, you don't think the kid knows if the fucking teacher is a drug addict or a fucking moron or a fucking pedophile? You don't think kids experience that kind of stuff? You don't think people know if they live in unsafe neighborhoods or there are high crime rates around them or their dad got mugged or their mom got mugged?
Listen, they'll know that, but they're not going to understand how to fix it.
Yeah, but they understand if people are advocating for more money for policing or more money for schools or...
I mean, I guess what age are we talking about? I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical of this.
Okay. The idea that kids are just, I mean, sure, there are kids who are raised by helicopter parents who are 35 years old and they can't fucking order a drink at the mall. Okay. Those people can vote. It's also, it's funny too, because he says like they wouldn't understand the issues. Like in the last election, we had 2 bills about gambling, right? So you can vote at 18, but you can't gamble until you're 21. So literally you have 18-year-olds.
Yeah, but 18-year-olds I trust an 18-year-old to have a greater understanding of something than a 5-year-old, right? Or an 8-year-old. Or let's even say a 12-year-old.
How do they have an understanding of gambling when they can't even gamble? Like they don't know that there's no craps at the fucking casino and how bad that sucks.
Let me help you out. Let's go back to your original point, which was not that everyone should vote, but that 12-year-olds should vote, right? That was your original age prescription.
Yeah, and there's also psychological studies that you become a moral agent at the age of 12. Like at the age of 12, you know right from wrong.
I agree with you. And I mean, I would think, even though I still disagree with your argument, I think you would have a more cogent argument if you were arguing that 12-year-olds would be able to answer the poll question to some capacity. I mean, I don't think like the really young, 5-year-old, 10-year-olds. I don't trust them to answer the poll question at all. 12-year-old maybe, even though I still disagree with the concept.
If
I think
you
there's
know,
a better argument
do you
there.
think the 12-year-old knows if their mom or dad has a gambling problem? Do you think that's something that they're familiar with?
Well, the 12-year-old will understand that there's a problem in the household, and maybe they'll understand what the specific problem is, whether the parent does drugs. They're not gonna have, I don't think they're gonna have a full understanding of what the problem is, what it means, why they have the problem, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like.
Which,
I think a 12-year-old's understanding of the world to an 18-year-old is vastly different.
Instantly,
Vastly
this conversation always devolves into like why shouldn't we let stupid people vote, because fucking stupid people make bad decisions. It's just,
well, no, it's not a question of. The question isn't a decision. The question, which was what Andrew brought up, could they even understand the question in the first place?
Look, this isn't even my position, okay? My position is
I know
that
the
parents get to vote for the kids until they're 18. Stop disenfranchising Americans. And it's ridiculous that a family of 6 people has 2 votes, and a bunch of single people basically have more voting capacity at the poll when the people
they
are
have
most
the same voting capacity, not more.
Well, it stretches out to more when you think the people who are having kids and starting families. I mean, listen, if there are issues that are going to separate out families from single people, and the single people are obviously all going to vote for the single option, and the family is going to have a diminished voting power, obviously, on the family issues, because their kids aren't even counted. I mean, this is so simple, and it completely always devolves into this stupid conversation, which is just about the intelligence of children. I got to tell you something. I mean, there are kids who are 10 years old that are fucking a million times smarter than people who are 40, who are fucking morons and can vote. So I don't understand. Like, if your argument is that stupid people shouldn't vote, you're basically on the side of a planned economy. You're like, only the smart people should be the decision makers. And I've said this like a million fucking times. If you only want smart people to make decisions, you're Richard Wolff.
Okay.
Right?
I disagree.
What?
I disagree. There's got to be a general cutoff somewhere, and I don't think I think 18 is fine. That's where we determine adulthood in most cases for most people in America. You can't say that you have to be above a certain IQ level to vote, because that's completely unconstitutional. And so,
look,
I don't see how it's a directly.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're completely slipping into the thing.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But I don't think that just because someone has kids, that means that they should accrue those child's votes in terms of either answering the poll question or determining.
Then don't count them on. Don't count them in districting. Don't count them until they're old enough to vote. Don't count them until they're 18.
Okay, maybe they shouldn't. Well, actually, no, they have to count them, because they make funding decisions based on, school districts, and they have to count them. They make too many decisions based on that information.
Well, I mean, they can count them, but they shouldn't count towards districting.
Well, maybe they shouldn't.
You should only count the voting adults in districting.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they should only count voting adults for districting. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that. I don't see I'm not sure. I mean, I don't have a strong feeling on that one way or the other. I'm not sure what the benefit is one way or the other on that. I mean, it'd be more logically consistent if they didn't, I guess.
Well, the whole smart people can vote is like the logically inconsistent position.
I agree, but that's not. I think there's a difference between saying only smart people can vote and saying like 5-year-olds can vote. I think that's a fundamentally different idea that's happening here. So
look, if you have a situation where like schools suck and you would really like more funding for public schools. Like the single people are generally going to vote no, fuck the public schools. I don't have kids, right? And the people with families, they're going to vote, yeah, my kids go to school. I want more funding for public schools. The single people are going to outvote the people who have the kids, and the schools are not going to get the funding. So that's why I'm just saying, like, if you gave the votes to the parents,
practice, though.
well, I mean, this is why the schools in California completely suck, because they gutted school funding like a long time ago with Prop 13.
Yeah, but is that because of single people? I mean, I would be skeptical of that, but
well, I'm not sure, but you understand the
I understand
logic behind
the logic
it.
of what you're saying, but I'm not sure it necessarily just because something seems logical doesn't mean it's necessarily true.
Yeah.
Lots of people are in favor of cutting government programs. Lots of Republicans would be in favor of, with shit tons of children, would be in favor of cutting public funding to education. So
sure. I often wonder if you gave the parents the voting power of the disenfranchised American children, if they would pass school choice, if it would be like a no-brainer, because they're the ones in the situation right now. We're dealing with schooling, and in the whole institution of public schooling and whatnot, you've got the teachers unions are basically running the show. But is that, I mean, how much? It's like the teachers versus the parents.
I'm also skeptical of how much the teachers union runs things in terms of why our education is bad, but that's a whole other topic. I think it was you had suggested an idea, which I was more on board with, which was that 16-year-olds should be able to vote, but only for president. And I was like, okay, I could get behind something like that. That'd be an interesting idea to try. So,
yeah. What is what is a 12-year-old voting for president?
I'm not in favor of 12-year-old voting for president.
But I mean, just what's the damage that can be done there?
What do you mean?
Like if you got
the
thing too, and I mean this, a lot of people, and I think a lot of people who continue to bring this up to attack me are people who want to lower voting, because voting.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think they want to lower voting.
Well,
you mean lower voting outcomes?
Yeah, lower voting turnout.
Right.
Lower voting turnout generally
definition,
favors Republicans. I mean, this has been studied time and time again. Lower vote out turnout generally favors Republicans.
Right. But
that might be changing because, things are always in flux. And as Republicans become more populist, higher voter turnout could favor Republicans. Like this may be a thing of the past.
No.
But people generally understand that if more people vote, that means my vote is not worth as much. And they want, their vote to be worth more.
Right.
They think.
Well, I think it has more to do with the perception of who wins. Like the only reason that the left is against the Electoral College and the right's in favor of it is because the perception is it helps the right and hurts the left. That's the only reason anyone has a position on the Electoral College. There's like 1% of the population has some principled fucking stance on the Electoral College.
Well,
okay. So it's probably the same thing with what you're saying with the voting age stuff too. And maybe it would be interesting because if the voting age was, if they did what you were suggesting, if they said, let's give parents an extra vote for their kid, I would think that would probably help Republicans way more than it would help Democrats.
Oh, hell yeah. The Republicans should play the high ground maneuver on this. And when Democrats come out and say, we want 16-year-olds to vote, they should say, why are we disenfranchising any American? We should basically give the right to vote to all people, and the parents can decide when the kid is competent enough to vote on their own and vote in their stead until that age.
Right.
Whatever the parent thinks.
They could, that'd be like a very interesting tactic. I'm not sure it would work in that it's just such a an idea that people are so unaccustomed to that even if it would help the Republicans, I think a lot of Republicans would intuitively just go against it.
Because people have the micromanager planned economy theory of the situation. Like that's the way they think about it. So that's why it gets their hackles up and their moral intuitions are like, oh my God, a child making a decision. But the reason I bring it up is right now we have super low voter turnout.
Right.
And I think, like, if you introduced voting as a concept earlier in people's lives, you wouldn't have that. Like, people...
Right. Well, you would have it less, presumably, but maybe not.
Well,
it
I'm not
would
sure.
increase it by some amount, obviously.
We introduce... People get the ability to vote when they turn 18, when they're definitely got a million other things going on in their life.
Sure.
And voting is
college, getting a job,
finding a significant other, starting
a
a family, what employment.
That's true.
And voting immediately just drops off. That's like the thing that's too much for me to handle. I got too much shit going on. But if you introduce voting at a younger age, when people are like, fucking 16, 15, getting their first paper route, first becoming civically minded. And we do this already because everyone's like, they want to get their kid into activism. You have to understand how the world works and be a good global citizen and all that shit. This is one of the reasons why the left is constantly pushing for younger people voting. And I think one of the reasons why the right is so almost reflexively against like the idea of kids voting is because the left is for it. I myself think the activism stuff is bullshit and it's too much to place on kids. But voting, I don't, this is something, it's like paying your taxes. It's like something that's just a part of life. Like if it's between, I have to be an advocate for climate change, like, fuck that. Why aren't you just teaching them to vote for the issues around them? Right?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? When I was a kid, I was doing, and obviously this is my own personal experience, but man, I think in like 7th grade, we had to go through the issues of a local election and write a report on it or something like that. Yeah.
In 7th grade?
It might have been 6th grade.
That's pretty crazy.
This is this is why Jonathan Haidt wrote this book called The Coddling of the American Mind, because these people are being fucking coddled like voting is too much responsibility for. It's like, dude, you read the thing. Look, I thought about maybe even reading some of these on stream because it's so comical. In the voter guide that I got, there are like pros and cons written by people in the community, right?
Yeah.
And the person writing the cons, it's comical how fucking in the like libertarian bubble they are. I thought, oh my God, I'm reading this in a government printed pamphlet. This guy should not be voting. He's writing what the pro and con of the legislation is going to be. He doesn't even understand it. So people have this Pollyanna idea that the only people that go in and actually vote are people that are smart people and understand the issue. People do self-select, but I think also people use that as an excuse. People turn 18, they got other shit going on. It's easy to say, oh, I never really understood politics because nobody ever fucking taught me. Why aren't we teaching these people local politics? Why are we teaching them about activism around the world and not what's going on in their local communities? It sickens me. It really does. And this is part of the excuse making.
Yeah. I agree that should be the emphasis, is teaching people on specific policies and what's going on, not activism.
Yeah.
And you'll be happy to know that Andrew Clark for $4 says, Adam is winning me over. Mm-hmm. So you possibly changed Andrew's mind. And then Andrew also said, I want 100% voter turnout So he's in favor of the 16-year-olds voting for president.
Yeah, that would get people politically invested.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that was the idea behind the idea. Though technically, if you wanted to make sure that you got everyone to be able to vote at least once before they're 18, the voting age would have to be 13 or 14.
Mm-hmm.
Technically. That might be too hard to swing. Arithmetic for $2 says, Adam, I accept your framing of voting as a poll because we have a representative system. So you're not voting on a specific policy position. But
Yeah,
what about
you're voting
ballot
for
initiatives?
representative.
But what about ballot initiatives? You are literally deciding on a specific policy.
Well, you could literally make it so kids can only vote on the legislators. Like you said, you limit it to president, representative, and senator. You do like a kid's ballot, and this is who you pick or whatever.
Like when you go to the restaurant, you get the kids menu. You're like, I'll have one kid's ballot, please, and it has like
right.
It has the in order to vote, you have to like put your pencil through a little maze to find the correct politician.
This is another thing that's infuriating about
There's a word search, so it has like your name hidden somewhere on the ballot.
This is another thing that's infuriating about it. It's like for some reason there's a wrong answer on voting for president.
Obviously.
There's a right and a wrong answer.
Yeah, obviously there is. If you vote the way I like, you're right. And if you vote the way I don't, you're wrong.
This is such an insane way to look at the world. It really is.
It's a true way. It's the truest way to look at the world.
I don't look at it that way. Look, if you're a kid and like your dad's lost their job and your mom's struggling to make ends meet and to pay the bills, you feel that. If the economy's good or bad. I knew if the economy was good or bad when I was a kid. I'm not like people know that. People know if they're in a stable environment, if they're not in a stable environment. People know if their school sucks. People know all these, if they have it good or not good. So
eating
basic.
Good in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay, look, you got me fired up. What the fuck?
I didn't get you fired up. The super chats got you fired up.
Andrew Clark did.
Andrew Clark got you fired up.
Andrew Clark came on and he was not a really nice guy. I mean,
yeah, Andrew Clark's great. And that's why Adam voted for Kanye. Good night, everybody.
Look, when I voted for Kanye, I made a mistake, obviously.
Yes.
But I mean, I blame the mainstream media because the mainstream media really didn't do a good job of covering his campaign. Like, I got Hunter Biden on Kanye. Like, if the Kanye story would have broke, I wouldn't have voted for.
People
Kanye.
didn't know. I mean, it's not like it wasn't really known Kanye had like these kinds of crazy views publicly, right? Back then.
Yeah, see, but how can you blame me when it's really a downfall of the mainstream
Hayden
media?
Dill says, was voting for Kanye the wrong answer?
Voting for Kanye, it was definitely 100% voting for Kanye was the wrong answer because
yes.
I mean, I couldn't in good conscience really vote for Trump or for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like,
so you chose the racist.
I know. So I figured, this guy seems pretty anti-Semitic. It's so funny. It's so, what the fuck? What world are we living in? I had no idea that, that like racist comedian was going to be a thing in 2022.
I know.
The world we live in.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, FYI, my kids are S-class.
Okay, good for them.
Does that mean your kids don't get the right to vote? Only kids that are 18 get to vote.
This is another thing that just infuriates me. Totally infuriates me. Because when you see the world as like voting as a poll of how society is doing, and you're like, society is doing great because I've disenfranchised all the people who it sucks for. And that's like your perspective on life. You think that's a good society? Like, there's nothing I can do for you.
Yeah, that sounds pretty base to me.
That's a fucking terrible society.
Fuck
Sitch,
those people.
I forgot to tell you, Sitch, you're in the pile that has been disenfranchised and life sucks for.
What? This is an unfair system. I can't believe this.
I know.
Give me a gun. I am revolting. I'm going to start a revolution.
Exactly. So the people were like, we can't let more people vote because they won't like they won't like how we're fucking them. Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
We won't like, they will get mad because we're screwing them over at every turn. It's kind of comical because you think, well, how bad can these socials really have it if most of them really don't even vote? Right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess they tell themselves, well, I want radical change. I want
doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. You know who knows it does matter? The people who are trying to disenfranchise as many people as possible. Yeah.
That is true.
Which way are you on the voting question as far as like if voter turnout was like close to 100%, everyone that could vote did vote.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be a better world in your estimation or a worse world? And I don't mean, I mean just your own personal taste. Would you like more participation?
Well, I mean, it depends what the question you're asking. In terms of like, I think if more people voted, if the voter turnout was close to 100% by choice, I think the world would be better because to me that would signal that more people care about paying attention to politics and what's going on in the world. I don't know if the outcome would be better, like in terms of like who gets elected, and I don't know if it would make that much of a difference on who gets elected. You know, as you said, the idea seems to be, the thought process is that if voter turnout was more, that always generally seems to help the Democrats. That could always change. That could be not true. We could have 100% vote out and nothing changes whatsoever.
I think higher voter turnout helps the populace, and Democrats in the past were the populace. Now they aren't the populace, though. So I don't think higher voter turnout will necessarily.
Well, I don't think that's the. I mean, you could be right. My thinking on why I assume higher voter turnout would help the left is because if I think of like, okay, who's more likely to blow off voting for not mattering, it would be someone with left-wing moral intuitions and not someone with the right-wing moral intuitions.
Do you listen? If you're going to do a poll to find out how the election is going to turn out, if you poll more people, is that poll going to be more accurate or less accurate?
It's going to be more accurate.
Okay. So that is why I think higher voter turnout is actually good, because I think you're getting a more accurate assessment of how society is doing.
Right. But if someone is Republican or conservative and you tell them higher voter turnout is going to make, the country become more left wing.
They're not going to like that,
intrinsically.
Obviously. Yeah, of course, because they're like, listen, I always get outvoted because I want like no government. I get it. I totally get it. They're like, they're basically, I want to win more than I want fairness. Which,
well, I mean,
that's
the
most
system
people.
is fair right now because there's nothing stopping those people from voting except their own decision to not vote.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's unfair now. And I don't know, maybe, I mean, so this is how I'll answer the question.
If people can be tricked out of voting, is that fair or unfair?
No. So here's how I answer the question. And I'm going to stick by my answer, but I'm going to expound it.
You still haven't answered the aesthetic question. You would like, it sounds like you're saying you would like voting to be
of course,
as high as possible. 100%.
Yes. I would be happier if voting was closer to 100%, not on the basis of thinking it would change an outcome.
Right.
In terms of who gets elected.
I agree.
But on the basis, on the basis of, to me, that would be a signal that more people actually pay attention and care about politics. and don't just write it off. And to me, I think that would lead to a
Higher
healthier,
investment. Yeah.
more active, more watchdog populace in terms of what the government and society is doing.
Watchdog. Very important
On
word.
average.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all. Yes, I do
Alert,
think
ready populace.
right. So on that level, yeah, I would be happier, sure, because it signals something to me that I think is a good thing to say. In terms of the actual policies, I have no clue what direction it would go. So. Andrew Clark for $5 says, I was just thinking about kids voting on ballot measures and how politicians might try to market to kids but not follow through with campaign promises.
They do that to adults.
They do that with adults.
What the fuck?
So,
what
but
the
anyway.
fuck? Listen, I voted to get rid of daylight savings 4 years ago, 5 years ago. What the fuck? It passed overwhelmingly. They're still stuck in Sacramento going, oh, should we go full-time standard time or full-time daylight saving?
I changed my mind. I used to be in favor of abolishing it. Now I'm in favor of keeping it the way it is.
What? Oh my God, no.
Keep it the way it is. It's
you want
fine
to
the
keep
way it is.
switching? You are
Yeah, why does
literally
it
in
matter?
favor of murder.
It's
you are basically a murderer then.
There you go.
Well,
You're
no,
right.
because it every single
PSA Sitch in favor of murder.
it doesn't hurt you when you get the extra hour of sleep. As soon as you go without the hour of sleep, vehicular deaths go up like by 13%.
Okay, here's my new idea. I'm gonna call it ultra daylight savings. Okay.
Ultra. What does that mean?
Okay. So you lose an hour in spring, right? When you spring forward, you lose an hour.
Yeah.
You fall back, you gain an hour. Okay. So ultra daylight savings works by every year.
You
we
only fall
ever
back.
fall back.
I like it. This would be great. So at some point in the future, it would be like noon and it would actually be midnight.
Yes, exactly.
That would be so cool.
Exactly. We just work our way backwards. We just
That
work
would
our
be
way backwards.
amazing.
Every year we should just gain an hour.
We would be like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was like 2028 when it was, dark in the middle of the day.
I mean, I feel like that would increase murder, but still, I think it would be a based way to solve the problem.
We're basically in a 24-hour society anyway. So who would
Exactly. Who
make any
cares?
difference?
Listen, everyone loves fall back. Everyone hates spring forward. So just fall back. Just keep falling back.
Andrew, you got to tell me in the chat if you what your take. Do you think your kids are just stupid? Like they would be unable to. I don't know how old your kids are though, so that's the difference.
Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, but we don't blame kids for being tricked. That's true because we assume kids. You assume kids like like an adult, even if they're stupid, you say they should know better, but we don't assume that of children. To some extent, we do. Sometimes we don't. But
What age do you think kids start experimenting with tricking other kids? I'm curious.
As soon as they learn that they can trick other kids, which I think is like what?
It's pretty
3?
early on. Yeah, exactly.
Whenever I forget the term, when kids gain the knowledge that not everyone shares their knowledge.
Right. That's you share your toys with somebody and they don't share back. Or
Andrew's kids are in high school.
Okay.
Listen, I'm done with kids voting. My new topic: we should only have fallback, calling it ultra daylight savings time. That's my position.
Ultra daylight savings.
Ultra daylight savings time.
Because every year you're saving an hour. Look,
Exactly.
you just stock them up. You bank them.
And you know what? That's going to increase life expectancy because all those hours add up to time saved. So
Yeah. Every 24th year, you can take like a whole day off because you're like, I have 24 hours saved here.
There
Look,
you go. That's true.
It was
That's
Wednesday. Now it's Tuesday again.
Boom. Well, no, here's the thing, because we can't let it fuck up the calendar. So it will go. So once it reaches the 24th year, it just resets from the starting point. So you don't, because otherwise it would fuck up the calendar. If you started going back more than a day, it would fuck up the calendar.
But you wouldn't have the sleep issue, yeah.
Yeah. So you just restarted that. You just restarted because it'd be the same thing time wise.
It's got a little edge of tomorrow thing going. I like it.
There you go. Exactly. Every 24 years, it's like time just resets. And we have every 24 years, all contracts are negated, all debts are negated because the time just resets every 24
Oh, really?
years.
That's great.
Yeah. Everything just restarts.
I'm going to make sure to buy a house in the 23rd year.
Well, what's the problem? It'll be very difficult to solidify a contract in year 20.
Then my debt will just be forgiven next year.
Yes. It'd be very different.
I'm getting me a mansion, big house,
Right.
giant house, like $3 million.
Make days 48 hours? No, come on.
It's
That's
gonna
a
be
little
great.
crazy good effort. No one wants that.
What do these other streamers talk about on their streams? I'm curious.
Something stupid.
Sometimes I tune in and listen to wild like Xander Hall or Lance, and I just think, wow, people listen to this.
I'm sure people are thinking about this conversation right now.
This conversation is funny and fascinating.
Okay.
And Adam has a hair trigger on him.
That's
like, listen, I've been working like the last 4 days. I've been doing like, get out of bed, go straight to work until midnight and go back to sleep and sleep for like 6 or 7 hours. Like this today really is just, I've been super bad to my shoulder. It's good for me to have it's good for me to have a day where I'm like forced to,
not draw.
Yeah, exactly. To not use my arm. Yeah. But I fucking love it, man. Imagine, it's such a weird thing. Aging sucks.
Why not every 24 days? Let's get an extra hour of sleep every 3 weeks. How about this?
Oh my God. Super ultra daylight saving.
Super ultra daylight saving time. Okay. Every week on Sunday, on the day of rest for the Lord, if you're Christian, because the Jews think it was on Saturday. Every Sunday, there's an extra hour that everyone's given. But here's the trick. Okay, you gain an extra hour at night, so you gain an extra hour of sleep. But then to make up for that, on the following Monday, you lose an hour in the afternoon. So it jumps from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. There's no 4 p.m. on Mondays anymore. So you get an extra hour.
When do you get off work?
At 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So it's a double bonus. You get an extra hour of sleep Sunday night, and on Monday you have a 1 hour shorter workday.
I hope
I could win the presidency on that idea alone. How base is that idea?
It's got a high degree of confusion.
That's true. But if I say,
most
listen,
voters,
every week you're going to get an extra hour of sleep.
That part I understand.
Extra free hour off work.
Yeah, that is definitely a selling point.
We'll call it super hour.
Not happy hour. And when does the
super hour?
When does this? Where's the time go? Is that a paid time off?
Well, no, you wouldn't get it wouldn't be paid, no, because there's just an hour missing.
Okay, so you're saying like
you have a 39-hour week instead of a 40-hour.
Right. So I'm actually making less money now.
Listen, it's worth it.
I don't like this.
You don't like this now? Well, you can still work overtime. No, nothing's stopping you from working overtime.
Okay. Now I have to work an extra hour.
There you go. Kansrick, I want super hour. There you go. Super hour.
That might be tough to
That idea. My shift starts at 4 p.m. On 4, people will have to somehow figure out a way around working 4 p.m.s on Monday because it won't exist anymore.
They'll just reschedule. Who knows?
There you go.
You got Andrew Clark's super chat is now
Joe Schmo says Presidente Sitch, your super hour policy has decimated the economy, but happiness is at an all-time high.
That's impossible. That cannot exist.
True and based. Andrew Clark for $5. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew's giving us a bunch of money. says, my youngest wakes up at night to rant about quatrinos and other calculus topics. It's really hard to keep up with all the math he's teaching himself.
Fucking irony of ironies right there.
There you go.
And you don't think he can figure out the ballot initiative?
Well, he could, obviously.
Right.
However old his
Andrew's
child
just
is.
like, but I don't want other people's smart kids voting. Obviously, my
Yeah, but
kids are.
he's not worried about his smart kids. He's worried about everyone else's dumb kids. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Look, a lot of people don't vote. Don't care
That is
about
true.
voting. I mean, it's actually kind of a symbol of how good our society really is, because I feel like, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just perception, because a lot, in nations that have rigged elections and don't actually, it doesn't really matter who you vote for. I think voter turnout, that's got to suppress voter turnout. And that's kind of the situation that we have here. People think, oh, it doesn't matter who you vote for. It's all rigged.
Okay, here we go. Once a week we have Super Hour.
Oh my God.
And every 2 years for voting we have Super Day.
Uh-huh.
So voting day is a Super Day.
Oh, really?
The holiday. Yeah,
Or it
it's a
just
Super
doesn't exist?
No, it's an extra day, and then we take a day away somewhere.
I don't think you understand that if you don't, it's not an extra day if you take the
I know. I just like calling it Super Day. We'll have Super Hour and Super Day.
I mean, you can put super in front of anything and it just sounds badass. So
Exactly. So there you go. This is my presidential promise. Elect me, Sitch, for president. You'll all get 1 super hour of extra sleep a week. And voting day will be a holiday. And we'll call it Super Day.
Yeah. Did anyone tell us if Styx is back in the U.S.?
No, I don't. If they did, I wasn't really
I
paying
just
attention.
messaged them. Are you stateside now? Look, I'm picking up a conversation that's a year and a half old, but it's cool.
I think you should have opened with, so are you open to talk now?
That's kind of what I did.
All right. Well,
'Cause he said, let's talk when I'm stateside. And I was like, are you stateside now?
oh, I see. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway,
That's it?
that's it. I mean, that's it. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Look, I have more to talk about.
Oh my God.
We still have
you got like an extra energy boost when you got angry about fucking kid
Look,
voting topic.
I'm going to go get that ballot initiative so we can read through it on the stream.
Okay, you do
We
that.
got that, or we can do
We'll do that on Tuesday.
Really? You got to go now?
I'm fucking tired.
God, you kids are just so fucking lazy all the time now.
Oh my God. Listen, we've
I'm
been
ready-
streaming for almost 11 hours.
Yeah, we could go for another hour before the stream's even cut off. We got like an hour and 15 minutes.
Anyways.
I got stuff. Look, this could be fun. This could be the best.
Adam
gotta
is
go.
happy. This is the first time at the end of the stream that I've been tired and he's been like,
What are you talking about? Listen, I went
Usually
to
it's the
pee and I was like a new man. Did I not say we could talk for another 2 hours? And
it's true.
we did. What are you talking about?
Rhythmus for $2 says, not sure about all states, but Arkansas requires that you cast a vote on every item on the ballot. I think the option to cast a neutral vote on a given item would help with turnout since voters would feel less intimidated. Well,
That's horrible.
That's so weird. Why is it like that? That's definitely not in Florida. I never even heard of that.
In California, you can vote. You can skip whatever you want. You don't want to
Yeah.
vote on, like some people just vote on a certain ballot initiative that concerns them. They're like, fuck yeah, I'm voting in this election. Do you think I want, this school going up right across the street from my house? Fuck that. Yeah.
But how do they enforce that? Like if you don't, do they not count your vote?
If
Like,
there's any non-votes on the ballot, they just spit the ballot out, obviously.
Are you sure this is like a thing? This sounds made up.
Hayden Dill. You know what, Adam? If you really push for this, I will join you. What is that? Is that the voting thing? Or is that like super hour?
Well, I'm the one that super hours. I'm not you.
Adam is usually begging for the stream to end. This is crazy. What
That is
what are you
true.
talking about? Let the record
Listen.
show that S-Class is fucking lazing out here, just completely demoralized, and wants to go to bed
I know, for shame.
like a little bitch.
At 3 a.m. Poo me.
Well, it's midnight here. That's late.
Yeah, excuse me. It's midnight.
I'm gonna go.
Okay,
out,
so,
man. The
and
bars are
to-
still open for 2 hours. I'm gonna go get a drink.
So Arrhythmus, I don't believe you. You're gonna have to show me some evidence. That sounds like not true. That sounds not
S
true.
class is sleepy class. That's
That is-
right.
There you go. And I tried to Google this and I'm not finding anything about this.
Go to bed, Adam, and stay up. Sitch.
I think whoever told you that Arrhythmus was like fucking with you. 'Cause
Yeah.
it doesn't even make sense. And again, I don't even know how you
Listen,
how you could enforce it.
you got tricked. You haven't voted. Look, you could have voted
whole
in
time,
the last
yeah.
25 elections,
Right.
and you didn't vote because your neighbor who thought you were a Democrat or a Republican was like, "Hey, have you heard on the ballot? Look, I'll trick this guy into never voting his entire life. Well, I'll never have to worry about a Democratic senator again." I'm
Yeah,
going to
'cause, I
start
mean,
making
obviously-
shit up like that. I'm going to start telling people, "Hey guys, you got to vote on everything just to vote."
Right.
Oh my God, he's an
Can
honor
you
student.
Leave
Listen,
things blank
Andrew.
on Arkansas.
Andrew, you have to go in. I want you to go in and tell your honors student that you very much want them to be disenfranchised from voting. I want you to say, "Listen,
You tell them that you don't love them anymore. That they're not worthy of
I mean,
voting.
that's a little cruel, but
I mean, but it's true, right? If you don't give them the vote, you don't
basically,
love them.
I mean, basically, yeah. You're like, I want
Arrhythmus says
voting."
he votes in every election. I don't think that's true, though. Like you said,
Okay,
I
good.
don't think that's true.
That's
That-
good.
I'm pretty sure that would actually be illegal because there's no law that requires people to vote. So I don't know how you can have a law that requires, well, if you do vote, you have to vote on everything.
That's true. That doesn't make
any
sense, right?
Yeah.
You're forcing them to vote. You just
Andrew
people
Clark
would
for-
guess.
Andrew Clark for $5 says he's frustrated with honors classes because they can't keep up with him. Well listen to you.
I
bragging.
know.
He's exceeding my college textbooks in mathematics, science, and engineering. Jeez. Was your wife like a super genius?
Look, I would have that kid voting for me. I'd be like, "Kid, figure this shit out. Who are we voting for this year?"
Why is your kid so smart? Trabith says in Illinois, it's the same. You're required to vote on all ballot measures in order for the ballot to be valid, but you don't have to vote for any candidate. That's fucking weird.
Hmm.
Why?
In California, they do
Yeah.
this weird thing where the governor is elected and the governor selects all of his judges, and those judges have to be approved by the population. So they put actually all the judges that have already been picked and like a little confirm or deny for people to vote on the ballot.
Mhm.
And it's like so fucking stupid. It's like, I'm going to go through and fill out like 20 bubbles that are confirmed. I mean, you could fill them out deny if you wanted to.
You mean for,
Deny,
like, the
deny,
judges?
deny,
Yeah.
deny.
Yeah, I never know.
So
to vote for.
what happened? Like if everybody gets like the most massive troll together and it decides, okay, we're all going to confirm or deny all of the governor's judges, and so he just has to pick new judges. He's like, okay, well these people failed. I don't know what happened, but here's the new people. They put those up on the next election, and then they're either confirmed or denied. It's so weird. Isn't that a weird? Like
That is
thing?
weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what someone is going to have to send me on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Someone has to send me a single thing, a single article, a single website, something that says that in Illinois or Arkansas, you have to vote on everything. Because I cannot find a single thing that confirms this by trying to Google a million permutations of this question. So someone's gonna have to send me something that shows that this is true, because otherwise I'm not believing it.
Yeah.
It's so ludicrous to me that this would be a thing.
Kids are smart. I want to learn cool stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah, I understand you
too.
don't have to vote, but if they're saying if you do vote in Illinois on a ballot initiative, you have to vote yes or no on all the ballot initiatives or ballot measures. It just seems weird to me, but
Yeah.
anyways, so there's your
Anyways.
homework. Someone's gonna send me some proof of this, because otherwise I don't believe it. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly. Oh, Andrew Clark for $5 says, I'm divorced. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. She went crazy. Yelled at the judge to let out her pedo boyfriend from jail. Holy shit.
What the Andrew? Jeez.
Jesus. Instead of arguing she deserved the kids, I nearly cried in court. Well, I guess your kids got all your massive intelligence from you. So there you go.
Wow.
There
That's
you go.
quite the story, Andrew.
That is quite the story. We'll have to hear about that sometime if you
I
want
know.
to tell
I was
it.
going to say.
Yeah.
If you want to dish on your ex-wife.
That sounds like
This is
quite
the
the tale.
place. This is the place to do it.
That's right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Utter Nonsense, for, I assume, attempting to Rickroll me. I'm not even going to click that link. Thank you, the people who still watching, the people who made it from the beginning of the stream all the way to the end. You are the true heroes.
The true heroes.
Thank you all for coming. See you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.